Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook, Legend of the Goo Demon, chapter 129 to 277. Two demons facing each other, one white and one black. Bai Ningbing looked at Ningchen, who was deep in thought and couldn't help but smile softly. Don't worry, I won't let your fight go in vain. If you lose, I will give you a level 3 goo worm and let you choose. If you win, our Bai Jiazhai will cede part of the mortal village to Goo Yu village. Bai Ningbing seems to have seen through Ningchen and knows that Ningchen is unwilling to take action without full benefits. Although they had only met twice, and even their names had just been known, Bai Ningbing understood Ningchen's heart. Some people have been dating for several years and are still unhappy, while some people can win his heart with just a nod of acquaintance, and Ningchen and Bai Ningbing are naturally the latter. The price offered was very high, and it was almost impossible for Ningchen to refuse. After all, Ningchen would not lose no matter whether he won or lost. If he wins, the interests of several mortal villages and the entire village will naturally not be less for him alone. If he loses, a level 3 goo insect will let him choose and his strength will be directly improved. Looking at it this way, no matter whether he wins or loses, Ningchen will not lose money. It is considered a perfect transaction. But a cautious person like Ningchen was still deep in thought. This Bai Ningbing is really an outstanding person. He deliberately led a group of Bai Jiazhai clan members to visit Goo Yu village with great fanfare. Only when he saw Goo Yu Bo did he naturally declare a challenge to me. In this case, even if I refuse, I will be forced to accept it by Goo Yuebwa. But correspondingly, once I win, I will also win the prestige in the village. It will definitely be helpful when I get married and grow old in the future. If I refuse, I will be hiding my current cultivation and strength. There will undoubtedly be less resistance when I log into the 3rd level. In this case, there are mixed advantages and disadvantages. Should I refuse or accept? Ningchen couldn't make a decision for a while, but then he noticed the red iron relic goo in the void and couldn't help but smile. Okay, I agree. See you in the north of Qingmao Mountain during summer and autumn. Good. When Bai Ningbing heard this, she twirled her hands and laughed, obviously in a very good mood. Immediately, after signing the declaration of war, the people from Bai Jiazhai left in a hurry, leaving Goo Yuebwa and Ningchen alone. Goo Yuebwa looked at Ningchen, who had agreed to the challenge, still feeling a little worried in his heart. Ningchen, what are your chances of winning against Bai Ningbing? I can only try my best to make my loss not too ugly. Ningchen shook his head, and his somewhat sincere words actually made Goo Yu Bo feel relieved. It doesn't matter. In the following time, you just need to prepare for the battle with all your strength. As long as the loss is not too ugly, it will be enough. Goo Yuebwa patted Ningchen's shoulder, with high hopes for him in his eyes. However, Ningchen didn't follow his lead, his eyes were as calm as water, without any ripples. If anyone else saw the gaze of Patriarch Goo Yu like this, his heart would be filled with excitement, and he could not wait to fight Bai Ningbing for 300 rounds immediately. But Ningchen didn't have such thoughts. After all, he didn't care at all about his family's reputation. Then Goo Yuebwa and even Ningchen slowly left, while Ningchen walked leisurely on the street, falling into deep thought again. Now that I have accepted this challenge, the story of my draw with Bai Ningbing will definitely spread among the villagers in a short time. Then I might as well take advantage of this opportunity to fight Bai Ningbing and collect another wave of benefits. Ningchen thought, this is the reason why Ningchen accepted this letter of challenge just now. With Ningchen's layout, by the time of the battle with Bai Ningbing, he could steadily advance to level 3 and develop a killing move that could rival Ice Blade Storm. And once the gap between the two men's killing moves and cultivation levels is evened out, Ningchen will definitely win. Now that Ningchen had acquired the Heavenly Thunder Goo, he already had the outline of a killing move, but he still couldn't develop a killing move due to lack of Goo. And coincidentally, he was able to take advantage of the family's mentality of protecting family honor and successfully steal some Thunder Dao Goo insects from them. Suddenly, Ningchen's footsteps stopped, and he stood in front of a mansion. With its red walls and white tiles, and towering bamboo groves, it looked like a landscape mansion, and this was Ningchen's first destination, Qimai Mansion. Dong dong dong. Hello, who are you looking for? The person who opened the door was a famous slave, and Ningchen smiled slightly when he saw it. I'm looking for Qining. Please tell him that Ning Chen is looking for her. Understood, I will inform Miss Qi Ning right away. The slave left in a hurry, and Ning Chen waited outside the door for a while, and then waited for Qi Ning. Ning Chen, are you here? Come in and sit down. Qi Ning leaned against the door and opened it with a slight smile on his face. When Ning Chen saw this, he walked straight in with a slight smile on his face. Trouble. Immediately, Qi Ning walked in front, followed closely by Ning Chen. Thump thump thump. The long footsteps echoed in the corridors of the mansion, adding a bit of silence. While Ning Chen was following Qi Ning, he was also admiring the scenery of the mansion. The forest shades cover the sky, the bamboo forest faces the sun, fish swim in the water, and cranes stroll around, which is a wonderful place. Come in. Qi Ning's voice interrupted Ning Chen's appreciation, and he followed Qi Ning into the room. After entering the room, Qi Ning was not in a hurry. Instead, he made 2 cups of tea for the two of them, brought it to Ning Chen, and chatted leisurely. Come on, what do you want to see me for? What do you mean, I just came to get the remaining balance. Ning Chen took a sip of tea and pretended to be confused, but Qi Ning laughed when he heard it. A payment for goods is so important that you come to me now? If you didn't encounter something, how could you come to me at this time? Obviously, Qi Ning's words undoubtedly guessed most of what Ning Chen was thinking. And Ning Chen was not depressed at all when he saw that his plan was exposed, and smiled faintly. Talking to smart people is to save effort. By the way, do you know Bai Ningbing? Nonsense, how could I not know? Ning Chen's smile did not diminish, and he took another sip of tea and talked freely. He challenged me and I agreed. And these words shocked Qi Ning. He was standing there, as if he was doubting whether he had heard it wrong. You mean, Bai Ningbing, the first-class talent, the first genius of Qingmao Mountain, declared war on you, and you agreed? Yes. Qi Ning saw Ning Chen's serious look, and he couldn't help but become serious. Then what's the point of you looking for me? Can I help you beat Bai Ningbing? Yes, of course I know I can't, so I came to buy goo worms from you. Ning Chen's face was still calm, as if he didn't take the declaration of war with Bai Ningbing to heart at all, and Qi Ning was a little curious after hearing it. What kind of goo worm do you want? I want to see what kind of goo worm can make you not panic at all when facing Bai Ningbing. Ning Chen took a sip of tea quietly, with a faint smile on the corner of his lips. Power Goo. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,308 words. Qi Ning was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that Ning Chen would come to her to buy an auxiliary goo worm. Power supply goo, what do you want this goo to do? I remember that this goo is not an auxiliary goo. When Ning Chen heard this, he just smiled mysteriously and talked eloquently. You don't have to worry about it now, I have my own arrangements. Forget it, our red vein does have power goo, but it's only at level 2. I'll sell it to you at a reasonable price, how about 650 yuan stones? When Qi Ning heard this, he stopped inquiring too much and slowly told the price of the power supply goo. Ning Chen then took out the gourd flower goo, took out 250 yuan stones and handed it to Qi Ning, and talked leisurely. You don't have to pay me back the remaining balance. Qi Ning took the yuan stone, stood up and left, leaving Ning Chen alone. And Ning Chen just sipped the tea quietly, waiting for Qi Ning to send the power goo, but he was still thinking in his heart. With this power source goo, I then need a thunder-inducing goo, and that's the killer move. But I really can't get the thunder goo for a while. Qi Mai has already asked for a goo. If I ask for it again, they will definitely not give it to me again. Although Mo Mai and the clan leader line also care about the honor of the family, it is simply harder to make those old guys spit something out than to kill them. It seems that the only thing I can rely on is the caravan. The face of the young man, Jia Taisheng, appeared in Ning Chen's mind. Although he only had an acquaintance with Jia Taisheng, he had no reason not to do the door-to-door business. Here, this is the power goo you want. Ning Chen went to find his voice and took the power supply goo from Qi Ning's hand. The fingertips slowly groped its body, and then it was sent into the void. Ning Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Thank you. Then I'll take the first step. Wait a minute, the old man wants to see you. Qi Ning's voice also stopped Ning Chen's figure who was about to leave. Ningchen couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Children of the Qi Lian family? Yes, the old man has wanted to meet you for a long time. It just so happens that you come to meet him this time. When Ningchen heard this, his eyebrows inadvertently wrinkled a bit, but he still agreed. That's fine. Ningchen followed Qi Ning and pushed in the door. He saw an elderly man. The old man lowered his eyebrows and lowered his eyes, focusing on the pen and ink in front of him. And the old man who is writing is the current person in charge of Qi Lian. Father, I brought you this person. Qi Lian suddenly raised his head when he heard the words, and after seeing Ningchen, he actually showed a few gentle smiles. Sit down, Ningchen, I've wanted to see you for a long time. I first heard about you when you set up a gambling game in the school, and after hearing about your gambling game, I couldn't help but become a little curious about you. And now my curiosity has not diminished at all, but what I am curious about is how can you surpass Qishan with a 50% third-level qualification? Qi Lian was worthy of being a politician of the generation. Although his words were extremely gentle, the sharp edge of his words almost stung Ningchen's face. It was obvious that the person who came here was not good-natured. When Ningchen heard this, his expression remained as usual, and he slightly cupped his hands. Thank you, Lord Qi Lian, for your mercy. I am only an intermediate level 2. Oh, really? Qi Lian's slightly sinister eyes narrowed slightly at this time, as if they could penetrate Ningchen's heart, and Ningchen responded calmly. Of course it is. Qi Lian looked at Ningchen and suddenly smiled. The laughter was very gentle. Ha ha ha, but how did I hear that you had a battle with Bai Ningbing before, and even got a draw? You know, Bai Ningbing is a second-level genius who can compete with third-level talents, but you, with a C-level qualification, can actually draw with him? I am very curious. Ningchen's eyes darkened when he heard this, but he still responded with a chuckle. Ha ha ha, this is indeed true, but Bai Ningbing was not in good condition at that time, so I just missed it. Qi Lian was silent when he heard the words. These words were naturally difficult to fool him, but he couldn't say anything for a while. After all, the only people present at the time were Ningchen and Bai Ningbing. Since Ningchen deceived him, could he still go to Bai Ningbing to get the answer? Qi Lian's eyes were fixed on Ningchen, as if he wanted to see through Ningchen from the inside out, but he couldn't see anything. Forget it, you can go. Then I'll take my leave first. Ningchen cupped his hands slightly, with a slight smile on his face, and slowly retreated. Qi Ning, what do you think of this, Ningchen? After Ningchen left, Qi Lian asked Qi Ning, who was aside. After hearing the words, Qi Ning pondered for a moment and gave his answer. He is special, but I can't tell what is special. That's right, special and ordinary. When Qi Lian heard this, the smile on his face became even stronger, and he thought the same in his heart. Ningchen was walking leisurely on the street at the moment, with most of his attention focused on the power source goo in the void. With these three Gus, Power Goo, Sky Thunder Goo, and Thunder Goo, maybe the killer move will be fully developed. With this killing move, I won't be afraid at all even if I encounter Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm. In this way, the gap in killing moves has been narrowed, but there is still a slight gap in cultivation. Bai Ningbing should be at the beginning of level 3 at the moment, and he should be aware of the dangers of 10% of his qualifications, and he should intentionally control the temperature and nourishment aperture. As a result, his cultivation level will increase extremely slowly. And with this red iron relic goo, I can advance to the third level in the summer and autumn, completely eliminating the gap in cultivation between us. The only thing left is the qualification gap between us. But with my own goo, my qualifications are constantly rising. Now it is 57%, and I will soon enter the second-class qualifications. By summer and autumn, my qualifications will even be probably close to 70%. With my unique method of restoring true energy, I won't necessarily lose in a protracted battle with Bai Ningbing. It seems that in terms of qualifications, cultivation, and killing moves, I am on the same level as him, and in terms of close combat, I am even better. Then if Bai Ningbing wants to fight me in close combat, he can barely be my opponent even if he lives for hundreds of years. So in this way, my chance of winning is obviously greater, about 70%. And 70% is enough. Ningchen slowly listed out the various aspects of Bai Ningbing and himself in his mind, and then analyzed the pros and cons of both parties in detail. And a deep smile appeared on the corner of his lips unconsciously. Obviously, in the analysis, his chances of winning are higher. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,368 words. Jia Taisheng sat quietly in the private room, counting today's harvest and muttering to himself. Well, today's harvest is good. With Ningchen's inheritance, today's gain is really good. At this moment, a figure pushed in the door and interrupted Jia Tiesheng's soliloquy. Brother Jiague, why are you here? But when I saw the person who came, he had a thin figure, long and narrow eyes, showing a shrewdness, and a gentle smile on his lips. Didn't I come to see my brother's income today? I heard that you made a big deal today. Yes, a member of the Guyu clan sold me a poison path inheritance, which included a complete number of Gu insects and real Gu as a sample. In the end, I bought it for 30,000 yuan stones. Jia Taisheng looked quite excited and handed the booklet to Jiague, as if he was eager to prove his talents to Jiague. When Jiague heard this, the smile on his face did not diminish, but grew stronger. He took the booklet from Jia Tiesheng's hand and said, after taking a closer look, the Gu insect branches on it were indeed extremely detailed. Even a level 4 Gu master like Jiague couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha, Taisheng, you are not a level 4 Gu master and you don't know the value of a level 4 Gu insect. Even if it's just Gu prescription, it's still quite precious. These 30,000 yuan stones are not a waste. Jiague patted Jia Tiesheng's shoulder with his big hand. It was obvious that this deal was a good deal. When Jia Taisheng heard this, he was also smiling. After all, he had his brother's approval. In comparison, 30,000 yuan stones seemed insignificant. Jiague seemed to have thought of something, and there was a bit of ruthlessness in his eyes. In this way, I will have a slight upper hand in the fight with Jia Fu. However, the issue of Jin Sheng's qualifications is still unresolved. And Jia Taisheng also thought of something, and the smile on his face became weaker and weaker. Taisheng, don't worry about finding Gu worms for that waste anymore. Even if there are strange Gu worms in the world that can improve your qualifications, how could they fall into his hands? When Jiague saw Jia Tiesheng's depressed look, he couldn't help but offer condolences, and Jia Taisheng could only sigh. All right. At this time, rapid footsteps hurriedly came from outside the door, and the door opened. Master Taisheng, there is someone outside who wants to see you. Jia Taisheng was already upset at the moment, and his tone was inevitably a little irritated. See you. But he said that he has another big business to do with you. When Jia Taisheng heard this, he suddenly raised his head and looked directly at the Gu master who came to report. He had some guesses in his mind. Wait a minute, he just said there's another big business, could it be Ningchen? Jia Taisheng had a clear vision in his heart. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stand up suddenly and walk towards the door. Where is he? He is waiting for you downstairs. And Jiague never stopped Jia Taisheng from beginning to end, but with a slight smile of relief on his lips. Taisheng has grown up. At this time, Ningchen was sitting in the hall outside the wing. On the table in front of him were 2 glasses of wine and a flask. Ningchen had nothing to do and took a sip of wine. The spicy taste rolled into his throat, and at the same time, wisps of fragrance suddenly bloomed in his mouth. It is indeed a good wine. Ningchen looked at the clear wine in the cup and couldn't help but chuckle. Slightly steady footsteps slowly approached Ningchen, but Ningchen didn't even raise his head. Ningchen, I heard that you have business with me? Jia Taisheng walked straight towards Ningchen, with a hint of understanding in his eyes. When Ningchen heard this, he slowly raised his head with a gentle smile on his face. Please take a seat. When Jia Taisheng heard this, he slowly sat down opposite Ningchen, not afraid that Ningchen would harm him. After all, who dares to do something under the nose of a rank 4 Gu master? As soon as Jia Taisheng sat down, a clear aroma of wine broke into his nose, taking away most of his attention. Looking down, I saw that the wine cup was full of clear wine, and this was the source of the clear wine aroma. Jia Taisheng picked up the wine cup and took a sip. His eyes suddenly lit up and he couldn't help but ask Ningchen. What kind of wine is this? I've never drunk it before. The taste is very unique, with a unique bamboo aroma, spicy but not intoxicating. It is really a rare good wine. Jia Tiesheng's eyes shone with surprise. After finishing speaking, he even took another sip. It was obvious that the drink had a great impact on him. And this appearance naturally fell into Ningxin's eyes, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Taisheng, of course you have never drank this wine. This is the unique green bamboo wine of our Guyue village. It is the best wine in Qingmao Mountain. Hey, even though it is said that the aroma of wine is not afraid of deep alleys, our Qingzhou wine is still not well known by the outside world. So I came up with an idea. Since your Jia family's caravan will pass through the entire southern Xinjiang, we might as well cooperate with you. Your Jia family will bring our green bamboo wine to the entire southern Xinjiang. We can split the final proceeds 30-70. When Jia Taisheng heard this, he took a deep look at Ningxin and was filled with surprise. Ningxin, I didn't expect you to have a business mind. However, the plan you mentioned is indeed very exciting, but it still has some flaws. Why are you cooperating with us on behalf of Guyu village? Jia Tiesheng's question was very realistic and his tone was a bit disdainful, but Ningxin already had a way to deal with it and chuckled. You don't have to worry about this, sir. Although I can't represent the entire Guyue village, I have some personal connections with the owner of Qingzhou Liquor. Jia Taisheng fell into silence after hearing this, and suddenly his eyes shone with brilliance. 40% to 60%. Deal. Ningxin's face was unchanged, still smiling and slowly extending a hand. And Jia Taisheng also shook Ningxin's hand, smiling with a bit of sincerity. Deal, I'll wait for good news. Wait, I have a small request here, I wonder if you can meet my request. Ningxin grabbed Jia Taisheng who was about to leave, with a very respectful look on his face. And Jia Taisheng had just reached a deal with Ningxin, and his heart was surging for a while, so he smiled generously. Go on, let me see what the request is. Ningxin couldn't help but sigh and talk about it. You must have heard of the Thunder Dao, but have you heard of the Thunder Attracting Goo? Of course I have heard of it. The Thunder Dao school is too famous. Jia Taisheng responded immediately after hearing this, and was obviously very confident. I am in urgent need of a second-level Thunder Attracting Goo recently. If you have a channel, I am willing to buy it at a high price. Ningxin couldn't help but bring a bit of determination to get it when he said this. But Jia Taisheng was thinking about it, chewing on Ningxin's words just now. So it seems that he really needs this thunder-attracting goo. Thinking so, Jia Taisheng looked solemn and looked at Ningxin quietly. Okay, I'll go back and ask Brother Jia Gue, he is the real owner of this caravan, there are some things I still don't understand. Ningxin smiled a few times after hearing this, and bowed slightly. Sorry for the trouble. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1252 words. When Jia Taisheng returned to the private room, he saw a playful smile on Jia Fu's face. What's wrong? Let me hear what big business my brother talked about. Jia Taisheng couldn't help but smile when he heard this, quite proud. I'm not sure. If it succeeds, it will indeed be a big deal, and it will also establish your victory in the battle with Brother Jia Fu. Hearing this, Jia Gue became more interested and looked at Jia Taisheng with interest. Oh. I want to hear what big business it is. Actually, the Guyue tribe wants to use our Jia family's caravan to promote the green bamboo wine in their village to the entire southern Xinjiang. I have tasted Qingzhou wine. It tastes clear and refreshing. It is a fine wine. It will not be difficult to promote it to the entire southern Xinjiang. And he will send me the supply of Qingzhou wine right away. Jia Taisheng talked eloquently, and Jia Gue also became somewhat interested in the green bamboo wine in his mouth. Qingzhou wine, I have to try how good it is. By the way, brother, there is one more thing I haven't told you. The person who sold me the inheritance and the green bamboo wine are actually the same person. His name is Gu Yuningchen. After he negotiated with me, he also entrusted me with one thing, that is, he wanted to ask if there is a thunder goo in our caravan, and he is willing to buy it at a high price. And I don't know much about caravans, so I came to ask you. Jia Gue looked at Jia Taisheng and fell into deep thought for a moment. Thunder goo. The sky is clear and the wind is gentle. Ningchen's steps were extremely fast and he had already returned to the village. I raised my head and drank the green bamboo wine from the wine gourd. I immediately felt extremely happy. Hey, the green bamboo wine nourished with blood really tastes different when you drink it. Ningchen stared at the wine gourd in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle. When he was leisurely, he had already arrived in front of a tall bamboo building, and this was not his bamboo building. Dong dong dong. Senior Tutu, are you at home? Ningchen knocked on the door gently and greeted softly. The door opened, but it was not Tutu who opened the door, but a young man in black who was 10 centimeters shorter than Ningchen. This person was Fong Yuan. It's you. Please call Senior Tutu. Before Fong Yuan could finish speaking, Ningchen chuckled and told the reason why he came. What do you want from me, Ningchen? However, Tutu walked out from the side, with a hint of boredom on his face. Although it was very subtle, how could it escape Ningchen's eyes, but Ningchen actually turned a blind eye and still had a slight smile on his face. Ha ha ha, don't Senior Tutu invite me to come in and sit down? I have a business to discuss with you. Well, come in. Tutu had no choice but to make a way for Ningchen to avoid, even though he was very tired of Ningchen. Ever since the last time Ningchen traded Kafengzu with him, Dongtu had become slightly bored with Ningchen. But to Dongtu's expectation, the sales volume of Qingzhou wine brewed from Ningchen Kafengzu was more than several % of the previous amount. It has to be said that although the price of Ningchen is expensive, the quality is correspondingly excellent. But even so, Tutu still felt a little unhappy in his heart. Tell me, what kind of business do you want to do with me again? Tutu sat opposite Ningchen, with a slightly gloomy look on his face. As the host, Dongtu didn't even make tea for Ningchen, which showed that he was bored with Ningchen, but Ningchen didn't care about such details. Don't be so serious, Senior Tutu, let me ask, how old are those two children? Ningchen saw Tutu's gloomy expression, but he smiled the opposite and asked a question that puzzled Tutu. You mean Fong Yuan and Fong Zhang? They are not my children. Their parents died young and I just raised them as their relatives. They are basically the same age, but Fong Yuan is older. This winter they will participate in the awakening ceremony together. Tutu was talking eloquently, and Ningchen felt a little clearer after hearing the words. Oh, don't worry, Senior Tutu, I'm just asking casually. Getting back to the subject, my business is also about Qingzhou wine. I have a personal relationship with Jia Taisheng, the third son of the Jia family caravan, and he tasted the green bamboo wine and praised it as a good wine, so I had a proposal. Why not let the Jia family's caravan take our green bamboo wine and sell it to the entire southern Xinjiang? This way, it's a win-win situation. Ningchen spoke eloquently, the smile on his face not diminishing at all, and Dongtu was also fascinated by what he heard. And Jia Taisheng naturally agreed, but I can't agree directly, so I will only ask you, the shopkeeper, what do you think? I agree. How can I disagree with such a proposal? Before Ningchen finished speaking, Tutu stood up and slapped the table. He was obviously very optimistic about this idea. After listening to Ningchen's embellished narrative, Tutu's true nature as a businessman was revealed. Tutu's face was full of smiles, and it was obvious that his boredom with Ningchen had long been forgotten. Ha ha ha, Ningchen, your proposal is really good. Have you ever discussed how the profits will be divided? Ningchen looked at Tutu's rather excited expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. He originally wanted to split it 50-50, but at my insistence, he adjusted it to 64-50, with 6 of us and 4 of them. As for you and I, it's 50-50, how about it? Senior Tutu? Hearing this, Tutu lowered his head and thought silently. After a moment, he laughed loudly. Okay. Great. Okay. Then Senior Tundra will send your people to deliver the green bamboo wine tomorrow. Ningchen also echoed the frozen soil and laughed loudly. Ningchen slowly walked out of the frozen bamboo building. The weather was hot but his heart felt cold. Well. In this way, the matchmaking is successful. It seems that there will be no shortage of Yuan stone in the future. Fong Yuan will participate in the fate-changing enlightenment ceremony this winter, and on that night, Fong Yuan 500 years later will ride upstream on the spring-autumn cicada. But it's still early before that time, and there's still more than enough time left for me. There will be no problem at least reaching rank 3. Then it depends on the supply of the Jia family's caravan. If Guang Guang happens to have a thunder-inducing goo, my killing move will be complete in an instant. Of course, if not, then I have to be unlucky and have to use other goo insects to develop other killing moves. After all, how could I, a powerful demon, hang myself from a tree? Ningchen walked slowly on the street. Although the weather was hot and tight, his mind was as calm as a quiet lake. When I suddenly raised my head, I felt that the sunlight was shining brightly, and it was so dazzling. It's summer. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,390 words. The summer is scorching, the heat is overwhelming. Jia Taisheng sat quietly in the Sanqing cave treehouse, looking into the distance, as if waiting for something. In an instant, Jia Taisheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and a charming figure in black broke into his eyes. That figure was naturally Ningchen. He was still wearing the green and black military robe and slowly walked towards Jia Taisheng. You are lucky. My brother does have a level 2 lightning goo this time. After hearing about your deeds, he decided to sell it to you at a friendly price. The final decision is 400 yuan stones, how about it? Before Ningchen could ask, Jia Taisheng took the initiative and asked. When Ningchen heard this, his eyebrows raised slightly, showing a hint of surprise, and he couldn't help but put a hint of smile on his face. I didn't expect that your Jia family really has thunder goo, but I underestimated you. 400 yuan stones is indeed a very conscientious price, thank you very much. Immediately, Ningchen took the initiative to hand over the gourd flower goo in the void to Jia Taisheng. And Jia Taisheng took the gourd flower goo, penetrated it with his spiritual consciousness, and took out 400 yuan stones, and also took out a goo insect from the void. Here, this is the thunder goo you want. After hearing this, Ningchen took a closer look and saw that the goo insect was shaped like a mosquito with lightning-like stripes on its body. And this is the lightning-inducing goo that Ningchen desperately needs. A pleasure to work with. Ningchen sent the thunder-inducing goo and the gourd flower goo into the air hole, and smiled gently at Jia Taisheng in front of him, with a hint of gratitude. It's a pleasure to work with you. If you have big business next time, you can come to me. When Jia Taisheng saw that Ningchen wanted to leave, he stood up to see him off with a hearty smile on his face, while Ningchen also chuckled. How can there be so much big business? Yes, ha 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 ha. Ningchen slowly left the Jia family's caravan and returned to the treehouse next to the mortal village. Returning to the treehouse, Ningchen's consciousness penetrated into the void. At this time, most of the goo worms in the void are already Thunder Dao goo worms. The most precious one is the third-level Heavenly Thunder goo, followed by the second-level Strong Electric Current goo, Thunder Ball goo, Electric Blade goo, Thunder Shield goo, Electric Step goo, Thunder Clothes goo, Electric Eyes goo, Power Source goo and the newly obtained to attract Thunder goo. As for the other goo insects, only the breathing goo and calabash flower goo were left. The other goo were all disposed of by Ningchen. Some were handed over to the village, and some were sold to the caravan. However, Ningchen is not very concerned about the number of goo insects he has now, but is more concerned about the countless cracks on the crystal film that are as dense as spider webs. This means that Ningchen is only one step away from turning 3. Speaking of which, after going to the caravan to buy the red iron relic goo last time, Ningchen immediately used it and reached the peak of the 2nd rank. In the remaining days, Ningchen spent almost all his free time warming up his Kong Qiao. Except for eating, sleeping and even daily patrols, the rest of the time is spent sitting in the treehouse, warming the air. And only Ningchen's strong will and soul foundation support his way of practice. And the effect is naturally obvious. Now Ningchen is only one step away from the 3rd turn. It's almost a matter of just one final step to successfully reach the peak of the 3rd rank. According to common sense, Ningchen's qualifications are not enough to support his cultivation to the 3rd level, unless there is external intervention. Naturally, Ningchen was able to successfully advance to the 3rd rank without any external intervention. First, he relies on his unique method of restoring true energy through his own goo. The second is to slowly improve your qualifications every day through your own goo. Now Ningchen's qualifications have reached 61%, and he has officially entered the ranks of second-class qualifications. Ningchen's consciousness quietly looked at his cracked hollow crystal membrane, feeling a bit sad in his heart. In less than 2 years of practice, I can break through the 3rd level. The progress is really fast. Immediately, Ningchen urged the Sea of True Essence on the side to suddenly hit the empty orifice crystal membrane on the side. There was a crisp sound that only Ningchen himself could hear, like glass breaking. And this is the sign that Ningchen has broken through the peak of the 2nd rank and reached the 3rd rank. Suddenly, a wisp of more noble light silver essence slowly rose from the bottom of the aperture. It is so conspicuous in the dark red sea of true energy. The breakthrough was extremely smooth, with almost no burden. This was the result of Ningchen's success and letting nature take its course. Ningchen Yuyu opened his eyes and looked at his own attire. The extremely bright bronze medal with the word 2 on his waist seemed a bit out of place now, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It seems it's time to change the bronze medal around my waist. The clan's cabinet. Clan leader Gu Yu Bo and all the elders are sitting here. The expressions on their faces were either surprised or horrified, and they all looked at the young man in front of them with mixed emotions. Why can he become the elder of the family at such a young age? He has a C-level qualification and can become a family elder. How is this possible? There will be one more person sharing the cake from now on. They had various speculations in their hearts, but no one showed it on their faces. After all, they were over 50 years old, all of them were human beings, and the city was extremely deep. How could they show it on their faces easily? Among them, Gu Yuebwa was the most surprised. Although his face was calm, his heart was extremely complicated. Ningchen, a person with C-level qualifications, actually became a family leader? Why isn't there any story about him before? And how come his cultivation level is increasing so fast, faster than Qingshu? But in the end, Gu Yuebwa seemed to have accepted the reality, and raised his eyes to look at Ningchen in front of him. Seeing Ningchen with a faint smile at this moment, it was hard to tell the depth of his smile, so Gu Yuebwa had to speak slowly. From now on, Gu Yu Ningchen will serve as the elder of the clan. And you can receive a subsidy of 300 yuancher every week, a bamboo mansion in the center of the village, and you can also go to the clan library to get any 3rd-level Gu worm. As Gu Yuebwa finished reading, Ningchen's status as the elder of the clan was completely confirmed, and the elders on the side couldn't help but surround him, full of praise for Ningchen. Ningchen, no, now it should be called Ningchen Elder. I hope you will see more in the future. Please teach me. You are really young and promising. When I was your age, I was still haggling over a few yuancher. If you are free in the future, please come to my house to have a cup of tea and chat. Ningchen seemed to be at ease in the face of the compliments from the elders. He smiled and clasped his hands together. No, I am just a newly appointed elder. I will trouble you all for various matters in the future. Instantly, the cabinet of the clan was full of happy laughter, but it was hard to say how sincere it was. Gu Yuebwa looked at Ningchen in the middle of the crowd, who was not in a hurry, and felt a little sad in his heart. Qingshu, how come Ningchen's cultivation level increased so fast? Legend of the Gu Demon. 1417 words. Ningchen slowly walked out of the clan cabinet under the compliments of everyone. The Ningchen family is leaving slowly, so you won't see me off. Hearing this, Ningchen turned around and chuckled, clasping his hands into fists. Thank you all for sending me here. I will leave first. Walking out of the cabinet, Ningchen's green and black military robe naturally disappeared, replaced by jet black attire. Although Ningchen changed into this jet black robe because of his daily battles, his tailor's ingenuity can still be seen in its decoration. The monotonous black color shows a hint of luxury. It would be fine if they just changed a piece of clothing, but what is more noticeable is that the bronze medal around the waist has disappeared without knowing it, and has been replaced by a more exquisite silver medal. The word 2 on it has also been replaced by the word 3, which also symbolizes the change of Ningchen's identity. My dear, it's not easy to reach this point. From now on, we will face many more political problems than before. Ningchen took a deep breath, and his heart was filled with insight. Ningchen's figure was walking on the street, and the change in attire made other people stop and look at him. Isn't that Ningchen? He is married and old now? I remember, doesn't he have sea-level qualifications? How come he has become the elder of the family? The bronze medal around his waist has turned into a silver medal. It doesn't look like he's cheating. Ningchen is really old. The comments from the people around him were very subtle. After all, no one wanted to offend the newly appointed elder. But even so, Ningchen still heard their discussion clearly, and he didn't care. Walking with hands behind his back, his face is calm, and the change in identity is matched by a change in temperament. What's surprising is that Ningchen was promoted from a second-level Gu master to a third-level family elder in one day, and he showed no trace of panic and was extremely calm. The change of identity seems to be very reasonable for him, but once he changes, he seems to become another person. And this is the change between the wood and the swallow, the dragon and the snake. When it's time to transform into a dragon, he transforms into a dragon, soars into the sky and rides on the mist, calling for wind and rain. When it's time to turn into a snake, he turns into a snake, bends over the grass, and hangs out with ants, rats, and dogs. As a demon, Ningchen is well aware of this principle. When Ningchen was a second-level Gu master, the people around him were mortals, and what he needed was the way to control them. When Ningchen was a third-level family elder, the people around him were the family elders, and all he needed was to figure out his psychology. This is one of the habits that Ningchen has developed over thousands of years. Between the wood and the swallow, the change between the dragon and the snake. When you become a snake, don't flatter yourself just because you were once a dragon. When you become a dragon, don't feel inferior because you were once a snake. Qi Ning stared at his back blankly, her mind seemed to be blank. A few days ago, Ningchen met her and said that he was an intermediate level 2 cultivation level. Now, some time has passed, and Ningchen has become a rank 3 Gu master, a generation old? How could Qi Ning accept this easily? Why is Ningchen getting married and getting old? Isn't he only at the second-level intermediate level, or 50% of the third-level level? Qi Ning was very confused. She seemed to be unable to understand the man in front of her. Originally, her view of Ningchen was just that he was a level 2 Gu master with a strong fighting ability. He had no background and had no choice but to help his younger brother Qishan become the elder of the family. Now that Ningchen himself has become the elder of the family, he is still classified as C and 50%. This undoubtedly disrupted all of Qi Ning's plans. The previous plans seemed a bit ridiculous in front of Ningchen now. By the way, I'm going to ask Dad. Dad is also the father of the family. Dad should know better. Suddenly, Qi Ning's eyes lit up and he walked quickly towards Qi Mansion. Ningchen slowly walked to the clan treasury door. The door was a closed stone wall that could only be opened with special means. Naturally, there were 2 Gu masters guarding the clan treasury standing at the door. They were of course the clan leader's eyes and ears. Ningchen family boss, the clan leader has already informed us, you can just go in and choose. When Ningchen approached, the 2 Gu masters spoke in unison at the same time, with extremely respectful tone. Apparently they had already learned that Ningchen had been promoted to the family elder. Immediately before he finished speaking, the stone wall slowly opened, revealing the space inside. Sorry to bother you too. Ningchen stood with his hands behind his hands and smiled softly at the 2 of them, very gently. Stepping into it, Ningchen slowly walked deeper. After all, there were first and even second-level Gu insects on the outside. The Gu insect that had turned 1 or 2 could only say that it was better than nothing for Ningchen at this moment. Ningchen walked deeper and did not stop until he saw that he was introduced as a level 3 Gu insect. His black eyes swept over him and took a rough look at the introductions of the 3-level Gu insects around him. I might as well get a storage Gu insect. My storage Gu insect is already somewhat dwarfed by comparison. The gourd flower Gu can store up to 30,000 yuan stones, but my current assets happen to be more than 30,000 yuan. And I will need to venture into southern Xinjiang in the future, so a good storage Gu insect is really the top priority. I can use corresponding Gu recipes for attacking, moving, defending, detecting, and even treating Gu insects. It is not difficult to make them with my Dao refining master. Ningchen had a clear understanding of his current needs, which was not to move the Gu worm, not to attack the Gu worm, but to store a Gu worm. With this thought in his mind, Ningchen took out the goo worm from a stone box in the stone wall, and this goo worm was a third-level storage goo worm. The third-level luggage bag goo is obtained by upgrading the second-level flour bag goo. It can store 100,000 yuanshi, which is enough for one person to eat and carry for half a month. Although it is not very useful for Ningchen at the moment, the effect of this goo will be revealed when he ventures into southern Xinjiang in the future. Ningchen sent it into the empty cavity and walked out of the clan library, and the two goo masters also closed the door. Goodbye, Ningchen, the elder of the family. A farewell voice came from behind, and Ningchen responded with a chuckle. Qi My Mansion. Qi Ning was sitting in Qi Lian's room, looking very puzzled. Dad, how did Ningchen become the elder of the family? And Qi Lian just sat there quietly, supporting his face with his hands, pondering and silent, and Qi Ning was more anxious when he saw this. Dad, you speak up. Stop arguing. How can I know how Ningchen, a third-class person, became a family elder? Qi Lian suddenly stopped Qi Ning, with an extremely impatient tone. It was obvious that he was very annoyed by the fact that Ningchen suddenly became a family elder. Qi Ning did not dare to say anything more and had to remain silent. By the way, what is your relationship with Ningchen? Qi Lian's rather strange question fell into Qi Ning's ears, making her doubt whether she had heard it wrong. Ah. Nothing. Qi Lian looked at Qi Ning, who was quite surprised, and had to swallow the remaining half of the sentence in his heart. If necessary, you can pull Ningchen into our Qi vein at any cost. At any cost. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1407 words. The gloomy clouds stretch for thousands of miles. Ningchen looked at the sky in the distance quietly and saw only thousands of miles of dark clouds. However, seeing this scene, Ningchen actually smiled abnormally. Summer will be over soon, and tomorrow will be the battle with Bainingbing. Although the promotion to the third level is a bit slow, it is still within the plan. Now my qualifications are 64%. I have a third-level goo insect with a heavenly thunder goo, and my chance of winning is about 50%. But if I add another level 3 goo insect, then the winning rate will increase to 70% or even 80%. Ningchen once again considered the battle with Bainingbing in his mind, and assessed the advantages and disadvantages of fighting Bainingbing. And Ningchen suddenly cast his eyes on the table in front of him. There was a strong electric current goo and several thunder path goo materials on the table. Most of the poison materials are very common. Common poison materials such as thunder grass and blue electric petals are extremely common in southern Xinjiang. The next goo insect that Ningchen wants to refine is the third-level goo insect, the lightning strike goo. Only with the second-level strong electric current goo as the main body and all other goo materials as secondary components can this lightning strike goo be refined. The recipe for thunder Dao goo insect is not a secret in the entire 5 realms. Basically, all the goo masters in the entire 5 realms know it. The same is true for the Lei Dao goo material, which spreads almost throughout the 5 regions in 2 days. As a result, Ningchen was able to successfully obtain goo materials and goo prescriptions for refining strong electric current. Ningchen slowly threw the strong current goo into the air, and the strong current goo was also suspended in the air quite strangely. For a moment, a rather mild milky white halo was emitted. The halo became stronger and stronger, and even formed a light cocoon to wrap the strong current goo in it. Ningchen, on the other hand, threw the yuan stone at the light cocoon unhurriedly, and the energy in it turned into the nourishment of the light cocoon. For a time, this light cocoon was extremely stable under Ningchen's intentional control. Upon seeing this, Ningchen continued to put the thunder grass, blue electric flower petals and other goo materials into it. Immediately, several strands of goo material poured into the light cocoon, leaving no trace behind. Ningchen continued to throw yuan stones into it one by one, and the light cocoon gradually became stable. The halo gradually dissipated, revealing a brand new goo insect inside. The appearance of this new goo is not much different from the previous strong current goo. The biggest difference is that the lightning stripes on its body are thicker. But Ningchen chuckled repeatedly, put it in his hand and explored it carefully. In this way, the strong electric current goo has also been upgraded to the third level lightning strike goo, and the lightning inducing goo has also been upgraded to the third level. 3 turns of thunder strike goo, 3 turns of Sky Thunder Goo, and 3 turns of Thunder Goo, so my chance of winning is 70%. The next day, it was dim in the early morning and there was no sun. It was obviously cloudy. Ningchuan slowly walked out of the room. He was sleepy but could still see a figure standing by the window. He couldn't help but ask. Brother, why did you get up so early today? Because today is the day of my battle with Bai Ningbing. Ningchen stood with his hands behind his hands, looking quietly at the cloudy sky. When Ningchuan heard this, he remembered the war between Ningchen and Bai Ningbing. Even Ningchuan couldn't help but feel a little worried about Ningchen. Hi, it seems so. Brother, can you beat Bai Ningbing? That is a first-class genius. Ningchen slowly turned around after hearing this. His black eyes looked directly at Ningchuan quietly, and he chuckled. Can't win? Win? Who knows? You can only know everything after fighting. Then I'll first wish my brother a great victory. Seeing this, Ningchuan couldn't help but feel a little less worried, with a somewhat reassuring smile on his face. Ningchen, on the other hand, smiled softly and said nothing, as if everything was silent. Ningchen slowly walked out of the bamboo building and walked leisurely on the street. The streets in the early morning were quite quiet. Among the students rushing to the school, Ningchen's figure stood out. Ningchen walked with his hands behind his back, not in a hurry, but he soon reached the entrance of the village. There was a figure leaning against the gate of the cottage, which also made Ningchen a little unexpected. I really didn't expect anyone to come to see me off. On the surface, those old guys seem to have been friends with me for many years, but when they encounter this kind of issue involving dignity and even honor, they hurriedly sever ties with me. The battle between Ningchen and Bai Ningbing is not a secret in the village. To be honest, probably no one in the entire village is optimistic about Ningchen. After all, in their eyes, Ningchen was just a third-level person who was lucky enough to be promoted to level 3, while Bai Ningbing was a real first-level person. Therefore, if he practices for Ningchen in a big way, but Ningchen loses, he will lose his own face. So they simply didn't come, so that they would have a reason to evade if Ningchen was held accountable later. But this is because they underestimated Ningchen. No matter what, Ningchen would not hold them accountable for why they did not come to practice for him. After all, Ningchen never took their encouragement to heart from beginning to end. Ningchen only relied on himself from beginning to end. Ningchen took a closer look at the door and realized that the figure was Qingshu. On the other hand, when Qingshu saw that Ningchen was now promoted to the family elder, his expression became complicated for a moment. Ningchen, the boss of the family. What's wrong, Qingshu? Ningchen looked at Qingshu with a wonderful expression, feeling a little sad in his heart. How could you not reach the 3rd rank without the influence of your family? Qingshu adjusted his mood after hearing this, raised his head and said seriously. Nothing, I believe you also know why I came here. I wish the old man of Ningchen family a great victory. Qingshu smiled, and seemed to have abandoned the difference between the two people's cultivation and even class in his heart. Thank you. Ningchen couldn't help but chuckled and thanked him after hearing this. Then, Ningchen followed the path to the north of Qingmao Mountain, where he had an appointment with Bai Ningbing. Qingshu stared at Ningchen's back and whispered to himself. Come on. Ningchen. Ningchen slowly came to the north of Qingmao Mountain. It was not much different from other places in Qingmao Mountain. At most, there were a few gullies. Ningchen was not eager to see Bai Ningbing, but sat on a mossy boulder. Supporting his face with his hands, quietly waiting for Bai Ningbing's arrival. Shwa shwa shwa. The sound of slashing the air echoed in the silent forest, adding a bit of solemnity to it. Bai Ningbing held the blue ice blade and cut a passage in the forest, leading to the passage to the north of Qingmao Mountain. Ningchen. I have waited for this day for a long time, and the doubts in my heart almost made me lose my appetite. But I believe that after another battle with you, I will be able to figure out the answer to this question. Bai Ningbing walked slowly in the forest, with a few unspeakable expectations in his heart. For this battle, he has been impatient for a long time. Taking a step forward and looking around, a figure in black suddenly caught Bai Ningbing's eye, and a hint of joy appeared in her blue eyes. Ha 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 ha, Ningchen. Long time no see. Ningchen slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this, and smiled softly when he saw Bai Ningbing so excited. Long time no see, Bai Ningbing. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1412 words. One black and one white, two demons facing each other. At this time, the two of them don't look like enemies who are about to fight a life and death battle, but more like old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. Bang! Bai Ningbing stepped hard, and her body disappeared immediately, charging towards Ningchen at extremely high speed. When the speed ratio first saw Bai Ningbing, I didn't know how much faster she was. Aha! The blue ice blade kept enlarging in Ningchen's black eyes. It was obvious that Bai Ningbing was heading straight for his head. However, Ningchen didn't panic at all when he saw this. He left the boulder with a slight tap of his feet. And the ice blade also struck the boulder without reservation. Immediately, there was a deep knife mark on the boulder. One can imagine the power of this knife hitting a person. Logically speaking, a normal duel requires both parties to salute before the fight can begin, to avoid the possibility of a sneak attack like the one just now. But that is for ordinary people, and Ningchen and Bai Ningbing are both real demons, not bound by moral ethics, so there is no need to care about the means of victory. After Bai Ningbing saw that the attack was unsuccessful, she moved again, holding the ice blade and swiping towards Ningchen again. When Ningchen saw this, he smiled abnormally, and the electric light in his palm was like fire. Ha 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 ha, Bai Ningbing, don't be anxious. Clang! After a crisp sound, there was a collision between the ice blade and the electric blade. Second level electric blade goo. The ice blade and the electric blade were locked in the air, but then the ice blade was suppressed by the electric blade. Ningchen held the electric blade with one hand and suppressed Bai Ningbing, who held the ice blade with both hands. In terms of strength alone, the strength of 10 Bai Ningbings cannot compare to Ningchen at this moment. Since the last time Bai Ningbing fought with Ningchen, she knew how powerful Ningchen was and how much she had suffered due to this strength. Therefore, how could Bai Ningbing sit still and wait for death? Several ice picks suddenly appeared out of thin air beside Bai Ningbing, as if they were alive, and then attacked Ningchen. When Ningchen saw this scene, he couldn't help but avoid the edge for a while. Bai Ningbing also took this opportunity to switch from defense to offense, laughing loudly. Your strength is still so strong. Ningchen. Ningchen responded with silence. Faced with Bai Ningbing's fierce attack, he was able to do it without leaking. Generally speaking, Bai Ningbing's melee combat and even weapon skills are incomparable to Ningchen. Bai Ningbing naturally knew that, so he was able to suppress Ningchen for a while, not because of his weapon skills, but mostly because of the continuous interference of ice cones around him. Several ice cones and ice blades attacked Ningchen at the same time, but Ningchen was still able to remain calm and composed, and his defense was flawless. However, how could Ningchen keep Bai Ningbing suppressed? Bang! Ningchen squeezed suddenly, and the electric blade in his palm became more fierce. Thunder light exploded all over his body, and several electric snakes burst out from time to time. Second turn power goo. Aha! Ningchen waved hard and danced out a full moon of thunder and lightning, smashing all the incoming ice picks into pieces. However, the power of the electric blade remained unabated, and it still slashed at Bai Ningbing, who was very close at hand. Bai Ningbing was shocked when she saw this, and quickly activated the ice blade goo in order to resist the electric blade. However, how can the ice blade stop the electric blade that has been strengthened by the power goo? Although the ice blade is exuding wisps of cold air, the ferocious electric snake surrounding the electric blade is still more dangerous. Ningchen suddenly exerted force in his hand, and the electric blade in his palm became more fierce. Snap! With a crisp sound, Bai Ningbing's ice blade was chopped into pieces by Ningchen's electric blade. When Bai Ningbing saw this, the alarm bells rang in her heart, and she quickly dodged back, fearing that her head would be cut off by the electric blade. However, Bai Ningbing was a step too late after all, and the electric blade still struck Bai Ningbing firmly. But there was no trace of joy on Ningchen's face. Bang! I saw that although the electric blade struck Bai Ningbing's neck, it did not enter half of it. On the contrary, it did not move at all. Ningchen took a closer look and was horrified. It turned out that Bai Ningbing's neck had turned into pure ice. It's no wonder why Ningchen didn't hurt Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing seemed to have noticed the surprise in Ningchen's heart, and smiled loudly. Ha ha ha, are Ningchen surprised? This is the third-level goo insect, the ice crystal goo. Ningchen's brows couldn't help but darken slightly when he heard this. He also understood the ice crystal goo very well in his heart. The third-level ice crystal goo, the transformation path goo, can turn the whole person into ice crystals. However, once used for a long time, it will permanently turn into an ice sculpture. Unless accompanied by vigor goo, the usage time of ice crystal goo can be extended. Before Ningchen could think of a countermeasure, Bai Ningbing's counterattack followed. Aha! Bai Ningbing waved the ice blade in her hand vigorously, the cold air was overwhelming, and her murderous look was revealed, and she also killed at Ningchen's throat. Immediately, Ningchen felt a chill in his neck, as if the body would be separated in the next second. The electric blade in his hand didn't have time to defend himself before it hit the ice crystal. The force of the shock made the whole arm numb. How could such a short period of time be so easily restored? However, just when the ice blade was about to slash at Ningchen's neck, a line of blue translucent clothes was wrapped around Ningchen's body, isolating the ice blade. Level 2 Thunder Clothes Goo. However, the power of Thunder Clothes Goo doesn't stop there. Wisps of electricity traveled along the ice blade towards Bai Ningbing. Although the current was not strong, it made Bai Ningbing feel numb all over and uncomfortable. Ningchen took this opportunity to clench his hands into fists, and his arms suddenly exploded, implying a surge of amazing power. Bang! Ningchen punched Bai Ningbing with both fists, and the amazing force shook the air and made Bai Ningbing feel a little scared. Suddenly, 2 streams of water spurted out of Bai Ningbing's nostrils, wrapping him up in them to protect him from Ningchen's punches. However, when Ningchen saw Bai Ningbing activating the water shield goo, he chuckled abnormally, and his fists turned into palms. Boom! The sound of thunder suddenly resounded throughout the forest, and the shining electric light almost made Bai Ningbing unable to open his eyes. Third turn, Thunder Goo. Immediately, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket hit the water shield fiercely. The power of the lightning was transmitted to every inch of Bai Ningbing's skin through the water ball. Instantly, countless lightning snakes kept moving in the water ball, and the water ball seemed to be unable to withstand the power of lightning and suddenly exploded. Bang! The water ball exploded, revealing Bai Ningbing inside. However, how could Ningchen give Bai Ningbing time to rest? Snap! He suddenly pulled out a whip kick, and the powerful force broke the air, bringing a crisp sound. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was already powerless to resist, and had to take the kick. Immediately, his figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, until he crashed into a huge rock. Ningchen walked forward slowly, and a closer look made his brows tighten. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was not seriously injured at all, at most his clothes were a little messy, and there was almost no injury. Ha ha ha, Tianlei Gu. I can only say that you are worthy of it. Ningchen. Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, with a few traces of excited smile on his lips. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1391 words. Ningchen's black eyes stared quietly at Bai Ningbing in front of him, and his heart sank. After the last battle between Bai Ningbing and me, I didn't expect that Bai Ningbing put so much effort into defense. If it were a pure ice crystal goo that resisted the blow I just made, it would definitely break into pieces. Bai Ningbing must have used a goo that modified his physique, similar to the copper skin goo. Bai Ningbing tore the rags around her body into pieces, revealing the fair skin underneath. But this fair skin is slightly different from the fair skin of ordinary people. Take Ningchen for example. Ningchen's skin is also very fair, but it still pales in comparison to Bai Ningbing's. A large piece of white flesh was exposed, and all of it caught Ningchen's eyes, but it made him feel a little clearer. Third turn, Ice Muscle Goo. Ningchen's eyes darkened, and he slowly uttered the name of a goo insect. When Bai Ningbing saw this, he smiled cheerfully. Yes, it's the ice muscle goo. As expected, I still can't hide it from you. But I didn't want to hide it from you. After all, I have made sufficient preparations for this battle. This is the first time I have prepared for a battle with someone. Come on, Ningchen. Let's fight again. I believe you must have made a lot of preparations for this battle. Don't let me down. Bai Ningbing had a hearty smile on her face and talked eloquently. Without waiting for Ningchen to respond, Bai Ningbing held a 6-foot ice blade and charged straight at Ningchen. In an instant, wisps of ice-cold air rolled up Ningchen's body along Bingfeng's rather arrogant direction, heading straight for Ningchen's throat. Chong Ningchen raised the electric blade in his hand slightly and firmly caught Bai Ningbing's attack. Ningchen raised the electric blade in his hand to push away the ice blade that was stuck in a stalemate, and immediately switched from defense to offense. Suddenly, he took a step, and the surging force was directed to the ground, causing dust to fly and sand and stones to stir up. Ningchen used his legs to move his waist, his belt to move his shoulders to move his elbows, and his elbows to move his hands. Progressing step by step, each time you pass a level, your strength becomes stronger. Aha! A sharp sound of cutting through the sky made Bai Ningbing look at him in shock. An extremely sharp electric light slashed straight at him, with the power to cut off everything. Bai Ningbing was shocked when she saw this, and her heart jumped suddenly. She was obviously amazed by Ningchen's sword. In this very short period of time, Bai Ningbing made the most correct choice, and her heart was screaming. Can't stop it. Absolutely can't stop it. Even if I have ice crystal goo, I can't stop it. This sword is too fast. Looking back at Ningchen, Ningchen's eyes were as calm as water at this moment, showing no murderous intent at all. The electric blade kept enlarging in Bai Ningbing's blue eyes, as if the corpse would be separated in the next second. Immediately, Bai Ningbing's throat squirmed, as if she was about to spit something out. Ningchen took a closer look at what flew out of Bai Ningbing's mouth. It was an icy blue bird. It looked exquisite and cute. However, it was this cute little ice sculpture that made Ningchen's heart sink. Turn 3, Blue Bird Ice Coffin Goo. And this little bird seemed to have its own consciousness. After seeing the electric blade, it flew out to meet the electric blade. Bang! The moment it collided with the electric blade, it exploded suddenly. The turbulent cold air poured out wantonly, and the dazzling blue light immediately brightened the groggy environment. Then the blue light disappeared, and wisps of ice-cold air still flowed around. Who? Ningchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but it made his lungs hurt even more. The explosion just now was almost a face-to-face explosion, and he absorbed 80% of the power of the explosion. His face was covered with ice, his facial muscles were very stiff, and he had almost no expression at all. The original jet black robe was dyed snow white and became stiff with the cold. Not only that, a lot of ice particles poured into Ningchen's lungs, making it painful even when he breathed. Bai Ningbing, who was also at the center of the explosion, also felt uncomfortable. His entire body was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion, and he leaned on a boulder. The whole person is also covered with white frost, like a snowman. Even though he has the body of beaming ice and is born with ice and snow marks, it is still a bit too reluctant to resist the explosion of Bluebird Ice Coffin Goo with his physical body. Not only that, even the place where the two fought turned into a rather strange landscape. It was originally at the turn of summer and autumn, and the shrubs that were somewhat lush were now covered with snow gauze, quite abnormally. And this is the power of the third-level Bluebird Ice Coffin Goo. Ningchen quietly looked at Bai Ningbing, who fell next to the boulder, and when he looked at him, he found that Bai Ningbing was also looking at him. Black eyes met blue eyes, but the next moment made Ningchen's heart sink slightly. Because he saw a few stiff smiles on Bai Ningbing's face. Falling into Ningchen's eyes undoubtedly made his heart sink a little more. Ahem. Ningchen, what a pity, I recovered faster than you. I used ice crystal goo to resist it before the explosion, so it didn't do much damage to me. Besides, I have ice muscle goo, and I am somewhat resistant to this ice and snow dow goo. So, Ningchen, after all, you are the one who missed the mark. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face became thicker and thicker, no longer stiff but showing a bit of naturalness. He stood up and walked slowly towards Ningchen, who was frozen in place. But even though you lost, I'm still confused and the questions in my heart haven't been answered. Goodbye, Ningchen. Bai Ningbing slowly walked in front of Ningchen, muttering to himself, with a trace of regret in his blue eyes but no trace of pity. He did not intend to let Ningchen go at this moment, because he knew that if they switched places, Ningchen would definitely not let him go. Both of them were demons, so they would naturally not leave a root of trouble for themselves. Cutting the grass and eradicating the roots was the right choice. Bai Ningbing raised the ice blade in his hand high, and cut a cold light in the air to kill Ning Chen's neck. Bang! After a rather pleasant crisp sound, the ice blade in Bai Ningbing's hand suddenly stopped in mid-air. In Bai Ningbing's astonished eyes, Ning Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes were as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. And his wrist was also held tightly in Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen felt the coldness in his body gradually fade away, and chuckled in his heart. Then Ning Chen squeezed hard, and the surging force surged from the root of his finger to Bai Ningbing's wrist, causing Bai Ningbing unbearable pain. Snap! After a crisp bone-breaking sound, Ning Chen suddenly stood up. At some point, a lightning blade with a flash of lightning appeared in his palm again. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the electric blade in Ning Chen's hand slashed at Bai Ningbing at various tricky angles, and Bai Ningbing was overwhelmed. Now one of his hands was disabled, and that hand was still his dominant hand. How could he withstand Ning Chen's fierce attack? In just a few breaths, Bai Ningbing's body was covered with wounds, blood-stained white clothes, and extremely embarrassed. But Bai Ningbing was not surprised but happy when she saw this, and there was a trace of madness in her blue eyes. Ning Chen, do you have a surprise for me? Legend of the Goo Demon. 1219 words. Although Bai Ningbing was suppressed by Ning Chen and his body was covered with wounds, he was not panicked at all. Suddenly, the electric blade in Bai Ningbing's eyes continued to grow larger and was about to hit him. But Bai Ningbing was not surprised at all, and did not even think of dodging. He just let Ning Chen chop him. Swish! Bai Ningbing's body suddenly turned dark blue, as if transparent as ice. This is the third-level ice crystal goo. Ning Chen's electric blade naturally cut into Bai Ningbing's skin, but it got stuck in his muscles and could not move forward any further. Ning Chen was slightly stunned when he saw this, and then he understood. You deliberately lure me into the trap, and then activate the ice crystal goo. Trade injury for injury, how bold. I can only say that you are worthy of Bai Ningbing. Ning Chen's electric blade was also stuck in Bai Ningbing's ice crystal body for a while, so Ning Chen simply sent the electric blade goo into the empty cavity. He was not panicked at all, but just stared at Bai Ningbing closely, observing his next move. Swish swish swish. Countless sounds of breaking through the air fell into Ning Chen's ears. Ning Chen looked for the sound, but saw countless ice cones and ice knives attacking from mid-air, heading straight for his vital points. Ning Chen hurriedly activated the Thunder Clothes goo when he saw this, and then a blue translucent clothes condensed on Ning Chen's body, blocking all the ice cones outside. However, to Ning Chen's surprise, Bai Ningbing suddenly stepped back and clapped his hands together. In the blink of an eye, a small glacier hill rose out of thin air on both sides of Ning Chen, and under Bai Ningbing's control, it crashed towards Ning Chen or the other hill at a very fast speed. Third turn, Iceberg Goo. Ning Chen wanted to escape from the collision range of the two hills, but found that his feet were covered with frost without knowing when. Frozen firmly, unable to move for a while, Ning Chen also had some understanding in his heart. It turns out that the ice cone just now was not intended to attack my vitals, but to pin me down in place, and the collision of the two icebergs was Bai Ningbing's real means of attack. Ning Chen casually broke the frost on his feet with two punches, jumped to the side, and the two icebergs had to hit nothing. Bang! The two icebergs broke into countless ice cubes, and the biting cold air spread everywhere, stirring up countless white smoke for a while. Bai Ningbing carefully looked at the thick white smoke in front of him. He knew that Ning Chen would not die so easily. The next second, a thick electric current as bright as the sun burst out in the white mist. The moment Bai Ningbing saw the white mist, he could not help but hide to the side, and the facts proved that his choice was correct. Boom! A surging electric current as thick as an adult's waist attacked Bai Ningbing directly. There were countless lightning snakes jumping on the lightning, showing that the lightning was unusual. This current clearly illuminated the environment hundreds of meters away. You can imagine how powerful this current is. The lightning came quickly and went away quickly, and then disappeared into the air. Bai Ningbing turned sideways and looked at the tree struck by the lightning. There was a hole as big as the lightning. This is the goo that Mu Yun wanted to steal even at the cost of offending Jia Gui. Third turn Heavenly Thunder Goo. The white mist dissipated. Bai Ningbing stood up, staring at Ningchen in front of him. The madness in his eyes became even stronger. Ningchen, I knew you still had a trick up your sleeve. However, Ningchen did not answer Bai Ningbing, but a flash of lightning appeared under his feet. Second turn electric step Gu. Ningchen came behind Bai Ningbing almost instantly. Bang! A punch suddenly blasted out, hitting Bai Ningbing's spine directly, making him lose all his strength for a while. His figure flew backwards under this punch, rolling on the ground in a rather embarrassed manner, but Ningchen's eyes were still as calm as water, slowly raising his hands. Bang! Boom! Immediately, the light balls condensed by the two lightning bolts hit Bai Ningbing's body, exploding pieces of soil. Bai Ningbing was unable to dodge, and his snow-white hair was covered with mud. At this time, Bai Ningbing could not care about these things, and could only fall to the side and quietly watch Ningchen slowly approaching. Bai Ningbing fell to the ground in a rather dejected manner, his blue eyes staring at Ningchen's calm black eyes. For a moment, a myriad of thoughts filled his mind. What does a cold person like Ningchen live for? Love? Friendship? Family? None of them seem like it. I only know that he cares about interests, and interests that can directly improve his strength. He only cares about his own interests. He lives for himself. Then don't I live for myself too? Ningchen is dedicated to improving his strength in order to improve himself. And am I not dedicated to finding things or people that can make me less boring? I am pursuing my own brilliance. Other people's brilliance can inspire the brilliance in my heart. I live for brilliance. The more Bai Ningbing thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. The question that had puzzled him for a long time was finally known. How could he not be excited? Ha 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 ha. So that's it. Bai Ningbing sat up slowly, looking at Ningchen who was walking towards him, laughing non-stop. Ningchen, I want to thank you, I really want to thank you. I understand why I live. I live for splendor. To express my gratitude to you, and also as my farewell song. Enjoy it, Ice Blade Storm. Instantly, Bai Ningbing's body suddenly changed into an ice crystal state, and an ice blade appeared in both hands at the same time. He began to spin spontaneously. A wisp of cyclone surrounded Bai Ningbing's body. In just a few breaths, a tornado of considerable size had formed. However, this tornado was growing at an even more terrifying speed, much more terrifying than the previous ice blade storm. Ningchen stared at the blue-black tornado that looked like a natural disaster, but his heart was extremely calm. Ice blade storm should be of a small scale now. The core goo worm is already there. More goo worms in the future will only improve it. The killing move is really powerful. But I don't have a killing move either? Ningchen thought so, and a faint smile appeared on his lips, showing his confidence. In an instant, Ningchen raised his right hand and grasped the air, and then the gloomy sky burst into thunderous rolling sounds. The thunder became stronger and stronger, and almost dyed the sky full of dark clouds with a few strands of blue. Ningchen stared at the sky with thunder rolling, and the smile on his lips became stronger and stronger. Then he shouted softly. Thunder Punishment. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1315 words. Boom. Above the sky, dark clouds rolled like a sea, and thunder and light flashed in the sea of clouds, as if there were thunder dragons swimming. The momentum is extremely impressive. Bai Ningbing, who was at the center of the ice blade storm, tornado, also heard the rumble of thunder in her ears and looked up. Suddenly I saw dark clouds and heavy thunder rolling, as if the people under pressure could not breathe. When Bai Ningbing saw this, she looked forward. Even if her vision was blocked, he was still sure that Ningchen was there. Ningchen, is it possible that this sky thunder is also your killing move? Okay. Why not see if your thunder can crush my tornado? Bai Ningbing's icy blue eyes flashed with a trace of terrifying madness, and she seemed to be sure that this sky thunder was Ningchen's method, and then suddenly laughed wildly. Along with this wild laughter, the power of Ice Blade Storm increased again. At this moment, Ice Blade Storm is like a giant pillar, standing on Qingmao Mountain. It is like a natural disaster. The abyss-like suction force almost crushes everything around it. When Ningchen saw this, he just remained silent. The only response to the ice tornado was the muffled thunder in the sky, and it could only be the muffled thunder in the sky. Boom! A deafening thunder fell into the ears of Ningchen and Bai Ningbing. Immediately, as Ningchen pressed his hand, the sky thunder fell. Boom! It was a torrent of thunder and lightning that was as bright as the sky, passing straight through the clouds and hitting the ice tornado with an unstoppable force. Bang! The lightning torrent suddenly collided with the ice tornado, and it was hard to tell the difference for a moment. However, the difference between the two brothers was only for a moment. Soon the thunder and lightning seemed to have received help, and it became a little stronger. And the ice tornado was naturally difficult to resist, and had to be suppressed by the lightning. Bai Ningbing raised her head in astonishment, and what she saw was an extremely bright and dazzling light. Who? Ningchen slowly exhaled a long sigh and looked into the void. The light silver true essence C, which was originally 65% high, is now only about 30% of its height. One can imagine the power of this heavenly thunder punishment just now. However, although this heavenly thunder punishment consumed almost half of Ningchen's true energy, the results were gratifying. The ice tornado in front of me has disappeared, leaving only the surrounding snowfield to show off the battle just now. However, the dark clouds in the sky have not dispersed at all, but have become thicker and thicker, as if they are about to drip out of water. Ningchen stepped forward slowly and came to the center where heavenly thunder punishment and ice blade storm had just clashed. Bai Ningbing fell to the ground, her clothes were shattered by the thunder, her whole body was covered with burns, and she was almost out of shape. His white hair was now covered with dirt and dull, and he was obviously very embarrassed. Ningchen quietly stared at the extremely embarrassed Bai Ningbing and smiled silently. Immediately, lightning flashed in the palm of his hand, and an electric blade appeared in Ningchen's hand again. Just in case, Ningchen wasn't going to talk nonsense and killed Bai Ningbing directly. Aha! After a sound that broke through the air, the electric blade in Ningchen's palm drew a blue blade in the air. It landed accurately on Bai Ningbing's neck, and separated Bai Ningbing's body with one knife. He could no longer die. However, after finishing this blow, Ningchen's eyebrows frowned a little unconsciously. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like flesh. It feels more like ice. No, Bai Ningbing is not dead yet. Immediately, a flash of fear flashed through Ningchen's heart, and he understood in just a moment. Phew. The sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh. Before Ningchen could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ningchen looked down and saw an ice blade piercing his chest, revealing a cold glow. Holding back the pain in his chest and the surge of energy and blood, Ningchen punched the ice blade on his chest and broke it, and quickly jumped to the side. Huh? Didn't that blow just pierce your heart? You're really lucky, but how are you going to fight me after you've been stabbed by me? Bai Ningbing's somewhat teasing voice fell into Ningchen's ears. However, at this moment, Ningchen had no intention of caring about what he said. That blow just now almost pierced my heart, just a finger's width away. Poof! Ningchen suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and his energy and blood surged upwards. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of ice-crusted blood. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ningchen slowly activated the life-producing goo in the orifice. Immediately, the wounds on the chest and even the back glowed with a glistening green light. And with this green light, Ningchen's injuries can be effectively relieved. Ningchen raised his head and was slightly shocked when he saw Bai Ningbing. It's just that although Bai Ningbing at this time is not as miserable as the fake body just now, it is almost gone. The fake body just now had burns all over the body, but at this moment, Bai Ningbing had burns on half of the body. Half of the face and even half of the body were covered with hideous burns. However, at this moment, Bai Ningbing didn't seem to care about the pain. There was still a bit of a smile on her face, but she looked even more ferocious. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing seemed to see the doubts in Ningchen's heart. She smiled gently and took the initiative to answer. I know you're curious why there are two me. But that is actually just an ice body that I created. I believe you have never heard of this kind of goo, and it is also a newly developed goo by me. I named it Ice Body Goo and you have seen its power. When faced with the situation just now, it can perform miraculous effects. It's just that the consumption was too great. That ice body just now consumed 40% of my true energy. It's thanks to you that I was able to develop this kind of goo insect. Ningchen. Ha 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 ha, ice body goo. What an ice body goo. Ningchen was silent at first when he heard the words, and then burst into chuckles. He chewed the name ice body goo over and over in his mouth. It was obvious that he admired this goo very much. Although he realized that this was a fake body the moment he chopped the ice body into pieces, it was still too late. Even so, Ningchen didn't feel a little bit depressed. After all, the outcome was still undecided. Now, half of Bai Ningbing's body was burned, and her empty aperture's true energy was only 30%. And Ningchen was hit by a blow in the chest, which penetrated directly into the lungs, and the true energy of the empty orifice was also about 30%. The strength of the two at this moment is still very similar, and only the details that are easily overlooked can determine the outcome. Ningchen casually spit out the icy blood, then slowly stood up. An electric blade with flashing lightning appeared in the palm of his hand again, and his fighting spirit was self-evident. Bai Ningbing also chuckled when she saw this, without saying much, but the broken ice blade in her hand recovered again. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1322 words. The rain was pouring down like a curtain of beads. At some point, the dark clouds in the sky began to drop raindrops, dyeing Qingmao Mountain a bit damp. Hu. Bai Ningbing exhaled a breath of hot air, and curled white smoke in the humid air. The surrounding rain curtain seemed to be nothing to him. Regardless of the obstruction of his sight, he just looked at Ningchen quietly. 3 ribs were broken, the sternum was damaged, the spine was slightly cracked, half of the body was burned, and there were knife wounds all over the body. It was so miserable. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've been injured so badly since I was born. But even though I'm in such a miserable state, Ningchen isn't much better. The rain washed away the blood on Bai Ningbing's body, and the blood dyed the pools around him dark red, but Bai Ningbing just chuckled and stared at Ningchen in front of him. Although the rain was like a curtain, separating the two of them, Bai Ningbing could still vaguely see the figure in black. Ningchen held the electric blade in one hand and supported himself on the ground, intending to support holding his body. He covered his mouth with his other hand, trying to suppress the increasingly intense dry cough. Cough cough. Ningchen felt a few chills in his palms, and when he opened his palms, he saw a few blood-stained ice chips. Seeing the blood-stained ice chips, it seemed that his lungs hurt a little more, but Ningchen's face remained normal. The left lung was pierced, there were knife wounds all over, and the whole body was severely frostbitten. Fortunately, I still have a chance of winning. That Bai Ningbing is probably at the end of his strength, can't hold on for much longer, and the winner will soon be decided. Ning Chen's sight passed through the layers of rain curtains and fell on the rather blurred figure in white clothes. He knew it clearly. In an instant, the two stood up at the same time and walked slowly around the venue. One held an electric blade, and the other held an ice blade, staring at each other, waiting for the next move of the other. Suddenly, the two stopped in place, and in a breath, their figures disappeared in place. Clang! In the rain curtain with the sound of dripping, the sound of weapons clashing still seemed so pleasant. Ningchen clenched the electric blade in his hand, his eyes were as calm as water, as if he wanted to blend into the rain curtain, and then suddenly pressed down with force. And Bai Ningbing saw that he was not as strong as Ningchen, so he twisted the ice blade in his hand, avoided Ningchen's electric blade, and stabbed Ningchen's lower abdomen. How could Ningchen let Bai Ningbing succeed easily? With a flash of electric light in his hand, he blocked the sudden attack. He stepped heavily, and the brutal force was transmitted into Bai Ningbing's body through the ground, shaking Bai Ningbing. Ningbing's body was slightly numb. And Ningchen took this opportunity to clench the electric light in his hand again and kill Bai Ningbing. The electric light was like a python, and the cold light was like a viper. The two of them were panting at the same time. Their physical strength had been completely consumed in the fight just now. And they still hadn't decided the winner, but they only had a few more knife wounds on their bodies. The two of them stared at each other quietly, black eyes looking at blue eyes reflecting black eyes. In an instant, they rushed towards each other again, but the speed was extremely slow. Obviously, both of them were at the end of their strength. 5 steps, 3 steps, 1 step. Just when the two were only 1 step away, the light silver true energy in by Ningbing's empty cavity was agitated. Whiffs of cold breath slowly spewed out along the lips, sweeping over Ning Chen's body. Second turn, ice breath goo. The pure ice breath goo is just a goo that slows down the opponent's movements, and can only be used as an auxiliary goo. However, in this downpour, this ice breath goo has a miraculous effect. Ningchen's clothes were soaked by the rain, and once the ice breath swept over, the rain condensed into a layer of frost. Immediately, the electric blade in Ningchen's hand was frozen in mid-air, unable to move, and no matter how much strength he had, he couldn't break free for a while. When Bai Ningbing saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the ice blade in his hand suddenly stabbed into Ningchen's chest. Puff! After a sound of a sharp weapon hitting flesh, the ice blade in Bai Ningbing's hand pierced Ningchen's chest accurately. Ningchen, I stabbed it well this time, it's really the heart. Bai Ningbing raised his head, looked at Ningchen with blue eyes, and smiled slightly. Puff! Ningchen's electric blade dissipated, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His eyes dimmed a lot, not as calm as before. Bang! Ningchen's body fell to the ground with a bang. Even though he was a 1,000-year-old demon, he was in a desperate situation at this moment. Ningchen, have a good journey. I will remember the wonderful things you brought me. Bai Ningbing's face suddenly returned to normal, and he bowed solemnly to Ningchen. It didn't seem fake, which was very abnormal from the appearance just now. Then, Bai Ningbing slowly walked over, held the ice blade on Ningchen's chest. Obviously, he wanted to give Ningchen the last blow, and it was also a fatal blow. In fact, even if he just ignored Ningchen, Ningchen would bleed to death soon, but Bai Ningbing still wanted to give this unique enemy a quick death. Ningchen stammered as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. His eyes became more and more dim, and Bai Ningbing's figure became more and more blurred in his eyes. However, before Ningchen died, the old demon actually laughed. Ha ha ha. His laughter was very light, like a stone thrown into the lake in the pouring rain, which could not cause any ripples. Bai Ningbing saw that Ningchen's lips actually pulled out a few smiles, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I can only say that you are worthy of it, Ningchen. You still have no fear of death before you die. But, this is you. Ningchen. Have a good journey, Ningchen. Suddenly, thunder roared in the dark clouds, causing bursts of roaring. Immediately, a bolt of thunder penetrated the clouds and fell on Qingmao Mountain at an indescribable speed, landing on Bai Ningbing. And this is the third turn, the lightning goo. Immediately, after Bai Ningbing was struck by the thunder, she no longer had any strength to give Ningchen the final blow. He also fell to the ground. This thunder was the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely defeating Bai Ningbing. Ningchen's chest was glowing with a gentle green light, and the knife wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I almost died. But fortunately, I finally won. Ningchen pulled out the ice blade on his chest, and his heart was filled with the hope of surviving the disaster. Bai Ningbing, you almost pierced my heart. If it's just a little deeper, it will be pierced, and I won't be able to die any longer. But it's a pity that you didn't. Ningchen slowly got up from the ground and sat on the ground, staring at Bai Ningbing who fell on the ground. Seeing Bai Ningbing completely passed out, she couldn't help but chuckle. This way, I can be considered as the winner. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1404 words. The clouds have gathered and the rain has stopped, and there is no sign of the heat. After that heavy rain, Qingmao Mountain no longer felt like a trace of summer, but instead had a bit of autumn coolness. Guyue Village, the main gate. Two old men with white beards were talking to each other, with chuckles on their faces, one in black and one in white. And behind the two of them, there were also a group of white-bearded old men standing, one in white and one in black. The old men in black are the elders of the Guyu family, and the old men in white are the elders of the Bai family. However, among the figures in white clothes, there is a figure that is so eye-catching. He has a tall figure, snowy hair and blue eyes, and is extremely handsome. This man is naturally Bai Ningbing. After the defeat, Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing is among the elders of the Bai family at this moment, most of her thoughts are focused on one of the other people. The man was dressed in black clothes. He had a tall figure, black hair, and dark eyes. He looked quite handsome, but his eyes were surprisingly calm. Ningchen, I really didn't expect you to think about how to turn defeat into victory at the critical moment of life and death. I admit, Bai Ningbing, did lose this time. But I still want to thank you. You have eliminated any doubts in my mind. It's so refreshing. Bai Ningbing stared at Ningchen quietly, sighing in her heart. It was obvious that he had grown a lot after this battle. How could Bai Ningbing not know that the final thunder came from Ningchen's method, and he had no objection to his defeat? If you lose, you lose. No matter how much you refute, it is useless. The head of the Bai family held a map and pointed at one of the locations. Clan leader Gu Yu, this is the mortal village agreed upon in our previous war letter. Bai Ningbing lost, we should divide this village between you. Gu Yuebwa laughed loudly when he heard this and looked at the map pointed by the leader of the Bai family. There were more than a dozen mortal villages there. How can this be done? Head of the Bai family, how can I accept this? The battle between Ningchen and Bai Ningbing is a discussion between young people. How can there be any interests involved? Please take it back. When Ningchen heard this, he looked at the Guyu clan leader aside and saw that his face was filled with righteousness, which made Ningchen sneer in his heart. You obviously want this mortal village, but you still have to pretend to be unwilling. This is the right way. But the Bai Jiazhai clan leader shook his head when he heard this, with a bit of determination in his eyes. No, Chief Guyu, Bai Ningbing is my adopted son. As a father, I have the responsibility to repay the promises he made. So, Chief Guyu, accept it. Seeing this, Gu Yuebwa had to pretend to be reluctant and accepted these dozen mortal villages. Then I can't let the kindness of the head of the Bai family go away, so I'll just accept it reluctantly. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The two of them laughed at the same time. I don't know how much of the smile was true and how much of it was fake. After seeing off the Gu masters from Bai Jiazhai, Gu Yuebwa looked at the group of Guyu family elders following him and coughed lightly. Ahem, is Mr. Ningchen here? I'm here, what's going on, Mr. Patriarch? Ningchen heard this and responded to Gu Yuebwa softly. He already had a rough idea of what Gu Yuebwa was going to say next. When Mr. Ningchen faced Bai Ningbing's letter of challenge, he showed no sign of timidity. He went to the appointment on time and had a great battle with Bai Ningbing. It has also strengthened the reputation of our Guyue village. For this reason, the Ningchen family did not hesitate to suffer serious injuries. He is truly a role model for our generation. For this reason, I, the leader of the Guyu clan, divided half of the dozen or so newly acquired mortal villages and handed them over to Ningchen family elders with full authority, and could randomly select a third-level Gu insect from the clan library, and finally give it to Ningchen family. 10,000 yuan stones. Thank you, Patriarch, for the gift. When Ningchen heard this, he slightly cupped his hands to express his gratitude. This actually made the other elders jealous, but they didn't dare to provoke Ningchen too much at the moment. After all, Ningchen at this moment is different from the rootless one before. He defeated Bai Ningbing at this moment, strengthened the reputation of Guyu village, and won the favor of Guyu clan leader. Therefore, Ningchen's current strength and background are not something ordinary families can provoke. Qi Lian looked at Ning Chen's back with a rather gloomy look at this time, and for a moment he had mixed feelings in his heart. I still underestimate Ningchen. He can actually defeat Bai Ningbing. Had I known this, I should have asked Qi Ning to go and say goodbye to Ningchen. Alas, Ningchen is really on a meteoric rise now. In the distance of the crowd, Qingshu was also looking at Ningchen from a distance. Ningchen, who was already the elder of the family. After seeing the Bai Jiazhai Gu master leave, Qingshu couldn't help but chuckle. Ningchen, you can actually defeat Bai Ningbing, who has first-class qualifications. Ever since you were a child, you have always been someone who can bring surprises to others. It didn't disgrace the reputation of our Guyu village, that's good. It's just a pity. It's a pity that I can't maintain Guyu village like you. Qingshu's heart was filled with envy. He envied Ningchen for being able to maintain the prestige of Guyu village so directly. Ningchen, who was in the center of the crowd, had a slight smile on his face and looked extremely calm. Hey, it turned out that my choice was correct. After I defeat Ningbing, my reputation will rise to an unprecedented level. I can use this prestige to accumulate background and power. Not only will we save a lot of trouble during the accumulation process, but it may even be a little faster. This is one of the reasons why Ningchen accepted Ningbing's letter of war. This is also because of Ningchen's nature. He only wins and never loses in battles. He only seeks to win and does not intend to lose. Therefore, before the battle, Ningchen had planned all the means to increase his winning rate. For example, refining gu, choosing the heavy rain season, improving qualifications, etc. All of these are amplifying Ningchen's advantages, and finally accumulated into Ningchen's current victory. The cool breeze rustles, the autumn leaves turn yellow. Ningchen walked slowly on the street, but at this time, Qishan, the future leader of the Qimai branch, took the initiative to find Ningchen. After Qishan saw Ningchen, he first bowed his hands and saluted, and then told the reason why he came. Ningchen family boss, Qi Ning said she wanted to see you tonight at Qimai Mansion. I wonder if you have time? If not, can you arrange your schedule appropriately? My sister really wants to see you. Qishan's request fell into Ningchen's ears, but it made him have some doubts in his heart. Qi Ning wants to find me? It's interesting. Ningchen thought this in his mind, and then there was a gentle smile on his face, and he smiled lightly. If you have time, I have time tonight and can go see her. Great, then I'll go back and inform her first. After hearing this, Qishan couldn't help but feel a little joy on his face, and left in a hurry. And Ningchen just stared at Qishan in the distance quietly, saying nothing, just talking to himself in his heart. What other way has this old guy Qi Lian come up with to win me over again? Legend of the Gu Demon. 1390 words. Qimai Mansion, candlelight swaying. Qi Ning sat quietly in the room, her eyes dull, her expression stunned, and she murmured softly, as if she couldn't believe what she just heard. Father, what are you talking about? You want me to marry Ningchen? Qi Lian also had his eyebrows lowered and was silent, his expression hidden under the candlelight, making it difficult to fathom. After a moment, he seemed to have made a serious decision. He raised his head, with a bit of sternness in his eyes. That's right, Qi Ning. I and even our Qimai need you to marry Ningchen, the elder of the Ningchen family. Qi Lian deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word, obviously to remind Qi Ning of Ningchen's current identity. Qi Ning was also speechless when he heard the words. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything, so he could only turn it into a few words. But, there's nothing to worry about. I've asked Qishan to invite Elder Ningchen. You just need to receive Elder Ningchen. Qi Lian gave a soft drink, and there was a bit of cruelty in his words, which seemed extremely unkind. As if the person in front of me is not his biological daughter. Qi Ning's eyes dimmed a bit when he heard this, and he could only agree lightly, his voice was like a mosquito. Yes, I understand. Then Qi Ning slowly stood up and walked out of the room. Opening the door, wisps of night wind drifted into the room along the cracks in the door. The silver moon was in the sky, casting thousands of clear rays of light, making the bookcase in front of Qi Lian's eyes extremely misty. But Qi Lian just stared at Qi Ning's retreating back quietly, and shed tears unconsciously as he looked at it. The clear moonlight draped over Qi Ning's delicate body like gauze, but it seemed to end the loneliness. Such a figure fell into Qi Lian's eyes, but it made his heart hurt like a knife. A few drops of clear tears flowed down the corners of the eyes, across the cheeks, and wet the rice paper on the table. Qi Ning, don't blame me, Dad. Our red vein has been weaker than the desert vein in recent years. In recent times, it has even become worse than Yao Ji's, so I have to find a way. For a young and apolitical elder like Ningchen, if we don't take action, other political forces will soon offer him an olive branch. Therefore, for the sake of red vein, Qi Ning, I have to sacrifice you to pull Ningchen into red vein. Qi Ning, Ningchen has an extraordinary handsome appearance. He can take on the role of elder of the family at such a young age. He has found a good husband for you. As Qi Ning's father, how could Qi Lian not love his daughter? However, considering Qimai's current embarrassing situation in the village, and considering the current value of Ningchen, Qi Lian had no choice but to make his daughter a chess piece. Qi Ning's back became increasingly blurry in Qi Lian's eyes. I don't know if it was the tears in his eyes or the moonlight that made his eyes dizzy. The moon's shadow is mottled, the shade of the trees is rag. After a long time, Ningchen followed Qishan to Qi Mai Mansion. Master Ningchen family, Qi Mansion has arrived. Hearing this, Ningchen calmly agreed, but he was still speculating on Qi Lian's intentions. Welcome Mr. Ningchen to my humble home. Pushing the door open, he saw Qi Lian standing behind the door with a slight smile on his face. When Ningchen saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, feeling quite sad. In the past, when I came to Qi Mansion for the second time, I was greeted by domestic slaves, but now Qi Lian personally greets me. This shows the changes brought about by strength. Ha ha ha, what are you saying, the old man of the Qi Lian family? If you call this a humble house, doesn't it mean that most of the bamboo houses in the village can't be called a humble house? When Ningchen saw this, he also slightly cupped his hands with a chuckle on his face. One sentence enlivened the atmosphere between the two of them. Ahahahahaha. Speaking of which, the Ningchen family has come all the way, so they must not have had dinner yet? If Mr. Ningchen doesn't mind it, can you have a few bites in my chifu? When Qi Lian heard this, he clapped his hands and laughed, and at the same time, he also extended a rather tactful invitation to Ningchen. Since the elders of the Qi Lian family have personally invited me, how can I not stay? Ha 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 ha. Ningchen agreed to Qi Lian's invitation with a hearty smile. Qishan, on the other hand, looked between the two of them, feeling very sad in his heart. Ningchen and his father have such a big age difference, but they still have such a good time chatting. While the two were talking and laughing, the two slowly came to the dining room. The two sat down slowly. As the host, Qi Lian naturally took the main seat, while Ningchen sat opposite Qi Lian. There are only 2 seats in the entire dining room, which seems to be reserved for 2 people alone. The tabletop is filled with countless delicacies, which makes people's fingers twitch. Master Ningchen, please use your chopsticks. Ningchen looked up and saw Qi Lian with a slight smile on his face, indicating that he would be the first to use his chopsticks. Then I would like to thank the elders of the Qi Lian family for their leniency. Ningchen smiled slightly when he heard this, clasped his hands towards Qi Lian and expressed his gratitude. The two of them started to eat immediately, but Qi Lian's thoughts were mostly on Ningchen. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Ningchen's face was tinged with crimson, and his eyes showed a bit of drunkenness, but he still held the wine cup in his hand. When Qi Lian saw Ningchen being so drunk, he knew in his heart that it was time. He gestured to the slave beside him. Upon seeing this, the slave hurriedly ran out of the dining hall, while Qi Lian continued to chat with Ningchen. Old Ningchen, you are now an old man with a handsome appearance. I wonder if you have someone in mind. After all, I believe there are still many female gu masters in the village who are pursuing you. Ningchen chuckled softly when he heard this. His smile was a bit inexplicable, and he continued to drink a sip of wine. The one you like? There shouldn't be one at the moment. What's wrong, old man of the Qi Lian family? It's okay. After all, you're not old enough to talk about marriage. It is also a beautiful thing to enjoy the joy of wife and children early. Qi Lian also laughed when he heard this, but most of his attention was focused on the wide-open door beside him, as if he was expecting something. Thump thump thump. A sound of long footsteps slowly came from far away, and Ningchen quietly turned his head to look at the source of the sound. The person who catches the eye is a beautiful figure in purple clothes, with skin as jade as porcelain, and a delicate body as graceful as the wind and willows. The black hair is like a waterfall, hanging down the shoulders. Her eyebrows are green but not drawn, and her lips are red but not dotted. She is indeed a beauty. Standing in a purple dress, his purple eyes were slightly lowered, adding a bit of strange beauty under the moonlight. This beauty is of course Qi Ning. When Qi Lian saw Qi Ning, he couldn't help but smile. This is my daughter, Qi Ning. She is about the same age as you, and she is a talented and beautiful woman. It would be better for you two to get married right away. What do the Ningchen family think? Ningchen's eyebrows sank, and he fell into deep thought. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,349 words. The glasses of wine are intertwined, and the bowls and chopsticks are stacked against each other. Ningchen raised his head, wandering between Yu Qining and Qi Lian with unscrupulous eyes, and felt a little clear in his heart. Qi Lian originally wanted to use Qi Ning to win me over. Qi Ning is indeed a beauty. She might be a beauty to other strong-blooded people, but this beauty trap was used on me. But Qi Lian just wants to draw me into the red vein. Once I join the red vein, no matter what political whirlpool is in the future, it will be inseparable from the red vein behind me. But it is not a good idea to refuse directly. After all, I am a family elder now, but I have no political inclination. There will inevitably be family elders from various factions who will extend an olive branch to me. In this case, we have to think of a foolproof plan. The moment Ningchen saw Qi Ning, he had a rough idea of Qi Lian's intention. A simple and practical beauty trap. Who is Ningchen? A demon who has lived for thousands of years. Looking at a beautiful woman is like looking at a filthy leather bag. Looking at a beautiful woman is like seeing a red and pink skull. Even if Ningchen's humanity has been annihilated in the long river of time, how can such low and pure lust remain? Nature has also been completely lost in the long river of history. Moreover, to put it 10,000 steps back, Ningchen has lived for thousands of years. What beauties have he not seen before? How could he be enchanted by a little Qi Ning? The more Ningchen thought about it, the more deserted he became, and a lot of his drunkenness disappeared in his contemplation. He suddenly raised his head and talked slowly. I'm sorry, Senior Qi Lian family, I really have no idea of getting married. When Qi Lian heard this, he quickly winked at Qi Ning, and Qi Ning seemed to understand what Qi Lian meant. He sighed as if nothing could be traced, and then slowly walked towards Ningchen. Father, I understand your difficulties. This is indeed a good idea for your powerful family, and I am willing to sacrifice myself for my family. Qi Ning thought so he slowly walked towards Ningchen, with a bit of determination in his eyes. How could Qi Ning not understand the good intentions of his father Qi Lian? After all, she said that Qi Lian's eldest daughter, Qi Lian's increasingly thick white hair on the temples, all fell into her eyes, not a single bit was left. Chimai's situation in the village is difficult, and Qining is well aware of this. But it was still hard for her to accept that she was used as a bargaining chip in exchange for Lingchen to join Chimai. Although she knew that all this was for Chimai, it was still a little hard to accept. Since her beloved passed away unexpectedly when she was young, she has held on to the idea of never marrying and sticking to her chastity. And now she is forced by Qi Lian to marry Ningchen. Undoubtedly, it sprinkled a pinch of salt on top of her already difficult-to-heal wounds. Ningchen slowly raised his head, and was shocked to see Qi Ning walking slowly towards him. His eyes couldn't help but have a hint of coldness, and he talked leisurely. Children of the Qi Lian family, didn't you hear what I said? The smile on Qi Lian's face froze when he heard this, but he still laughed dryly, as if he didn't hear the indifference behind Ning Chen's words. Ahem, relationships are all about talking. You haven't even had a deep conversation, so why are you interested? Ha 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 ha, that's right. When Ningchen heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter. He was very hearty and made Qi Ning's worries dissipate a bit. When Qi Lian saw this, he also laughed in agreement. Suddenly, Ningchen's laughter stopped, and his words were as cold as ice. Qi Ning, if you take one more step forward, I guarantee you will not survive. The black eyes are as deep as the sea, making everyone look at them with fear and fear. The cold voice stopped the laughter, causing Qi Ning and Qi Lian to freeze in place at the same time. Qi Ning stopped and his face turned a little solemn. She understands Ningchen, and Ningchen is not the kind of person who speaks lies. In other words, since he has said it, he will definitely do it. Therefore, for the sake of her own life, she had no choice but to stop where she was. When Qi Lian saw this, he didn't dare to say a word for fear of offending Ningchen again. After all, he didn't dare to gamble with his daughter's life. But Ningchen just looked at the table in front of him quietly, sipping the wine, then suddenly changed the subject and chuckled. Senior Qi Lian, if you want to win over me, just say so. Why do you use such despicable means? Qi Lian was also speechless when he heard this. He couldn't say a word, so he could only answer Ningchen silently. When Ningchen saw this, he slowly shook the wine cup in his hand and talked. Senior of the Qilian family, I know that the current situation of Qimai is not optimistic, and I also know that you want to use Qi Ning's hand to win over me. You know very well that if you don't extend this olive branch, countless olive branches will soon come to me like a tide, and by then you will have no chance at all. I'm not very interested in Qimai's invitation. But I can rely on you, Qimai. I will selectively support you in various meetings. You can regard me as a member of the Qimai family for the time being, but I will not join Qimai. Of course, if I need yuan stone or gu insects in the future, I will still come to Qimai. I wonder what Senior Qilian wants. Ningchen smiled softly at Qilian and talked about his conditions. Qilian also lowered his head after hearing this and fell into deep thought. After all, although the conditions listed by Ningchen did not explicitly state joining the Red Vein, they were not much different, which really made Qilian a little tempted. It only takes some poisonous insects and yuancher to pull Ningchen into the Red Vein, which is very cost-effective. Qilian thought so, and couldn't help but brighten his eyes and laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, Ningchen, this is the best. Then he stretched out his hand to Ningchen, and Ningchen smiled slightly and shook Qilian's hand. Qi Ning, who was standing aside, looked at the two people who had already reached an agreement, and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. After all, she was a second-level poison master and had no say in front of either Qilian or Ningchen. Then Qi Ning left quietly, leaving the two people who were talking happily here alone. The problem of Qimai has been solved, and I don't have to marry Ningchen. Ningchen is not interested in me, which is a good thing. Qi Ning looked at the silver moon above the night sky and couldn't help but smile slightly. Ningchen slowly walked out of the Qi mansion, turned his head suddenly, looked at Qilian, and talked leisurely. Old senior of the Qilian family, please say goodbye here, no need to send me off. Okay. Qilian also stood at the door after hearing this, looking at Ningchen from a distance, with a faint smile on his face, obviously in a very good mood. And this smile fell into Ningchen's eyes, but made him sneer in his heart. In this way, I don't have to worry about my future cultivation resources. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1306 words. In the dusty mansion, cold branches are covered with snow. Ningchen stood quietly by the corridor, with his hands behind his hands, quietly staring at the scenery of the courtyard. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and held it in the air, feeling a bit chilly. He placed it in front of him and suddenly saw a snowflake that was gradually melting. This also made Ningchen murmur to himself. It's so fast, winter is here. Sir, the tea you asked for. A sweet female voice interrupted Ningchen's sigh. Hearing this, Ningchen turned around and saw a pair of girls holding teacups. Upon seeing this, Ningchen quietly took the teacup from her hand. The steaming hot air rolled up, causing snowflakes to scatter in the air. He opened his thin lips and took a sip of the still warm tea. However, this sip made Ningchen frown. Why does the taste feel a bit raw? Ningchen looked at the young slave girl behind him again and asked in a cold voice. How long have you been brewing my Qingqiang tea? This question made the slave panic, and he quickly responded to Ningchen. Tell me, sir, I've been soaking for half a quarter of an hour. His voice trembled slightly, as if he was afraid of making Ningchen feel unhappy. When Ningchen heard this, his eyebrows sank and his eyes flickered. Snap! A crisp slap broke the silence in the courtyard. I think I said how long to brew Qingqiang tea, right? The house slave fell to the ground and looked up at Ningchen, his whole body shaking violently, covering his face that had just been beaten, and his eyes showed a deep fear that was simply self-evident. Yes, sir, you said. When Ningchen heard this, he smiled softly, and his smile was extremely kind. Oh, so I said it, I thought I didn't. Master. Bang. The slave only said half of what he said, and the other half could never be said again. Ningchen stepped hard and crushed the slave's head to pieces. Immediately, his brains burst open and blood splattered everywhere. He was so dead that he could no longer die. He slowly raised his legs and stared at the snowy scene in front of him, as if nothing happened. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps disturbed Ningchen again. Brother, we have the end-of-year assessment. Ningchuan's face was quite happy, and it was obvious that he came in such a hurry just to tell Ningchen the news. Yeah, it's really fast. Ningchen also smiled softly when he heard this, and he smiled a little unclearly. At this time, Ningchuan noticed the body at Ningchen's feet and couldn't help but ask. Brother, what is this? Oh, I just killed a house slave casually, don't worry too much about it. When Ningchen heard the words, he just responded casually and seemed very unconcerned. Ningchuan didn't pay much attention to it and continued to ask Ningchen. Oh brother, is there anything I need to pay attention to in the end-of-year assessment? I don't know. After all, the year-end assessment is slightly different every year. Of course, if you want, I can go to the schoolmaster to find out what this year's assessment will be. Ningchen looked at Ningchuan with a smile, and Ningchuan also smiled helplessly when he heard this. Forget it, it's just a year-end assessment. There's no need for this. I can still graduate successfully. However, I am more curious about my career choices after graduation. When Ningchen heard this, he patted Ningchuan's shoulder as if to comfort him. As a profession, you can choose any job you want. If you like leisure time, choose a job of guarding mortals. Otherwise, choose a job of following a second-level Gu master to do daily tasks. Oh, then I still want to choose a cleaner one. Ningchuan followed Ningchen's gaze to the courtyard, and remained silent for a while, quietly admiring the snow scene. The candlelight is flickering, the tea is fragrant. In the Chen mansion, Ning Chen and the school elders were sitting opposite each other. Master Ningchen, you must come to watch our school's annual end-of-year assessment in a few days. That's for sure. I hope the schoolmasters can feel at ease a little bit. Ningchen leisurely picked up the teacup, opened his thin lips, took a sip of tea, and smiled at the schoolmaster. When the schoolmaster saw this, he couldn't help but sigh a little in his heart. Ningchen, who was still my student a few years ago, has now been promoted to a family elder of the same level as me. Things are different then people are different. Things are different then people are different. A hint of the past appeared in the eyes of the school elder, and he smiled faintly. Master Ningchen, I'll take the first step and we'll talk another day. Go slowly, don't send me away. The smile on Ningchen's face did not diminish, and he quietly watched the school elders leave. After the school elder left, Ningchen's expression became a bit thoughtful. Ningchuan's year-end assessment, it doesn't hurt to take a look. Speaking of which, after becoming the elder of the family, things have indeed gone away a lot, and things have become much cleaner. The chill in Qingmao Mountain has become a bit thicker, and the snow on the cold branches has also become a bit thicker. In the martial arts arena, Ningchen sat quietly on the high platform, just like other elders. Other second-level and even first-level Gu masters had no choice but to sit in the audience. And when all the family elders gathered together, it was natural that they could not avoid chatting. Elder Ningchen, your brother is going to steal the show this time. Yes. I heard that Lord Ningchen's brother is the most qualified in this batch. I don't know whether I should be thankful that Your Excellency Ningchen has such a younger brother, or lament that Ningchuan has such a brother like Your Excellency Ningchuan. Ningchen heard the teasing voices of the elders, and he responded with a faint smile. Everyone, to be honest, I am also looking forward to Ningchuan's performance. After all, I haven't paid much attention to Ningchuan's performance in the school for such a long time. The elder of the school beside him chuckled and stroked his beard and clapped his hands. Elder Ningchen, you don't need to care too much about this. Although you don't know, as an elder of the school, I know exactly how Ningchuan performs. He is indeed the well-deserved first place in this session. Oh. Ha 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 ha. Then let me wait and see. Ningchen laughed loudly when he heard this, and laughed very comfortably, and the other elders also laughed when they saw this. It was laughter. For a moment, on the high platform, all the elders laughed at the same time, which made people marvel. The elder of the school slowly walked down the high platform and stepped onto the martial arts field. He looked around at the students on both sides of the martial arts field and coughed lightly. The year-end assessment is carried out by elimination, 2 people advance to 1, and so on. Group A, Gu Yuqi versus Gu Yumo Sha. Group B, Gu Yuxiu versus Gu Yu Qianghua. Group C, Gu Yu Yaoqing versus Gu Yu Qingyan. Group Gue, Gu Yu Ningchuan versus Gu Yu Nanju. Ningchuan quietly looked at the young man with a steady gaze in the crowd, and then looked at Ningchen on the high platform again, and couldn't help but smile a little. Brother, just look at me. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,205 words. It's so boring. Ningchen quietly watched the young boys fighting in the field, which was quite immature, and thought in his heart that it was boring. The boredom almost made him feel a little sleepy. After all, for Ningchen, the battles between students today seemed too boring and immature. The more Ningchen looked at it, the more boring he felt, and he even closed his eyes without knowing when. The next match will be between Gu Yu Ningchuan and Gu Yu Nanju. Following the announcement from the schoolmaster, Ningchen leisurely opened his eyes and murmured to himself. We finally arrived in Ningchuan. His black eyes stared at Ningchuan, who was slowly walking into the martial arts arena, as calm as water, without a trace of ripples. Ningchuan seemed to have noticed Ningchen's gaze, and turned his head to look at Ningchen. The two people's eyes met in the air. Ningchuan felt Ningchen's gaze and couldn't help but smile confidently. Brother, please look at me carefully. Ningchuan slowly walked forward and stood opposite Nanju. As I said before, pay attention to your actions. If you ignore dissuasion and insist on severely injuring your opponent, don't blame me for being ruthless. The schoolmaster gave a soft drink, as if to remind the two of them, and immediately announced the start of the game. The last scene begins. Before the words fell, the dense blue light in Ningchuan's palm was ready to go. Aha! A rather blue moon blade flew out from Ningchuan's palm at an extremely tricky angle. Such a blue color, so high level. After Ningchen saw the moon blade in Ningchuan's hand, he felt a little interested. Such a cultivation progress can't really be called slow. Immediately, Nanju saw the moon blade attacking his face. He didn't panic and put his hands on his chest, forming a wooden shield. One turn, wooden shield Gu. Ningchuan's moon blade could only make a faint mark. However, when Ningchuan saw this, he immediately flew forward, like a wisp of smoke, drifting towards the opposing Nanju. The shadows of fists filled the sky, like raindrops. There was a trace of coldness on Ningchuan's face, and he immediately clenched his fists with both hands, turning into fist shadows all over the sky, and blasted towards Nanju. Nanju couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when he saw this, so he had to protect his vital parts with the wooden shield in his hand. After all, such a small wooden shield could only barely protect his head. Ningchen just watched the battle quietly, but a sigh came from the seat next to him. Ha ha ha, your brother's fighting style is exactly the same as that of the Ningchen family. Haha, there are indeed some similarities. Ningchen saw that Qi Lian had a smile on his face, so he couldn't help but smile lightly, and then looked at the battle in the field again. At this moment, Nanju could only half kneel on the ground, while Ningchuan, on the other hand, stood proudly and said leisurely. Nanju, just give up. I don't want to hurt you too badly. Ha ha ha, it's impossible to admit defeat. It's better to defeat me. I know I can never defeat you, but I don't want to give in to you. Nanju slowly raised his head, with a bit of firm fire in his eyes. This boy is quite interesting. Indeed, you are so tough. I'm really looking forward to Nanju's performance next time. Hearing this, Ningchuan slowly looked towards the auditorium. Surprisingly, most of the audience showed some respect for Nanju. Seeing this, Ningchuan couldn't help but smile faintly and looked at Nanju, who was half kneeling on the ground. Okay. Tough enough. Then I can only defeat you. Immediately, Ningchuan stepped heavily on his feet. The whole person rushed towards Nanju like an arrow from a string. With a twist, quick step Gu. Immediately, before Nanju could react, he felt bursts of severe pain in his chest, which almost made his stomach juices surge. Bang! Ningchuan hit Nanju's chest with a fierce knee strike, without reservation. Nanju was in pain and fell backwards, but he was stuck in the air. Ningchuan grabbed his hair. Ningchuan pulled his hair with his hand, with a sinister smile on his face. Admit defeat? Ahem, you're still dead. After just listening to half of the sentence, the coldness on Ningchuan's face became even stronger. Bang! Another punch hit Nanju's chest hard, causing his blood to surge. Snap! Immediately, another fierce whip kicked Nanju to the ground. Ningchuan looked down at Nanju quietly, the coldness on his face still lingering. Admit defeat? Ahem, don't admit, lose, poof. Ningchuan stepped hard on Nanju's chest again. Nanju is really tenacious, even so, his words are not soft at all. What a man. What a strong willpower. This guy is so tough. The onlookers were all in awe of Nanju's courage, but there was naturally no shortage of Ningchuan among them. As Ningchen's younger brother, Ningchuan has already developed a strong heart to kill decisively under Ningchen's influence. Ningchuan looked around, then looked at Nanju at his feet with a chuckle. The palm emitting a dense blue light was aimed at Nanju's head. Ha ha ha, everyone around you is shocked by your courage. So, hurry up and admit defeat. The dense blue light in the palm of his hand became brighter and brighter, and the crisis of death gradually filled Nanju's heart. With the physical defense of a first-level Gu master, there is no way he can withstand the moon blade. And Nanju's eyes reflected that fatal light. Facing this life and death crisis, Nanju smiled boldly. Ha ha ha, admit defeat? Impossible. Is it possible, you really dare to kill me? The coldness on Ningchuan's face remained unabated when he heard this, the blue light in his palms became more and more intense, and his mouth faintly said. You can guess. Guess with your life. Ningchen quietly stared at the scene in the field. He was not worried about Nanju's life or death at all. Instead, he sighed. Well, my brother has really grown up. His murderous intent is undisguised. However, it's better to save Nanju's life. Otherwise, it will really be a trouble for me. Immediately he looked at the Shuatung family elder and coughed lightly. The Shuatung family elder immediately understood. Stop it, Ningchuan, he has already lost, there is no need for you to attack again. A big hand suddenly restrained Ningchuan's wrist. Ningchuan turned around and saw that he was the elder of the school. Seeing this, Ningchuan had no choice but to disperse the blue light from his palm, sparing Nanju a small life. Well, I announce that the winner of the last round of the year-end assessment is Gu Yu Ningchuan. The schoolmaster looked around at everyone and shouted the results of the last assessment. Suddenly, a large-scale applause broke out in the audience. It was obvious that they recognized Ningchuan's victory very much. When Ningchuan saw this, a thick smile appeared on his face. He turned around and looked at Ningchen on the high platform, his heart full of expectation. Brother, how was this battle? Legend of the Gu Demon. 1297 words. The mountains and forests are covered with snow, and the ground is filled with silver flowers. Brother, what do you think I should do after graduation? Many teams have come to woo me, and there seems to be another captain named Gu Yu Qingshu. I heard that team is pretty good. Brother, what do you think? Ningchuan sat at the table, with a bit of confusion on his face, staring at Ningchen in front of him. Well, of course I don't have any objections. If you have any objections, then it's up to you to decide. Ningchen quietly looked at the teacup on the table, grinding tea and dividing milk, feeling very leisurely. Ningchuan, on the other hand, looked at Ningchen in front of him. He thought of Ningchen's previous position, and his eyes lit up slightly. Well. Then why don't I go and guard the mortal village? Just like you. I said, make your own decision, I won't interfere with your choice. Ningchen still looked at the teacup in his hand, without raising his head to look at Ningchuan. He just said leisurely, but Ningchuan made up his mind, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Okay then, I'll go and garrison the mortal village. That's fine. Ningchen smiled slightly when he heard this and responded to Ningchuan lightly, but Ningchuan finally noticed that Ningchen didn't care. Brother, why do you look so absent-minded? That's because I'm waiting for someone. Ningchen picked up the teacup and took a slight sip. The rolling tea flowed into his throat, which was extremely refreshing. His eyes were long and calm. Suddenly, bursts of footsteps broke the silence for a moment. Mr. Ningchen family, the patriarch of the clan invited you to go to the clan cabinet, saying that we have important matters to discuss. Okay, I understand, Qingshu. Ningchen listened quietly to the familiar voice coming from behind him, and with one word he revealed the identity of the visitor. Ningchen slowly drank all the tea in the cup, stood up leisurely, and said slowly. Ningchuan, just go and do whatever position you want. I won't interfere. Oh. Then Ningchen left leisurely, leaving behind Ningchuan, who was deep in thought. In fact, Ningchen said he didn't care about Ningchuan's position, but he actually did care a lot. After all, in Ningchen's heart, Ningchuan is his most powerful chess piece at the moment. It is equivalent to a son who can win. It is equivalent to stealing materials when facing difficulties. It cannot be ignored. Therefore, Ningchen naturally needs to take more care to avoid going astray. If he follows the second-level Gu master and becomes a member of the team, then Ningchuan's training progress will be greatly restricted, and his effect will naturally become smaller. Under Ningchen's guidance, Ningchuan would most likely choose to garrison a mortal village as his job. In this way, the progress of cultivation can be maximized and the effect can be maximized. Ningchen slowly opened the door and saw that he was the only one left among the elders, but he chuckled lightly. Everyone, am I not late? Ha 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 ha, what did the Ningchen family say? Why are you late? Sit down, sit down. Gu Yuebwa also smiled heartily when he heard this, and quickly asked Ningchen to sit down, not caring that Ningchen was the last one to arrive. Ningchen sat down slowly, and Gu Yuebwa saw that Ningchen sat down and all the elders had already arrived. He couldn't help but have a hint of seriousness on his face. He looked around. By the way, do you know what next spring will be, which is a few days from now? Of course I know, it's the opening ceremony for our Guyu clan. The school elder took up Gu Yuebwa's words, and Gu Yuebwa smiled at everyone. Yes, next spring will be the awakening ceremony for our Guyu clan. The awakening ceremony has been an important event for our Guyu village since ancient times and must be taken seriously. And during this enlightenment ceremony, I heard that there is a child who may have first-class qualifications. What is his name, Fang Yuan? Ningchen couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard this, but his face remained calm while Gu Yuebwa continued to talk. Our Guyu clan has not had a first-class qualification for too long. And the Bai Ningbing of the Bai family has already reached level 3. Although she lost to our elder Ningchen in the competition a few days ago, this cannot cover up the fact that we lack first-class geniuses. Therefore, there may be young people with first-class qualifications in next year's enlightenment ceremony. I hope you all will take me seriously and don't be negligent. Do you understand? Gu Yuebwa looked around at everyone with his hawk-like gaze, as if he wanted to penetrate everyone's hearts. After hearing this, all the elders quickly agreed. I understand, Patriarch. I have heard about Fang Yuan from the Fang department. His poems and lyrics are indeed excellent, and he does have signs of first-class qualifications. Yes. If it is really a first-class qualification, then our Guyu clan will not be afraid of Bai Ningbing. Lord Clan Leader, is it possible that Fang Yuan does not have first-class qualifications? This untimely voice seemed so harsh amidst the size of the crowd, and Ningchen couldn't help but focus on that person. The cold light in Gu Yuebwa's eyes flashed away when he heard this, but he still patiently explained. It's unlikely. Youngsters with first-class qualifications usually have some early intelligence or innate supernatural powers. 9 times out of 10, Fang Yuan has first-class qualifications. Okay, everyone, please step back and get ready for the upcoming enlightenment ceremony. Perhaps, our Guyu clan will once again become the overlord of Qingmao Mountain from this session. Gu Yuebwa had some expectations for the future on his face, and he was obviously looking forward to the awakening ceremony in the spring of next year. Ningchen slowly walked out of the clan cabinet, with a leisurely pace, but his mind was full of thoughts. It's so fast, next year will be Fang Yuan Fangjing's awakening ceremony. But this life has changed too much because of me. Gu Yuebwa didn't worry too much about Bai Ningbing. Wang Da's family also died in my hands, and Bai Ningbing also found the meaning of her life earlier. And now I have more than 3 transformations in my cultivation, which is more than enough to deal with the turmoil that will happen in Guyu village next time. Ningchen's eyes flickered, he pondered more deeply. In a dozen days, the old demon Fang Yuan should have traveled from 500 years ago. But Fang Yuan has just traveled here, and the impatience in his bones has not been eradicated. I am looking forward to meeting you more and more, Fang Yuan. The more Ningchen thought about it, the colder his eyes became. With slow steps, Ningchen had unknowingly walked to a stilt bamboo building while thinking. And this bamboo building, Ningchen recognized it, it was the bamboo building on frozen soil, which was Fang Yuan's current residence. Ningchen looked at the bamboo building quietly, his black eyes were as quiet as water, and there was a faint light flowing from time to time. Suddenly, a thin black-haired boy appeared in Ningchen's field of vision. If it wasn't Fang Yuan, who else could it be? Fang Yuan pushed open the window frame and noticed Ningchen's sight for a moment. He was not afraid at all and looked at Ningchen. The eyes of the two old demons met at this moment. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1361 words. After winter turns to spring, everything revives. The same is true for Qingmao Mountain. The spring rain is silent, quietly moisturizing all things. In the world of mortals. Lord Ningchen, the Patriarch has informed me to inform you to participate in the awakening ceremony. Qing Shu knelt on one knee and quietly looked at Ningchen in front of him from the corner of his eye. The opening ceremony? It's so fast. Okay, I understand, please step back first. Ningchen stood with his hands behind his hands, his black eyes taking in the mountains and rivers, and murmured to himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu quietly agreed and left the Chen mansion, yes. After a while, the clouds stopped and the rain stopped, and spring began to bloom. Ningchen slowly walked out of the Chen mansion and walked on the road to the clan's forbidden area. Ningchen walked leisurely on the street, quietly glancing at the boys and girls beside him from the corner of his eye, and had some guesses in his heart. It seems that this is the person participating in the opening ceremony this year. In an instant, Ningchen's eyes rested on a black-haired boy. But when I saw that man, he had black hair like a waterfall, dark eyes like abyss, a thin figure, and a rather pale complexion. He looked particularly different from the several energetic young people beside him. What concerned Ningchen the most was that there was another young man following behind him. The face of that young man is similar to that of the young man in front of him. But there was a bit of complexity in his face, and he even lowered his head slightly, showing that he was extremely inferior, and he also looked very conspicuous among the crowd. And these two people are naturally Fang Yuan and Fang Zhang brothers. Ningchen just looked at Fang Yuan from a distance, and the more he looked, the more smile appeared in his eyes. Fang Yuan, as expected, such a cold temperament is what I am familiar with in you. And suddenly, Fang Yuan seemed to notice Ningchen's gaze, and couldn't help but follow Ningchen's gaze and look back. His eyes are as calm as water, all his eyes are like this. Ningchen? I remember that he was a smart man. He escaped from the ice hell of Qingmao Mountain before Bai Ningbing blew himself up. He and I are the only survivors. The moment Fang Yuan saw Ningchen, the memory of Ningchen's past life had already appeared in his heart, and then he no longer cared about Ningchen's gaze. After a while, Fang Yuan and all the teenagers walked into a stone wall corridor. Slowly walking down the corridor, not only did it not get darker, but it became brighter and brighter. The gentle, dense blue light filled everyone's eyes as they went deeper. This is an important strategic material for the Guyu clan. Moon orchid. Moon orchids are not only food for moonlight poisonous insects, but also have lighting effects. Therefore, it was planted in this tunnel deep underground. The young people had never seen such beautiful scenery before, so they were naturally mesmerized for a moment. Wow! So beautiful! So beautiful! It's so beautiful! Fang Yuan, who was among the crowd, looked around and saw that except for himself, everyone else was dazzled by the beautiful scenery, and he couldn't help but smile coldly in his heart. It's just a few flowers and I can't move my feet. However, if no one takes more care of this wonderful scenery, it will turn into a handful of loss after 100 years, and nothing will be left. After all, they are just flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. Fang Yuan just glanced at the sea of moon orchids quietly and stopped paying too much attention. He was not attracted by the beautiful scenery at all. After a while, everyone stopped paying too much attention and continued to move forward. After all, they were here to participate in the opening ceremony. Immediately, everyone walked to a place on the riverbank, and the school elders had been waiting here for a long time. When the schoolmaster saw countless young people slowly approaching, he cleared his throat and gave a light drink. Ahem. The next person whose name I read comes out and steps into this river. You can go as far as you can. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone hurriedly responded. In fact, they had heard about it before coming and understood it more or less. The farther you go, the better your qualifications will be. The better the qualifications, the higher the future achievements will be. The first one, Gu Yu Chen Bo. The schoolmaster quietly looked at the list in his hand and read out the name of the first person. Immediately, a young man walked out of the crowd and stepped into the river. Although the river is wide and tight, it is not deep at all. It can only reach the young man's knees. Chen Bo looked dignified, stepped into the river, and walked forward slowly. However, as soon as he stepped in, it seemed as if there was an invisible wall blocking his progress. Just when Chen Bo felt that he was struggling, a stream of light points emerged from the light group at his feet. The light spot is very light, showing a plain white color. This is the necessary gu for enlightenment, the hope gu. The light spots seemed to have their own consciousness, rushing towards Chen Bo's body. Immediately, Chen Bo suddenly felt the pressure disappear, and the invisible wall in front of him seemed to disappear. Chen Bo also gritted his teeth and stepped forward. However, he could only take 3 steps before the wall appeared again, preventing him from moving forward any further. Seeing this, the schoolmaster sighed softly, recorded the list in his hand, and announced the result softly. Gu Yu Chen Bo, 3 steps, no Gu master qualifications. Next, Gu Yu Zao Xie. Chen Bo suddenly turned pale and walked back slowly, as if 3 souls had lost 7 souls. Without qualifications, I can only live as a mortal in the family. The lowest mortal. This was too much of a blow to a young man, making his body almost shaky, which was equivalent to killing his hope for life. Many people looked at him with pity, but more people looked at the next enlightened young man with expectation. However, this one did not have the qualifications of a Gu master, and could only take 4 steps. Such a situation made the faces of the elders watching on the high platform gloomy. Next, Gu Yu Chi Chang. A short young man stumbled out of the crowd and walked into the river. Ning Chen looked at Qi Lian on the side, and there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. As perceptive as he was, he naturally noticed that Qi Lian's palms were covered with sweat. Gu Yu Chi Cheng, another B grade. As the announcement of the elders of the school below came, Qi Lian's heart he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while Ning Chen just chuckled and said nothing. Next, Gu Yu Fang Yuan. Instantly, the attention of all the young men and even countless elders was on Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan felt countless eyes cast towards him, and just smiled in his heart. It's getting more and more exciting. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Yuan slowly walked out of the crowd, stepped into the river, and stepped onto the sea of flowers. Just like the previous young men, some white light groups appeared around him, but the number was not as outstanding. This also made the onlookers' eyes sink. This number doesn't look like first class. Fang Yuan also ignored the opinions of others and slowly walked forward. 1 step, 5 steps, 10 steps, 20 steps. Fang Yuan's step stopped at the 27th step, and he could no longer move forward. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1229 words. The dim light in the cave reflected the lake. At this time, the small stone wall space underground was filled with people's exclamations. What? 27 steps? Fang Yuan is not a Class A talent? Could it be that the test was wrong? For a while, there were endless voices of doubt, not only from the young men below but also from the elders on the high platform. Fang Zhang in the crowd also suddenly raised his head, with an extremely surprised look, muttering to himself. What, brother is only Class C? For so many years. Brother turned out to be Class C. His eyes reflected Fang Yuan's thin back, mixed with deep shock. He really couldn't believe that his brother, who had been called a genius for so many years, was only a Class C. He always thought that his brother, Fang Yuan, would be grade A. No, his uncle and aunt, even the elders and even the clan leader all thought so. Even Fang Yuan in his previous life also thought so. Damn, How come he is only grade C? Gu Yuebwa frowned, clenched his fists secretly, and his disappointment was evident. As for the elders behind Gu Yuebwa, some sighed, some lowered their heads and talked, and some sighed to the sky. Clan leader, do you think the test is wrong? Unlikely, this method has been used all the time, and it is impossible to make mistakes. Then Fong Yuan's previous understanding and talent. Gu Yuebwa's eyebrows were still frowned. Responded in a low voice. In theory, a teenager with grade A qualifications will indeed show some differences. For example, intelligence, strength, agility, memory, etc., but they are just references after all. The final result still needs to be based on the test results. Gu Yuebwa stared at Fong Yuan below quietly, the disappointment in his eyes was almost overflowing, and he sighed. Our Gu Yu clan is really worse than the previous generation. The cold river water soaked Fong Yuan's socks along the seams of his pants, which was a bit piercing. However, Fong Yuan just ignored it, as if the river water did not affect him. Fong Yuan just had a calm face and quietly walked back to the crowd along the way he came. The steps slowly pushed the river water away, the turbulent water could not hide the size of the crowd. The laughter in Fong Yuan's ears became clearer and clearer, he raised his head and looked around at the crowd. There was ridicule, surprise, shock, gloating, and more indifference on the faces of the people. No one was concerned, not even one person. Fong Yuan looked at the indifferent people quietly, and his thoughts went upstream like the tide, returning to the same situation hundreds of years ago. Ha ha ha, it's really the same result, it hasn't changed at all. In my previous life, when I learned that I was only a C-level qualification, I felt like the sky was falling, and I seemed to have fallen down, it was really embarrassing. At that time, I was soaked all over, I was in such a mess, no one came to help me, and they were just as indifferent as they are now. In my previous life, these countless cold and indifferent eyes were like sharp knives piercing my heart, stirring my heart into pieces. Thinking about it now, it's really a bit ridiculous. Now, when he came to this scene again, Fong Yuan was just very calm, without the slightest ripple. Although he was only grade C, he was far better than those who had no cultivation qualifications. It was undoubtedly a big step for him on the road to immortality. Naturally, there was no need to be so sad. Besides, it's enough to have hope in your heart, why should you care about other people's opinions? What does it have to do with you if others are disappointed? The splendor of a person's life lies in the process of pursuing goals, and you don't have to care whether others like it or not. Go your own way and let them talk. Hey, next one, Gu Yu Fong Zhang. The elder of the school saw Fong Zhang and couldn't help sighing again. But no one answered, as if this person was not there. Gu Yu Fong Zhang. The elder of the school frowned and shouted again, and this time Fong Zhang heard it. Hey, I'm here. Fong Zhang finally came out of his shock, and quickly agreed and walked out of the crowd. But it seemed like fate played a trick on him, and someone tripped Fong Zhang. Plop. Fong Zhang only felt his feet lighten, and with a plop he fell into the river, extremely embarrassed. This embarrassing situation immediately caused everyone to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Humph, the Fong brothers are nothing but this. Gu Yuebwa looked down at Fong Zhang quietly, and unconsciously felt a little disgust in his heart. Oh no, it's so embarrassing. The sharp laughter in his ears made Fong Zhang groan in his heart. He stood up in a hurry, but his feet slipped and he fell even worse. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fong Zhang felt a force pulling him out of the water. Fong Zhang stood up and wiped his face. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised and murmured. Brother? Fong Zhang, go ahead, go forward boldly. The road ahead will be exciting. Fong Yuan patted Fong Zhang's shoulder, with a few playful smiles in his eyes. Obviously a third-class student, why can brother be so calm? Fong Zhang couldn't help but feel a little confused, but Fong Yuan had already returned to the crowd. Fong Zhang, after Fong Yuan's encouragement, somehow calmed down his pace. My brother is C-level, I guess he won't be much better. What? 43 steps, A-level qualification. The school elder exclaimed, pulling Fong Zhang out of his contemplation. Fong Zhang was slightly stunned when he heard it, and turned around to see that he had walked quite a distance. What? Fong Zhang is A-level? Fong Yuan is C-level, but Fong Zhang is A-level. Oh my god, after 3 years, Our Guyu clan has another A-grade talent. Even the Guyu clan leader and the elders, a group of experienced elders, shouted out loud when they learned that a A-grade talent had appeared. In this case, this child belongs to our Chimai. After all, the Fong family was originally split from the Chimai. What virtue do you have, old Chi Lian? I think it's better to let our Momai train him. At this time, the two leaders of the Chimai and Momai, the two elders of the family, Mo Chen and Chi Lian, were arguing over Fong Zhang. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with dim light, and he watched their fight quietly without saying a word. From the beginning to the end, he had always been like this, very calm. Gu Yuebwa shouted, no longer disappointed, his eyes were red, and he seemed a little crazy. Enough. No one can snatch it. Leave this child to me to train personally. Anyone who objects is against me, Gu Yuebwa. When everyone heard this, they knew to give up in dismay. After all, Gu Yuebwa was the leader of the Guyu clan, and they had no power or influence. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1291 words. The young people after Fong Zhang can be said to be mediocre. After all the limelight was taken away by Fong Zhang's first-class qualification. Ningchen, on the other hand, was stroking his chin, his black eyes reflected the figures of Fong Zhang and Fong Yuan, and there was a faint smile on his lips. Hey, it really doesn't make any difference. Fong Yuan's third grade is 44%, Fong Zhang's first grade is 90%, nothing has changed. Then it seems that Fong Yuan will probably still explore the inheritance of flower wine. Fong Yuan just folded his arms quietly and closed his eyes to rest, but there was some noise in his ears. Ha 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 ha, I thought I was a genius when I pretended to be serious every day. Turns out he is just a C grade. That's right. Look, you're still pretending to be serious now. Ha 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 ha. The sarcastic sounds were endless, and they all fell into Fong Yuan's ears, and Fong Yuan didn't care at all. The emotion in his eyebrows has not changed at all, he is still so calm. Elder brother. Fong Zhang looked at Fong Yuan quite complicatedly, his eyes passed through the layers of people and landed on Fong Yuan. Brother, you turned out to be in the C class, and I turned out to be in the A class. Fate is so fateful. By the way, what will my uncle and aunt think when they know our qualifications? In the past, Tutu and his wife took care of Fong Yuan as a child with first-class qualifications, but now Fong Yuan has first-class qualifications. The treatment between them will definitely change, which is why Fong Zhang is secretly excited. After everyone dispersed, Gu Yuebwa turned around and faced the elders of Ningchen. There was still a hint of excitement in his eyes, and a hint of excited blush on his face. Fellow elders, our Guyu clan has finally given birth to another first-class genius after 3 years. From now on, we are no longer afraid of Bai Ningbing from the Bai family. Gu Yuebwa spoke impassionedly, and the excitement in his words didn't seem like he was faking it. Yes. Finally, we have a first-class genius. Bai Ningbing from the Bai family can't be arrogant for much longer. With Elder Ningchen in front of him and Fong Zhang behind him, how can Bai Ningbing still be so arrogant? That's right, ha 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 ha. Everyone's faces are filled with more or less smiles, although they may be shallow or deep, but they all smile from the bottom of their hearts. Obviously, even though they often fight with each other in the family, when faced with interests that affect the entire family, they will be extremely united. Speaking of which, Mr. Ningchen, how did you defeat Bai Ningbing in the first place? At this time, an elder looked at Ningchen first, with a little curiosity in his eyes. After all, Bai Ningbing had never been defeated before Ningchen defeated Bai Ningbing. Such a record is simply appalling, but he lost to a third-level Ningchen. Hearing this, Ningchen actually had a bitter smile on his face, and he quickly handed over his hand. No, please don't praise me anymore. I was just lucky enough to defeat Bai Ningbing. If we fight again now, I will definitely be defeated by Bai Ningbing. After all, it's shocking that I, a person with C-level qualifications, can defeat Bai Ningbing, an A-level person. Upon seeing this, Gu Yuebwa waved his hand, dispelling everyone's doubts. Okay, no matter what, it is an indisputable fact that Mr. Ningchen defeated Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing also admitted that he lost, so there is no need to argue. I won't accompany you and go ahead. Immediately, Gu Yuebwa left slowly and walked out of the underground space. After Gu Yuebwa left, Ningchen didn't stay too long and left in a hurry. Ningchen walked leisurely on the street, his eyes were as calm as water, and his heart was as clear as ice. Fang Yuan, what will happen if I kill you now? After all, you are one of the few people on this mountain who can threaten my existence, and your spring-autumn cicada cannot be used at the moment. If I ignore you right now and kill you on the spot, you won't have any power to resist, and no one can protect you. And as the elder of my family, if I kill a Gu master student who is no more than 40% of the C grade, as long as it is not in broad daylight, that old guy Gu Yuebwa probably won't care. At most, he will turn a blind eye. Do you think I want to kill you, Fang Yuan? Ningchen looked far away and saw two figures walking side by side at the corner of the street. One is wearing white clothes, the other is wearing black robes. They are the two brothers Fang Yuan and Fang Zhang. However, Ningchen's attention was mostly focused on Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan is the first person who can threaten Ningchen on Qingmao Mountain. It's still early for Gu Yu's generation to recover. As the clan leader, Gu Yubo will not take action lightly. The clan leaders of Bai Jiazhai and Xian Jiazhai had no reason to take action against Ningchen, and Gu Yuebwa was there to stop him. The other ones that can pose a threat to Ningchen are Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. The only thing that can threaten the devil is the same devil. At this moment, Fang Yuan has not yet grown up, and Ningchen can easily kill him. After Fang Yuan grew up, Ningchen also had a way to kill him, but it was just a lot of trouble. Ningchen was never afraid of Fang Yuan's growth, nor was he worried about Fang Yuan's growth. After all, he asked himself, as they were both old demons, there was no reason for him to grow slower than Fang Yuan. It's just that Ningchen is cautious by nature and likes to control all situations, minimize threats, and nip all threats in the cradle. Ningchen's deep gaze passed through the layers of people and landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyebrows wrinkled unconsciously for some reason, as if he felt other people's gaze. Suddenly he turned around, and suddenly he looked into Ningchen's eyes. Dark eyes, ink pupils, facing each other. Brother, what's wrong with you? Fang Zhang saw Fang Yuan suddenly turning his head, and followed Fang Yuan's gaze. Suddenly I saw Ningchen's figure at the end of the street, and I couldn't help but have some doubts in my heart. Isn't that Mr. Ningchen's family? Did brother just look at him? Fang Yuan was silent after hearing this, and a few doubts arose in his heart. Isn't that Ningchen? Is he following me? No, I have no value at all for an old man to follow me, so why should he look at me? Ningchen stared at Fang Yuan, and a few undetectable sparks of electricity suddenly appeared in his clenched palms. His murderous intention was self-evident. But in the blink of an eye, Ningchen seemed to have thought of something and smiled involuntarily. Ha 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 ha, I'm so stupid. How can I kill Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan now has the investment of several sages, and even the investment of God's will. How can I, a small third-level family elder, kill Fang Yuan? But the idea just now came out inadvertently. In all likelihood, it was influenced by God's will. Ningchen smiled lightly before looking up at the sky, with a hint of depth in his eyes. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,384 words. Ningchen then dispersed the lightning sparks in his palm and turned away. This made Fang Yuan feel a little strange, frowning slightly, and his mind was full of thoughts. This Ningchen is really weird. In his previous life, he was able to escape from Qingmao Mountain before the wolf tide came. He knows the principle of keeping a low profile. In his previous life, he was a family elder, but he had no political inclinations. He did not lean towards the red vein, the desert vein, or the clan leader, but he was able to get away from it in the mountain village. He is really a smart man. It's a pity that he is short-sighted, otherwise he would definitely be able to create a world of his own. Fang Yuan stared at Ningchen's back quietly, and couldn't help sighing in his heart, thinking back to his previous life Ningchen. In his previous life, Ningchen not only did not get involved in the political whirlpool, but also dealt with various political forces properly, and lived a prosperous life. Moreover, Before the unprecedented wolf tide came, he was lucky enough to negotiate with the caravan and leave Qingmao Mountain, so as not to turn into an ice coffin. This behavior naturally won Feng Yuan's praise. In Feng Yuan's eyes, Ning Qin in his previous life was undoubtedly a very smart person. How could he be so prudent and protect himself? Brother? What are you thinking about? Feng Zheng's voice pulled Feng Yuan out of his deep thoughts, but Feng Yuan was so cold after hearing that, he didn't even look at Feng Zheng. Nothing, let's go. Oh. Feng Yuan walked in front, and Feng Zheng stepped on Feng Yuan's shadow, one step after another. Feng Zheng still didn't walk out of the previous shadow. And Ning Qin had returned to his mansion at this moment, sitting quietly in the study. His eyebrows were slightly gloomy, his face was calm, and he let the tea beside him cool down. How could I easily reveal the killing intention just now? As a 1,000-year-old demon, the killing intention has long been internalized in my heart. I would not have the slightest killing intention when I kill people, but I actually had the killing intention just now. It seems that it is God's will. But what makes me more curious is, when did I start to be noticed by God? The more Ning Qin thought about it, the more confused he became. He felt as if there was a mystery in his heart. The fog became thicker and thicker the more he thought about it, and it couldn't be dispelled at all. I am a demon from outside the sky, and a double demon from outside the sky, which is different from ordinary demons from outside the sky. Feng Yuan has the investment of several venerables and even the will of heaven. The ghost demon venerable created the 9-turn supreme immortal embryo body and became the grand master of all schools, defeated the heavenly court, and destroyed his destiny. Therefore, the will of heaven felt the threat of the ghost demon venerable and helped Feng Yuan refine the spring and autumn cicada and return to 500 years ago, which is now. Ning Qin sorted out the currently known clues in his mind, trying to find out why he was affected by the will of heaven. However, these clues were like pieces of broken puzzles, and they couldn't be put together at all. Ning Qin lacked a key clue to connect these information and find the rules in it. The more Ning Qin thought about it, the more his brows furrowed. His fingers gently tapped on the wooden table, and the empty echo filled the whole room. Meow. A cat cry like a cry for help disturbed Ning Chen's deep thoughts, making Ning Chen's brows furrowed even more. Looking in the direction of the sound, he suddenly saw a kitten the size of a palm hiding from the attack of a peregrine falcon under the shade of a tree. Its body was trembling slightly, and one could imagine how scared it was. It tried its best to lean against the tree, fearing that the sharp eagle claws would catch it directly. Meow. With a miserable meow, the kitten was caught by a falcon and disappeared into the sky, leaving only the shrill meows. However, the meow was like a key that opened the door that Ning Qin had been thinking about for a long time. Ning Qin watched the kitten being caught by the peregrine falcon quietly, and suddenly remembered a sentence in his heart, and murmured softly. Heaven and earth are not kind, and treat all things as straw dogs. In the situation just now, ordinary people would save the kitten when they saw it in danger, and even if they couldn't help, they would drive away the peregrine falcon. But God's will is extremely magnanimous, extremely indifferent, and extremely fair and selfless. God's will handed the kitten to the peregrine falcon, because the peregrine falcon had young eagles that needed to be fed when it returned home. In other words, why not exchange the life of a kitten for the lives of more young eagles? This is God's will. Tianyi sees all things as equal. No one person, no life has more value. In other words, if a life is so powerful that it is not tolerated by the heaven and earth and is feared by Tianyi, then Tianyi will think of all ways to deal with it. Anyway. For example, the ghost demon lord threatens Tianyi, so Feng Yuan is allowed to go back 500 years to change the future. Ning Qin's mind becomes clearer and clearer, and he feels that the fog in his heart is getting thinner and thinner, as if he has seen the answer. So that's it. Since there is a precedent of Feng Yuan, then I may be a chess piece that Tianyi has taken from the outside world to deal with Feng Yuan in the future. Feng Yuan will be a 9-turn supreme immortal fetus in the future, a complete demon from the outside world, and his future is limitless. There is no better chess piece to deal with Feng Yuan in the past 2 days from the 5 realms, so Tianyi can only take me, this special chess piece, from the outside world to deal with Feng Yuan. 9 times out of 10, that's it. Using me to deal with Fong Yuan, it's interesting. Ningchen walked to the window, a cold light bloomed in his black eyes, like a deep pool, but his heart became colder and clearer. There is a saying that heaven and earth are not benevolent, and treat all things as stupid dogs. The loss is overflowing and the increase is insufficient, this is the way of heaven. Fong Yuan was helped by God to fight against the ghost demon lord, and now Ningchen was helped by God to fight against Fong Yuan. In other words, if Ningchen kills Fong Yuan, then Ningchen will also be dealt with by the chess pieces set by God. This truth was obviously understood by Ningchen. Fong Yuan can let God take my chess piece from the outside world to deal with him. Even if he doesn't achieve immortality, it's not far off. Then when I am about to enter the 9th or even 10th rotation in the future, will I also attract the chess pieces of God's will? From this point of view, not to mention whether I can kill Fong Yuan with the investment of several venerables and even God's will. If I don't want to be targeted prematurely by God's will, I have to protect Fong Yuan when necessary, in order to seek mutual leverage. In this way, I can grow steadily under the eyes of God for a longer period of time. Ningchen's black eyes flashed with a glint of thought, and he had made a decision in his heart. He couldn't kill Fong Yuan, but had to protect Fong Yuan when necessary. Otherwise, without Fong Yuan, he would completely fall into the eyes of God. And this is what Ningchen doesn't want to see. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1266 words. The spring days pass quietly through the fingers without realizing it. At the entrance of the school, Fong Yuan quietly estimated the number of primeval stones in the bag, and next to him was naturally the young man who was blackmailed by him. Most of the people had already fallen to the ground in a state of confusion. Those with a weak personality were able to avoid the physical pain. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, ignored his classmates and just counted the primeval stones in his pocket, and suddenly smiled. Probably around 5 or 6 yuan. This amount of yuan stone is enough to support my practice. At least we can support it until the subsidy is paid out next week. The cultivation of Gu Dao firstly values qualifications, secondly values resources, and thirdly values talents. Although my qualifications are only 44% C grade, but with the inheritance of the wineworm left by Huazhou, the progress of my practice will not be slowed down much. Fong Yuan turned around and left, completely ignoring the students lying dead here. However, just as Fong Yuan left, several attendants from the school rushed out from the side. Come on. Make proper arrangements for the treatment of the little masters. Hurry and invite the healing Gu master over. The guards yelled for fear of neglecting this group of Gu master students. The school elder quietly stared at Fong Yuan's retreating figure, his eyes slightly narrowed. At that moment, Fong Yuan's back was much blurred in the eyes of the Shuatung family elders, and gradually it overlapped with another person in the Shuatung family elders' impressions. The schoolmaster looked at Fong Yuan's back with a faint smile on his lips. Fong Yuan, it's really interesting. A few years ago, Ningchen used the chess game as a gambling game and invited all students to join the game in order to obtain Yuan Stone. Now, Fong Yuan is more simple and rude, directly threatening the students with force and forcing them to hand over the primeval stones. Although the methods are slightly different, the purpose is exactly the same. The schoolmaster stroked his chin quietly, the light of thought flashing in his eyes, which suddenly became brighter and brighter. Speaking of which, Fong Yuan and Ningchen really have a lot in common. They all have C-level qualifications, their fighting talents are extremely good, and their personalities are also somewhat withdrawn. The previous Ningchen has been promoted to the elder of the family and is on the same level as me. And you, Fong Yuan, how far can you go? I'm really a little curious. Because of the relationship with the previous Ningchen, the school elders couldn't help but feel a little curious about Fong Yuan, who was similar to Ningchen. As the sun sets, the afterglow stretches the limping figure of Akaji very long. Qi Cheng touched the area where Fong Yuan had just hit him, and the severe pain from it made him grin, and a bit of anger arose in his heart. How dare a C-class person be so arrogant? Walking into the Qi mansion, he opened the door and murmured softly, his eyes unconsciously dimming a little. Grandpa, I'm back. After a period of quite unusual silence, Akaji also noticed something strange and raised his head. Suddenly he saw a figure in black clothes and dark hair sitting opposite his grandfather Qi Lian. Qi Cheng had never seen this figure in black clothes and dark hair, but when he saw this figure, Qi Cheng couldn't help but think of Fong Yuan, who had beaten him so hard that he felt a hint of disgust. This figure is naturally Ningchen. At this moment, Ningchen has a playful smile on his face, his eyes are slightly narrowed and he is looking at the rather embarrassed Akaji. He glanced at Qi Lian, who had extremely complicated eyes, and chuckled softly. Children of the Qi Lian family, is this your grandson? Yes, this is my grandson, Akaji. After hearing Ningchen's inquiry, Qi Lian came back to his senses from the shock just now, but his eyes were still a little gloomy. How come my grandson was beaten so badly after only one day in school? What the hell is going on? At this moment, Qi Cheng was quite curious as he looked at Ningchen, who looked quite young but could still talk to Qi Lian. A little curiosity inevitably arose in his heart. You look so young, but you can talk happily with your grandfather. Could it be that you are also an elder? But I have never seen such a young family elder. The more Qi Cheng thought about it, the more curious he became. Then he looked at Qi Lian, who had a frown on his side, and spoke softly. Grandpa, who is this? This is Grandpa's good friend, the elder of the Ningchen family. After hearing this, Qi Lian temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and answered Qi Cheng's question. It turns out to be the boss of the Ningchen family. When Qi Cheng heard this, he bowed slightly and saluted Ningchen. Ha ha ha, get up. I also saw you at the awakening ceremony. You have a second-class qualification, which is indeed good. Ningchen smiled softly on his face and looked at Qi Cheng with interest. Qi Cheng also showed a hint of a self-proclaimed smile when he heard this. Thank you, Mr. Ningchen, for the compliment. Akaji, tell Grandpa how you were beaten like this? Qi Lian finally couldn't hold it anymore and asked Qi Cheng why he was dressed in such a mess. When Qi Cheng heard this, his eyes dimmed slightly, and there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. It's Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan is blocking the door. Anyone who doesn't hand over the Yuan stone will be beaten up by him and then forced to hand over the Yuan stone. Of course I don't want to hand over the Yuan stone I just got. Since he has a C-level qualification and I have a B-level qualification, I naturally don't take him seriously. So I took the initiative to rush forward, and then. Qi Cheng did not continue to speak, but his appearance had already told Qilian the answer. Ha 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 ha, what a Fong Yuan, he actually dared to blackmail me, Qimai. Qilian was silent for a moment and then suddenly laughed. He was angry. Qi Cheng, as his grandson, was beaten to such a state. And Fong Yuan was a junior, so it was not easy for him to come forward to solve the problem. He had to swallow this loss. Qilian raised his head. Come, with bright eyes, look at Qi Cheng with dim eyes. Qi Cheng, Grandpa can't help you solve it directly, this matter can only be solved by yourself. Since he beat you with fists and feet, then you need to focus on honing your close combat skills and use Fong Yuan's blackmail as a whetstone. You are B-level talent, he is C-level talent, one day he will be stepped on by you. Yes, I understand. After hearing this, Qi Cheng's disappointment disappeared, leaving only the high morale for Fong Yuan. After Qi Cheng left, Qi Lian looked at Ningchen with a smile on his face. Ningchen, elder, this reminds me of your deeds of using chess games to earn yuanshare from classmates in the academy. Compared with Fong Yuan's behavior, it is somewhat similar. Ha ha ha, Qi Lian, elder, don't expose my bottom. Ningchen didn't feel ashamed at all when he heard it, but just smiled heartily. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1216 words. In the world of mortals. Ningchuan walked leisurely towards Ningchen's study, opened the door, and spoke loudly. Brother, I heard that a first-class qualification was born at this opening ceremony. Is it true? As the elder of the family, you must know this. Although it was a question, it was filled with some inexplicable affirmation. But Ningchen was just sitting quietly in front of the desk at the moment. When he saw Ningchuan, he couldn't help but smile. What? I heard that you and several other second-level Gu masters went to investigate the wolf lair. How is the situation? After hearing this, Ningchuan's face inevitably became a little solemn. I don't feel very good. There are 3 Thunder Crown Wolves with rank 4 combat power. This is the most ever. We haven't counted the other second-level lightning wolves and even the third-level crazy electric wolves, but there are quite a few of them. But just looking at the current scale, there shouldn't be a wolf wave this year. We should be facing another wolf wave next year. Hey, brother, you should answer my question first. There was a bit of eagerness in Ningchuan's eyes, but Ningchen smiled lightly when he saw this, as if he wanted to give Ningchuan a pass. The urgency in Ningchuan's heart forced Ningchen to explain. Don't panic. There is indeed someone with first-class qualifications born in this year's awakening ceremony. You should recognize him. His name is Feng Zhang. Ningchen slowly said Feng Zhang's name, with a hint of playful smile in his eyes. When Ningchuan heard this, he was also stunned. He found it difficult to accept this information for a while. His expression was extremely astonished, as if he was recalling the impression of Feng Zhang in his mind. You mean, it's Feng Zhang who was raised by his uncle and aunt? He also has a brother named Feng Yuan? Ningchen nodded slowly, the smile on his face became thicker, and he talked leisurely. Yes, it's the square you think of. That timid Feng who followed Feng Yuan as a whole has first-class qualifications. And his brother Feng Yuan has a C-level qualification. Ningchuan's expression became even more astonished when he heard this. He took a step back and seemed to be murmuring. Isn't Feng Yuan precocious? Isn't it said that geniuses with first-class qualifications will have precocious wisdom? But the results of the opening ceremony cannot be faked. Ningchen leaned back and leaned on the backrest behind him. He looked at Ningchuan in front of him with a faint smile, seeming to appreciate his astonished expression. In an instant, Ningchuan smiled helplessly, with a hint of understanding in his eyes. Oh, this is why you asked me to pay attention to brothers Feng Yuan and Feng Zhang before. Speaking of which, how did you know in advance that Feng Yuan was in Class C and Feng was in Class A? The curiosity in Ningchuan's heart did not diminish but increased. Ningchen saw this and took a sip of tea, taking his time. When did I say that I knew Feng Yuan and Feng Zhang's qualifications in advance? But, then why did you let me pay attention to them in advance? Ningchuan, you have to know that the rumor that Feng Yuan is a first-class genius has been circulating in the village for many years. Almost from the moment I remember it, Feng Yuan's reputation as a genius has been floating in my ears like a wisp. And Ningchuan, you know me. I'm suspicious by nature and don't want to believe other people's words, so I asked you to pay more attention to these two. And the current result is unexpected and reasonable. Ningchen's black eyes flickered with a faint glimmer of light. After Ningchuan listened to Ningchen's explanation quietly, he just sighed more and more in his heart. Brother is really scheming. But along with the sigh, more questions came to Ningchuan's mind, and he couldn't help but ask Ningchen again. But what if Feng Yuan does have first-class qualifications? That's right. Anyway, I'm just making a guess. There won't be any losses if I make a mistake, right? Ningchen answered Ningchuan's question quietly, and the smile on his face became deeper and deeper in Ningchuan's eyes. Haha, that's right. After Ningchuan left, Ningchen sat there quietly, his eyes flickering as if he was thinking about something. The 3 thunder-crested wolves, the thunder path goo worms on them must be at level 4. But I have to have this life to take it. 3 thunder-crested wolves correspond to 3 goo master cottages. We only need to deal with 1 thunder-crested wolf or even several crazy electric wolves and lightning wolves. My level 3 combat power still pales in comparison to the level 4 thunder crown wolf. Besides, a thunder-crested wolf requires the combined efforts of a clan leader and even many family elders to stop it. I am lucky to be able to save my life from the attack of the thunder-crested wolf. Even if I successfully kill the thunder-crowned wolf, I won't be able to get more than a few of the goo worms on my body. I can only get a level 3 thunder Dao goo worm at most. And after the thunder-crowned wolf, there is the even more cunning and cruel cunning lightning. This cunning lightning is much more dangerous than the thunder-crowned wolf. How many family members can survive this wave of lightning wolves? Ningchen sighed softly, and with a thought, a few dazzling lightning sparks burst out from his palms. The rather dazzling lightning sparks were reflected in the deep black eyes, and he was filled with thoughts. In fact, my practice of thunder has basically taken shape. If possible, I can leave the village, leave Qingmao Mountain, and go to a wider world. But after leaving the village, let alone facing threats from wild beasts and magic poison masters, just feeding the poisonous insects is a problem. In this case, there is no perfect solution. Ningchen tapped the table with his index finger, and his eyes flashed with a trace of thought. Prime Stone, Aptitude, Poisonous Insects, Lang Chao, Guyu Patriarch, Tianhe Master, Tieshu Leng, by Ningbing, Fang Yuan. Ningchen had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and slowly listed the factors that could affect him one by one. In an instant, a terrifying dark light burst out from his deep black eyes. Well, when the wolf tide comes next year, I will leave here and don't need any more poisonous insects. With the help of the wolf tide, there is no one in the village who can control me, so I can leave Guyue village smoothly. As for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, let these two devils have fun by themselves. Only when I reach a wider world can my practice of poisonous insects grow faster. Ningchen suddenly stood up, walked to the window, and stroked the window frame quietly. In an instant, a trace of coldness came from the back of his hand, which made Ningchen look up. But he saw that the clouds covered thousands of miles and the dark clouds pressed down the mountains. It was a good blessing from God. It's raining. Summer is coming too. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1452 words. In May, at the turn of spring and summer. The sky is clear and clear, the floating clouds cover the sky, the mountains are filled with flowers, and the green hills are rising. On Qingmao Mountain, green peaks of bamboo are like spears and swords, pointing to the sky. Wild grass is growing everywhere and wildflowers are everywhere. When the spring breeze blows, pollen enters the nose. Between the mountains and fields, there are layers of terraces. Looking from a distance, you can see a green ocean. The figure of a mortal in the terraced fields looks extremely eye-catching. Most of them are bent over, planting rice seedlings and diverting water. These are their daily farm work. Jingle bell. Listening carefully, there are actually a few sounds of camel bells hidden in the spring breeze. Looking from a distance, one can see a colorful caravan coming into view on the top of a mountain in the distance. Look, the caravan is coming. This year's caravan is finally here. It's May, and the caravan is indeed about to arrive. I don't know who first saw the caravan in the distance inside, which attracted all the farmers to look up and sigh. The caravan is an exotic culture unique to the Goo world. Among the hundreds of thousands of mountains in the southern border, there are ferocious beasts, long snakes, and dangerous rocks. If ordinary Goo masters or mortals want to reach other villages, they must form a huge team like a caravan to pass. It is precisely because of this caravan that the stagnant and closed economies of the various mountain villages have been able to communicate with each other, so that they will not rest on their laurels. The arrival of the caravan obviously quickly attracted the attention of Guyu village. In the wine shop, the bowls and chopsticks are stacked against each other, and the glasses of wine are intertwined. Fang Yuan sat quietly by the window, picking up a mouthful of food from time to time and putting it into his mouth. When he listened carefully, he could hear the wine shop manager sigh. Previously it was April, but this year it's not until May. That's it, it's finally here. When Fang Yuan heard this, he stopped the chopsticks in his hand and looked at the clear wine in the wine cup. Although there is a constant flow of customers in this wine shop, there are actually not many yuan stones that are actually obtained, and they cannot sustain the expenses at all. Only when the caravan comes every year can we earn more yuan stones through this caravan. It's a pity that the green bamboo liquor business has been taken over by Ningchen. Otherwise, when I inherit my parents' inheritance, the income of this liquor store will be quite astonishing. That's okay. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Without thinking for too long, he drank the green bamboo wine in the cup and sighed. Rumble. The heavy footsteps made Fang Yuan pause, and he looked out the window. Suddenly I saw a precious brass toad, which was as high as the house. It was covered in earthy yellow, and its back was broad and full of knots. There was a lot of cargo behind him, and in front of the cargo sat a middle-aged man. He has a fat head and big ears, sitting cross-legged on the toad's back with a round belly. With a big smile on his face, he clasped his hands and said hello to the Guyu people around him. This man is the eldest son of the Jia family, Jiafu. Although his appearance is ordinary, his cultivation level is at least 4 levels. It turns out that Jiafu's caravan is here. Fang Yuan looked through the window lattice and could only see one leg of Tongchan, and murmured. Then came a rather large black-skinned beetle. It's half a street long, and you can't see the end at a glance. Excluding the goods, there are a group of Gu masters, and there are some mortal warriors beside them. After the black-skinned beetles, there are also a number of strange monsters such as the colorful feathered camel, and they all carry the goods needed for the caravan on their backs. Jiafu jumped off the toad's back and walked to Gu Yuebwa and all the elders. He clasped his hands together and spoke loudly. I'm sorry, Brother Gu Yuebwa, I've really been neglectful this year and kept Brother Gu Yu waiting for a long time. If it's somewhere, it'll be great if you can come. Why talk about sooner or later? Gu Yuebwa also cupped his hands slightly with a faint smile on his face, while Jiafu's expression showed a trace of regret unconsciously. Hey, it's true. Our caravan encountered a group of bloodbats this year and lost a lot of manpower. Hey, life and death are determined by destiny, wealth is in the sky. Gu Yuebwa patted Jiafu on the shoulder, with a bit of sadness in his expression. Jiafu waved his hand gently, regained his smile, and changed the topic. Forget it, let's not go into details. Although it is late this year, there are quite a lot of good products this year. Oh. Doesn't that mean you're going to make a lot of money from my Guyu village? Gu Yuebwa also laughed loudly when he heard this, looking extremely cheerful. Then there was hearty laughter from the two of them. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Brother Jiafu, please hurry up and invite me. I have prepared a banquet for you early to wash away the dust. The smile on Gu Yuebwa's face did not diminish, he turned sideways to make a passage, stretched out his hand to invite. Brother Gu Yu is so polite. Although Jiafu looked flattered on his face, he kept walking forward. Afterwards, the two quickly walked into the attic behind them. It's Jiafu's turn this year. I just don't know if Jia Taixing is here. In other words, did Jiafu bring my yuan stone? Ningchen just stood aside from the beginning to the end without saying much. After all, when a level 4 Gu master was talking, he seemed a little out of touch when a level 3 Gu master intervened. However, when Ningchen watched Jiafu walk into the attic behind him, he inevitably had some doubts in his heart. Last year, the caravan led by Jia Gui, Ningchen, and Jia Taixing negotiated a cooperation to sell Qingzhou wine. This year, Jia Taixing should give Ningchen 6 components of the profits earned by Qingzhou wine last year. Unfortunately, this year's caravan is Jiafu's, not Jia Gui's. But Ningchen is not worried that Jia Taixing will swallow his share. After all, the most important thing for a businessman is integrity. The lights are bright and there is an endless stream of people. As night falls, there are more lights. The caravan moves quickly and has set up tents around Guyu village. These are temporary shops. Although it is night, there are a lot of people coming and going here. No matter mortals or Gu masters, adults or children, they all have smiles on their faces. Ning Chen's figure floats in the crowd, and the crowd actually makes way for Ning Chen to avoid a piece of open space. No matter where he is, the third-level cultivation is enough to save him a lot of trouble. Ning Chen's eyes move around, as if he is looking for something. In an instant, Ning Chen's eyes are fixed on a certain place, as if he has found his target and walks slowly. Jia Taixing is sitting outside the treehouse in Sanqing Cave at this moment. It seemed that he had expected Ningchen's arrival. Seeing Ningchen coming, he smiled slightly. Please sit down. Long time no see, Ningchen. Indeed, Taixing. Ningchen sat down slowly, with a faint smile on his lips, calm and unhurried. Compared with Ningchen's calmness, Jia Tiexing's eyes seemed a little complicated. He looked at the silver medal on Ningchen's waist from time to time, muttering. It's been a year since we last met, and you have already been promoted 3 times and become a family elder. Ningchen. When a gentleman leaves, he should look at each other with new eyes. Ningchen just smiled slightly after seeing Jia Tiexing's complicated eyes, very calmly. Yes, it's time to look at each other with new eyes. Jia Tieshing's smile was mixed with a little bitterness, no longer as confident and calm as last year. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,383 words. Ningchen stared at Jia Taisheng sitting opposite him quietly, and he understood something in his heart, but he still asked knowingly. But speaking of this, I remember that you followed Jia Gui. Why did you start working with Jia Fu? Isn't it to send you the profits from selling Qingzhou wine? Jia Taisheng also chuckled, raised his hand, and slapped a flour sack-shaped insect on the table. Second turn, flour sack insect. A flour sack insect can store 50,000 yuan stones, so it seems that the profit is not bad. When Ningchen saw the flour sack insect on the table, a few flashes of understanding flashed in his eyes, which was not beyond his expectations. However, Jia Taisheng slapped another flour sack insect on the table, which surprised Ningchen slightly. His pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help asking. Why do you say 2 flour sack insects? Could it be that all these are my profits? Haha, you guessed yes, these 2 flour sacks store a total of 100,000 yuanshi, all of which are your share, take them. Jia Taisheng pushed the 2 flour sacks in front of Ningchen with a smile on his face, as if he was afraid that Ningchen would think too much, so he took the initiative to explain. Don't think about it, I have already taken out my share, these are all yours. Okay, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Ningchen smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Jia Taisheng, and Jia Taisheng also shook Ningchen's hand. To be honest, I really didn't expect the business of Qingzhou liquor to be so good. We have raised the price as much as possible, but customers are still endless. I'm afraid I can't grab this sip of wine. Jia Tieshing's eyes were a little sighing, as if he recalled the popularity of Qingzhou liquor. Really, it's really a bit beyond my expectation. Ningchen slowly put the flour sacks in front of Ningchen, and put them in front of Ningchen. After the capsule was stored in the empty cavity, the spiritual consciousness probed into the flour capsule. Seeing that it was full of yuanshi, he couldn't help but chuckle, but his eyes were full of sighs. Jia Taisheng seemed to have thought of something, and there was a few smiles in his eyes. He chuckled. By the way, I have to send more goods this year, otherwise I can't supply those people. Ha ha ha, no problem. Ningchen also laughed when he heard it, and agreed happily, very cheerful. There was an endless stream of vendors. Come and try my Blue Mountain green tea bricks, 1 for only 1 yuanshi. Look at my intimate grass, 1 bundle for only half a yuanshi. Cheap and easy to use. Lei yin yi, cheap lei yin yi. Ningchen walked quietly in the middle of the tents, the shouting in his ears didn't seem to affect him at all, his heart was like a mirror. 100,000 yuanshi, the old man who had been with the frozen soil before Shi Ding agreed to split the profits 50-50. But that was when I was still in the second stage. Now that I am the elder of the family, how can Dongtu, no matter how powerful he is, challenge me as the elder of the family? Even if I swallow all the 100,000 yuanshi, he probably won't dare to say anything. But I don't lack yuanshi at all at the moment. Even if I don't count these yuanshi, I still have 70,000 or 80,000 yuanshi in my hand. For future cooperation, let's leave some for Dongtu. Ningchen's face had a cold smile on it at some point. In his heart, he didn't take the premise of the previous cooperation with Dongtu seriously at all. Going back on one's words is just a common occurrence for Ningchen, the devil. It's normal. Ningchen stopped in his tracks and looked at a gray tent that covered an acre of land. There was a couplet engraved on both sides of the door. The upper couplet, a little courage will bring you spring, summer, autumn and winter fortunes. The lower couplet, show your skills and get wealth from the southeast, northwest and northeast. The horizontal banner, good luck. It's another gambling stone shop. Ningchen pulled out a few faint smiles on his lips. Of course he had no interest in gambling on stones. Get out of here, don't you have eyes? However, a light shout came from behind, which made Ningchen turn around. Ningchen looked carefully, his eyes slightly fixed, but he dared not say another word. The man in front of him was dressed in a gorgeous robe, handsome, young, about 20 years old. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the one jade plate on his waist. It turned out that this was a first-level Gu master. But at the age of 20, he was only a first-level Gu master, so his aptitude could be imagined. How come I ran into a third-level family elder? What bad luck. Jia Jinsheng was even more bitter at the moment, but he didn't dare to say it openly. Originally, he heard that someone in the gambling stone shop he opened seemed to be about to open a poisonous insect, so he hurried over in a hurry and bumped into Ning Chen. Ning Chen's eyes were cold, which made Jia Jinsheng feel a little cold in his heart. He quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't recognize the great man. I hope you don't bother with me. Get lost. Ning Chen's tone was very calm, and it was hard to tell whether he was angry or not. Jia Jinsheng didn't dare to think too much, and hurried into the gambling stone shop from the side. Ning Chen stared at Jia Jinsheng's back, and his mind was clear as day, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. That person should be Jia Jinsheng, right? Then doesn't it mean that Fang Yuan is also in this gambling stone shop at the moment? Ning Chen thought so, and a smile appeared on his lips unconsciously. He followed Jia Jinsheng's steps and stepped into the gambling stone shop. However, as soon as Ning Chen stepped into the gambling stone workshop, the silver bronze medal with the word 3 on his waist attracted the attention of all the female Gu masters. Then a female Gu master walked over with a charming smile on her face. My lord, do you want to buy a stone? No hurry, let me take a look first. Ning Chen raised his hand to decline the female Gu master's invitation, and quietly looked around at the gambling stones. He walked with his hands behind his back and played with the gambling stones on the counter from time to time. Even so, Ning Chen quickly attracted the attention of the Gu Yu clan members. Look, is that the boss of the Ning Chen family? It seems so. The boss of the Ning Chen family is also here to gamble on stones? I think the boss of the Ning Chen family is pretty good. Fang Yuan was holding a piece of purple gold stone in his hand. The stone suddenly stopped and he followed everyone's gaze and saw Ning Chen. Boy, do you want to sell it or not? There is no such store after my village. A deep smile flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes, and he looked at Jia Jinsheng, who was trying to buy the purple stone, and talked eloquently. It seems you want to forcefully buy the clay ball in my hand. It's just that buying by force breaks the rules of the casino. What's more, you are still in Qingmao Mountain. Do you want to bully me, Gu Yu, in public? Or under the eyes of our Gu Yu clan elders? Hearing Fang Yuan's words, many Gu masters present could not stand, and inexplicably felt the same hatred in their hearts. Even the looks they looked at Jia Jinsheng became unkind. Jia Jinsheng's expression suddenly changed when he saw this. He changed the topic and waved his hand quickly. Little brother, you misunderstood. As the owner of a casino, how can I break the rules of the casino so easily? Legend of the Gu Demon. 1344 words. If I tear down my own business, will I still be able to do business? I'm just asking. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. But if you don't get the ingredients later, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Jia Jinsheng laughed twice, as if he was making excuses for his behavior just now. When Fang Yuan heard this, he ignored him and just focused on groping for the clay ball in his hand. When Jia Jinsheng saw that the hostility in everyone's eyes was gradually disappearing, he felt relieved and sighed. He originally wanted to suppress Fang Yuan, a 15 or 16-year-old boy, as the shopkeeper. But I really didn't expect that Fang Yuan would put him in the spotlight with just one sentence. What's more, Jia Jinsheng didn't expect that the third-level Gu master he met at the door was also the patriarch of the Gu Yu clan. He was really unlucky. Jia Jinsheng patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Ning Chen playing with stones from the corner of his eye and snorted coldly in his heart. If it weren't for you, maybe I could have bought the stone from this kid's hands. Ning Chen just played with the stone in his hand quietly, with some consideration in his eyes. Suddenly, Ning Chen seemed to notice Jia Jinsheng's malicious peripheral vision, and glanced at Jia Jinsheng's peripheral vision. As deep as a deep pool, as cold as ice. Jia Jinsheng immediately felt his heartbeat half a beat slower, and quickly looked away, not daring to take another look. Upon seeing this, Ning Chen slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at the stone in his hand again. There was some consideration in his eyes, and he looked at every inch of the stone unscrupulously. What a connoisseur! It seems like I won't be able to earn many yuan stones this time. The female Gu master behind her saw Ningchen observing so carefully, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Okay, let's take the stones I looked at just now. How many yuan stones are there in total? Ningchen's question interrupted the female Gu master's sigh, and she quickly agreed. You just looked at a total of 7 stones. 1 stone is worth 10 yuan stones, and there are 70 yuan stones in total. Upon hearing this, Ningchen casually took out 70 yuan stones from his bag Gu and handed them to the female Gu master at the side. Then they talked softly, but his eyes glanced into the distance with a hint of amusement. Please help me put these stones together first. No problem. The female Gu master also quickly agreed, not daring to neglect Ningchen at all. Oh my god, there really is a Gu worm. Isn't it? Did he really get a poisonous worm out of him? Is there anything wrong? Is it okay to bet on stones like this? The exclamations came and went incessantly, all floating into Ningchen's ears. Ningchen quietly held the bag containing the gambling stones and stared at Feng Yuan in the distance. At this moment, Feng Yuan quietly looked at the toad Gu in his palm, with a slight smile on his face. I saw that this toad was no more than the size of a palm, and its body was yellowish and covered in pimples. It looked a bit oozing from a distance. Feng Yuan ignored the envious and jealous glances around him and just lightly mobilized a stream of true energy and put it into the toad Gu in his hand. Qua. A lingering cry of a toad made everyone's eyes brighten, and their hearts were filled with amazement. Oh my god, it's actually a living Gu. The value of living Gu and dead Gu cannot be generalized at all. This kid is really lucky. Indeed, the value of live voodoo and dead voodoo cannot be generalized at all. When Jia Jinsheng saw this, he hated Ningchen even more and cried out heartache. At the same time, he also gave birth to a few glimmers of hope. Maybe this guy doesn't know the price of this Gu insect and I can still buy it at a low price? However, Feng Yuan seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and he talked in an indifferent and extremely calm manner. The second-level toad's staple food is yellow mud, 1 pound per meal. It is the main poisonous material for refining the precious brass toad. The market price is 500 yuan stones. Jia Jinsheng, do you want to acquire it? When Jia Jinsheng saw this, his lips trembled and he could hardly speak a word. You actually know so clearly. So, do you want it? Feng Yuan slowly sent the toad in his hand to Jia Jinsheng, with a faint smile on his face. The figure of the toad was reflected in Jia Jinsheng's pupils, his brows were slightly sunken, and his mouth was calm. How much do you pay? $500. What? Why don't you go and grab it? Jia Jinsheng's face changed dramatically after hearing this and he roared, while Feng Yuan just looked calm and turned away. Forget it if you don't want to buy it, I'll find someone else. Hey, don't, I'll buy it. Jia Jinsheng quickly dissuaded Feng Yuan who was about to leave, for fear that he would really leave. Jia Jinsheng reluctantly handed the 500 yuan stones to Feng Yuan, and he also got his fulfilled wish of the Lai-Tu toad. Jia Jinsheng looked up at Feng Yuan who was walking away, then looked down at the toad in his hand. Looking at the ugly toad in his hand, I felt an inexplicable anger in my heart. Damn it, it's all the fault of that guy from the Guyu family. Otherwise, not only would I be able to get this toad, but I wouldn't have to pay 500 yuan stones. This is often the case with people. No matter which road you take, you will always look forward to the road you have never taken before and it will be full of flowers. In fact, if Ningchen was not present, Jia Jinsheng would not dare to force the toad from the buyer's hands just with these Guyue tribe members. Dong dong dong. Crisp knocks on the door came to Tutu's ears. Tutu didn't think much about it and said calmly. Feng Zhang, go and open the door. Oh. Feng Zhang walked towards the door and opened it. The person who saw him was Ningchen. Master Ningchen family? Oh, it turns out to be Feng Zhang. Ningchen looked down at Feng Zhang quietly, talking eloquently with a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, Dongtu's hand movements stopped and he leaned forward, murmuring in his mouth, and his expression became a bit reserved. Master Ningchen family? Ha ha ha, don't be so formal. Tutu, do you still remember that I discussed with you last year our cooperation in selling green bamboo wine to caravans? Remember, what happened? Under Tutu's somewhat puzzled gaze, Ningchen casually took out a flower pouch gu. Our share is a total of 100,000 yuan stones. According to our previous agreement, I have 60,000 yuan and you have 40,000 yuan. This flower bag gu is your share. Dongtu took the flower bag gu in a daze, and the past appeared before his eyes like clouds of smoke. Suddenly his eyes lit up slightly. Thank you, Mr. Ningchen family. When Ningchen saw this, he patted him on the shoulder, with a hint of an unknown smile on his face. Well, then I'll leave first. Tutu quietly watched Ningchen go away without raising a question about the division. Even if Ningchen deducted his share, he still needs to be grateful to Ningchen. If Ningchen is a second-level gu master, Tutu might even force him to take part in Ningchen's share. This is the power brought by strength. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,331 words. Fang Yuan carried the bag in his hand and walked slowly into the wine shop. He threw a piece of yuan stone to the waiter and talked calmly. Open a guest room and cook up some dishes. Okay. Fang Yuan was no longer a stranger in this restaurant, so the waiter accepted the yuanshare and quickly went into the kitchen to get busy. Fang Yuan slowly opened the door and took out the only piece of purple gold stone from the bag. Fang Yuan slowly held up the piece of purple gold stone, and the familiar aqua blue light reflected in his palm again. Swish, swish, swish. Strands of gray-white stone powder fell to the ground along Fang Yuan's fingers, and soon the only piece of purple gold stone gradually disappeared. Obviously, it is a solid stone and nothing has been opened. Fang Yuan casually scattered the stone powder in his palm, and his heart felt as bright and clear as if he was watching fire. In this way, the wine bugs I obtained from the flower wine collection will have a reason to explain, and I can take them out openly. After all, with the precedent of the toad, I'm afraid it won't be a big deal if I bring out the wineworm again. But today is all thanks to Ningchen. If it weren't for Ningchen's presence, I'm afraid Jia Jinqing's attitude wouldn't have changed so quickly. Speaking of which, Ningchen is the youngest family elder. Being able to become one of the makers of power despite the obstruction of many family members, this Ningchen is really a great person. Fang Yuan slowly stroked the window lattice, and the clear moonlight hit his face like a waterfall or a river. The figure of Ningchen inevitably appeared in my heart, and I felt a bit sighing. Dong dong dong. There was an untimely knock on the door, which made Fang Yuan have some doubts in his heart. Who will come to see me at this time? Is it Fang Zhang? It's unlikely. I'm afraid he has already fallen into the gentle land of Shinchuan. But who could it be but him? Dong dong dong. The knock on the door came again, interrupting Fang Yuan's contemplation and making him feel a little vigilant. Fang Yuan slowly walked to the door, opened the door, and took a closer look, but it was the waiter carrying the dishes. The vigilance in his heart disappeared in an instant, and his tone was calm. Give me the food. Okay, please take it easy, I'm leaving first. The waiter handed the dishes to Fang Yuan and hurried downstairs. Fang Yuan closed the door and was about to have dinner, but within a few breaths, the knock on the door came again. Fang Yuan had no choice but to put down the bowl and chopsticks and open the door, but he was slightly shocked when he saw the person coming. I saw the man coming in black robes and hats, with a wolf's back and a wasp's waist, black hair like a waterfall in an abyss, and handsome eyebrows. If it wasn't Ningchen, who could it be? Fang Yuan, why don't you go live with your uncle? Your position is really easy for me to find. Fortunately, I finally found you. Ningchen looked down at Fang Yuan quietly, with a hint of confusion on his face. Fang Yuan saw that Ningchen was still calm in his heart. He cupped his hands, neither humble nor arrogant. I wonder why the boss of the Ningchen family stoops to find me? Is it possible that there is something worthy of your attention? That's right. The moon blade stone solution you used in the stone gambling workshop today is very eye-catching. Ningchen walked directly past Fang Yuan and stepped into the guest room, smiling softly and chatting. So, I happened to buy a few stones, so I thought it would be better to ask you to help me break the stones, so would you like to show me your skills? Although Ningchen's tone was gentle, Fang Yuan knew that facing such an elder, he had no room to refuse. Ningchen is different from the schoolmaster. The schoolmaster is restricted by the school rules and cannot attack students easily. And if Ningchen wants to deal with me, he doesn't need to wait for me to reveal the clues, he can just do it directly. Besides, I am just a Gu master student now, so it is really disadvantageous to offend an elder. Although the Moonblade gesture may expose some secrets to Ningchen's eyes, it's harmless. It's just a matter of time. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and then raised his head, meeting Ning Chen's gaze with a calm expression. Then I don't know what kind of reward the boss is willing to give me. After all, I have a C-level qualification, and it still costs a lot of real energy to break the Moonblade stone. When Ningchen heard this, he smiled without knowing why and waved his hand. It doesn't matter, I can wait. And you just sold the toad, and you just got 500 yuan stones. There must be no shortage of yuan stones. Although Ningchen was smiling, his attitude was extremely tough. Forget about the reward. When Fang Yuan saw this, he just silently picked up the stone handed over by Ningchen. There was a bright blue light in his palm, which was as cold as Fang Yuan's heart. This Ningchen is really difficult to deal with, but is he really just here to see my so-called Moonblade Stonebreaker? The aqua blue light appeared in Fang Yuan's palm again, and the amethyst stone in his hand was shrinking and getting smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, there were only 7 piles of gray and white stone powder left on the ground. Obviously no Gu insects were released, but Ningchen was not surprised at all and smiled slightly. Not a single Gu insect has emerged? Haha, that's normal. After all, who can draw out Gu worms for the first time like you? Ningchen patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, with a hint of sigh in his eyes. When Fang Yuan saw this, he just smiled non-committally. Yeah, I didn't expect that I could get the Gu worm out the first time. However, I still hope that Lord Ningchen won't be discouraged. Maybe we will be able to find Gu worms tomorrow from Gambling Stone. Ha ha ha. Ningchen just chuckled after hearing this, but his next words shocked Fang Yuan. But, I know the hardness of purple gold stone. The moon blade driven by the emerald green true energy is not enough to grind it into stone powder. To be able to achieve this kind of effect, you must have at least one intermediate level of green true energy. But I have some personal relationship with your uncle. As far as I know, your brother Fang Zheng, who has a first-class qualification, is only approaching the first-level intermediate level. And you only have 40% of the qualifications of a third-level person. How can you have a first-level intermediate level of true energy? It really makes me curious. Ningchen's black eyes stared at Fang Yuan quietly, as if he wanted to see through Fang Yuan from the inside out. Although Fang Yuan's face was calm when he heard this, his heart sank. This Ningchen is really amazing. I didn't expect to observe him so carefully. He is indeed the person who was able to avoid Bai Ningbing's self-destruction in his previous life. Ningchen looked at Fang Yuan, who fell into silence, couldn't help but chuckle, and talked leisurely. Well, I remember that there is a kind of Gu insect that can indeed refine the true essence. I remember it was called the wine bug, right? Fang Yuan, don't you have a drinking bug? Legend of the Gu Demon. 1270 words. When Fang Yuan heard this, his calm heart finally had a few waves, causing a bit of panic, but then he regained his composure. No. He is just speculating without any evidence. In fact, the evidence is right in front of him. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled when he heard this, speaking very gently, and pointed at a pile of gray and white stone powder on the ground, which was already there before Ningchen came in. My lord, you are really joking. I have a C-level qualification. How can I reach the intermediate level earlier than my younger brother Fang Zhang? But I really have a keen eye, and I do have a wine bug. The villain's luck is unimaginably wonderful. Just now at Gambling Stone Square, I opened the toad and sold it to Jia Jinshang, but I still had 1 stone left, so I thought I would come back first to sort out this windfall. And then I found out that there was 1 last stone left, so I solved it easily. And this stone contains this wine bug. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His happiness didn't seem to be fake. He opened his palm, and a fat white wine bug lay in his palm. Ningchen narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly looked at this fat and white wineworm. He looked a little cute. A faint smile appeared on his lips unconsciously. Oh, I see, that's it. Among the 6 gambling stones, 2 goo worms can emerge, and one of them is a wineworm. Your luck is really good. Ha ha ha, your moonblade calculation skill is really good. It also makes my eyes shine. Then I'll leave first. I hope you and I can exchange our stone gambling skills next time. After all, my luck is often bad. The smile on Ningchen's face became stronger and stronger, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes. My lord, please walk slowly. Seeing Ningchen leaving, Fang Yuan quickly stood up to say goodbye. After Ningchen left, Fang Yuan looked at the piles of stone powder on the ground and smiled suddenly. Fortunately, I was cautious and didn't untie all the stones. However, this Ningchen's insight is really sharp. I actually neglected the details of the hardness of purple gold stone. If I make the wrong move, I'm afraid the remains of the flower wine behind me will be noticed by Ningchen. But Ningchen is really cautious by nature. He must be a little dissatisfied with my last words. After all, it sounds a little wrong to me myself. I'm afraid he'll be investigating how I got the wine bug in other ways over the next few days. Of course he could come to me because of the frozen soil. Just in case, it's better to wait a few days before going to the flower wine collection, at least until Ningchen's attention is focused on other things. Fang Yuan's heart was like a bright mirror, with a clear view of fire, and he had thousands of thoughts. Fang Yuan slowly walked to the window, looked up at the bright moon that had escaped from the sea of clouds, his eyebrows could not help but relax a little, and he smiled faintly. The heroes in this world are really like the crucian carp crossing the river. The moon escapes from the sea of clouds and shines brightly in the sky. Ningchen slowly walked back to the Chen mansion. Looking at his face, he often had a faint smile. Fang Yuan is indeed Fang Yuan. Faced with my sudden interrogation, he was able to answer such a sophisticated question. However, although there are still some loopholes in his answer, there is no need for me to correct these loopholes. I can just use the trick. From this point of view, my hasty departure is a bit intriguing. I'm afraid Fang Yuan also noticed that I didn't ask all the questions. In this case, I'm afraid Fang Yuan will be more cautious in the future, and he may even stop there for a few days to avoid being noticed by others. And as a result, his cultivation progress will be slowed down again. With this thought in Ningchen's mind, the smile on his face couldn't help but grow a little thicker. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. Since you used me as a shield in Gambling Stone Square, is it natural for me to slightly block your path of cultivation? Ha 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 ha. Ningchen had no intention of murdering Fang Yuan, nor did he have any idea of helping Fang Yuan. His attitude towards Fang Yuan depends on God's attitude towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan gets help from God, then he will suppress Fang Yuan and not let him grow too smoothly. If Fang Yuan is hated and suppressed by God, then he will help and support Fang Yuan and will not let God be too tyrannical. For Ningchen, Fang Yuan who is too strong is not good for him, and Fang Yuan who is too weak is not good for him either. Only Fang Yuan, who is neither strong nor weak, is beneficial to Ningchen. Ningchen will reduce Fang Yuan's cultivation resources or block Fang Yuan's cultivation path from time to time. In this way, Ningchen can extend the gap between their cultivation levels infinitely. Ningchen's interrogation only made Fang Yuan increase his vigilance and shorten his training time. But this injury can't be called a traumatic injury at all, but it just coincides with Ningchen's feelings. In the world of mortals. Ink walls and white tiles, shadows of trees dancing. Ningchen sat quietly in the lobby of the mansion, leaning on his face with his hands, quietly staring at the door of the mansion, as if waiting for someone. A moment later, Ningchuan stepped onto the threshold of Qin Mansion and burst into Ningchen's eyes. When Ningchen saw Ningchuan coming back, he couldn't help but smile softly and waved slowly. Ningchuan, are you back? Come, sit down. Seeing this, Ningchuan had some unreasonable doubts in his heart, but he still sat next to Ningchen and asked softly. Brother, what's wrong? I remember that you were very favored by Gu Yuebua before, right? Didn't he also use Qingshu's wine bug on you? When talking about Gu Yuebua, a trace of disgust that could not be concealed appeared on Ningchuan's face. After all, Gu Yuebua is the direct murderer who killed Ningchuan and even Ningchen's parents. Although Ningchuan didn't have a good impression of Gu Yuebua, he still answered Ningchen's question. Yes, the wine bug is still in my hole now. But it's a pity that this wine bug doesn't have the goo recipe for the second level wine bug, otherwise its price could be doubled again. Ningchuan casually took out a fat white wine bug, with a hint of regret in his eyes. When Ningchen saw the wineworm, which was exactly the same as the wineworm in Feng Yuan's hand, Ningchen couldn't help but smile softly. The smile made Ningchuan confused, and he slowly stretched out his hand. Ningchuan, give me the wine bug. It has a great effect on me. When Ningchuan heard this, he handed it to Ningchen without thinking. He had complete trust in Ningchen. Ningchen quietly played with the wine bug in his hand, the smile on his face getting thicker. Such a smile fell into Ningchuan's eyes, but it caused some doubts in his heart. What effect can a level 1 goo insect have on my brother who is already level 3? Legend of the Goo Demon. 1308 words. The night sky was falling, and the silver moon was hanging high. Ningchen sat in his room, closed his eyes, and his consciousness had already penetrated into the empty cavity in his lower abdomen. He saw that the light silver true essence C in the empty cavity had risen to nearly 80%. Now Ningchen's qualifications have reached 70% or 80% under the improvement of his goo. But this progress made Ningchen think a little, with a little understanding. It's been so long, and the qualifications have only risen by a few points. It seems that I don't need to worry about whether the qualifications improved by my goo will rise to 100%. I started from 50% qualifications and improved my qualifications. Now it is 70% or 80%. The speed is really too slow compared to when I just found my goo, but this is not unexpected. There is a saying that once a person finds himself, he will have endless hope. So, hope refers to the hope goo or aptitude, and oneself is the self goo. However, as I have become indifferent to the increase of aptitude during this period, I am not so eager for the increase of aptitude. I am afraid that this is the reason why my aptitude is increasing so slowly. But it is fine, it is still increasing, as long as it does not stop increasing. Ningchen glanced to the side and saw that the outer hollow light film had several deep cracks. It is obvious that Ningchen has never slacked off in his practice no matter what position he is in. His spiritual consciousness deepened again, and he looked at the goo worms floating in the pale silver sea of true essence. The third-level goo worms include Thunder Strike Goo, Sky Thunder Goo, Thunder Wing Goo, Thunder Attracting Goo, and Bag Goo. The other goo worms are second-level goo worms. So, most of my third-level goo worms are attacking ones. But this is no wonder. After all, when I was fighting with Bai Ningbing again, the more attacking goo worms I had, the better. Now that I have some free time, I can put the upgrading of goo worms on the agenda. I just happened to talk to Jia Taisheng to see if there are any goo materials for thunder goo worms. Some goo materials are still hard to buy in the shops in the village. The next day, the morning light was blowing on his face, and the breeze was blowing his hair. Ningchen leaned against the bamboo building, quietly watching the figures on the street. The figures of the woodcutter, farmer, goo master, and student all fell into Ningchen's black eyes. Suddenly, Ningchen seemed to have found his target, with a few smiles on his lips, and slowly followed the figure. Good morning, old man. Hello, old man. Good morning, old man Ningchen. As soon as Ningchen walked into the crowd, he heard a wave of greetings, and Ningchen just responded with a chuckle. Feng Zheng in the crowd looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Ningchen was slowly following behind him. He couldn't help but bowed quickly. Hello, old man Ningchen. Feng Zheng, good morning. Ningchen smiled faintly in his heart when he heard it, and looked at Feng Zheng in front of him, with a smile like spring breeze, talking freely. By the way, Feng Zheng, why didn't I see your brother? Isn't he going with you? Feng Zheng's eyes darkened slightly when he heard it, and he opened his mouth to say something, but he said nothing. I can't say it, because he doesn't know how to say it. Lord Ningchen. If you don't want to say it, forget it. There's no need to force yourself to say it. Ningchen's big hand patted Feng Zheng's shoulder, and a trace of warmth flowed into Feng Zheng's heart along his shoulder. Feng Zheng raised his head and looked at Ningchen's gentle smile. Thinking of Feng Yuan's indifferent expression during these days, he couldn't help but feel a slight soreness in his nose. Ningchen looked at Feng Zheng with red eyes, and his heart became colder, but his words were still extremely gentle. By the way, aren't you a Class A qualification? But why did I hear that you are often blackmailed by Fong Yuan for yuancher? Is it true or false? This is true. Ningchen sighed softly after hearing this, and was silent for a moment, and then looked at Fong Zhang again. Hey Fong Zhang, do you want to defeat your brother? Of course I do. Fong Zhang looked at Ning Chen's eyes, recalled Fong Yuan's cold expression, and blurted out the answer in his heart. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with encouragement, and he spoke eloquently, with strong expectations in his words. If you want to, then you should defeat him in close combat first. He is just a person like you. He will get tired, he will feel pain, and he will fail. And as a first-class genius, how can you lose to a third-class genius frequently? To be honest, when I first saw the two of you, I noticed the self-confidence that had been suppressed for a long time in your heart. So, I hope you can defeat your brother head-on. At the same time, if you defeat Fong Yuan, I will give you the wine bug in my hand. How about it? The more Fong Zhang listened, the brighter the light in his eyes became. He raised his head and looked directly at Ning Chen, saying clearly, Okay, I will definitely defeat my brother head-on and prove it to you, Lord Ning Chen. Ning Chen shook his head when he heard this, obviously not satisfied with Fong Zhang's answer, and said leisurely, No, you have to prove it to yourself, understand? You have to defeat Fong Yuan head-on and achieve your reputation as a top-level genius. Fong Zhang nodded blankly when he heard this. You have to defeat Fong Yuan head-on and become a first-class genius. This sentence lingered in his mind like a lingering sound. The setting sun is like blood, and the sea of clouds on the horizon is also reflected blood red by the setting sun. The setting sun penetrates the clouds and falls next to the school gate. Fong Yuan was leaning on the door at this moment, quietly watching his classmates walk out of the school one after another. He couldn't help but straighten up and announced softly. 1 yuan stone per person. The pain of flesh and blood and a piece of yuan stone, you choose. The courtyard of the school is not big, and Fong Yuan's words fell clearly on everyone's ears. However, there seemed to be something a little different today. There was no fear on everyone's faces, but instead there was a hint of fighting spirit. Fong Zhang took a deep breath, slowly walked out of the crowd, and shouted softly to Fong Yuan in the distance. Brother, it's impossible for me to give you another yuan stone. But this shout seemed to express what everyone was thinking. Then, under Fong Yuan's somewhat surprised gaze, Fong Zhang was the first to rush towards Fong Yuan. For a long time, Fong Yuan gasped heavily, his body trembled slightly, and he almost fell to the ground. They are all excited by something, why are they so stubborn? Fong Yuan looked at the students lying on the ground and had some deep doubts in his heart. Although he knocked them all to the ground, this time it took much more effort than the previous times. At the same time, by the bamboo building in the distance, Ningchen was watching all this through the school door. His eyes were as calm as water, and he didn't seem to be surprised by Fong Zhang's defeat. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,255 words. Ningchen quietly watched Fong Yuan, who was sweating profusely and could barely stand, then looked at the students lying on the ground, and inevitably let out a sigh. Hey, even the temptation of the wine bug can't help them overcome the experience gap and defeat Fong Yuan. But fortunately, they don't have no fighting spirit at Fong Yuan now. It's a good thing if they dare to resist. I believe it won't be long before Fong Yuan can extort less and less yuan stone, right? Ha ha ha. Ningchen let out bursts of silent chuckles, and then his figure disappeared at the corner of the street. It turned out that this morning, Ningchen not only encouraged Fong Zhang, but also encouraged Qi Cheng, Ma Bei and others. Although the methods are slightly different, the essence is just one sentence. Are you willing to be blackmailed by Fong Yuan? I believe that no young man, regardless of his weak character, would be willing to hand over the primeval stone in his hand to Fong Yuan. And this is where Ningchen comes in, amplifying the dissatisfaction in their hearts little by little, and finally letting Fong Yuan's fighting spirit arise in their hearts again. Of course, Ningchen's words alone would not ignite Fong Yuan's fighting spirit again. Supplemented by Ningchen's encouragement, they were unwilling to hand over the primeval stone to Fong Yuan. Secondly, as a high-ranking patriarch, Ningchen could actually encourage them personally. How could they not be flattered? Therefore, there is now this fierce battle. At least Fang Yuan does not look so relaxed. However, how can a boy's whim make up for the gap in experience brought by time? At most, they only made Fang Yuan spend more effort. As for the Jedi's outbreak and counterattack? Haha, joke. Fang Yuan has more than 500 years of experience in his previous life, and his combat experience has long been engraved in his muscles. How could he be defeated by a group of young people who were still young and only received a few words of encouragement? Of course, Ningchen was not surprised at all when he saw their defeat. On the contrary, he was extremely calm, as if their defeat was within his expectation. After all, Ningchen just wanted Fang Yuan to get fewer yuan stones through blackmail. If they could really defeat Fang Yuan, it would be beyond Ningchen's expectation. In the school courtyard, Fang Yuan slowly searched out a piece of yuan stone from each student who fell on the ground and put it into his pocket. Looking at the dozens of primeval stones added to his pocket, Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Huh. They really don't know what stimulated them, and they resisted so fiercely. It seems that the road to blackmail is almost dead. The gap in strength between them and me in close combat is getting smaller with time. In other words, I can't beat them anymore. But if blackmail doesn't work, how do I get the yuan stone? It seems that I still have to continue on the road of blackmail, but I also have to increase my physical strength accordingly. Perhaps, we also need to buy a black or white boar goo from the caravan, which is another expense. But if we sell the screen wall that Huazhou left behind to the caravan, we might get a good price. But, who should I sell to? Fang Yuan leaned against the door and slowly fell into deep thought. People's faces kept appearing in his mind. Jiafu is absolutely not good. As a rank 4 Gu master, he will not ruin his reputation just for such a small gain. It is more likely that he will tell the Guyu clan leader. I remember that Ningchen had a good relationship with a person in the caravan. His name seemed to be Jia Taisheng. In his previous life, Ningchen also relied on his relationship to catch up with the Jia family's caravan. By chance, he left Qingmao Mountain and escaped. As for Jia Tiesheng's cultivation, although he is not as good as Jiafu, he is thoughtful and cautious. If I sell the screen wall to him, he might tell Ningchen, just because of his personal relationship with Ningchen. And once Ningchen finds out about the screen wall, not to mention the hidden treasure of Huazhou, I might even lose my life. Then if you can eat this shadow wall, it will be beneficial to my control, and it can also be sold to people from other forces. Only Jia Jinsheng is left in the caravan. Jia Jinsheng's figure appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, and a faint smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. Outside the Samsungdong treehouse, Jia Taisheng took a sip of tea, looked at Ningchen who was sitting across from him, and started talking. You said you wanted Thunder Dao Gu material? Yes, any Thunder Dao Gu material. After all, I am now at the 3rd level, but many Gu insects are still at the 2nd level and need to be refined. Ningchen laughed dryly when he heard this, but seemed a little embarrassed. But when such embarrassment fell into Jia Tiesheng's eyes, it just made him laugh loudly, with a little ridicule in his eyes. Ha ha ha. I've seen you in this situation too many times. Don't worry, if there is Thunder Dao Gu material, I will leave some copies for you. Thank you very much. Ningchen smiled suddenly when he heard this, clasped his hands into fists, and expressed his gratitude. However, a rather noisy noise attracted their attention together. Come and see, there is a shady vendor selling fake goo to the Guyu tribe. There were many Guyue tribe members among the crowd. When they heard this, they were immediately filled with indignation and walked toward the noisy place. What? There is such a thing? Go and have a look and see who and which shop dares to deceive our fellow tribesmen. Ningchen just stared at the noisy place quietly, narrowing his eyes slightly, and then started talking softly. Sorry, Taisheng, I'll excuse you for a moment. Don't worry, I'll go with you. In this Jia family caravan, my words still have some weight. Seeing Jia Taisheng stand up and follow him, a faint smile couldn't help but appear on Ningchen's face. This is the best. Jia Taisheng followed Ningchen and walked towards the noisy place. The center of the crowd was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 outside. However, after Ningchen walked in, he was pushed by the crowd and walked into the center. He could still hear a few sighs in his ears. Look, it's Lord Ningchen here. Master Ningchen is going to make the decision for us. With Lord Ningchen here, the black-hearted traitors can't cause any trouble. In the center, at the entrance of the tent, are two figures standing. One is a second-level Gu master. Looking at his attire, you can tell that he is a member of the Guyu tribe. The other one is dressed luxuriously, unlike ordinary people. It is Jia Jinsheng, the boss of this gambling stone shop. As soon as Jia Taisheng and Ningchen stepped into the center of the crowd, their attention was attracted. Immediately, the expressions of the two of them were very exciting. The Gu master quickly bowed, with a hint of grievance on his face. Lord Ningchen, you must make the decision for me. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1235 words. When Ningchen saw this Gu master complaining to him, he quickly asked. Don't worry, tell me what's wrong first. When Gu master saw Ningchen coming forward, he said. Lord Ningchen, you don't know something. This unscrupulous merchant sold me a black boar gu at a low price, only 250 yuan stones. I immediately bought it, but when I bought it, I suddenly realized what kind of black boar gu was this. It was clearly a stinky fart. Fat insect. Jia Jinsheng also sneered when he heard this. His eyes stared at the Gu master. His words were as cold as frost. You kid, don't slander anyone. Where did I say this was black boar gu? What evidence do you have? When the Gu master heard this, he became furious, grabbed Jia Jinsheng's collar and tried to beat him. You, a profiteer, are still talking nonsense and you dare to deny it. You dare to deceive your grandpa Guyu in Guyu village. Do you really want to die? Jia Jinsheng was furious when he saw this. He opened his sleeves, slapped the Gu master's hand away, and talked leisurely. You want to cause trouble and extort money? Ha! I'm not afraid of you, my brother is Jia Fu. Level 4 Gu master. Even if you, the Ningchen family, are always here, it's useless. The young Gu master opened his eyes angrily, but that was all. He didn't dare to do anything anymore. Jia Fu's reputation had already frightened him. Jia Jinsheng looked at Ningchen with a mocking smile, as if to say. My brother said Jia Fu, what can you do to me? Ningchen was not surprised at all when he saw this, and then a figure slowly walked out from behind Ningchen. His face was modest, his eyebrows were like crescent moons, and there was a trace of undisguised disappointment in his eyes, and he was talking leisurely. Jinsheng, why are you doing this? Don't our Jia family value integrity? The cold and stern question fell into Jia Jinsheng's ears. Such a familiar voice made his face stagnate, his expression was complicated, and he murmured. Tai Shang. For a moment, Jia Jinsheng could not say another word, while Jia Taisheng sighed and saluted the Gu master with a hint of guilt in his mouth. Brother Guyu, I'm sorry for deceiving you. This is my brother's temperament. I hope you won't blame him too much. In this way, on behalf of him, I will give you double compensation. Then Jia Taisheng slowly took out 5 bags under the surprised gaze of Gu master. Each bag contained 100 yuan stones. Just like that, the double compensation was handed to the Gu master, which made him a little overwhelmed for a while. He couldn't help but look at Ningchen aside. This. Anshin, just take it. This is Jia Taisheng, a personal friend of mine. When Ningchen saw the young Gu master looking at him, he couldn't help but smile gently and comfort him softly. Then the young Gu master bowed to Ningchen and Jia Taisheng, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Jia Taisheng. Jia Taisheng's actions undoubtedly won the praise of all the Guyue tribe members present. As expected of Lord Ningchen, he is a personal friend. Yes, Master Jia Taisheng is really wise. It's amazing. When Jia Taisheng heard this, he clasped his fists at everyone and smiled faintly. You guys should stop praising me. Our Jia family's caravan has been able to get where it is today just by being honest and trustworthy. However, after this incident, I hope you will forgive me, my brother. Then Jia Taisheng bent down and bowed to the crowd, which was naturally greeted with even stronger cheers. Jia Taisheng's bowing look caught Jia Jinsheng's eyes, making the corners of his eyes twitch slightly. The cheers and exclamations in Jia Jincheng's ears were so harsh. Hey! Jia Jincheng looked at Jia Taisheng, who was bending down, and couldn't help but exhale a long sigh, and slowly walked into the tent. Fang Yuan among the crowd quietly watched Jia Jincheng step into the tent, with a deep smile inevitably rising in his eyes. Oh, it's interesting. From this point of view, selling that screen wall to Jia Jincheng was probably the right choice for me. Jia Jincheng sat quietly in the wine shop, with his back to everyone and a wine cup in his hand. Slowly swaying the wine cup in his hand, the clear wine slurry in it also made ripples due to the sloshing. He leaned over and looked at the ripples in the cup. At this moment, Jia Jincheng himself was naturally involved in the ripples. As he watched, Jia Jincheng's vision became a little blurry, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Taisheng is different from the past now. Among the brothers, I look the most like my father and the most handsome, but my qualifications are also the worst. Now, when I encounter trouble, I need Taisheng to help me solve it. The more Jia Jincheng thought about it, the more desolate he became, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down the corners of his eyes. He picked up the wine cup, raised his head, and drank the wine in one go. Immediately, a spicy feeling poured into my stomach, but my mind seemed to be floating on the clouds. Jia Jincheng's eyes were a little cloudy, as if he was recalling the past. Among all brothers, Jia Jincheng and Jia Taisheng have the best relationship. The two practiced together, ate together, slept together. But as time goes by, their vision, status, and structure all change with the growth of their strength. Now, my former schoolmates can already cover for me. Isn't this a great irony? As a man of 7 feet tall, my former schoolmates can now cover for me. You can imagine the gap between them now. My former brother is now almost my boss. How can I not feel a lot of emotion? The disappointment in Jia Tiesheng's eyes deeply hurt Jia Jincheng's heart. The more Jia Jincheng thought about it, the more desolate he felt. Tears fell on the table, splashing silent tears. At this time, a familiar voice sounded beside Jia Jincheng. Jia Jincheng looked in the direction of the voice, with a slight exclamation in his mouth. It's very uncomfortable, right? You are. The one who opened the toad in my gambling stone shop that day. Yes, but I need your help with something now. Strictly speaking, this is not only to help me, but also to help you. Because this favor requires you to help me sell something, and the profit it brings is enough for you to get more property in the struggle for property. Jia Jincheng looked at Fang Yuan's slow appearance, and his eyes couldn't help but have a few traces of shock. The news in our Jia family spread so quickly. This is not a secret. Fang Yuan smiled slightly when he heard the words, with a few traces of coldness, and talked leisurely. So, do you want it or not? I can't easily disclose the news of this cargo, but I'm sure you can definitely make a lot of money. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,303 words. Dark clouds covered the sun, and the rain was like a beaded curtain pulling at the cloth, and the sky was filled with violent rain. A summer rain swept over, taking away some of the summer heat on Qingmao Mountain. Also leaving with Xia Yi was the Jia family's caravan. In the wilderness, 2 canopies stood facing each other. Ningchen, this is the Thunder Dao Gu material you asked me to help you find. They are all here. Jia Taisheng handed the flour bag Gu in his hand to Ningchen in front of him, then stood with his hands behind his back, smiled slightly, with a hint of sincerity. Ningchen slowly took the flour bag Gu and took a closer look. He was also surprised by the Thunder Dao Gu material inside. He couldn't help but raise his head, looked at Jia Taisheng in front of him with a bit of smile, and talked eloquently. Taisheng, is this Thunder Dao Gu material so popular? Haha, maybe you are lucky. We happen to have a lot of Thunder Dao Gu material in our caravan this time. So I picked a few copies of each Gu material for you from the caravan's inventory. Jia Taisheng chuckled, with deep sincerity underneath his smile. It's so difficult to see a sincere smile on a businessman's face. Ningchen's eyes fell on Jia Taisheng through the layers of rain, and he smiled slightly. Thank you very much, Taisheng. Well, we are leaving soon. I'm afraid the next time we meet will be next summer. Jia Taisheng looked up to the sky with complex eyes, and there was a hint of reluctance on his face, an unspeakable reluctance. Jia Taisheng has long regarded Ningchen as a close friend. Yeah, next summer. Ningchen Wen also softened his words, his eyes became a little dim, and he murmured to himself. Suddenly, the two of them fell into a deathly silence. Apart from the noisy sound of rain, there was nothing else in their ears. The rain was like a torn bead curtain, raindrops came one after another, and the roar of the rain reached the ears of the two of them. Ningchen raised his head, looked through the layers of rain, and smiled slightly. Take care of yourself. Next year, I hope to meet you as a fellow Gu master. When Jia Taisheng heard this, his expression froze at first, then he smiled faintly, clasping his hands into fists. It must be so. The roaring rain cannot hide the true feelings. The heavy rain in the sky is so intense that it warms my heart. Ningchen left slowly, and suddenly Jia Taisheng's shout came to his ears. Ningchen, wait a minute. What's wrong? Ningchen turned around and spoke calmly, looking at the anxious Jia Taisheng quietly. Jia Taisheng asked hurriedly, and the eagerness in his eyes didn't seem to be fake. I just wanted to ask if you have seen Jia Jinsheng? Sorry, I didn't see him. However, Ningchen shook his head and said calmly. Jia Taisheng still did not leave after seeing this, and said softly. Sorry, Ningchen, I haven't seen him since yesterday. I'm really anxious. If you see him, please tell him. The caravan will leave soon. Let him follow the main force. And don't be angry with me. I did not take care of him yesterday. If he comes back, I would like to apologize to him. Excuse me, Lord Ningchen. Jia Taisheng bowed heavily and even changed his title to Lord Ningchen, which showed that his concern for Jia Jinsheng was not fake. Upon hearing this, Ningchen quickly agreed, with a somewhat solemn look on his face. No problem, I will definitely tell him if I see him. Trouble. When Jia Taisheng heard this, he saluted again, his eyes sparkling, and his gratitude was beyond words. Ningchen left slowly, holding the oil paper umbrella in his hand tightly, and a deep smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. I'm afraid Jia Jinsheng has been killed by Fang Yuan at this moment, right? Fang Yuan should also know the true legacy of Flower Winewalker at this moment, right? In a few days, Jia Fu discovers that Jia Jinsheng has disappeared. Maybe he will return to Guyu village to launch an attack to hold him accountable? It's really interesting. On the mountains in the distance, a thin figure stood quietly. She was wrapped in a thin black dress, and her complexion had the kind of paleness that is unique to a young man. At this moment, his dark eyes reflected the caravan slowly leaving in the mountains. Like a flower python winding its way through the mountains. A breeze came slowly, and the freshness of the earth entered Fang Yuan's nose. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, stared at the caravan slowly leaving in the mountains, and smiled slightly. It's really God's blessing. I just killed Jia Jinsheng yesterday. I'm worried about how to cover up the traces of the murder. And God knew that I was in the right mood, so he sent this rain. Fang Yuan stretched out his palm and felt the coldness in his palm. The smile on his face only grew stronger. But smiling, the smile on Fang Yuan's face gradually faded, and his heart became colder and clearer. But even if I kill Jia Jinsheng and the heavy rain is a cover, it doesn't mean it's safe. The caravan is leaving now and will not notice Jia Jinsheng's departure for a while. Once Jia Fu and Jia Taisheng find out that Jia Jinsheng is missing, they will return to Guyu village. Then the real test will come. As for Ningchen, I have to lend you a hand to fight against him. Fang Yuan slowly lowered his head, looking down at the canopy at the foot of the mountain, smiling quietly. Slowly returning to the Qin mansion, Ningchen asked someone to make him a cup of tea, and then slowly walked into his room. Sitting at the table, closing his eyes, his consciousness penetrated into the void. I saw more and more cracks on the light film of the void aperture, and I was just a step away from the intermediate level of third rank. However, Ningchen was not in a hurry to break through to the intermediate level of the third level. He just took a rough look at the aperture and then opened his eyes. Looking at the palm of his hand, he suddenly clenched his fingers into a fist and slapped forward. Boom! With a sound of air crackling, the book spread out on the table turned a few pages slightly. After retracting his palm, Ningchen's brows furrowed slightly, as if he wasn't too satisfied. Although I am now a rank 3 Gu master, my strength has not increased for a long time. Ningchen looked at his palm quietly and fell into deep thought for a while. Ever since he discovered that he had his own poison in his body, he had made some guesses about the practice method in his previous life. The cultivation methods of the previous life are actually used in the Gu world. Maybe this is also the effect of my own Gu? In the legend of human ancestors, the function of one's own voodoo is to be able to eat other voodoos, thus gaining the abilities of other voodoos. However, Ningchen's self-Gu power is somewhat different from the self-Gu in human ancestor biography. Therefore, Ningchen made a bold guess, his eyes flickered. If you bewitch yourself, you naturally refer to yourself. How can my life remain unchanged for a long time? So, my own Gu will also grow. When facing different situations, my state of mind will grow, and I will also grow. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1358 words. The autumn wind is light and the waves are rising. In the world of mortals. Lord Ningchen, the clan leader, has ordered that all the elders of the clan should go to the clan master's pavilion to discuss important matters. Qingshu leaned down and spoke lightly, his tone was extremely solemn. But when Ningchen heard this, he didn't even look back. He smiled faintly, not showing the slightest anxiety. Oh. What's the important matter? Qingshu immediately answered. It's Master Jiafu, the 4th level Gu master, who has returned. His brother Jia Jinqing's whereabouts are unknown. Oh. I understand, please step back. Hearing this, Ningchen just chuckled meaningfully, which was unpredictable. Stepping out of the house, he slowly walked towards the clan head's pavilion, with a hint of thought flashing in his eyes. Jiafu is here, but Qingshu didn't say whether Jia Taisheng is here. If Jia Taisheng comes, given his nature, he will definitely come to me for help. As the link between the Guyu family and the Jia family, my words may determine the direction of this meeting. Ningchen raised his head and looked at the patriarch's pavilion, which was the deepest and most majestic in the clan. There was inevitably a hint of a smile on his lips. Ningchen slowly pushed the door open and took a closer look. Shockingly, I saw people from the Jia family headed by Jia Fu standing in the middle of the hall, looking aggressive, as if they were going to attack the enemy. As for the hall, there were all the elders of the Guyu family and even Guyu Bo sitting around, with different expressions and different thoughts. At this time, Guyu Ebwa heard the sound of the door opening and took a look. The arrival of Ningchen seemed to make the almost stagnant air come alive again. It's Mr. Ningchen, please take a seat quickly. The smile on Guyu Ebwa's face was a bit forced. After all, it was still a bit forced to ask him to show a smile under Jia Fu's pressure. Ningchen didn't say anything when he heard the words, he just casually found a place to sit down, his eyes were as calm as water, and he remained calm. Such a calm look naturally caught the eyes of Jia Taisheng, who was among the Jia family. Jia Taisheng stared at Ningchen, who had a calm expression, and inevitably had some speculations in his mind. Ningchen, do you know where Jinsheng is going? The one who came after Ningchen was the Shuatung family elder, and he was also the last family elder. The old man from the school opened the door, looked around, bowed. Bye. Guyu Ebwa's temples were already turning gray. He rubbed his temples and sighed. Hey, I won't say more about the matter. Let me ask you, where is Fang Yuan? The schoolmaster was slightly startled when he heard this, and he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Why does this matter have anything to do with that Fang Yuan? His face responded calmly. At this time, he should be practicing in the school dormitory. Seemingly seeing the doubts in the school elder's heart, he sighed again. Brother Jia is now very suspicious that the disappearance of his brother Jia Jinsheng is related to Fang Yuan. I order you to bring Fang Yuan immediately. The schoolmaster was shocked when he heard this and quickly agreed. Yes. Then he left in a hurry. Brother Jia, please sit down and rest for a while. The Fang Yuan you are looking for will be brought over soon. Guyu Ebwa forced a smile, pointed at the seat next to him and talked. When Jiafu heard this, he smiled bitterly and clasped his fists at Guyu Ebwa. I'll first apologize to brother Guyu for disturbing me. However, I haven't seen my dear brother for a long time. Jia is really anxious. Ningchen quietly looked at Jiafu, whose face was full of anxiety, and secretly sneered in his heart. Can we only say that he is worthy of being a rank 4 Gu master? The younger brother of a first-level Gu master, and I often don't get along with him. How deep can the relationship be? It's just a fig leaf for myself to protect my younger brother. A moment later, a figure stepped in and instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the Jia family. Naturally, Fang Yuan, a veteran of the school family, was brought here. Jia Fu looked at Fang Yuan coldly, glanced at the female Gu master beside him, and asked coldly. Is he Fang Yuan? Yes, that's him, I won't be mistaken. The female Gu master's eyes were blazing, and her words contained strong affirmation. This female Gu master was naturally the female Gu master who accompanied Fang Yuan when he entered the gambling stone shop. Gu Yueb's face turned a little ugly when he heard this, and he clenched the teacup in his hand. As the leader of Gu Yu clan, how could he not know the deeper meaning of Jiafu's words? I have your evidence. Secondly, I don't trust your Gu Yu family. Gu Yuebwa suppressed his dissatisfaction and looked at the female Gu master with piercing eyes and asked sternly. You have to watch out, Fang Yuan also has a twin brother, his appearance is very similar. Are you really optimistic? This. Seeing Gu Yuebwa's momentum, the female Gu master couldn't help but hesitate a little. How could that female Gu master, who was only a first-level Gu master, be able to withstand Gu Yuebwa's pressure? When Jiafu saw this, he slowly took a step forward and his tone softened a lot. Brother Gu Yu, I have always respected the Gu Yu clan. I hope that Brother Gu Yu will uphold justice and interrogate Fang Yuan quickly. Gu Yuebwa's expression softened a bit when he heard this. Even so, he had already made a decision in his heart. If it was Fang Yuan who did it, then push it out. Anyway, a grade C person will have no effect. If it was really done by Fang Zheng, then use Fang Yuan as a shield. After all, Fang Zheng is the only A-level qualification in recent years. Gu Yuebwa had a gentle smile on his face, and his tone was extremely gentle. Fang Yuan, don't be nervous. Come, let me ask you, do you know the news about Jia Jinsheng? What Jia Jinsheng? I have never seen him. Fang Yuan slowly raised his eyelids, and the doubt on his face did not seem to be fake. He is lying. Before everyone could react, the female Gu master screamed and attracted everyone's attention. The female Gu master saw many family elders looking at her, and still spoke with courage. He opened a toad in the gambling stone shop that day, and the second son of Jia wanted to buy his toad, but he flatly refused. How can you say that you have never seen it? Oh, so it was him, then I did see him. But I have never seen him since then. Fang Yuan suddenly realized what was going on, and inevitably had a little nervousness on his face. He's lying again. It was a male Gu master, the Gu master in the tavern where Fang Yuan bought monkey wine and negotiated with Jia Jinsheng that day. My lords, I work in the tavern, and I saw him and Lord Jia Jinsheng plotting something that day. The male Gu master talked freely, chuckling at Fang Yuan, as if he felt full of momentum. When these words fell into the ears of the crowd, there was naturally a burst of noise. The elder of the school stared at Fang Yuan quietly with an icy look. Gu Yuebwa slowly leaned on the backrest behind him, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he wanted to see through Fang Yuan. And Ningchen just sat aside with a few deep smiles in his eyes, just watching without saying a word. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1354 words. How is it possible? There were so many people in the wine shop at that time, couldn't you have seen it wrong? Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he lost a bit of confidence in his words. Such a posture fell into the eyes of everyone, which made everyone suspicious. The male Gu master laughed even more when he heard this, as if he admired Fang Yuan's flustered posture. Ha 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 ha. Yes, it is true that there are so many people in the wine shop that I cannot pay attention to everyone. But I was so impressed with you that you bought me a glass of monkey wine to feed your wineworms. I was attracted immediately, but it's a pity that you didn't sell it. When the male Gu master talked about this, there was a bit of a cheerful smile in his eyes, as if a great revenge had been avenged. What? Alcohol bug? When the schoolmaster heard the word wine bug, he screamed in surprise. Looking at Fong Yuan, who looked quite flustered, he felt a little clearer in his heart. Oh, no wonder Fong Yuan was able to break through to the intermediate level first and be able to suppress other students steadily. It turned out to be the function of the wine bug. Gu Yuebwa's face became even colder when he heard this, and he asked sternly, like ice. Fong Yuan, tell me honestly, how did you get the wine bug? Is this wine bug born to Jiajin? The sharp shout fell into Fong Yuan's ears, but it made Fong Yuan feel endless smile in his heart. Thank you so much. How about I drag the wine bug out of the surface? In this way, I can drag the wine bug out of the water. Although Fong Yuan was smiling in his heart, his face was full of dissatisfaction. He raised his head, looked excited and shouted loudly, as if he couldn't bear such injustice. How is that possible? This wine bug is obviously mine. I clearly drove it from stone gambling. If you don't believe it, you can ask the boss of the Ningchen family. Fong Yuan pointed his finger at Ningchen, and Ningchen immediately received countless appraising eyes. Elder Ningchen, is this true? The old man from the school looked at Ningchen with a truth-seeking expression on his face and asked softly. This is not only true for the school elders, but also for Gu Yuebwa and even other elders. When Ningchen saw this, he was not in a hurry. He looked around and smiled slightly. That's right, I was also in the stone gambling shop that day and wanted to try my luck, but I saw Fong Yuan's unique method of breaking stones. It really made my eyes light up. So I took the stone to find Fong Yuan's solution stone, and happened to see Fong Yuan unraveling the last remaining stone and undoing the wineworm. I believe this female Gu master can definitely testify for me. Ningchen looked at the female Gu master with a smile on his face, and the female Gu master nodded in agreement upon seeing this. What this lord said is indeed right. This lord was indeed by his side that day, and Fong Yuan did have a stone that he did not open. This explanation undoubtedly cleared everyone's doubts about Ningchen. When Fong Yuan saw this, he quickly added fuel and followed Ningchen's words. Lord Ningchen said it wonderfully. I did shoot the wine bug, and then I was hit by Lord Ningchen. But Lord Ningchen didn't pay attention and left with a sigh. The next day, I came across a farce in the shopping street where fat insects were being sold as black boar voodoo. Then I walked into a wine shop and bumped into Jia Jinsheng, who was drinking to relieve his boredom. As soon as I got the wineworm, I was naturally very excited, and when Jia Jinsheng saw my wineworm, he wanted to force it to buy it. How could I agree? After I left, Jia Jinsheng followed me and wanted to buy it at a higher price, but I still didn't want to sell. And Jia Jinsheng said that we, the Gu Yu clan, are nothing. When Jia Fu heard this, his eyebrows knitted tightly together unconsciously. The clues that were finally found have been broken again. Where should we start now? And there is no loophole in Fong Yuan's words. Based on Jia Fu's understanding of Jia Jinsheng, this is indeed what he would say. Is it possible that the clues that were finally found were broken like this? Not willing to give in. Tell me, did you kill Jia Jinsheng? When Jia Fu thought of this, he took a step towards Fong Yuan, aggressively, with cold eyes. I don't. Fong Yuan also raised his head, looked directly at Jia Fu, and denied it. Gu Yuebwa frowned even more when he saw this, and felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. The evidence shows that Fong Yuan had nothing to do with Jia Jinsheng's death, yet this rich Jia still refuses to let go. I'm probably trying to push Fong Yuan out as a scapegoat. Humph. Could it be that I really don't take my Gu Yu family seriously? Gu Yuebwa thought so he took the initiative to interrupt Jia Fu's questioning. Brother Jia Fu, I'm not too talkative. There has been no news for such a long time. It may have become a murder case. Since it's a murder case, aren't there any other clues? The unhappiness behind Gu Yuebwa's words almost overflowed, and Jia Fu naturally heard it. When Jia Fu heard this, he took a deep look at Fong Yuan, looked up to the sky and sighed, and talked leisurely. Brother Gu Yu doesn't know something. On the day Brother Xian disappeared, there happened to be a heavy rain, which washed away all the clues. God is really unfair. When Gu Yuebwa heard this, he smiled lightly and talked eloquently. I heard that the Jia family has a kind of poisonous insect called underworld butterfly. It is planted on the poisonous insect, colorless and invisible, and lives in the soul for a long time. The poisonous insects of your Jia family are naturally contaminated with this soul fragrance. As long as we follow this soul fragrance, can't we find my brother? Jia Fu's face became even gloomier when he heard this. I have used the underworld butterfly before, but unfortunately the murderer is so vicious that he destroyed the poisonous insect on my brother's body. Gu Yuebua also had some doubts on his face, and changed the subject. This is strange. It's not for the poisonous insect or the yuancher. Could it be a love killing? Then the hall fell into a long silence, and everyone fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan looked around, with a few faint lights flashing in his eyes, and suddenly shouted. Maybe you killed Jia Jinsheng. I heard it a long time ago. You the Jia family is going to divide up the family property. With one less brother, won't you get more? The faces of the elders were very interesting when they heard this, but Jia Fu, who was present, had to scold them. Shut up, don't be rude to Lord Jia Fu. No evidence, don't slander Lord Jia Fu. Fang Yuan had to shut his mouth and stop talking when he saw this, but his goal had been achieved. At least he planted a seed of doubt in everyone's heart. He didn't even need to slowly fertilize and water it. With the shrewdness of these elders, they could guess a rough idea with a little thought. Ning Qin leaned quietly on the side with his arms around his chest. Seeing that no one was talking, he smiled slightly and broke the silence. Internal strife in the Jia family? Ning Chen's voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the hall. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1301 words. There was another deathly silence, but there was already a bit of suspicion on the expressions of the elders, and their eyes shone brightly. Hearing this, there was a faint smile on Fang Yuan's lips, and his eyes drooped to cover the smile. As expected of Ningchen. The first one to think of this. The head of the Jia family wants to divide the inheritance, so naturally these children are at odds with each other. Among them, Jia Fu and Jia Gue are the most competitive. They are all rank 4 Gu masters, surrounded by a group of supporters. The Jia family's affairs are not a secret. In recent years, news has spread to Guyue village. The murder of Jia Jinsheng is really a bit strange. If Fang Yuan was the murderer, the motive simply for the drunkard was obviously not enough, and how could a young man commit such a murder? But if Jia Gue was the one causing the problem, everything would be explained clearly. Everyone present is a person with a high position and a deep scheming mind. They have a keen sense of smell and insight into political conspiracies. The words infighting within the Jia family mentioned by Ningchen undoubtedly dropped a stone in the hearts of everyone and set off waves. The head of the Jia family placed Jia Jinsheng in Jia Fu's caravan in order to test whether Jia Fu's temperament passed the test. However, once something happens to Jia Jinsheng in Jia Fu's caravan, Jia Fu will inevitably be implicated. Just imagine, Jia Fu is implicated, who is the direct beneficiary? Jia Gue, it can only be him, and it can only be him. Suddenly, all the answers are ready to come out. There was still a layer of silence in the lobby, and all the elders present exchanged looks with deep meaning. It is never about persuasion that makes people believe in a fact from the bottom of their hearts, but about guidance. Fang Yuan looked at the elders quietly, as if he could see through their hearts, but he still showed unwillingness on his face and said nothing. Immediately, the schoolmaster understood everything, and there was a gleam in his eyes. That's it, I understand everything. Fang Yuan just happened to meet Jia Jinsheng before he disappeared, and did not murder Jia Jinsheng. How could he, a 15 or 16-year-old boy, be so cautious? He tried his best to deny it, just to cover up the existence of the alcohol bug. Jia Fu's face was as gloomy as a rolling cloud, as if it could drip water. He thought of Jia Gue when he just heard the words infighting in the Jia family. Jia Fu was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and his eyes were even brighter. It must be him, it must be Jia Gue. I also asked why he wanted to arrange Jia Taisheng into my caravan. So that's it. Jia Fu slowly moved his gaze away from Fang Yuan and instead looked at Jia Taisheng beside him. Jia Taisheng also looked ugly at this moment, and he understood in an instant. I might have been considered by Jia Fu as the murderer of Jia Jinsheng. Jia Taisheng turned around and trembled all over. He met Jia Fu's eyes as cold as ice, and the coldness in his eyes seemed to be dug out in the next second. Seeing this, Jia Taisheng cried out in agony, fell to one knee on the ground, and quickly explained to Jia Fu. "Brother, I misunderstood. I didn't murder Jin Shang. I followed your caravan this time because I have business. Last year I followed brother Jia Gue here and reached a cooperation with the wine shop in Guyu village. This year I come to give them their share. Elder Ningchen can vouch for me." Jia Taisheng pointed at Ningchen, which immediately attracted the attention of Jia Fu and everyone else. Upon seeing this, an imperceptible cold light flashed through Ningchen's eyes, and his heart seemed to be as clear as ice. I didn't expect that Jia Taisheng would become Fong Yuan's scapegoat. This is really a coincidence. It happened that Jia Taisheng followed Jia Fu to give me a share, and Fong Yuan also killed Jia Jinsheng at this time. After much speculation, Jia Fu actually suspected that Jia Taisheng killed Jia Jinsheng. This Jia Taisheng is still somewhat useful to me. I have to keep him. With this thought in his mind, Ningchen looked around at everyone, seeing the cold eyes of Jia Fu, and smiled slightly. "Lord Jia Fu, please listen to me slowly. My name is Ningchen. I happened to reach a cooperation with Jia Taisheng last year and promised that he would give me his share every year when I pass by Guyue village. Last year he accompanied Mr. Jia Gue, but this year he joined your caravan in order to give me a share. I hope you don't think too much about it. As for Jia Jinsheng, I'm really sorry. I met Jia Jinsheng once in front of Gambling Stone Square. At that time, he was having a dispute with a Gu master in our village. As the patriarch, I naturally wanted to check it out. Jia Taisheng was with me at that time, and we resolved the dispute together." The sharp look in Jia Fu's eyes softened a bit, and he looked at Jia Taisheng aside again, as if asking, "Really?" Before Jia Taisheng could speak, Ningchen spoke again to attract Jia Fu's attention. "Secondly, on the day your caravan left, I entrusted Jia Taisheng in advance to help me purchase some Gu materials, and he delivered them to me before leaving. After we said goodbye to each other, Jia Taisheng seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked me where Jia Jinsheng was. Of course I have never seen it, so I had to deny it. When Jia Taisheng heard this, he also informed me that after meeting Jia Jinsheng, I would tell him to follow the army. And then there is nothing else. I wonder if Lord Jia Fu is satisfied with my words." Ning Chen's face was full of smiles. After talking for a while, the coldness in Jia Fu's eyes disappeared. At this point, Jia Tiesheng's suspicion had actually been cleared, but Ning Chen was naturally not satisfied with it. "Lord Jia Fu, I have one more word. Mr. Taisheng and I have a very good relationship, and I know him well. He really doesn't look like someone who would murder his brothers. Of course, I'm just saying my own opinion. The final result is still up to you to judge." Ningchen smiled slightly, and his attitude was extremely respectful, which made Jia Fu unable to find any fault. Jia Fu's eyes revealed a few traces of memories, and he fell into deep thought for a while. This Ningchen doesn't sound like a lie. To be honest, I'm confused. Even if Taisheng wanted to help Jia Gue, there was no need for him to harm Jinsheng. And among the brothers, Taisheng and Jinsheng have the best relationship. However, if Taisheng is eliminated, how did Jia Gue do it? Let alone whether I can get evidence of Jia Gue's murder of Jinsheng, even if I get it, I can't do anything to Jia Gue. Maybe my father will be disappointed in me and entrust the inheritance to Jia Gue. No, I will never allow this to happen. Then, I might as well use Fong Yuan as a scapegoat, at least I can get an explanation. After this hurdle, Jia Gue, I will definitely ask you to pay it back. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1385 words. Fong Yuan looked at Ningchen with a smile on his face quietly and sighed in his heart. This Ningchen and Jia Taisheng have negotiated a business to cooperate in selling Qingzhou wine, but this time they have some bad luck. They almost have to take the blame for me. This Ningchen really wants to protect Jia Taisheng. Both words secretly place Jia Jinsheng on the opposite side of the Guyu clan. However, although the real Jia Jinsheng is not as good as this, it is not much different. These words are really clever. From this point of view, my suspicion has been eliminated. Ningchen has also eliminated Jia Tiesheng's suspicion, and even helped me along the way. I'm afraid Jia Fu has already decided that Jia Jinsheng's death is closely related to Jia Gui, right? Fang Yuan sneered secretly in his heart, but still maintained his aggrieved look on his face. Jia Fu's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, and he suddenly took a step forward, pressing the 4th level Gu Master's aura towards Fang Yuan. Tell me, Fang Yuan, how can you prove that you didn't kill Jia Jinsheng? You don't have a witness, how can you prove that you didn't kill Jia Jinsheng? Since you said you didn't kill, then show us the evidence. When Fang Yuan saw this, he unconsciously took a step back, as if he was frightened by the momentum, and whispered in a low voice. Huh? There's no evidence. Since there is no evidence, then prove this. Seeing this, Jia Fu took another step, his face was as cold as ice, and there was a cold smile on his lips. However, he was interrupted midway through his words. Wait. I am his witness. The schoolmaster slowly took a step forward and blocked Fang Yuan's body with his hands, his eyes as bright as torches and firm. After all, the Guyu clan couldn't bear it anymore. Jia Fu repeatedly put pressure on Fang Yuan regardless of the Guyu clan's face and finally aroused the hostility of all the elders. Seeing this, Jia Fu raised his head and looked at the school elder, with a bit of disdain in his eyes, and spoke contemptuously. You? That's right, just rely on me. How dare the elders of the school family and the elders of the Jia family dare to contradict a level 4 Gu master like Jia Fu in public? Therefore, the school elder must have Gu Yuebua's will behind him. The schoolmaster couldn't stand the imposing tone of the 4th level Gu master, but when he glanced at him, he saw Gu Yuebua nodded slightly and expressed his support. Immediately, with the support of the rank 4 Gu master, the back of the schoolmaster suddenly straightened up. Seeing the determined look of the schoolmaster, Jia Fu came to his senses and looked around, complaining in his heart. That's bad. I care too much about Fang Yuan and don't care about the Guyu clan's face. And if Fang Yuan is captured by me, it will be equivalent to sending a message to the outside world. The Guyu clan secretly murdered the Jia family's heirs, and no bones were left. I'm afraid that after this news comes out, no caravan will dare to come to Guyue Mountain stronghold. The economic losses will be immeasurable. Besides, Fang Yuan is no longer suspicious, my intention is a bit too obvious. This is why the Guyu family came to stop me. After all, Jia Fu is a level 4 Gu master who has become a master with his old age. If you think about it carefully, you can understand what all the elders are thinking. Fang Yuan just hid quietly behind the school elder, with a few deep and hard-to-catch smiles flashing in his eyes. Yes, that's it. The schoolmaster took a deep breath, his mood gradually calmed down, and he started talking. As Fang Yuan is a student of our school, and I am also the head of the school, I naturally have to know the general movements of every student. Fang Yuan has been staying in the dormitory in the past few days since Jia Jinsheng disappeared, trying his best to break through to the intermediate level. How can he have the energy to murder Jia Jinsheng? I hope Lord Jia Fu will think deeply about it. Jia Fu looked at the school elders with firm eyes, and looked around again. Seeing that there was a little displeasure in the eyes of the elders, he sighed, gritted his teeth, and took out a goo worm. This goo is shaped like the sole of a foot and glows with yellow-green fluorescence. It is the footprint goo. In that case, you might as well let me use this footprint goo. When this goo is used, it can display the footsteps of the last 30,000 steps. When the schoolmaster saw this, he opened his sleeves and snorted slightly. He obviously heard Jia Fu's distrust of him, and he did not stop Jia Fu. Jia Fu slowly passed by the school elders and held the footprints goo in the palm of his hand. As the real energy stirred up, the footprints goo became brighter and brighter, until it exploded into a sky filled with glittering powder. Fu the Xingfen circled around Fang Yuan and flew out of the clan chief's pavilion, leaving behind a string of yellow-green footprints along the way. This is Fang Yuan's footprints. 30,000 steps was very fast, and the results came out soon. When everyone saw it, they immediately knew that Fang Yuan was no longer suspicious, and the truth was revealed. Seeing this, Jia Fu's eyes twitched slightly, he sighed again, and took out a jade box from his arms. Open the jade box. There is only a piece of jade inside, and there is a goo insect sealed in the jade piece. This goo is shaped like a stick insect, with a long and slender body. Its whole body is like jasper, shining with a faint white light. The whole body is like jade, covered with white flowers. This is the bamboo gentleman. Immediately, I don't know which family elder recognized this bamboo gentleman and was amazed. When everyone present heard this, their expressions changed slightly and they were shocked, including Gu Yuebwa naturally. Brother Jiafu, this bamboo gentleman is a level 4 goo insect. It is extremely precious and difficult to refine. Why waste it here? Jiafu just shook his head when he heard this. With a complex light flashing in his eyes, he looked at Feng Yuan. This bamboo gentleman was obtained by unraveling stones when I was young, but I have not finished unraveling it. The bamboo gentleman feeds on sincerity, but anyone who has told lies cannot be refined. Feng Yuan, as long as you put the bamboo gentleman into the void, you can answer whatever I ask. After you take out the bamboo gentleman, everything will come to light. Bring it on. When Feng Yuan saw this, he didn't hesitate at all and directly passed the bamboo gentleman among the jade pieces and sent it into the void. Jiafu took a deep breath, his eyes showed murderous intent, as if he wanted to strip Feng Yuan's heart to pieces. I ask you, did you kill Jia Jinsheng? When Feng Yuan heard this, he gave up his previous appearance of grievance, and his voice was clear and clear. No. Do you know where Jia Jinsheng is going? I don't know. Did you mean to deceive me when you just answered my question? No. Every question Jiafu asked was aggressive, while Feng Yuan denied it flat out. Jiafu narrowed his eyes slightly, as if to see Feng Yuan's heart from his face, and murmured softly. Take it out. Feng Yuan slowly took out the bamboo gentleman from the hole. It's still the same jade color, without any change. Obviously Feng Yuan didn't lie, at least in the eyes of others. Seeing this, a few gleams of unknown meaning flashed in Jiafu's eyes, and he was speechless for a moment. He had no other words to say. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,318 words. A long time? It really doesn't matter. Jiafu stared blankly at the undiscolored Zhujunzi in his hand and murmured to himself. Jinsheng, then who will kill you? When Jia Taisheng saw this, he was slightly dazed for a moment. He seemed to be sighing in his heart, and there was a little confusion in his eyes. Jiafu looked at the bamboo gentleman in his palm quietly, then with a fierce look, he made a fist and crushed the bamboo gentleman in his palm into pieces. This. When Gu Yuebwa saw this, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, as if he was asking Jiafu why. Jiafu suddenly raised his head and smiled at Gu Yuebwa, completely losing his stunned look just now. Brother Gu Yu, don't worry. This bamboo gentleman can only be used once. After using it once, it will be just an ordinary stick insect. As for Feng Yuan, I did blame you wrongly. I may not be able to trust you, but how can I not trust the bamboo gentleman in my hand? Ha 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 ha. Jiafu smiled softly and looked around, as if looking for someone. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on Ningchen. He smiled slightly, clasped his hands into fists. Your name is Ningchen, right? Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I might still be at war with Taisheng. In the future, if you have any goo materials or goo insects you want, you can ask Jia, and Jia will definitely do his best. Upon seeing this, Ningchen slowly returned the greeting, with a smile on his face and a faint light in his eyes. Lord Jiafu really speaks harshly. But maybe I'll have to ask more of Master Jiafu in the future. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, the lobby seemed to have been injected with a bowl of living water, and suddenly it became a little more lively, and the atmosphere was no longer as stagnant as before. The smile on Jiafu's face gradually faded, and the conversation changed. However, although Feng Yuan has been ruled out as a suspect, the cause of Brother Xian's death has not yet been investigated clearly, so I can't let it go. When I go back this time, I will pay a lot of money to hire the Tai family's Iron God Catcher, and ask him to investigate this matter and get to the bottom of it. When Gu Yuebwa heard this, he also smiled leisurely, with a trace of reminiscence appearing in his eyes. Iron God. I've heard of his name too. It is said that he helped solve many major cases in southern Xinjiang. With the help of Mr. Iron God, the cause of death of a certain brother will be investigated clearly. Jiafu sat on the toad's back and slowly walked towards the forest under the guidance of the toad Gu. Suddenly, Jiafu turned around, looked at Jia Taisheng beside the gate of Guyue village, and shouted. Taisheng, let's go. Brother, wait a moment, let me say a few words to Ningchen. Jia Taisheng turned his head after answering, looked at Ningchen in front of him, smiled slightly, and with a hint of gratitude. This time, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what my brother would think of me. I have nothing to repay you, maybe I will bring you more shares next year. If you have any needs in the future, you can ask me. Although I am only a second-level Gu master, I will do my best. It's okay. Even if I want to prove my innocence, I have to explain the relationship clearly. Ningchen stood with his hands behind his back, smiling slightly. These words that didn't seem so upright and awe-inspiring actually gave people a little extra trust. When Jia Taisheng heard the words, his nose felt sore and he murmured softly. Ah, yeah. Taisheng, it's time to go. At this time, Jiafu's shout suddenly came from behind Jia Taisheng again. Jia Taisheng just smiled helplessly when he heard this. Then, I'll leave now. See you next year. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Ningchen nodded slightly, with a hint of open-mindedness in his smile. He stopped and looked, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the Jia family's caravan leaving again. His heart felt as clear as ice. After leaving this time, we will meet next year. But Tai Shui Lang and Tai Runan will come next year. Tai Shui Lang and Tai Runan are not fuel-efficient lamps. But even they probably can't guess that there is a rank 6 spring and autumn cicada in Fong Yuan's aperture, right? A gentleman will not lie, but a gentleman will also be silent. Even a gentleman will be afraid of the powerful. As if thinking of the bamboo gentleman who was still as jade-like as before, a trace of a mocking smile appeared on Ningchen's lips, and he sighed. Then he slowly left. Between mountains and fields. Jiafu sat quietly on the toad's back, his expression calm and unmoved, as if he didn't care about Jia Jinxing's life or death at all. Suddenly, a gust of autumn wind blew, causing the dead leaves to dance wildly. Jiafu seemed to have remembered something, and there was a hint of meaningful smile on his lips. Father, you should be satisfied with this. I wonder if my child's performance is to your liking? At least the people in Guyu village have been coaxed by me. I'm afraid in their eyes I am a good brother who loves and protects his younger brother. Haha. Anyway, I don't really care what they think of me, but you must be satisfied. In order to investigate the cause of Jia Jinxing's death, I did not hesitate to offend the Guyu clan, used the footprint Gu and Zhu Junzi, and even spent a lot of money to get the Iron God to take action. I should be qualified in the eyes of my father, right? Jiafu smiled slightly, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes, and he smiled coldly. As for Jia Gue, you are willing to frame me and ruin my reputation. Okay. Very good. In that case, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. The coldness in Jiafu's eyes was rampant, making everyone tremble with fear. Fong Yuan walked slowly on the street. It was obvious that he had completely cleared the suspicion. Suddenly, a few traces of regret flashed in Fong Yuan's eyes. It's a pity that Jia Jin lived and died. If he didn't die, I could use him to get involved in the Gudo conference after the internal struggle of the Jia family, and then make profits from it. In fact, it would be much easier to sell stolen goods and buy and sell with Jia Jincheng in the future. But it's a pity that Hua Jio's legacy, the hidden screen wall, suddenly changed, otherwise I really don't want to kill him. But I can still tell the difference between the relics of a fifth-turn Gu master and a Jia Jincheng. Life is so unpredictable. But because of this, life is full of the charm of struggle. Fong Yuan's lips were filled with a sighing smile, but he didn't know what he thought of. Fong Yuan's brows were frowned together at some point. But before Jiafu left, he said that he would hire the famous Iron God constable, Tieshue Leng, with a large sum of money. Tieshue Leng is a fifth-turn Gu master. His mind must be more meticulous than Jiafu, and his methods should be more complicated. When that time comes, it will be the real test. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,280 words. Cold branches covered with snow, white fur wrapped around the mountain. There were two figures beside the bamboo forest. One bowed slightly, as if he was extremely respectful to the figure in front. And the figure in front just looked at the lush bamboo forest in front of him quietly. Looking closely, there was a faint smile on his lips. This figure was wearing a black robe, black hair like a deep abyss, and a handsome face. He was obviously not an ordinary person. This figure was none other than Ningchen. Suddenly, Ningchen turned his head and looked at the person behind him, smiling. Even in winter, this chiefing bamboo is particularly outstanding. Well cultivated, Lu San. This year's chiefing bamboo is even better than last year. Lu San raised his head slightly, smiled as if in agreement, clasped his hands together, and talked freely. Thank you, Lord Ningchen, for the reward. We have never forgotten to cultivate the phoenix bamboo after you left. Last time you led us to plant phoenix bamboo, you led us on a road to wealth. Now the living conditions of everyone in the village have generally improved a lot, and this is all thanks to you. Ningchen just chuckled when he heard it, and patted Lu San's shoulder gently. After a while, my people will come to take away these phoenix bamboos, and you will need your cooperation at that time. After the Yuancher arrives, you will naturally be indispensable. Well. Lu San also heard it. A smile, but the smile on his lips was very faint, which seemed a bit forced. And such an attitude naturally could not escape Ningchen's sight. He spoke lightly, his words were as cold as ice. Tell me, what's wrong? Nothing. Lord Ningchen. Lu San stammered, as if he had something on his mind, but he was still unwilling to say it. Ningchen saw this and his eyes became even colder. He spoke leisurely as if he didn't care. Oh, nothing. Then I'll go first. Remember to collect the phoenix bamboo in advance. After saying that, Ningchen walked straight past Lu San and left slowly. And Lu San saw this and quickly turned around and knelt on the ground, fearing that Ningchen would leave. Lord Ningchen, don't leave. I have an important request. Our harvest this year is very poor, and my wife and children are almost starving. Can you give us a few more yuancher, otherwise we will freeze to death this winter. I really beg you, Lord Ningchen. With a plop, Lu San slammed his forehead into the snow, and fell to his knees, crying and sobbing. Ningchen just smiled gently when he saw this, his eyes were as cold as ice. Oh, so it's really an important matter. But why didn't you tell me when I asked you just now? I was worried that you would be angry. Lu San's tone weakened a bit, and Ningchen's smile only became stronger when he heard it. There was no trace of anger on his face. You also know that I will be angry? It seems that you know me very well. Then why not guess whether I will give you yuancher? Ningchen's cold words fell into his ears, which made Lu San feel cold in his heart. He raised his head and stared at Ningchen in a daze, only to see that he had a smile on his face. Although Ningchen was smiling, such a smile made him feel cold in his heart. Lu San opened his mouth, as if his throat was blocked by something, and he couldn't say anything. Finally, he sighed softly, as if he had lost all his energy. No. Right, you really know me very well. But, what about my wife and children? Lu San still had some hope, raised his head and asked Ningchen. Ningchen's smile gradually faded when he saw this, and he slowly walked towards Lu San, leaned close to his ear, and talked leisurely, his words were as cold as ice. Your wife and children? What does that have to do with me? Lu San, you have to understand that I will only take care of you if you are useful to me, and as for other people, they have nothing to do with me. Of course, I'm not worried that you will hate me, because since I have confessed to you, I don't plan to keep you. When Lu San heard this, his eyes widened like bells, and he felt a piercing pain in his chest. Even though it was winter, his forehead was covered with sweat. He forced his head up to look at Ningchen, who had a calm expression. Lord Ningchen. Shoo. Don't talk before you die. Ningchen smiled faintly, and then exerted force on his hand again, completely ending Lu San's life. Lu San's eyes darkened, and he fell to the ground without Ningchen's support, still with a bit of disbelief on his face. Ningchen casually took out a handkerchief from his arms and quietly wiped the blood and internal organs on his hands, muttering. This year's Chifeng bamboo should be the last harvest. When the caravan arrives next year, I will leave Qingmao Mountain. Lu San, you deserve to die. Ningchen looked at the corpse lying on the ground quietly, with a little mockery in his eyes. Ningchen expected that he would leave Guyu village and Qingmao Mountain after the caravan arrived next year and took the last share. So, he didn't need to plant Chifeng bamboo anymore, and naturally he didn't need Lu San. The pine forest was covered with snow, and everything was white. Ningchen walked slowly in the forest, leaving a line of snow marks, and a few thoughts flashed in his eyes. Now I am one step away from breaking through to the basic level of the third level. If I follow this progress, maybe I will be able to reach the advanced level of the third level or even the peak level of cultivation by next summer. Now my yuanshare assets are 110,000 yuan, and the market price of a third-level silver relic gu usually hovers in the range of 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. If I'm lucky, I can reach the peak cultivation level of the third rank next summer. At the age of 21, at the peak of the third rank, even if he is placed in a super family like the Tai family or a merchant, he is still a genius worth wooing. With the peak cultivation level of level 3, it will be more convenient to travel in southern Xinjiang. Suddenly, a blue moon blade mixed with wisps of strong wind shot through the branches and leaves, breaking into Ningchen's afterglow. Ningchen's black eyes glanced slightly, then slowly raised his hand, obviously not paying attention to it. But it caused some doubts in Ningchen's heart. Turning the moonlight gu, is there a gu master from the Guyu clan here at this time? Who could that be? Immediately, he patted the moon blade and scattered it into the air. The range of the moonlight gu is only 10 meters. If it exceeds 10 meters, it will automatically dissipate. Therefore, the owner of the moonlight gu must be not far from here. Ningchen slowly walked along the trajectory of the moon blade, pushing aside the layers of bushes, and saw a person. This man was born with a thin body, black hair, pale skin, and a strong gloomy air. This is naturally Feng Yuan. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,336 words. Feng Yuan slowly turned around, took a closer look, and was involuntarily shocked. Why is Ningchen here? Ningchen saw that Feng Yuan's expression was still as calm as before, but the smell of blood suddenly broke into Ningchen's nose. His brows furrowed slightly and his black eyes glanced slightly, and he could see a corpse lying behind Feng Yuan. This was the source of the smell of blood. Ningchen glanced again and saw a trap buried in the snow beside him. In the trap, a wild boar was pierced by sharp bamboo thorns, and blood flowed out. It was so dead that it could no longer die. Ningchen's eyes wandered between Feng Yuan and the wild boar in the trap, and then he smiled slightly. Feng Yuan is in a good mood recently, and he wants to catch some game. But what happened to this mortal? Ningchen slowly walked towards Feng Yuan. When Feng Yuan saw this, he moved away, revealing the body behind him with only half of his head left, and smiled slightly. He just offended me. Oh ha 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 ha. Well done. A mortal dares to contradict his master. He deserves to be killed. Ningchen smiled heartily when he heard this, not caring about the life and death of mortals at all. The smile on his lips did not diminish, but the conversation suddenly changed. But you, a student, went out to hunt outside the village. You have no ability to protect yourself when encountering wild beasts like bears and wolves. And you shouldn't be short of yuan stone now, right? There should be a shop selling wild boar meat in the village, right? Feng Yuan smiled slightly when he heard this and waved his hand slowly. Lord Ningchen, you are wrong. How can your cultivation resources be used to satisfy your appetite? As a person with sea-level qualifications, I must use resources to make up for the shortcomings of my qualifications. Ha 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 ha. That's a good point. Ningchen couldn't stop laughing when he heard this, but then he changed the topic. His eyes were long, as if he was interrogating. But Feng Yuan, this village is my village. The villagers inside are naturally my property. How can you kill them so easily? Aren't you damaging my property? Ningchen took a step forward, looking down at Feng Yuan with a slight smile. Since the last battle with Beinangbing, he has obtained 6 mortal villages. The villagers, the land, and everything else inside belonged to Ningchen. And now Fong Yuan happens to live in a village in Ningchen. Fong Yuan raised his head and looked at Ningchen, with a hint of shameful apology on his face, his lips pursed. I'm sorry, Mr. Ningchen. I really didn't know this was your village. How many yuan stones does this mortal have? How about I compensate you? When Ningchen saw this, he chuckled and waved his hand, as if he didn't care. That's all, the compensation is waived. How much is a mortal worth? And when word spreads among the villagers, they call me Ningchen, who bullies the younger generation. Just be careful in the future. After all, it depends on the owner when beating a dog. Thank you, Lord Ningchen, for your forgiveness. When Fong Yuan saw this, he saluted as if he had been granted amnesty, while Ningchen chuckled and said nothing. Suddenly, Ningchen's smile did not diminish, and he slowly looked at the remaining mortals on the side. He seemed to have thought of something, and chuckled. By the way, Fong Yuan, let's get rid of these guys too. In order to prevent them from becoming resentful, it's better to get rid of them. Remember to dispose of the body so as not to pollute the air here. Fong Yuan chuckled lightly when he heard the words, clasped his hands into fists, and talked slowly. Clear. Ningchen was walking leisurely in the village, and his black clothes looked particularly eye-catching among the traces of snow. However, at this moment, a rather familiar voice came, and Ningchen couldn't help but listen to it. Lord Ningchen, Tutu's adoptive father wants to see you. Taking a closer look, he was shocked to see Fong Zheng saluting with his hands clasped in fists, talking eloquently. Oh founder. Tutu wants to see me, then please lead the way. Ningchen smiled leisurely and raised his hand slightly, signaling Fong Zheng to lead the way. At the same time, Ningchen also had some doubts in his heart for no reason. Why does this old guy want to see me again? What could be the reason? In the bamboo building, Ningchen sat quietly opposite the frozen soil. Fong Zheng. Hurry up and make some of my treasured moon-watching tide for Lord Ningchen. Tutu shouted loudly, and Fong Zheng came over respectfully carrying a teapot and filled Ningchen with tea. The tea is as clear as a mirror lake, exuding wisps of quiet fragrance, which makes people feel the fragrance as soon as they smell it. Ningchen slowly picked up the teacup, and the surface of the tea reflected Ningchen's calm expression, and suddenly smiled at Fong Zheng. Thank you very much. Senior Tutu, your moon-watching chow is really good. Why don't you give me a few pounds later? Ha 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 ha. Ningchen turned to look at Tutu, who was sitting opposite him, and chuckled. Tutu's face was also filled with echoing smiles. Master Ningchen, just drink it if you like. Ningchen put his hand on the teacup, opened his thin lips, and took a slow sip, which seemed to wipe away the smile on his face. Senior Tutu, if you have anything to do, please tell me as soon as possible. While I can still listen. Otherwise, I won't be able to listen to you when I'm in a bad mood. Ningchen's eyes were long and lingering, as if he wanted to penetrate into Tutu's heart. Upon seeing this, the smile on Tutu's face turned into a flattering smile, and he stuttered for a moment. This. Lord Ningchen, do you know Fong Yuan? Of course I recognize it, what's wrong? Ningchen's eyes were still calm, and he responded calmly. It's easy to tell that we know each other. We have worked together so many times, and I won't hide it from you anymore. Fong Yuan's ancestor had an elder, and his parents left a large inheritance to Fong Zhang and Fong Yuan, and we want to get this inheritance. But in exchange, we will raise Fong Yuan and Fong Zhang. As if she was afraid that Ningchen would misunderstand, Tutu's wife added at the side. But if Fong Yuan wants to take back the family property, he only needs to be 16 years old and have an intermediate level of cultivation level 1. In this way, he can go to the Internal Affairs Hall to receive the task. As long as it is successfully completed, he can take home the property. We didn't expect that Fong Yuan could be the first to reach the intermediate level of cultivation, and he is already 16 years old. So we want to ask you to beat and suppress Fong Yuan so that he can't practice so smoothly. As a reward, we will dedicate the wine shop to you. Tutu explained everything clearly in one breath, and finally revealed the reward for Ningchen. Ningchen was silent in silence, with a cold light flashing in his black eyes, and his heart seemed to be filled with insight. Although this frozen soil is a reward for me, it is also a reminder. I have a cooperative business with him on Qingzhou liquor in the wine shop. These words are undoubtedly saying, if you still want to cooperate with me, please help me. Otherwise, you may not be able to cooperate with Feng Yuan when he gets the family property in the future. He cooperated. Ha ha ha. So brave, you dare to threaten me. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1354 words. With this thought in Ningchen's mind, a few frightening gleams inevitably appeared in his eyes, and a few sneers appeared on his lips as he spoke slowly. That's it. It turns out that you used the excuse of raising Feng Zhang and Feng Yuan to occupy their family property. What reason do I have to stop an upright Gu Yu master from taking back his family property? Wouldn't this ruin my own reputation? What do you think, frozen soil? Ningchen looked at Tutu with a faint smile on his face, and a hint of smile in his eyes. After hearing these words, Dong Tu could only turn blue and white, and felt his blood surge in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. No matter Ningchen's social status, strength or wealth, he, a small second-level Gu master, could not compare with him. After all, it is difficult for the Yin family elders to compare with the real elders of the powerful family. Tutu's face was very ugly, almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Yes. That's right, and how can you guarantee that Feng Yuan will not continue to cooperate with me in the future? Forget it, if I take a step back, do you really think I still need you? I can brew the green bamboo wine myself and sell it directly to the Jia family caravan without even going through you as an intermediary. And you are so shameless that you threaten me with this? How brave you are. The smile on Ningchen's face became thicker and thicker, but it made people feel even more chilled all over. Slowly leaning back and leaning on the backrest behind him, Ningchen's eyes revealed a hint of amusement as he stared at the frozen soil. On the other hand, every time Ningchen said a word, Tutu's face became more ugly. The last sentence of a soft drink reminded him of how Ningchen was able to sit in the position of elder at such an age. Defeated Qingmao Mountain's #1 genius, by Ningbing, head-on. Based on this record alone, there is a reputation that no amount of yuan stone can buy for Tutu flower. His body trembled slightly, Tutu slowly raised his head, with a bit of fear on his face, and his lips pursed. Feel sorry. Forget it, I don't need your apology. From now on, your cooperation with me will end. Ningchen sneered, opened his sleeves, stood up suddenly, and walked straight out the door. Bang! Ningchen opened the door and left without looking back. Lord Ningchen. Tutu stared at Ningchen stepping out of the room with deep regret in his heart. Ningchen walked quietly on the street, gusts of cold wind blowing his hair, and his heart was as cold as the snow. Now I am not scarce for yuan stone. It is even enough for me to practice for a long time. Ending the collaboration with Tundra doesn't have much of an impact on me. Now I am sitting in 6 mortal villages. With a little instruction from mortals, I can brew green bamboo wine with higher yield and better quality. But there is no need at all. Next year, when the caravan arrives, we can take Jia Tiexing's share from the last purchase, and then we can leave Guyu village. Calculating the time, it seems that it's almost time for Feng Yuan and his group's year-end assessment, right? It's getting closer and closer, this Qingmao Mountain will eventually leave. Ningchen suddenly smiled and stood there, his eyes moving with the breeze, drifting into the distance, which was the vast mountains beyond Qingmao Mountain. The cold wind is howling, the robe is beautiful, and the black hair is dancing behind you. After the snow, the sun was clear and the clouds were coming out, taking away a little bit of the chill. In the early morning, a large number of Gu Master students walked into the school. The annual end-of-year assessment has begun again. Looking back at the time, it seems that graduating from school a few years ago is still vivid in my mind and right before my eyes. Qingshu leaned quietly by the door, with a bit of sadness in his eyes and a bit of sigh in his words. Go in, Qingshu, you are still so sentimental. Yao Hong stood quietly beside Qingshu and chuckled. Don't worry, our anti-justice father has already made arrangements. That first-class genius really wants us to be nannies for this genius. This nanny is not that easy to be. Forget it, let's go in first and talk about it later. Qingshu sighed and slowly followed the students into the school. Entering the school, the students did not enter the school, but entered the martial arts field nearby and sat down one after another. As the number of people increases, so does the discussion. Look, that's not Lord Qingshu. And those are Lord Chining and Senior Qishan. That's Miss Mo Yen over there. I can't enter Lord Qingshu, Lord Moyan and Lord Chishan's group. If I go in, it will be much easier. It's not like you can get into their group just because you want to. While the students were observing them, people like Qingshu were also observing them. Suddenly, Yao Hong seemed to have discovered something and screamed. Huh? Why are there two founders? Oops. I told you earlier that I needed to read the information. That's Fong Zhang's brother, Fong Yuan. Seeing this, Qingshu covered his forehead, with a slightly helpless look on his face, and then Yao Hong suddenly realized. Yeah, they two brothers look so much alike. Is this Fong Yuan the Fong Yuan who wrote poetry in his early years? Good. What a pity. Should we include him in the team? No need, not to mention whether he will agree or not, he only has a C-level qualification, there is no need to drag him along. Qingshu looked at the thin Fong Yuan in the distance and shook his head. His eyes became a little complicated for a moment, and his expression became a little unnatural. Fong Yuan's figure now closely overlapped with a figure in his heart. The same deep eyes, the same withdrawn personality, the same C-level qualifications. Fortunately, Yao Hong caught Qingshu's abnormality and quickly greeted him. Qingshu, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, I just remembered something. Qingshu's eyes were wandering, and upon closer inspection, they drifted to the seats on the high platform from time to time. Yao Hong followed Qingshu's gaze and was silent for a moment. She knew the reason for Qingshu's abnormality. But because of this, she fell into silence. His hair is as black as an abyss, his ink robe is like a pool, his eyes are as calm as a mirror lake, and his face is extremely handsome and majestic. If it wasn't Ningchen, who could it be? At this time, Ningchen, who was sitting high on the high platform, seemed to be aware of Qingshu and Yao Hong's gaze, and glanced quietly. The people who caught his eye were Qingshu and Yao Hong. Such acquaintances naturally made a mocking smile rise on Ningchen's lips. At this time, the elder's question suddenly came to my ears. Elder Ningchen, who do you think you will favor in this year-end assessment? I'm really not sure, what about you? Of course he is a first-class genius, founder. I also think Fong Zhang will win the first place in one fell swoop. Well, it seems that everyone has great confidence in founder. Ningchen looked at everyone with a smile on his face, and everyone also smiled after hearing this. This Fong Zhang is a first-class genius in our village. The only first-class genius. With the personal guidance of the clan leader, how can he not win the title? The smile on Ningchen's face did not diminish when he saw this. He looked at a thin figure in the corner of the martial arts arena, and talked slowly. Yeah, then let me guess, the brother with great skills, Fong Yuan. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1312 words. The end-of-year assessment began, and with a soft shout from the schoolmaster, moonblades were flying above the three arenas, and fists and kicks were added. Huh? Wait, why are the boxing and kicking skills of this class so high? They are almost as good as the students who were just a few months after graduation. Yao Hong, who was in the audience, frequently paid attention to the students on the stage. Her beautiful eyes flashed, seeming to be a bit horrified. Ha ha ha, maybe this is thanks to Fong Yuan. Qingshu just laughed when he heard this, which made Yao Hong a little confused and asked quickly. Thanks to Fong Yuan? What do you mean? Here. You'll know after you see it for yourself. Qingshu casually handed the information in his hand to Yao Hong, who held it in his arms and scanned it with her beautiful eyes. After pondering for a moment, he sighed softly and looked at Fong Yuan at the preparation table with a bit of sigh. This Fong Yuan is really brave. How dare you publicly extort Yuan Shi? This reminds me of a person. Yes, when I first saw this information, I also thought of a person. Qingshu looked longingly, leaned on the backrest behind him, and sighed. Although the two of them didn't say it explicitly, they certainly knew the identity of this person. Bang! There was a muffled sound that was not that obvious from the top of the ring, but it still attracted everyone's attention. Ningchen saw Maobei knocking his opponent to the ground with a single strike on the stage. Maobei's opponent turned out to be a girl, and she was evenly matched with Maobei for a while, which really surprised all the elders. Maobei's basic skills are really good. He deserves to be your grandson. Mr. Machin. In my opinion, although the girl opposite is not as qualified as Maobei, she can still fight to the last moment and even be able to tie with Maobei in a short period of time, which is quite remarkable. That girl seems to be named Jinju. She has a C-level qualification. That's really a pity. C-level qualifications determine that this girl's upper limit will not be much higher in the future. This is not a prejudice, but a cold fact. When you think of C-level qualifications, you family elders will inevitably think of the elder in the corner next to you. He also achieved the third level with C-level qualifications and was on an equal footing with them. This person is naturally Ningchen. Ningchen just sat quietly on the seat, looking at the competition on the ring with long eyes, as if waiting for something. Thump thump thump. Brother, are you looking for me? There was a crisp sound of footsteps, and a familiar voice fell into Ningchen's ears. Ningchen just smiled softly when he heard this, and slowly waved behind him, signaling Ningchuan to come over. Upon seeing this, Ningchuan also walked over to Ningchen and listened. Naturally, all the elders present would not try to stop Ningchuan. After all, Ningchuan is Ningchen's younger brother. And as family elders, they naturally have no need to offend Ningchen. Ningchen is now the youngest family elder, and his prestige is the highest in the family. It's too late to win over him, so why should he offend him? Ningchen whispered in Ningchuan's ear, the voice was very low, and other elders could not hear clearly. This was also done intentionally by Ningchen. Then Ningchuan stood up with a somewhat solemn look on his face. Understood. Immediately, Ningchuan slowly walked down the platform. Elder Ningchen, what did you discuss with Ningchuan just now? Some of the elders in the family were still impetuous. After Ningchuan left, they would ask questions. Ningchen just smiled slightly when he heard this and waved his hand to the famous master. Nothing, it's just that my dear brother has just resigned and wants to lead a team of Gu masters to practice. However, he is usually not in the village and does not know the level of the Gu master students in the village, so he has to ask my brother. As an elder brother, how can I have no reason not to tell you? Ha ha ha, that's a good point. The old man also laughed softly a few times and stopped asking. Aha. Pft. Maobei, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Your desperate struggle will only increase your injuries. On the ring, Feng Zhang shook his head, and words of comfort came out of his mouth for the opponent in front of him. But Maobei just spit out a mouthful of blood again, dyeing the arena in front of him blood-red, roared, and coughed up drops of plasma. Ahem, I can still fight again. However, this roar seemed to have exhausted all his strength. After the roar, he slumped to the ground and fell unconscious. Feng Zhang wins. As several logistics Gu masters stepped onto the stage and quickly moved Maobei away, the schoolmaster gave a light drink and announced the outcome of this competition. It was another competition. Feng Zhang quietly looked at Akaji jumping up and down in front of him and smiled slightly. Akaji, if you want to start a tug of war, then I am destined to make your hopes fail. Every time you use Ryumaru Cricket Gu, you consume real energy, and you are only at the peak level of the first level, and I am also at the beginning of the second level, and the quality of your real energy is more than 3 times yours. What are you going to do to win against me? Akaji froze in place when he heard this, and Feng Zhang's words hurt him deeply. What? Feng Zhang has already reached the second level of cultivation? This is a first-class genius. Our Guyu clan has a bright future. A first-class genius is indeed extraordinary. Even if Feng Zhang's words fell into the ears of the elders, they caused an uproar and people were amazed. Ningchen seemed to have thought of something and looked at Qi Lian aside. I just saw that his face at this moment was as dark as a deep pool, extremely gloomy. Seeing this, Ningchen couldn't help but smile and said to himself secretly. Akaji will lose to Feng Zhang after all. As if in response to Ningchen's suspicion, Qi Cheng was the first to run out of true energy and end up dead. Feng Zhang wins. The familiar announcement fell into the ears of everyone present, attracting countless exclamations. He is truly a first-class genius. Many students who have just graduated 1 year from graduation don't have this level. Then Bai Ningbing from the Bai family can't be so arrogant for much longer. We, the Guyu clan, are going to return to be the overlords of Qingmao Mountain. Countless compliments fell into Fong Zhang's ears, which made Fong Zhang feel as sweet as drinking nectar. Fong Zhang slowly walked off the stage, his steps steady, as if he could plunge into the earth with every step. My heart was filled with excitement, and my whole person seemed to have been completely transformed. It's different, it's really different. Founder is really different from before. Fong Zhang walked quietly in the aisle, with a confident smile on his face at some point. Such a confident smile would never have appeared on Fong Zhang's face before. Obviously, it was victory that gave Fong Zhang confidence. Phew. A gust of cold wind roared in, making the square clothes dance wildly. Fong Zhang just stood there quietly, letting the cold wind blow, and he remained motionless. Just smiling softly, he seemed to smell the sweetness of victory from the howling cold wind. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,300 words. Gu Yuebwa looked at Fong Zhang, who was smiling confidently below the ring, and a few smiles appeared on his lips. Fong Zhang, you finally took this step. Take this step, you can slightly break through the haze and touch the spring day. The school elder cleared his throat and shouted loudly, announcing the last match between the two. The last match, Gu Yu Fong Yuan versus Gu Yu Fong Zhang. Gu Yuebwa's smile faded a little after hearing this, and was replaced by strong expectations. It seems that the time has come. Go, Fong Zhang, defeat Fong Yuan fairly. Break this shadow and you will usher in a real new life. You have the Jade Skin Gu, you have the Red Iron True Essence, you also have the second transformation cultivation and the first class qualification. You have to win, you must win, Fong Zhang. Fong Zhang and Fong Yuan slowly walked onto the ring, and finally ushered in the decisive battle, which was also the decisive battle. The setting sun was blood red. The cold wind was raging. The dusk light shone on the two of them, as if the heaven and earth were cheering for them. Dressed in charming clothes, black hair dancing wildly. Very similar faces, the younger brother is full of fighting spirit, the older brother has deep eyes. Fong Zhang stared at Fong Yuan, and for a moment his heart was extremely complicated. But thinking of the clan leader's expectations of him, a ray of confidence shone in his eyes, and he smiled proudly. Brother, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. I have already reached the second level, and there are more than 80% of the red iron essence left, and your bronze essence is only 44% at best. You can't beat me. Fong Yuan said nothing, just stared at Fong Zhang, and suddenly laughed. Fong Zhang, you are different from before. You know my essence very well, but you have to fight to know whether you win or lose. If the quality of the essence is the only factor to determine the winner, then what is the point of fighting? Fong Zhang was slightly stunned, and then his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. In his heart, he didn't want Fong Yuan to admit defeat, he needed to defeat his brother, Fong Yuan. But Fong Yuan is his brother after all. If he doesn't say anything, it would be a bit too cold. It seems that you insist on doing this, so I have no choice but to take action. Before he finished speaking, Fong Zhang took a step forward and shot towards Fong Yuan. This trick again. Mo Bei in the audience saw this and gritted his teeth. He had already made up his mind. This time he would go back and train himself hard. One day he would make Fong Zhang pay back for his humiliation. Fong Yuan is finished. He has entered Fong Zhang's attack rhythm. He doesn't have my Dragon Ball cricket Gu. Akaji crossed his arms, with a sneer on his face, and he was gloating. Fong Zhang ran over and closed the distance between the two in an instant. A few strands of moonlight flowed from his palms. Fong Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. He quietly watched Fong Zhang approaching quickly, and a few rays of moonlight bloomed in his palm. Suddenly, Fong Yuan did not retreat but advanced. He suddenly stepped forward and shortened the distance between the two again. This. Fong Zhang was a little caught off guard. In a panic, he randomly shot a moon blade. Fong Yuan twisted his body slightly and twisted the moon blade. His expression was still as cold as ice. Fang Zhang subconsciously stepped back, and the moon blade in his hand kept flying out. Swish swish swish. Several moon blades flew out, some brushed Fang Yuan's face, and some brushed Fang Yuan's sleeves, but without exception, none of them hurt Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pressed on step by step, and actually stuck to Fang Zhang. What a courageous Fang Yuan! Fighting like this is simply putting life and death aside. What a fighting madman! Everyone exclaimed, and was really amazed at Fang Yuan's move. The moonlight brushed along Fang Yuan's face, but still did not hurt Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes were as calm as water, as if he had dragged Fang Zhang's mind into the abyss, causing him to panic and even forget to activate the jade skin goo. This is the difference in experience, this is the wealth brought by 500 years of wind and frost. As a 500-year-old demon, Fang Yuan came through with rich memories. How could he be defeated by a group of immature children? Shua! Fang Yuan dodged another moonblade, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. He moved and approached Fang Zhang. He punched out and hit Fang Zhang's abdomen without reservation. Bang! The punch made Fang Zhang's body bend, and he made a disgusting retching sound. However, Fang Zhang still remembered Gu Yuebua's teachings, and quickly stepped back, protecting his head with his arms to protect his vitals. Where did he go? Fang Yuan's figure disappeared from Fang Zhang's sight, and he couldn't help but wonder. Behind. Fang Zhang roared in his heart, but it was too late. Bang! Another punch was thrown, hitting Fang Zhang's center of gravity unstable, and he fell to the ground. Fang Zhang endured the pain, turned his palm, and shot another moonblade. The angle of this moonblade was extremely tricky. Even if it couldn't hit Fang Yuan, it could force Fang Yuan back. But Fang Zhang still underestimated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned his body to the side, and dodged the moonblade. Fang Zhang stood up. He thought Fang Yuan had been forced away, but the whistling fist wind in front of him made him alarm. Bang! Another heavy punch. Fang Zhang was knocked to the ground by Fang Yuan's heavy punch. Fang Zhang slowly raised his eyelids, struggled to get up, and seemed to be roaring in his heart. Damn it! Bang! Fang Zhang's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. He felt a foot stepping on his head. It was Fang Yuan's foot. Damn it, damn it! Fang Zhang's steel teeth were almost broken, and he roared in his heart. However, no matter how angry Fang Zhang was, he couldn't get up from the ground. Fang Yuan looked down at Fang Zhang calmly, with a few faint sneers on his lips. Suddenly, Fang Zhang's heart seemed to flash with a brilliant light. By the way, I still have moonlight goo. A faint blue halo emanated from the palm of his hand, but Fang Yuan also has moonlight goo. Shua! Fang Yuan casually shot a moonblade into Fang Zhang's palm, splashing a stream of blood. Ah! Fang Zhang let out a mournful cry, and his palm revealed the white bones. How miserable! Fang Yuan extorted a year's worth of yuanzhi from us, and beat his brother like this. Fang Zhang, stand up, and beat Fang Yuan. Beat Fang Yuan, beat Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's cold appearance inspired the students to share the same hatred and the enemy. Fang Yuan was immediately surrounded by countless shouts. Fang Yuan slowly raised his head and looked around at the abuses against him. His face was still as calm as water. But Fang Zhang was different. The crowd was excited, and the shouts reached Fang Zhang's ears. Fang Zhang was panting, and he felt the blood surging in his chest. The past scenes reappeared in his mind. That was his past. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1170 words. Look, that's Fang Yuan, the 5-year-old genius who recites poems. Sure enough, at first glance, he exudes a strong sense of extraordinariness. Fang Yuan's younger brother looks so ordinary. Yeah. Fang Zhang stood silently behind Fang Yuan. The words of passers-by pierced his heart like a sharp knife, but he didn't say anything. Fang Zhang, it would be great if you could have half the talent of your brother. Uncle doesn't have to worry so much. Uncle's eyes contained appreciation and expectations for Fang Yuan, and his words also contained disappointment in Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang still didn't say anything. I don't have many yuanzhi to begin with, and Fong Yuan took one away. How can I practice now? The female student looked at the yuancher in her hand with tears in her eyes. Fong Zhang's heart softened when he saw this. He gritted his teeth and took out a yuancher from his own yuancher. Here, I'll lend you mine first. Really? Fong Zhang, you're so nice. Much better than your brother. You must defeat Fong Yuan. The female student was in tears, but she still couldn't hide the hope in her eyes. Fong Nang's face was a little numb when he saw this. He just nodded gently. Well. I will. Master Fong Zhang, I will give you my body now. You must defeat Master Fong Yuan. Under the moonlight, Xin Shui stood in the moonlight, as if she was covered with a soft veil, looking at Fong Zhang with affection. Fong Zhang's Adam's apple rolled, but he still didn't say anything. In the courtyard, Gu Yuebua stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at Fong Zhang. Fong Zhang, go and prove your name as a genius. Let everyone in the village know that you are a top-notch genius. At some point, Fong Zhang turned his head and looked behind him, only to feel tears welling up in his eyes. His heart was surging. Fong Zhang, you must win this test and prove yourself. Master Fong Zhang, you must defeat Fong Yuan. Fong Zhang, you have the first-class qualification, you can do it. That Fong Yuan is too abominable, you are our only hope. Fong Zhang, we all support you. The people behind Fong Zhang gathered together. Classmates, Xin Shuier, uncle and aunt, Guyu clan leader. Fong Zhang looked at everyone, pursed his lips, and murmured. Everyone. The same light flashed in their eyes, that is the light of expectation. The same smile was on their faces, that is the smile of encouragement. Without exception, they all supported and encouraged Fong Zhang. Everyone is waiting for me, supporting me. How can I fall? How can I fall here? How can I? Boom. 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 The heartbeat sounded like a drum, and his eyes were finally no longer confused. Fong Zhang raised his head, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. I must not fall here. I want to break the shadow. I want to stand up. Aha. Fong Zhang clenched his fists, roared unwillingly, and an emerald green light appeared on his body. What is that? That seems to be the jade skin goo. I don't know who recognized the jade skin goo. Boom. The students even burst into shouts that soared to the sky. Fong Zhang, come on. Fong Zhang, we support you. Stand up, stand up. Fong Zhang supported himself on the ground with his fists, his steel teeth were almost broken, and he slowly raised his body. The blood is boiling. It's going to be a comeback, it's going to be a comeback. The Gu masters were moved when they heard this shout. Gu Yuebua on the high platform stood up and stared at Fong Zhang in the field with his hands behind his back, his eyes shining. Yes. Fong Zhang. Stand up. Stand up. Defeat Fong Yuan. You will usher in a brand new self. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his face remained unmoved, and murmured softly. Jade skin goo. It's a pity that even with the jade skin goo, the result is difficult to change. Fong Yuan slowly raised his feet, and seemed to be shocked by the jade skin goo. Stand up, Fong Zhang stood up. He really stood up. The audience burst into shouts like a landslide and tsunami. Brother, I'm sorry, I will defeat you and completely defeat you. Fong Zhang's eyes were bright and his tone was very firm. Ha ha ha. Fong Zhang, you're still a long way from winning against me. Fong Yuan laughed softly when he heard this, but the deep look in his eyes remained unmoved. Bang. Fong Yuan took a heavy step forward, clenched his fists, and the surging power gathered between his fingers. Bang. He suddenly threw a punch, as if escaping Fong Zhang's sight, and hit the emerald jade skin on Fong Zhang's face directly. What? Bang. The jade piece was shattered by this punch, and Fong Zhang's figure also staggered back 2 steps, with a look of deep disbelief in his eyes. Bang. Fong Yuan did not waver at all, and punched again. Fong Zhang raised his head high, and a dizzy feeling of upheaval surged into his mind, and he staggered a few steps again. How could this happen? Fong Zhang had a few questions in his mind, and then he suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. Tick-tock tick. The cheers and shouts in the field immediately disappeared, and the silence was so tight that you could even hear the sound of blood dripping on the ground. Everyone's expressions remained the same as before, as if they had not yet accepted the reality of Fong Nang's defeat. Fong Yuan looked around, looked at the stunned people, and smiled slightly. Sorry to disappoint you. These words seemed to pour a bowl of living water into the auditorium, making it come alive again. On the high platform, all the elders found it difficult to accept the situation and looked at each other in confusion. Suddenly, one of the family elders seemed to remember something. He looked at Ningchen and asked a question. Mr. Ningchen, how could you guess that Fong Yuan won? You said it was a guess, so I guessed an unexpected answer, but I ended up winning. I didn't expect that. When Ningchen heard this, he just spread his hands and started talking with a slight smile on his face. After hearing this, all the elders stopped asking. Gu Yuebwa lowered his head and looked at Fong Yuan and Fong Zhang on the stage, then turned to look at the elders beside him, sighed softly, stood up slowly, and announced loudly. Fong Yuan, since you won first place, you can choose from all the teams present. I believe all the elders won't say much. When Fong Yuan saw this, he frowned, his heart sank, and he whispered to himself. Trouble is coming. Upon seeing this, Ningchen calmly looked at the audience and chuckled in his heart. Fong Yuan, come on. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,208 words. Fong Yuan stood quietly in the center of the ring. Gu Yuebwa's shout came from the high platform. Gu Yuebwa stood with his hands behind his back, with a faint smile on his face, looking down at Fong Yuan in the field. Come on, Fong Yuan, look around and choose any team. I'm sure you can join it. Why don't you speak up, Fong Yuan? As long as you speak up. Could it be that you don't take my words seriously? Gu Yuebwa's tone gradually turned cold, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and a trace of coldness shot out of his eyes. Fong Yuan's heart sank when he heard this. He knew Gu Yuebwa's motives too well. If I don't answer next, Gu Yuebwa will definitely arrange me to the Mo Yen team or the Qishan team. As soon as I join any of these two teams, the political forces behind the other party will become suspicious and fall into the political whirlpool. No, I must not let Gu Yuebwa arrange it for me. Then it seems that I have no choice but to join a miscellaneous group. Fong Yuan looked around and was unable to make a decision for a while. Why don't you join my team? My team just happens to be short of an offensive Gu master. The sudden invitation attracted everyone's attention. Fong Yuan turned sideways and looked in the direction of the voice. When he looked closely, he was slightly surprised. He saw that the man had a handsome face and gentle eyes. The most important thing was that Fong Yuan recognized this man. He is Ning Chen's younger brother, Ning Chuan. Why is Ning Chuan offering me an olive branch at this time? I remember he was stationed outside the village. Guarding the mortal village? Why did you start leading a team? Is Ning Chuan trying to win me over with Ningchen's intention? Ningchen is now on an equal footing with Qilian and is considered the elder of the Qimai clan. Could this be a joint order from Ningchen and Qilian? The moment Fong Yuan saw Ning Chuan, his heart sank again, as if he could see through it. Qing Shu in the audience frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Is this Junior Ning Chuan? Ning Chuan? Could he be Ningchen's? Yao Hong, who was beside him, felt very familiar with the name and had some doubts. And Qing Shu seemed to see through Yao Hong's doubts and took the initiative to answer. Yes, Ning Chuan is Ningchen's younger brother. Ning Chuan? Mo Yen looked strange, Qishan was guessing, and no one present was surprised. It's not that he was suspicious. Because Ning Chuan is Ningchen's younger brother, it's hard not to guess that Ning Chuan's move was Ningchen's intention. Gu Yuebwa narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this, slowly glanced over, and looked at Ningchen on the high platform. His tone was leisurely, as if interrogating. Ningchen Patriarch, aren't you going to come out and explain? Ningchen slowly stood up after hearing this, walked to the edge of the high platform, and looked at the audience with interest, muttering. Fong Yuan won, it's really unexpected, ha ha ha. Ningchen Patriarch, please answer my question directly. Gu Yuebwa's tone was also a little unfriendly when he saw this, and his eyes exuded coldness. Ningchen turned around when he saw this, looked directly at Gu Yuebwa and smiled slightly, and clasped his hands. Don't be angry, clan leader, and listen to me. Clan leader, you should know that my brother was stationed at the edge of the mountain village like me before, and spent the whole day with mortals. It can be said that he is oblivious to the outside world. Naturally, he is completely unaware of the affairs in this mountain village. Recently, he suddenly came back and said that he wanted to lead a team of Gu masters to train himself. As a brother, how could I refuse? So I invited him to watch the year-end assessment and let him personally select the team members. Isn't it expected that Fong Yuan would be selected? Fong Yuan has outstanding fighting talent, and he is not panicked when faced with difficulties. He also won the first place in this year-end assessment. With such talents, I believe that all Gu master teams have no reason to refuse. Ningchen smiled slightly, and his words were heard clearly by the audience near the martial arts arena. Gu Yuebwa was unable to refute for a while, so he could only answer in silence. Ning Chen's smile deepened when he saw this, and he looked at Fong Yuan in the arena, and continued to add. Besides, you know Ning Chuan's qualifications, 70% of the B-level qualifications. He was the first in that session. Is there any problem with him leading Fong Yuan? Don't worry, clan leader. Of course, the most important thing is Fong Yuan's opinion. If Fong Yuan doesn't want to, I won't force him. Gu Yuebwa was just silent. He seemed to be considering whether Ning Chen's words were correct or not. He suddenly looked at Ning Chuan in the audience, his eyes shining. Ning Chuan, is what your brother said really like this? Clan leader, there is no falsehood. Ning Chuan was not in a hurry to see this, he bowed slightly and responded calmly. Gu Yuebwa fell silent again, he seemed to still doubt that this was Ningchen's work. Ningchen looked at Gu Yuebwa who was silent, smiled heartily, raised his hand and slowly pointed at Qi Lian. Patriarch still doesn't trust me? If the Patriarch doesn't trust me, you can ask the elder of Qi Lian. Of course, if you don't even trust Qi Lian's elder, then I really can't do anything. Qi Lian's eyes twitched a little, and he was even more confused. He really didn't know why Ning Chuan wanted to recruit Fong Yuan. He also really didn't know whether Ningchen was behind the recruitment of Fong Yuan. Gu Yuebwa's eyes slowly glanced at Qi Lian, as if he wanted to pierce through his whole body. The words were as cold as ice. Qi Lian's elder, do you know? Seeing this, Qi Lian hurriedly saluted with both hands, clearing himself from Ning Chen. For fear that Gu Yuebwa would be furious. Master, I really don't know what Lord Ningchen means. Lord Ningchen has never discussed this with me. Gu Yuebwa fell into silence again. Gu Yuebwa fell into silence. Ningchen smiled lightly. Qi Lian was puzzled. However, no one noticed that Fong Yuan had a few cold smiles on his lips at some point. Without strength, even if you get the first place, you are just a bird in a cage. Even if you get the first place, you will eventually become someone else's pawn. I don't know whether Ningchuan's move was directed by Ningchen. I don't know what Ningchuan discussed with Ningchen when he walked up to the high platform just now. But what I know is that Ningchuan's solicitation can solve my urgent needs, and I must join. Suddenly, Fong Yuan suddenly raised his head, looked at Ningchuan in the audience, and announced softly. I join Ningchuan's team. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1264 words. Gu Yuebwa's face froze when he heard this, and his eyes shot towards Fong Yuan. What? Lord Patriarch, I choose to join Senior Ningchuan's team. Fong Yuan clasped his hands into fists, and repeated it again without being impatient. A hint of undetectable gloom flashed deep in Gu Yuebwa's eyes, and he slowly spoke. Since you have made this choice, I won't stop you. However, if you want to change the team in the future, I will definitely not agree. Do you understand? Of course I understand. Fong Yuan didn't think twice about Gu Yuebwa's threats, he just responded calmly. Then I declare that the year-end assessment is over. Gu Yuebwa straightened his back, cleared his throat, and shouted loudly, announcing the end of the year-end assessment. Before he finished speaking, there was a flurry of discussion in the audience. It was obvious that the end-of-year assessment just now had some unfinished meaning. It's over. The result is really unexpected. Yes, who would have thought that Fang Yuan would be the leader? A-level Fang Zheng didn't defeat C-level Fang Yuan, TSK. Fang Yuan did not join Senior Qingshu's team, but instead joined Senior Ningchuan's team. Obviously Senior Qingshu's team is the best. Fang Yuan had already walked out of the martial arts arena. Hearing this, he just smiled coldly in his heart. Hey, who doesn't know that Qingshu's team is the best? But is that for me? That's for my dear brother Fang Zheng. Although Qishan and Moyan's teams are not inferior to Qingshu's team, I absolutely cannot join these two teams. Once you join, the other force will be ready to take action. At that time, there will be undercurrents in the family, and the situation will change. But joining Ningchuan's team is not a good thing. When Fang Yuan thought of this, he raised his head and looked at the high platform. I saw Ningchen still smiling lightly, chatting with other elders. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt as if he was watching fire, and his heart was as peaceful as still water. Being in Ningchuan's team is equivalent to being under Ningchen's nose. This Ningchen is cautious by nature and must think twice before doing anything. He is truly an outstanding person. I'm afraid I have to be more careful in the future. Jade Skin Gu and White Boar Gu must not be exposed. This is still secondary. I remember that Ningchen and Qi Lian are relatively close, but they didn't explicitly say that they are the elders of the Qimai family. The relationship is very ambiguous. My joining will inevitably make other forces a little confused. But fortunately, I'm just a little confused and won't delve into it more. In general, joining Ningchuan's team is not a good choice, but it is a choice that has to be made. If Ningchuan shows up again a few seconds later, I'm afraid I will be assigned to Qishan or Moyan's team. Fang Yuan sighed softly in his heart, then raised his head and looked at the figure in front of him who was roughly similar to Ningchen. Ningchuan took a step forward, smiled slightly, stretched out his hand. My name is Ningchuan, I am Ningchen's younger brother and your future Gu master. Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan saw this, he just nodded slightly and said his name, which was considered as an introduction to himself. The snow shines as far as the eye can see. Bang. 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 The muffled sound echoed in the courtyard of Chifu, shaking the snow on the branches. Akaji stood quietly, extending a palm from time to time to respond to Akaji's attacks. Although the person in front of him was his clan brother, Qi Ning had no intention of letting go. There was a coldness in her beautiful eyes, and her red lips parted slightly. While she was dealing with the attack, she still had time to point out Akaji. Well done. Too slow. Too slow. Is that all there is to it? When Qi Cheng heard this, he just clenched his steel teeth, his face was determined, and the punches he threw were heavier each time. Beads of sweat hit the snow along the forehead, soaking the snowflakes and letting out drops of dew. Qi Cheng's eyes were bright, looking at Qi Ning in front of him, he was almost roaring in his heart. I can't live up to Grandpa's high expectations. I want to defeat Fang Zheng, defeat Ma Bei, and I want to revive our Scarlet Vein. I can't be like this. Bang. Qi Cheng almost bent his arm into a long bow, and used all his strength to blast towards Chining. Qi Ning's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this, and he quickly put his hands in front of his chest. Boom. Qi Cheng was breathing heavily, still maintaining the posture of punching just now. On the other hand, Qi Ning took 2 or 3 steps back, and there were waves of soreness and numbness in his arms. Although Aka Ning did not use defensive goo insects, the fact that close combat alone can achieve such results shows Akaji's progress. Suddenly, a rather proud chuckle echoed in the courtyard. Ha 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 ha. Old Ningchen, what do you think of my good grandson? When Ningchen heard this, he was not in a hurry to answer Qi Lian. He just slowly picked up the teacup and took a leisurely sip of tea. Then he looked at Qi Lian. In my opinion, my mind is not calm, and my fists and feet are also controlled by emotions. Such an impetuous mentality will not take any advantage in actual combat. Qi Lian's face froze slightly when he heard this, and a hint of unhappiness flashed in his eyes. Although there was nothing wrong with what Ningchen said, How could Qi Lian feel so good when an outsider like Ningchen criticized his grandson without any scruples? Even though his face was cold, he even snorted coldly. Humph. Then I wonder how Feng Yuan looks in the eyes of the Ningchen family? How can he be able to speak for him in front of everyone in the Ningchen family? Ningchen's face remained calm after hearing this, but he sneered in his heart. You old guy, just say a few words about your grandson and then you'll blame Feng Yuan. Although Qi Lian was asking Ningchen what he thought of Feng Yuan, the implication was clearly that he was saying, you won over Feng Yuan in public, why didn't you consider our Qi Mai's feelings? Let us Qi Mai bear the pressure. Naturally, such thoughts cannot be hidden from Ningchen, and they are clearly understood by Ningchen. Ningchen slowly picked up the teacup and held it in his hand, speaking calmly. Oh. Mr. Qi Lian, are you threatening me? Qi Lian was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect Ningchen to be so direct and not give him any room for negotiation. Seeing that Qi Lian was hesitating and unable to speak, Ningchen chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha. I'm kidding. Your grandson is indeed excellent, but it is still a little pity. What's the pity? I will definitely let him change it later. Qi Lian also smiled softly when he saw this, as if he was very satisfied with Ningchen's evaluation. Ningchen also shook his head when he saw this, as if he was extremely regretful. It's a pity that it's a pity. Akaji is just a third-class person. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1275 words. When Qi Lian heard the words, his pupils suddenly shrank, his expression became stagnant, and his tone of voice was a little sluggish. This. Sir Ningchen, what does this mean? My grandson, doesn't he have a second-class qualification? You were there at the opening ceremony. My grandson has genuine second-class qualifications. Could it be that you remembered it wrong? Hearing this, the frost on Ningchen's face grew thicker, and a sneer appeared on his lips. He looked at Qi Lian teasingly. Am I remembering it wrong? Children of the Qi Lian family, you have to know that I am only over 20 years old. I have sharp eyesight and sharp ears. Is it possible that my memory is not as good as yours, an old man who is half dead? Ha 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 ha. Okay, let me just say that I remember it wrong. Do you really think that I don't know anything about the fact that you are instilling silver essence into your grandson all day long to warm and nourish the aperture? Or do you think I'm so slow that such an obvious alien essence aura can be hidden from me? What do you think, Mr. Qi Lian? Qi Lian was silent. If he had some luck just now, it was completely gone now. Ningchen does know Qiqing's true qualifications. Thinking of this, Qi Lian sighed and looked at Ningchen. Oh come on, Mr. Ningchen, please don't tell me what you want. No, you are wrong, Mr. Qi Lian. I'm just reminding you a little. You and I are both family elders. What do you have that I should care about? What do you think? Ningchen quietly stared at Qicheng in the courtyard, with a playful smile on his face, as if he didn't take Qi Lian to heart at all. Upon hearing this, a trace of anger flashed through Qi Lian's eyes, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. When it came to his mouth, he just sighed. It's Mr. Ningchen's family. You are right. No matter how angry Yu Qi Lian is, there is nothing he can do about Ningchen. In terms of strength, Ningchen was young and strong, and had defeated Bai Ningbing head-on. In terms of reputation, Ningchen is even higher than all the elders. After all, since Bai Ningbing's World War II, everyone in Qingmao Mountain, Xianjiazhai, Beijiazhai, and Guyue Village probably knows Ningchen's name. In terms of power, Qi Lian had to rely on Ningchen. Today's Scarlet Vein, without Ningchen, would probably be far inferior to the desert system. So even if Qi Lian has all kinds of anger, there is nothing he can do to condense the dust. Qi Lian stared at Qicheng in the courtyard, feeling a little bitter in his heart, and murmured questions. Old Ningchen, can I ask you a question? How do you know Akaji's true qualifications? Ha ha ha. Ningchen suddenly smiled when he heard this, and Yu looked at Qi Lian, with a hint of a mocking smile on his lips. Qi Lian family elder, didn't I tell you before? You may be able to hide your silver alien essence from others, but you can't hide it from me. Of course, you don't have to worry about whether I will tell others. After all, if I tell others, there's nothing you can do to me. Lao Qi Lian, there is only hope that you can do it. Ha 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 ha. Ningchen looked down at the teacup in his hand, and the tea in it reflected Ningchen's chuckle. Qi Lian was stunned, his expression froze on his face, and he was even more angry, but he could only remain silent. Bang! Ningchen slowly placed the teacup on the table, stood up slowly, and talked leisurely. Okay, Mr. Qi Lian, I won't stay for long. After all, I still have important things to do. Goodbye. Qi Lian slowly raised his head after hearing this, looked at Ning Chen's back as he was about to step out of the room, and squeezed out a sentence between his teeth. Walk slowly. Outside the door, Qi Chang and Chining were leaning to the side, their expressions extremely gloomy. Among them, all the conversations between Ningchen and Qi Lian fell into their ears. Qi Chang's face was almost twitching, his fingers were turning white when pinched, and one could imagine the anger in his heart. Changer, what's wrong? Qi Ning also noticed the strangeness of Qi Chang at this moment, and took the initiative to comfort him. When Akaji heard this, he shouted as if a fuse had been lit. This Ningchen is really arrogant. You don't take Grandpa seriously, and you don't take us Chimai seriously. What does this bring to our Chimai's face? Isn't he just a family elder with sea-level qualifications? 30 years to the east of the river and 30 to the west of the river, don't bully young people into poverty. One day, I will make Chimai become the #1 faction in the village. Akaji, you have really grown up. Qi Ning looked at the excited Akaji quietly, and a smile of relief appeared on her lips. Tsk, pathetic. Such ambitions are too small. With just a wall separating them, Qi Ching's heroic words could not escape Ningchen's ears. There was a faint smile on Ningchen's lips, as if he didn't take Qi Chang to heart. After all, such ambition is far from worthy of his attention. And there was no need for him to come forward and reprimand Akaji for his rude words. His days in the village could be counted as numbered. Ningchen slowly stepped out of Qi Mansion and left Qi Mansion. After walking no more than 100 steps, Ningchen returned to his Qin Mansion. Opening the door, Ningchen sat leisurely in front of his desk. Leaning back, he leaned on the backrest and slowly closed his eyes. A myriad of thoughts emerged in his mind. Now I am already a third-level mid-level cultivator with 80% of my talent. I can be called a first-class genius. Now the cold has receded a lot, and there is a bit of spring. The day when I leave the village is getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan is under Ningchuan's care, so he dare not act rashly for a while. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to rely on Ningchuan to suppress Fang Yuan. But I didn't think about suppressing Fang Yuan. It is indeed enough to rely on Ningchuan to restrict Fang Yuan. Now I just need to wait quietly for Jia Taisheng to arrive. But before I leave, I have to squeeze out the value of the chess pieces in my hand. Bang! The sudden sound of pushing the door made Ningchen sink. He interrupted his thoughts and slowly opened his eyes. Ningchuan's face was very excited. He clapped his hands on the table and said, "Brother, I now understand why you asked me to accept Fang Yuan as a team member. His experience and state of mind are far beyond the reach of his peers. I even seem to see your shadow in Fang Yuan." Ningchen seemed to have expected this. He smiled slightly and talked freely. "Of course, everything I asked you to do must have its deep meaning. As for you seeing my shadow in him? Ha ha ha. Maybe, Fang Yuan and I are the same kind of people?" Ningchen slowly stood up, stood with his hands behind his back, with a faint smile on his face, and added a half-sentence in his heart. "They are all experienced demons." Legend of the Gu Demon. 1246 words. Brother is really good at predicting things. From now on, I will never have any doubts about my brother's decision-making. Ha 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 ha. Ningchuan chuckled, and suddenly his eyes showed some complicated emotions, and his lips pursed, as if he was debating whether to speak or not. "Ningchuan, tell me if you have anything to say. What can you hide from my brother?" Naturally, Ningchuan's deliberation look couldn't escape Ningchen's gaze, and his eyebrows frowned a little unconsciously. Ningchuan gritted his teeth, raised his head and gave Ningchen an extremely reluctant smile. Brother, when can we avenge our parents? With the help of Gu Yuebwa, a first-class genius, wouldn't it be more difficult for us to seek revenge? Or are you afraid, brother? Don't you dare to take revenge on Gu Yuebwa? If you are afraid, then let me avenge your parents. The worst that can happen is that you will have to go to the door of life and death to see your parents. Snap. A crisp slap echoed in the room. It was so crisp. Ningchuan immediately felt severe pain on his cheek. He looked a little dazed for a while, and his ears were buzzing. You bastard! What nonsense are you talking about? Ningchen's loud shout fell into Ningchuan's ears, which also made Ningchuan wake up. I promised you before, I will definitely avenge our parents. Since you were a child, is it possible that you haven't fulfilled one of the things I promised you? You need to know who the enemy we want to avenge is. That's Gu Yubo, that's the Gu Yu clan leader, that's the 4th level Gu master. Once we kill Gu Yubo, we will become the enemy of the entire Gu Yu village. How can you, a 2nd level Gu master, and I, a 3rd level Gu master, be able to fight against the entire Gu Yu village? How? Ningchen's loud shouts shocked Ningchuan, and he was so enlightened that he couldn't speak for a moment. This. When Ningchen saw that Ningchuan couldn't speak, he sighed softly, and his tone became a little softer. So, you also know that it is impossible for us to fight against the entire Gu Yu village. Therefore, we can only outsmart you, and outsmarting requires looking for opportunities, but unfortunately, I haven't found any opportunities yet. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. Ningchuan, you must remember this sentence. You also have to believe in my brother. My brother will one day avenge his parents. Maybe that day will be very late, but it will definitely come. Ningchen's big hand patted Ningchuan's shoulder. Ningchuan felt filled with emotion after hearing these words. He pursed his lips and nodded heavily, his trust in Ningchen restored in his eyes. Well, I hope that day can come soon. Me too. Immediately, Ningchuan left slowly, without any doubt anymore. After Ningchuan left, Ningchen leisurely sat back on his seat. There was a hint of a smile of unknown meaning on his lips, and there seemed to be a hint of amusement deep in his eyes. He opened his 5 fingers and saw a shadow-preserving sound goo placed neatly in the palm of his hand. This shadow-recording sound goo contains the truth about the murder of Ningchen's parents, and it is also a darkness that must not be known by the Gu Yu tribe. Ningchen naturally keeps such a valuable chess piece in the hole all the time. Ha ha ha. It's time to play your role. How wonderful would it be if Gu Yuebwa saw the images in it? Ningchen quietly played with the recording sound goo in his hand, with a deep smile in his eyes. It was as if the long speech he just told Ningchuan was another person. He actually didn't care at all about the blood feud between Gu Yuebwa and their 2 brothers. He was actually thinking about how to use this image-preserving sound goo to seek the greatest benefit for himself. What a dehumanizing monster. In the head of the family's cabinet, the image of a handsome man was reflected on the dark wall. At this moment, there was a forced smile on his face, he was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and he was panting like an ox. If you have too much air coming out and little air coming in, you will obviously not survive. Ningchuan, I'm sorry. At this point, the image is completely over, and it returns to the original scene again. Yuan Heng, is the image-preserving sound goo activated? It's activated, don't worry. Gu Yuebwa stared blankly at the man and woman in the image, and information about the 2 of them emerged from the depths of his mind. Yuan Heng and Wan Yu were first-class geniuses in the family. They are still Ningchen's parents now. Thinking of this, Gu Yuebwa didn't dare to look at Ningchen beside him anymore, and had to fall into silence for a long time. But at this time, it was Ningchen who spoke first and chuckled. What? This image is indeed true, right? Master Patriarch, do you want to watch it again? When Gu Yuebwa heard this, his expression suddenly became extremely astonished, and he felt a little confused for a moment. How come from the tone, Ningchen is not angry? No, he is definitely hiding it, I'd better go with what he says. Thinking so, Gu Yuebwa slowly spoke with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Yes, this image is indeed real. It was really helpless for me to act like this. You didn't understand the situation inside and outside the village at that time. At that time, our Guyu village. Ningchen slowly raised his hand to stop Guyuebwa's tirade and smiled slightly. Stop it, Mr. Patriarch, I really am not interested in listening to your long talk. Let's get straight to the point, shall we? This image is currently only known to me and my brother Ningchuan. But if this image spreads to the copycats, what kind of waves will it cause? What do you think, Mr. Patriarch? Ningchen smiled slightly, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. How dare you? When Guyuebwa heard this, he slapped the table and stood up, shouting loudly, but he was horrified in his heart. This Ningchen is really cold and heartless. He has absolutely no humanity at all. I actually want to use the evidence of my parents' murder as a bargaining chip to obtain benefits. I have never heard of such a freak. When Ningchen saw Guyuebwa slamming the table and getting up, he didn't panic at all and sneered. Why don't I dare? My brother Ningchuan also has a shadow and sound gu in his hand, and I also have a shared faith gu in my hand. As long as I have a thought, all the images inside will be shared with Ningchuan's photo recording sound gu. At that time, even if you kill me on the spot, it will be useless. So, choose. Do you want to be a sinner nailed into the history books of the Guyu clan? I still want to spend the rest of my life smoothly and leave a mark in the history books. It's up to you. Ningchen smiled slightly and played with the recording sound gu in his hand. As for Guyuebwa, he fell into deep thought for a long time. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1230 words. After a long silence, Guyuebwa's dry laughter broke the silence. Guyuebwa slowly raised his head, with a strange light flashing in his pupils, and for a moment he smiled angrily. It was as if he had gotten to know Ningchen again. Okay. Ningchen, I've finally seen through you. You are a bastard who has lost all humanity. Say, what do you want? Guyuebwa opened his sleeves and gave a very generous smile. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of contempt hidden under the hearty smile. Ningchen also chuckled when he heard this, and didn't pay attention to Guyuebwa's curse. Ha ha ha, thank you, Mr. Patriarch, for the compliment. It's a bit inappropriate to destroy humanity. I still care about my good brother Ningchuan. Using this image is just to gain more benefits for my dear brother and me. So, I won't ask for gu insects, practice resources, etc. I want 100,000 yuan stones, a mansion comparable in size to mine, several acres of fertile land, and several famous slaves. I hope the patriarch of the family will make it happen. Ningchen clasped his hands into fists and bent slightly. Seeing this, Guyuebwa pulled out a dry smile. 100,000 yuan stones, you are so greedy. That's all, what do I have to argue with you, a bastard? Snap. A baggage gu was slapped on the table by Guyuebwa and pushed towards Ningchen. This bag gu contains 100,000 yuan stones, just take it. Other requests will be sent to your house in a while. All kinds of land deeds and domestic slaves will be delivered to your door. However, since you have taken this yuan stone, leave the photo and sound gu to me. I don't have any reason to put it in your hands again. After all, I have trouble sleeping and eating after all. It's best to have this kind of thing in your own hands. At this moment, Guyuebwa seemed to no longer pretend to be an elder, showing a cunning look. He stretched out his hand calmly, with a playful smile on his face. When Ningchen saw this, he handed over the recording sound gu to Guyuebwa with a bit of reluctance. Guyuebwa took the recording sound gu steadily, looked at the gu carefully, and suddenly glanced at Ningchen. His words were as cold as ice. Although I don't know if you have any other means to store this video. Based on my guess about you, you will most likely have other means to preserve this image. But I won't stop you anymore, after all, I have a share in my hands. You are a smart person, Ningchen, but I don't want you to be mistaken for your cleverness. If I hear any news about this image in the village in the future, I will fight you to the death regardless of my reputation. I hope you can control your situation. I hope the patriarch can rest assured. This is natural. When Ningchen saw this, he just smiled slightly, and he didn't understand why. Slowly walking out of the attic, Ningchen quietly looked at the bulging luggage gu and smiled involuntarily. Hey, counting the 100,000 yuan stones in this bag gu, I now have a huge sum of nearly 200,000 yuan stones. It's more than enough to buy a silver relic Gu, which means I will have at least a third-level high-level cultivation when I leave Guyu village. It's just that those domestic slaves and fertile farmland are of no use to me. After all, they are just smoke bombs to cover up my true purpose. If I only want yuan stone, then Gu Yuebwa will wonder what I will do with these yuan stones. It's bound to cause trouble, so it's better to keep a fig leaf. Now we just need to wait quietly for the caravan to arrive. Maybe there is no silver relic Gu in the caravan. If so, it won't stop me from leaving the stronghold. Suddenly, wisps of breeze came and blew past my face, picking up a few strands of black hair on my temples. Ningchen walked forward slowly, feeling the breeze carefully, looking from a distance, and smiled slightly. The caravan is coming. A rather plump figure jumped down from the toad's back. Although this man is fat, his figure is extremely strong. This person is naturally a rank 4 Gu master, Jiafu. Jiafu came towards me, clasping his hands in his fists and smiling slightly. Brother Gu Yu, long time no see. Brother Jiafu, it's been a long time indeed. Gu Yuebwa also looked at each other and smiled, but his peripheral vision mostly focused on the conspicuous scar on Jiafu's face. However, as a fellow human being, Gu Yuebwa did not ask and just continued to greet him. In the near future, our Guyu clan will have its new enlightenment ceremony. I wonder if Brother Jiafu wants to come and see it? Since Patriarch Guyu has kindly invited me, how can I refuse? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. After Jia Jinsheng was killed last year, Jiafu started a confrontation with Jia Gui after returning home. It is said that a fierce competition broke out. The scars on Jiafu's face must have been caused by the competition. Because of this, the caravan brought by Jiafu this year was larger than any previous year. And this is naturally also an opportunity for Ningchen. Ningchen walked slowly in the treehouse, his black eyes browsing the glass counter unscrupulously. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he was not very interested in these Gu worms. For now, I don't lack any Gu worms. Let's see if there are any silver relic Gu worms. Ningchen continued to walk forward. Suddenly, a ray of silver light pierced his eyes. Looking closely, looking for the source of the silver light, he suddenly saw a silver ball as big as a thumb placed steadily in a glass display case. Ningchen couldn't help but smile when he saw the Gu worm. Silver relic Gu, my luck is really good. At this time, a rather unfamiliar voice came from behind Ningchen. Grandma, what is this Gu worm? It's so beautiful. Ha ha ha. This is the silver relic Gu, a third-level Gu worm, you don't need it. Ningchen frowned slightly, slowly turned around, and looked closely. He saw an old woman with a young girl, but there was a silver piece on the old woman's waist, and it also had the word 3 on it. It can be seen that this old woman is also a family elder. Oh, it turns out to be the Ningchen family elder. Senior Yaji, do you have such elegance to come to the treehouse to buy Gu worms? When Ningchen saw this person, he smiled slightly, because he recognized this person. This person is the Yaotang family elder, Guyu Yaoji. Ha ha ha. Why would an old woman like me buy Gu worms? I just came to buy a gift for my precious granddaughter to celebrate the opening ceremony. At this point, Yaoji turned her head and looked at the girl beside her. Her eyes were quite kind. Lord Ningchen, are you the Lord Ningchen who defeated Bai Ningbing? Legend of the Gu Demon. 1320 words. Yao Lu looked at Ningchen curiously, her beautiful eyes flashing. Yes, I am the Ningchen who defeated Bai Ningbing. Senior Yao Ji, do you want to buy her a silver relic Gu? Ningchen stood with his hands behind his back, smiled slightly, turned his head suddenly, and teased Yao Ji. When Yao Ji saw this, she quickly waved her hand, and a smile appeared on her chapped lips. Master Ningchen is really kidding, a silver relic Gu is worth 70,000 yuan stones. I'm just going to buy her a wine bug as a gift. It happened that we just saw a wine bug. According to the market price of 500 yuan stones, I have a 70% to 80% chance of winning it. Of course, if you can't buy it, you can only sigh that you are really unlucky. Ha ha ha. When Ningchen saw this, the smile on his face did not diminish but grew. At the same time, he looked at Yao Lu behind Yao Ji. Senior Yao Ji is really generous. Practice with the wine bug will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. You can't live up to Senior Yao Ji's expectations. Ha 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 ha. Ningchen looked down at Yao Lu with a hint of teasing in his eyes, and chuckled. Yao Lu was not timid when he saw this. He raised his head and looked at Ningchen brazenly. How could it be? I want to be the number one in this class. Give my grandma a long-lasting prestige in the medicine department. Ha ha ha. My precious granddaughter is really ambitious. Yao Ji also smiled from ear to ear when she saw this. She obviously loved Yao Lu very much. After chatting casually for a few words, Yao Ji seemed to have received some news, and her expression suddenly changed. Okay, Mr. Ningchen, we still have some things to do in the medicine hall, so we'll take the first step. Goodbye, Lord Ningchen. Yao Lu also said goodbye to Ningchen with a smile. Go slowly, don't send me away. Ningchen just smiled quietly and watched the two of them leave. After the two figures completely disappeared from his eyes, Ningchen inevitably felt a little bit sad in his heart. Yao Lu, TSK, you're a pretty good little girl. But in a few months, I'm afraid I will be refined into a human-animal burial goo by Feng Yuan. But by then I will no longer be in the village, so what does it have to do with me? Ningchen turned around and looked around, and saw that there was no other goo master next to the display case of the silver relic goo. After all, the silver relic goo is used to elevate a third-level goo master to a small level. How many rank 3 goo masters can there be in Gu Yu's village? What's more, the market price of a silver relic goo is 70,000 yuan stones, which is beyond the reach of ordinary family members. Therefore, it is basically a sure thing for Ningchen to capture the silver relic goo. Ningchen slowly walked to the front desk, took out a piece of paper, and wrote down the goo insects he wanted to buy and the price on it. Then he slowly fell into the tree hole next to the front desk. In this case, all you have to do is wait for the results. Ningchen slowly walked aside, sat down leisurely, closed his eyes and rested. However, Feng Yuan watched the whole process, and inevitably had some doubts in his heart. Ningchen? What kind of goo insects can a third-level goo master like him buy? He has fought with Bai Ningbing before and defeated him. There will definitely be no shortage of level 3 goo worms in his hands. Could it be a second-level goo insect? But what can he buy from a second-level goo insect? Forget it, what does the goo worm that Ningchen buys have to do with me? The setting sun spread like blood in the lobby, dragging Ningchen's half-body into the afterglow. Ningchen, are you alright? A familiar voice fell into Ningchen's ears. Ningchen slowly raised his eyelids and smiled slightly when he saw it. Taisheng, are you okay? Jia Taisheng still had that faint smile on his face, and he seemed to be holding something in his hand. I haven't seen you for a year, and you have just broken through a small realm. Your speed has slowed down. Ningchen. I can't help it, I'm really busy. When Ningchen heard this, he just smiled helplessly. Upon seeing this, Jia Taisheng also handed the object in his hand to Ningchen. Here, your goo worms and share are all inside. Thanks. What Jia Taisheng handed over was a ring-shaped goo insect. Third-level goo, Neji goo. The storage performance is very excellent and can hold 200,000 yuan stones. Ningchen took the Neji goo and opened it, feeling slightly shocked. Seeing this, Jia Taisheng laughed loudly as if he had guessed Ningchen's thoughts. Stop counting, it's 120,000 yuan. Last year's business was better than the year before. I also put the goo worms you bought in there. Ningchen casually took out 2 luggage goo, took out tens of thousands of yuan stones and transferred them into the Neji goo. Then he sent all the yuan stones in the Neji goo into the baggage goo in batches, including the silver relic goo. Your Qingju liquor business is so good, I'm a little bit greedy when I see it. I can only say that it's just good luck. By the way, do you know about Iron God's arrest and iron-blooded coldness? Of course I know, the best detective in southern Xinjiang. My eldest brother hired him with a lot of money to investigate the cause of death of my brother, Jia Jincheng. It should be here next year. By then, the cause of my brother's death may be thoroughly investigated. Jia Jincheng raised his head, as if he remembered something, and his vision slowly became cloudy. When Ningchen saw this, he stopped talking, and the two of them fell into silence. Suddenly, Ningchen saw that Jia Taisheng had recovered for a moment, then raised his head with bright eyes. Jia Taisheng, I have something here that I need your help to deliver. You said, I will do my best. When Jia Taisheng saw this, he did not dare to neglect it all, his face straightened. Snap. Ningchen handed a package to Jia Taisheng and took the initiative to explain without waiting for Jia Taisheng to ask. These are the moonlight gu and moon orchid petals of our Guyu clan. I need your help to send them to any gu master's village in Xianjiashai or Baijiashai. I know what you want to ask, but listen to me first. I trust you and I need you, so I want to ask you for help. I know your caravan will not get involved in the struggle between the cottages. But once this is sold to Xianjiashai or Baijiashai, it will be a huge profit. As for the risk, I believe you can handle it. How can there be no risk when walking on the business road? Jiafu can't help me with this. Only you can help me. Just think of it as doing a small favor to a friend. Ningchen's eyes were blazing, and the trust blooming in them made Jia Taisheng unable to refuse. Jia Taisheng looked at the package in his hand, and he didn't know when he had clenched it tightly. He suddenly raised his head and smiled slightly. That's fine, I'll just do this trivial favor for my friend. I am standing from the perspective of Jia Taisheng, not the Jia family. I have to decide to help my friend Guyu Ningchen, not the Ningchen family. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1406 words. The night is full of stars, cicadas are chirping and birds are chirping. Ningchen sat slowly in the study, quietly playing with the silver relic gu in his hand, his heart felt as clear as ice. Now I am only a few months away from breaking through the intermediate level of the third rank and reaching the high level of the third rank, and this silver relic gu can improve it to a small level. In that case, I won't be in a hurry to use this silver relic gu. The cultivation level of the third level intermediate level is still sufficient. Ningchen thought of this and glanced out the window, falling into the stars in the sky. Hey, intermediate level 3 cultivation level, for level 3 gu worms, 150,000 yuan stones. The buried fuse is slowly fermenting. What kind of chaos will Qingmao Mountain become by then? But it has nothing to do with me anymore. Ha 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 ha. With a faint smile on his lips, Ningchen slowly stood up and walked out. He is leaving Qingmao Mountain tonight. Ningchen sold moonlight gu and moon orchid petals to Jia Taisheng. Whether Jia Taisheng sold them to Baijiashai or Xianjiashai, it would cause an uproar in Qingmao Mountain. This caused various families to fall into mutual suspicion, so that the families could not work together to resist this year's wolf wave. In this way, the gu masters of each family will become the souls of the wolf belly. Regardless of the Guyu family, the Xiong family, or the Bai family. When Ningchuan saw Ningchen in the mansion, some doubts arose in his heart. Brother, it's so late, where are you going? Nothing, just go out for a walk. Ningchen smiled slightly at Ningchuan, dispelling his doubts. Okay, remember to come back early. Don't worry, it's natural. Ningchen turned his head, and the smile on his lips became thicker and thicker, becoming a bit unpredictable. Step out of the mansion and continue walking towards the outside of the village. When Qingshu saw Ningchen, he also asked a question. Lord Ningchen, it's so late, do you still want to come out? Qingshu, come out for a walk and relax. Ningchen just responded with a smile. Master Ningchen, would you like to go out for a walk? Lord Ningchen, please pay attention to rest. Master Ningchen, it's getting late, don't let your body suffer. Along the way, countless Guyu tribe members greeted Ningchen and asked him about his welfare. There is more or less a trace of sincere concern on his face. But Ningchen just smiled lightly and never stopped walking. Stepping out of the cottage, I saw a rather thin figure walking from a distance. When Ningchen saw this, he just chuckled and looked at the visitor. Feng Yuan, it's so late, why don't you go back to the village to rest? Didn't Lord Ningchen not go back to the village to rest? Feng Yuan also smiled and continued walking towards the village. Looking at each other speechless, only smiling lightly. Feng Yuan slowly walked forward, submerged in the thousands of lights in the village. Ningchen walked forward leisurely, pouring into the winding paths in the mountain forest. Walking forward slowly, Ningchen looked around, taking in everything around him. He had left Guyue village at this moment, but he had not left Qingmao Mountain. Therefore, he still cannot completely relax at this moment. Brother Qishan is so strong. He knocked that grey wolf down with one punch. Sister Qi Ning, too. I couldn't understand the trajectory of the moon blade, and it shot the grey wolf in half in one go. Ha ha ha. One day you will be as strong as me and Sister Qi Ning. Qishan smiled slightly and stared at Akaji next to him. Suddenly, Qishan seemed to notice something strange. He looked around and saw Ningchen. Seeing Ningchen, Qishan was slightly shocked. How could Lord Ningchen be in such a deep mountain and wild forest so late at night? Qicheng followed Qishan's gaze and saw Ningchen, and a few traces of unnoticeable resentment flashed in his eyes. Huh, isn't he just a little family boss? However, after Qi Ning saw Ningchen, he felt uneasy for no reason and quickly stepped back. To see Ningchen here so late, he must have some secret and we caught him. Just in case, I'd better retreat with Qishan and the others first. Thinking of this, Qi Ning felt increasingly uneasy. Lord Ningchen, we have to go back to the village to hand in the mission, so we won't talk anymore. Before he finished speaking, Qi Ning grabbed the corner of Qishan's clothes with one hand and the collar of Qicheng with the other, and quickly moved back. Wait. Ningchen finally spoke, almost causing several people to freeze in place. Run. When Qi Ning heard this, he was even more horrified, and suddenly shouted. If she was still doubtful about whether Ningchen's secret had been revealed just now. So now Qi Ning can be sure that there is a high probability that he has encountered something ulterior. Bang. With a muffled sound, Qi Ning suddenly felt as if his chest had been hit by a fierce horse. Puff. Immediately, the energy and blood surged, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. It was obvious that he would not survive. Run quickly. Qi Ning endured the severe pain of his internal organs being shattered. After saying this, he lowered his head without any movement. Qi Ning's tragic situation fell into Qi Cheng's eyes, and his pupils suddenly trembled. His heart was instantly wrapped in fear, which almost made him breathless. What am I going to do? By the way, I want to run, I want to get out of here. Thinking of this, Qi Cheng no longer had any fighting spirit in his heart. He was completely occupied by fear and fled to the mountain stronghold desperately. Several bright thunder sparks burst out from Ningchen's palm, which looked particularly dazzling under the night. The flicker of electric sparks fell into his black eyes, but it didn't make any waves. Tonight may be an unforgettable night for Qimai. Ningchen still walked out of the village, but this time no one saw him, and his clothes were stained with blood. Walking forward slowly, the woods gradually become sparse, and we are about to leave Qingmao Mountain. However, at this moment, Ningchen suddenly felt a cold wind blowing, and he had some doubts in his heart. Why is there such a cold wind in summer? Before Ningchen could figure it out, a rather surprising voice interrupted his contemplation. A man dressed in white slowly walked out from behind the forest barrier. Ningchen took a closer look and saw an inexplicable smile on his lips. Eh? Ningchen. It's you, Bai Ningbing. Wait a minute, I see your plan. You are planning to leave Guyue village and Qingmao Mountain. I'm so envious. The world outside Qingmao Mountain must be very exciting. Bai Ningbing's eyes passed through the layers of forest leaves and landed on the 100,000 mountains. She felt a bit inexplicable. When Ningchen saw this, he did not comfort him. He just turned his head and looked at Nanjiang, chuckling. Wonderful, it must be wonderful. I want to appreciate all these wonderful things first before you. I hope that one day I can meet your old friend somewhere else. Ha ha ha. Okay. See you another day. When Bai Ningbing heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud, and agreed. When I got up in the morning, the clouds in the sky were already a bit as bright as fish belly. At this time, Ningchen slowly walked out of the forest and looked towards the horizon. The smile on his lips became thicker. All kinds of sighs came to my lips and turned into a poem. The lone demon falls from the sky and falls into the mountains. The devil's nature will not change and create a great future. There is no God in the sky, but there is a will. Only in a dream can you see yourself. When you talk about blood feud, you don't see any hatred. A whirlpool arises between talking and laughing. The devil comes out and brings about great changes, causing trouble in the world for 3,000 years. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,291 words. Guyue Village, Clan Leader Cabinet. Bang. Gu Yuebwa slammed the table and stood up, with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. What? Are you saying that the old man Ningchen went out for a walk last night and has not returned yet? Clan leader, that's true. Last night, your brother just told me that he was going out for a walk, and I didn't pay much attention to it. It was not until this morning that I found out that he didn't come back at all. Ningchuan's eyebrows revealed a few traces of unconcealable melancholy and anxiety. Gu Yuebwa frowned a little more when he heard the words, and there seemed to be a strong and unsolvable doubt in his heart. Okay, I know, you can leave first. Don't jump to conclusions, wait for me to think about it for a while and make my own judgment. I understand. Ningchuan's expression darkened slightly when he heard this, and he agreed lightly, and then walked out of the cabinet. How could a powerful old man disappear for no reason? No, I have to go back ask others. Ningchen's current status is different from the past. He is now the signboard of the Guyue clan, and there must be no mistakes. Mingzhou. Gu Yuebwa became more and more anxious as he thought about it. Suddenly, he shouted softly. A black figure walked out of the shadows behind him and knelt on one knee. What do you want, patriarch? Go and find out who saw the Ningchen family elder last night. By the way, don't let other family elders know about this for the time being. Otherwise, those old guys will know about this and what will happen. Gu Yuebwa stood quietly by the window, stroking the window frame quietly, and shouted coldly. I understand. Mingzhou nodded in agreement and slowly retreated. Ningchen, where will you run to? Gu Yuebwa looked at the horizon and muttered to himself. However, at this moment, Qi Lian stepped on the door. And entered, obviously very anxious. Patriarch, I have something important to report. Go ahead. Qishan, Chining and Qicheng are all missing. What? Gu Yuebwa paused when he heard this, turned around and roared, and Qi Lian continued to add. They should have come back last night. But it wasn't until this morning when I went to the Internal Affairs Hall to inquire that they still hadn't come back. I was so anxious that I told you. Then do you know that the elder of the Ningchen family didn't come back last night? Gu Yuebwa pondered for a moment, slowly raised his head, and said something that made Qi Lian think of a lot. This. Both of them were smart, so they naturally understood each other's meaning in a few breaths. The so-called Ningchen's absence from the whole night basically means that Ningchen has left Guyue village, as for it is not known where you went. And Ningchen's departure happened to happen on the same night as the disappearance of the 3 people from Chimai. So they have reason to suspect that Ningchen killed the 3 people from Chimai to silence them. They looked at each other in silence. In the tavern, Fang Yuan picked up a dish and put it into his mouth, but his face was a bit thoughtful. His eyes were slightly gloomy, and he looked around. And suddenly looked at Ning Chuan, who was full of anxiety in front of him. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart and slowly said. Sorry, Senior Ningchen, I really didn't see Lord Ningchen last night. In fact, Fang Yuan did see Ningchen last night, but in order to avoid suspicion, Fang Yuan swallowed this secret. Ning Chuan's hand stopped in the air when he heard the words, his expression darkened slightly, and his lips stammered. Really, if you have any news about Brother Ningchen, you must tell me as soon as possible. Senior Ning Chuan, just rest assured. Let me take a break for a few days, you can do whatever you want these days. Ning Chuan stared at the dishes in front of him, and said nothing more. Fang Yuan and other team members left tactfully, leaving Ning Chuan some space. After leaving the tavern, several people in the team could not suppress their doubts. Hey Fang Yuan, where do you think Lord Ningchen will go? This, how can I know? Senior CA? That's right, what about you Shuang Yue? Well, based on my understanding of Lord Ningchen may just go out of the mountains for a walk and will be back in a few days, right? I hope so. Fang Yuan walked slowly beside the 2 people. Although he was smiling, his thoughts had already flown away. Last night, Ningchen suddenly left the mountain village without any signs and has not returned yet. At this time, it is indeed almost the same as the time when Ningchen left in the previous life. It's just that this time, because I went to explore the treasures of Huajiao, I accidentally bumped into Ningchen. I'm afraid I'm the last person to see Ningchen. Fang Yuan thought so in his heart, and the smile on his lips was a little inexplicable. Suddenly, his eyes slightly raised, looking at the horizon, muttering to himself. When I have the strength of the third transformation, I will also leave Guyue village. Ningchen, you are not restrained by this family, which is really unexpected. I just don't know where you are now. Huanglong River, the third river in southern Xinjiang, is indescribably long. Originated from the Huanghua Mountains, it flows through the Shenming Mountains, the Guibei Mountains, the Qingmao Mountains, the Baigu Mountains, the Leizhi Mountains, and finally flows into the East China Sea through the Yuyuan Strait. There is a saying. A few rings of roars roll up the sand, and the roars roll down the mountains all the way. Cracking the shore and passing through the gorge, shocking the earth, bringing clouds and mist to roar at the sky. Ningchen sat quietly on the bamboo raft, drifting downstream. Relying on the mast behind him, he cut through the waves and bravely advanced all the way. The water was turbulent, and the bamboo raft was extremely bumpy. Ningchen turned his head and watched the mountains on both sides flying backwards. He also secretly had some plans in his heart. It is true that I left the Qingmao Mountains, but I can't say that I have a destination for a while. Now my cultivation is the middle stage of the third turn, although it is enough, but if I want to add a little to the future inheritance of the Three Kings Mountain, the foot is still a little insufficient. But now there are still several years before the Three Kings Mountain inheritance opens, which is enough for me to slowly improve my strength. My qualifications are now 87% of qualifications, close to 90% of talent. My soul has been refined to the strength of 100 souls with the previous life method brought by my own gu. As for the physique, it is still comparable to an ordinary third-turn power gu master. From this point of view, I really don't have any shortcomings. Ningchen smiled slightly, as if to affirm the results of his practice over the years. Well, since I have decided to pick up the skills of my previous life, then I will focus on thunder and sword. Then, my first destination should be the Thunder Magnetic Mountains. As for the practice of swordsmanship, it can be delayed to Shangjia City. After all, sword gu worms are not cheap. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1298 words. The sky is clear and the wind is gentle. Ningchen leaned quietly next to the mast, closing his eyes and concentrating. After all, he stayed up all night last night. Suddenly, a beautiful figure in green clothes emerged from the water, and a water mirror suddenly condensed in her palm. Suddenly, a hint of murderous intent bloomed. Aha! The water mirror drew a beautiful arc in the air and headed straight for Ningchen's neck. The sound of breaking through the air came, and Ningchen slowly opened his eyes, looking a bit sleepy. When the water mirror was less than a foot away from Ningchen, it suddenly stopped in mid-air and could no longer move forward. The beating of thunder is really fascinating. There was a huge flash of lightning on Ningchen's clothes, as if he had a clothes transformed by thunder and lightning. Second turn, thunder clothes gu. The water mirror also slowly decomposed into river water and fell back to the river surface again. The beautiful figure in green clothes stands on the river, which is quite strange. Although the river is turbulent, her figure remains unshakable. There was a bit of astonishment on her expression at this moment. What? You are also a gu master. Little girl, it's not a good idea to start a fight when we meet. Ningchen slowly stood up and said softly. Taking a closer look, this woman can be called a beauty. Her jet black hair is like a waterfall or an abyss, her green eyebrows and phoenix eyes are like water or sand. The green clothes she wore were flowing in the wind, unable to hide her graceful figure, and the corners of her clothes were wet due to the turbulent river water. There is a bamboo hat on her head, and the veil hanging around the bamboo hat adds a bit of hazy and mysterious beauty to her. Of course, this veil means nothing to someone with Ningchen's eyesight. When the woman heard Ningchen's teasing words, she snorted coldly. With a slight tap of his foot, his figure escaped 100 steps away. Then, thick fog unexpectedly rose on the river on this sunny day. But the saying is, I can't see my fingers when I reach out. When Ningchen saw this, he smiled slightly, mixed with a little ridicule. There was a strange dazzling electric light in his eyes, which seemed to be able to penetrate the fog. Second turn, electric eye goo. This woman was in the mist, and Ningchen's every move could not escape her eyes. Seeing Ningchen just standing there quietly, there was inevitably a trace of a mocking smile beside his red lips. Only to this extent. Then, a 5-foot-long water blade suddenly condensed in her palm. This water blade is completely transparent and is obviously made from river water, but absolutely no one doubts its power. Her footsteps were on the water, but they were silent, making people unprepared. Suddenly, her figure rushed forward quickly, and the water blade in her palm was even more murderous. It's done. The water blade is getting closer and closer to Ningchen's neck. Every time it gets closer, the smile on her lips gets stronger. Snap. For a moment, she seemed to feel that her water blade had struck a piece of steel, and she could no longer move forward. Taking a closer look, she was even more horrified. Ningchen slowly raised his hand, holding the blade of the water blade firmly in front of him. Not too close, not too far, just right. Ningchen smiled slightly, but the look in her eyes seemed to make his heart skip a beat, and he felt boundless uneasiness. Little girl, it's not good to be so murderous. Bang. Suddenly, Ningchen's fingertips exerted a slight force, and under the woman's disbelieving gaze, he crushed the water blade. With this kind of strength, he is a rank 3 Gu master. The woman was horrified when she saw this, and her expression also showed a hint of astonishment. Then Ningchen clenched his right hand into a fist, and terrifying strange power continued to gather between his fingers. The moment the water blade was crushed, the woman stepped back, intending to use the mist to confuse Ningchen's 5 senses. However, the next second, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she was horrified. In her eyes, a few electric sparks suddenly burst out from under Ningchen's feet. What's even more eye-catching is that 2 electric wings formed by lightning sprouted out of Ningchen's back for no apparent reason. Turn 3, Thunder Wing Gu. Taking one step forward, the electric wings vibrated slightly, and the body shot out. In just one breath, Ningchen rushed in front of her. Punch out. Bang. Ningchen's punch, which could crack gold and crack rocks, was just half an inch closer to this woman's delicate body. A translucent wall of water suddenly appeared, absorbing most of his strength. But even so, despite the weakened remaining power, she was knocked back several meters. Poof. Suddenly, the woman's face turned pale, and she felt her blood surge up. Her throat felt sweet, and she spit out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, the river water under my feet was dyed blood red. Suddenly, a very clear voice came from afar. This master still wants to be so noble. My daughter has rashly attacked you. It is indeed my fault and discipline. If I have offended you, I, Wei, am willing to apologize. But please forgive me, a bitch. Ningchen took a closer look and saw a middle-aged man standing on a light boat in the distance with his hands behind his back. She is wearing a green robe that flows beautifully in the wind, and her face is resolute and dignified. Upon closer inspection, her eyebrows are indeed very similar to the woman just now. The figure is like a spear and a sword, standing upright. Obviously his strength is also very good. The woman also went out in search of reputation, and saw that there was a hint of unyieldingness on the pale face of the person who came. Father, why are you here? Ahem, I can still fight. That's enough, Chinga. In a few days, the ceremony for inviting immortals will be held. What should you do if you have another problem? Do you want our Wei family to always be suppressed by the Yu family? The middle-aged man's loud shouts fell in Chinga's ears, but they made her look even more complicated. A faint hint of unyielding flashed in her eyes, and she murmured. Father. Such a look suddenly fell into Ningchen's eyes, and it made him remember it secretly in his heart. The middle-aged man rode slowly to Ningchen's side. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. Someone's surname is Wei, and her given name is Qingxiao. Her full name is Wei Qingxiao. As for her, she is Wei's daughter, and her given name is Wei Qingga. Just now, Qingga rashly attacked you. It's really my fault for not teaching you well. But most of the people in our Wei village are like this. There is really nothing we can do about it. Wei Qingxiao's expression was a little helpless. Ningchen just smiled slightly and didn't seem to care. Nothing is wrong, your lady didn't hurt me, but I injured your lady. When Wei Qingxiao heard this, he quickly waved his hand and smiled heartily. Your Excellency, this is for self-defense. You have a good reputation, so it cannot be considered an injury. By the way, after chatting for so long, I still don't know your name. Ha ha ha. Brother Wei Qingxiao, just call me Hanchen. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1348 words. The river is turbulent, flowing down the river. On the boat, Wei Qingxiao slowly took a sip of tea and smiled slightly at Ningchen who was sitting opposite him. So, Your Excellency Hanchen is not a demonic Gu master? Ha ha ha. I have been upright and above board in my life. If I don't change my name or my surname, how can I be a demonic Gu master? Ningchen couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and his smile was very hearty. Wei Qingxiao also smiled when he saw this. Ha ha ha. In fact, it doesn't matter if you are a demonic Gu master. After all, our ancestor in Wei village is also a demonic Gu master. Therefore, we in Wei village are not that hostile to demonic Gu masters. In this case, I will rely on Chief Wei to take care of me for the next few days in Wei Jiazhai. The smile on Ningchen's face grew thicker, and he clasped his hands into fists. This gesture caught Wei Qingxiao's eyes, but it made him even more elated. It's natural. After all, this is Qingge. It's the fault first. Speaking of this, Wei Qingxiao pursed his lips and looked at Wei Qingge outside the bamboo curtain, lowered his voice. Brother Hanchen, I hope you don't mind Qingge taking the initiative. The folk customs of our Wei Jiazhai are very strong, and as the head of the Wei family, I hold a high position and am also involved in the struggle of Yu Jiazhai. That's why I haven't disciplined Qingge much since she was a child, which is why she has such a bad character. And not long ago, a famous demonic Gu master temporarily stayed in our village in the name of recovering from his injuries. However, when he left, he injured our Wei family's Gu master. That's why she took action against you so decisively. Ningchen lowered his eyes slightly, chewing Wei Qingxiao's words carefully, and his heart became a little clearer. This Wei Qingxiao's strength is not as good as Gu Yuebua's, and even his skills and wisdom are far inferior to Gu Yuebua's. I'm afraid that the Wei family village and even the opposing Yu family village are not as powerful as Gu Yu village. Wei Qingge is allowed to leave the village at will, and he will only intervene when danger arises. If I were a weaker Gu master, even if I defeated Wei Qingge, I would still be killed by Wei Qingxiao who came because of his poor condition. Well, Wei Qingge's strength is probably at the peak of level 2, so it's not worthy of my attention. As for Wei Qingxiao, he does have some strength. The one who blocked my punch just now was obviously the level 3 Gu insect water wall Gu, otherwise the level 2 defensive Gu insect would have been penetrated by my punch, and I couldn't even reduce it. There are obviously many mysteries surrounding Wei Qingge, Wei Qingxiao, and even the entire Wei village. But let's stay here in Wei village for the time being. After all, where there are disputes, there are benefits. Thinking of this, Ningchen slowly raised his head, looked at the beautiful figure in green clothes outside the bamboo curtain, and smiled slightly. Don't worry, Your Excellency Qingxiao, Han's belly is not that small. Ha ha ha. I underestimated Mr. Hanchen. Wei Qingxiao was slightly startled when he heard this, and then he laughed loudly, very happily. Outside the bamboo curtain, Wei Qingge just stood quietly on the bow of the boat, her beautiful eyes flickering. No one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, tall bamboo buildings came into her sight. She turned around and spoke calmly. Father, we've arrived at the village. Oh. Then let's dock. When Wei Qingxiao heard this, his thoughts moved, and the boat slowly entered the pier. It turns out that this light boat is a Gu house, and its name is the 3-turn light boat Gu, which can be used for people to sail on the water. Not only is it extremely fast, but it can also travel regardless of the wind or the wind. It is really comfortable. Bang! Ningchen slowly stepped off the boat and stepped on the pier. Raising your head, you can have an overview of Weijiaohai. Built according to the mountains and lived according to the water. Bamboo buildings are planted on the ground, and Yi Yi Bianzhou lives here. The pine forest even surrounds Weijiaohai layer by layer, forming a natural barrier. Ningchen quietly admired the scenery that was completely different from that of Guyu village, with a faint smile on his lips. At this time, many Gu masters at the dock seemed to have noticed this and crowded over. Lord Patriarch, you are back. The Patriarch and the eldest lady are back. Master Patriarch, the person next to you is... When Wei Qingxiao heard this, he took the initiative to push Ningchen out and laughed loudly. This is a guest of our Wei village. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up and prepare the banquet? Is it possible for outsiders to think that our Wei village is indifferent to guests? Wei Qingxiao laughed and cursed, and the crowd in front of him immediately became busy. I understand, the guests of the Patriarch are naturally our guests. I have some freshly caught fish here, and I will send them to you right away. I'm going to inform the people below. The Patriarch will just wait for a moment. Wei Qingxiao smiled slightly when he saw this and looked at Ningchen beside him. Your Excellency Hanchen, just wait for a moment and come with me to arrange a place for you. This couldn't be better. Ningchen smiled slightly and followed Wei Qingxiao into the Internal Affairs Hall. As Wei Qingxiao, the head of the Wei family, came forward, a residence was easily arranged. Wei Qingxiao walked out of the Internal Affairs Hall and handed the key in his hand to Ningchen. Okay, your bamboo house should be in Jinglan Lane. You can ask Qingda to take you there later, she also lives there. Thank you very much, Chief Qingxiao. Ningchen took the key, smiled slightly, and glanced at Wei Qingda beside him. At this time, Wei Qingda still didn't say anything, but followed the two silently, as if there was a sad barrier between him and Ningchen and even Wei Qingxiao. Wei Qingxiao looked up at the sky, the sunlight was dazzling, and slowly spoke. The banquet should be arranged by now, let me welcome Brother Hanchen. Sorry to bother you, Chief Qingxiao. Ningchen clasped his hands slightly, and did not refuse, but was a little flattered. Suddenly, Wei Qingda raised her head, and her eyes under the veil fell on Ningchen and Wei Qingxiao. There was inevitably a few traces of loss in her beautiful eyes. Father, am I not as important as a sudden stranger in your eyes? Thinking of this, the lower abdomen hit by Ningchen's punch was aching. It hurt so much that I almost shed tears. At the banquet, Wei Qingda chewed the dishes in her mouth lightly, and felt that they were tasteless. Her mind was no longer on the banquet. Suddenly, Wei Qingda raised her eyes slightly and looked at the two people who were drinking and chatting happily in the distance. Cheer! Brother Hanchen, our Weijiaohai's unique Yuga wine tastes good, right? Ha 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 ha. It's really good. This Weijiaohai can really be called a treasure land. Both Ningchen and Wei Qingxiao's faces were already full of red clouds, and they were a little drunk. Wei Qingxiao shook the wine glass in his hand, with a little carelessness on his face, and asked lightly. By the way, Brother Hanchen, I don't know how you got here. After all, with my strength, I shouldn't have drifted here. Ningchen sneered in his heart when he heard the words, but his face was still drunk, and he said to himself secretly. Humph. Trouble is coming. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1205 words. Hearing this, Ningchen lowered his hand holding the wine glass unconsciously. The clear wine liquid reflected the complicated expression on Ningchen's face. After being silent for a long time, as if he was brewing something, he slowly opened his mouth, as if he had made up his mind. Hey, Clan Chief Qingxiao doesn't know something. It's true that I am a rank 3 Gu master, and I was once an elder of our village. I am in a high position and have a lot of wives and concubines. I am so happy. It's a pity that all of this was lost in that wolf tide. Wei Qingxiao's face became somewhat serious after hearing this, and he looked at Ningchen with red eyes quietly without saying a word. Ningchen seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. That wolf tide was the likes of which I have never seen before in my life. The wolf eyes emitting green and cold light were like fireflies at night. That scene is something I will never forget in my life. My childhood sweetheart, my wife, died in that wolf wave. Not only my wife, but also my closest friends and brothers, most of them died in that wolf wave. That wolf tide destroyed all our cottages. It was really a hell on earth. And I was just lucky enough to die in the wolf tide. It was only then that I saw you while going down the Huanglong River. When Ningchen said this, he slowly closed his eyes, but a few tears still squeezed out from the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, he picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in one gulp. Bang! Ningchen suddenly smashed the wine glass on the table, and the arrogant force was transmitted to the wooden table, shaking it. If it weren't for the destruction of the mountain stronghold, who would be willing to wander throughout southern Xinjiang? I don't want to live in fear every day. But there is really nothing we can do. Ningchen sighed and smiled softly, looking a little miserable. Wei Qingxiao smiled slightly when he saw Ningchen's attitude. Under this smile, the atmosphere was no longer as serious as before. Ha ha ha. Sir Hanchen, please calm down for a moment. My question is indeed adding salt to your past scars. For this, I will punish myself with a drink. Wei Qingxiao also picked up the wine glass, raised his head, and drank it all in one gulp. Bang! If Sir Hanchen is willing, you can stay in our Wei village for a long time. You have seen the folk customs of our Wei village. They are not xenophobic in the slightest. Even if Brother Hanchen decides to settle down here, you will not feel uncomfortable at all. Of course, if Your Excellency Hanchen still has a long-cherished wish to discuss marriage, I can also be a matchmaker for my brother. After all, there are many beauties in our Wei village. Ha 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 ha. Wei Qingxiao laughed endlessly, and this appropriately sized joke also made Ningchen smile slightly. Ha ha ha. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Wei Qingxiao drank another glass of wine and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Suddenly, a ray of blood-like setting sun passed through the window lattice and hit Wei Qingxiao's face, which also made Wei Qingxiao's confused mind suddenly wake up. It turns out it's already afternoon. Thinking of this, Wei Qingxiao chuckled at Ningchen. I'm so sorry, Brother Hanchen, it's already the afternoon by accident. I think we have almost enough food and drink. Why don't you, brother, go take a rest first? Ningchen's face was filled with a drunken blush, and he just smiled slightly when he heard this. That's fine. Qingge. Wei Qingxiao gave a soft drink, and Wei Qingge, who was sitting at the edge of the dining table, slowly raised his head and murmured a question. Father, what's wrong? I remember you live in Jinglan Lane. It just so happens that the residence I arranged for Your Excellency Hanchen is also in Jinglan Lane. I hope you can be Your Excellency Hanchen's guide. All right. Wei Qingge's eyes were slightly lowered and his lips pursed, as if he was mumbling. His reluctance was clearly written on his face. After all, it was Ningchen who injured her, and now she was asked to lead the way for Ningchen. It was really embarrassing. After walking out of the cabinet, Ningchen took a deep breath, and the blush on his face faded a bit under the setting sun. He looked intently at the graceful back in front of him, and a look of thought flashed through his eyes. Well, if we want to find out more about this Weijiazhai, we must start with the people in Weijiazhai. Wei Qingxiao is the leader of the clan and has a very careful mind, so it's hard to make a move. It seems that Wei Qingge is a good choice. She still has insufficient experience, is impetuous, and shows emotions and anger, and it seems that her relationship with Wei Qingxiao is very tense. This is also an entry point for me. Ningchen followed Wei Qingge quietly without saying a word, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Wei Qingge also didn't want to talk to Ningchen behind him, but silently led the way. Along the way, Ningchen also noticed one thing, that is, the Gu masters in Wei village looked at Wei Qingge with a hint of admiration. This discovery was also secretly remembered by Ningchen. Suddenly, Wei Qingge stopped in front of a tall bamboo building and spoke quietly, as if he didn't want to say another word. We're here. This bamboo building is where you live. Ningchen followed Wei Qingge's gaze and saw an ordinary bamboo building on stilts. It was no different from the bamboo building on stilts that Ningchen lived in Guyue village, except that the materials were slightly different. Oh, thank you. Ningchen's expression revealed a hint of understanding. He turned his head and smiled at Wei Qingge, very gently. No need to mention it. However, Wei Qingge only responded lightly, without even looking at Ningchen. Ningchen showed no strange expression when he saw this, as if he had thought of something and smiled slightly. By the way, are you okay? What do you mean? Of course I know the strength of my punch. So, are you okay? Ningchen smiled at Wei Qingge, who was also stunned for a moment, staring at Ningchen in a daze. The blood-red setting sun hit Ningchen's face, adding a bit of softness to his already handsome and majestic face. This posture fell into Wei Qingge's beautiful eyes, which made her think a lot and aroused ripples. The two were silent, but Wei Qingge left in a hurry. Ningchen stood quietly in place, with his hands behind his back, staring at the green at the corner of the street from afar, with a few meaningful smiles on his lips. She's just a little rebellious girl. It's quite easy to control her. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1372 words. There are few stars at night and no lights. In the void, a sea of pure silver essence was constantly washing away the surrounding water walls under Ningchen's deliberate control. The Huayin True Essence Sea, which was 90% high, kept crashing into the water film, causing the water film to stir. After a long time, the true energy bottomed out, and there were a few more cracks on the water film. Ningchen slowly opened his eyes, his face was as calm as water, and he slowly exhaled a breath. Now my qualifications are 90% of the first-class qualifications. I am truly a first-class genius. Ha 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 ha. However, this self-goo fell into a deep sleep somewhat unexpectedly. My goo must have more power that I haven't developed yet, but I don't have a clue right now. As for cultivation, after practicing for another 10 days or so, I should be able to break through the intermediate level of the third level and reach the high level of the third level. At that time, if I use this silver relic goo again, I will be able to reach the peak of the third rank. The peak of the third revolution, no matter where it is placed in the mortal world, it is a force that cannot be ignored. Ningchen slowly walked to the window, touched the window lattice with his hand, and smiled slightly. Suddenly, a small fire suddenly lit up in the distance, which was extremely dazzling in the dark night. However, this is far from enough, there are more and more fires and stars. Ningchen frowned slightly when he saw this, and for a moment he fell into deep thought. It's approaching late at night, and there are no lights in the entire Yijiazhai, and the lights are slowly floating from the river. Maybe, it's the Yijiazhai that Wei Qingxiao called? Ha 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 ha. Night attack, so interesting. Thinking of this, Ningchen's eyebrows relaxed. He smiled softly and closed the doors and windows. He had no intention of informing Wei Qingge or Wei Qingxiao. It would be better to say that only by allowing Yijiazhai to attack Weijiazhai could he detect a few clues from the battle. Ningchen lay quietly on the bed, closing his eyes and falling asleep, as if he was waiting for something. A flash of fire passed through the night, tearing open the curtain of battle. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Assemble, all Goo masters gather at the gate of the village, the Yu family is attacking. Go and inform the patriarch. There were bursts of high-pitched shouts, soft footsteps, and noisy discussions coming from the crack in the door. Wei Qingge suddenly opened his eyes, sat up on the bed, and looked out the window at the countless firelights on the river. I thought something was wrong in my heart, so I quickly put on my clothes and rushed out of the house. However, when passing by Ningchen's bamboo house, her steps slowed down. Bai Te bit her red lips, feeling a little tangled in her heart, but it was only for a moment. Forget it, just think of it as passing by. Thinking of this, Wei Qingge rushed upstairs and kicked open the door. Bang! Hearing this, Ningchen smiled secretly in his heart, but his face still looked a little sleepy. Wei Qingge quickly walked to Ningchen's bedside and shouted softly. Hanchen, don't sleep, Yijiazhai is coming. When Ningchen heard this, he didn't hesitate and quickly opened his eyes, with a dazed look on his face. If he still acted coyly at this time, it might make Wei Qingge suspicious. Although this is unlikely, Ningchen is unwilling to take this risk. What? Why did Yijiazhai come here? I don't know either. I'm just here to remind you that I'm leaving first. They can't do it without me. Wei Qingge shook his head, his expression still extremely calm, and then left in a hurry. When Ningchen saw this, he slowly stood up and walked out of the house calmly. He looked at the fire at the gate of the cottage. The water blades danced wildly, the fires burst out. Ningchen couldn't help but smile slightly, but his heart was still as cold as ice. Yes, Wei Qingge is indeed what I guessed, and he came to remind me. As for this battle, I still have to participate to some extent. After all, I can be regarded as a distinguished guest of Wei Jiazhai. It's really unjustifiable if we don't do something. Perhaps the mysterious invitation ceremony can shed some light on this battle. Thinking of this, Ningchen slowly walked towards the gate at the bottom of the mountain. Don't be impatient, don't be hasty, don't be hasty. The enemy is coming from the left, the enemy is coming from the left. Someone please help me, I can't stand it anymore. We must resist. We must resist. Fuck, why do these beasts from the Yu family feel stronger? Wei Qingge stood quietly among the crowd, listening to the curses, complaints, and screams coming from his companions from time to time. There was still no trace of panic on her delicate face, and she stood quietly among the crowd. Looking around, always paying attention to the Yu family's Gu master's attack. Suddenly, she slashed out a water blade and separated the corpse of the Yu family Gu master in front of her. As if she noticed something, her complexion suddenly changed, even a little pale, and then she shouted at the crowd. Pay attention to enemy attacks, it's flame arrow Gu. When everyone heard the words, they looked up and saw that the fire arrows all over the sky seemed to have entered the dazzling galaxy, pressing down like the sky was falling. Fuck, where did these beasts from the Yu family get so many flame arrow Gus? I don't know who screamed first, with a hint of trembling in the voice, and the fear seemed to overflow. This sentence seemed to resonate with many Wei family Gu masters, and they all became commotion, with some intention of retreating in their hearts. Wei Qingge naturally took in the expressions of many of his companions, raised his head again, and looked at the sky full of fire arrows. Gritting his teeth, his pupils flashed with a hint of forcing himself, and he shouted coldly. Humph. What's the harm? Then the surface of the river he was standing on kept surging up, and it actually lifted Wei Qingge's delicate body up slowly. Oh. Can Qingge, a second-level Gu master, withstand this attack? Ningchen casually crushed the throat of a Yu family Gu master, and his peripheral vision was to see Wei Qingge rising slowly, and he smiled slightly. Then he stopped paying more attention to the front battlefield, and carefully examined the body of the Yu family Gu master in front of him, with a few traces of curiosity flashing in his black eyes. Well. This Yu family Gu master is indeed stronger than the average strength Wei family Gu master. But this kind of combat power improvement is a bit weird. It's not the physique, not the Gu worm, nor the cultivation. Maybe it's the soul foundation brought by my Gu. I seem to have noticed that the souls of these Yu family Gu masters are generally stronger than those of the Wei family. But is this soul cultivation method easy to obtain? Well, let me observe it for a while. Ningchen raised his head slowly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes unconsciously noticed the green figure in the rain of fire arrows. Wei Qingge stood proudly on the rolling river water. Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the fire arrows, her expression was still not panicked at all. Suddenly, the true energy in the empty cavity was agitated, almost draining all her true energy at once. At the same time, the surging river water burst out, gushing out from Wei Qingge as the center. Third turn, Waterfall Gu. The moment the fire arrow came into contact with the river water, it triggered thick clouds and fog, making it impossible to see people. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1419 words. Wow wow wow. The surging river water slowly poured down as if it had lost its power. A gust of night wind blew and dispersed the white smoke formed by the meeting of water and fire. The scene inside also surprised everyone. I saw that the fire arrows all over the sky had disappeared, and had to be annihilated in the surging river water. Nowadays, there are only stars left above the night sky. Miss Qingge is so powerful. Ha 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 ha. With Miss Qingge here, what will happen even if your Yu Jiazhai makes a surprise attack? Miss Qingge is really our savior. Miss Qinggu is so powerful. Wei Qingge slowly followed the river and landed on the dock. He no longer had any combat power. She had just used the dark red true essence at the peak of the second rank to forcefully activate the third rank Gu worm. She had already exhausted all her true essence. At this moment, she no longer has half of her fighting power. Wei Qingge sat by the pier in a somewhat embarrassed manner, listening to the praises and sighs of the people around him. There was inevitably a hint of a wild smile on his lips, as if he was provoking the Yu family Gu master. Phew. Wei Qingge took a deep breath to calm his chaotic breath, and then the smile on his lips became thicker, and he raised his head slightly. His eyes seemed to be staring at the Yu family Gu master, full of contempt and disdain for them. Some people are happy, and others are naturally embarrassed. On the other hand, the Yu family Gu master came by boat, and the warships were connected together, retreating and advancing together. Obviously, this warship is also extraordinary. It is made up of Gu houses linked together. This linked Gu is called Lianzhou Gu. Under the night, the warships were connected together, their lights swaying in the wind, like a giant beast entrenched on the river. On top of a warship in the center, there is a man standing proudly on the bow. I saw half of the man's body hidden in the night, and half of his body bathed in the moonlight, giving off a mysterious and hazy feeling. He had a faint smile on his face and his eyes were slightly narrowed, making it difficult to tell what he was thinking in his heart. The majestic figure, with his feathery turban and feather fan slightly waving, seems to have the air of strategizing and winning 1,000 miles. At this moment, a Yu family Gu master slowly walked out of the shadows behind him, knelt down on one knee, and asked softly. "Young master, that Wei Qingge blocked our flame arrow Gu. Then what should we do? Is it possible to withdraw our troops and retreat?" It turns out that this person is the young master of Yu Jiaozhai, Yu Jianyuan. When Yu Jianyuan heard this, the smile on his face became even stronger. He quietly shook the feather fan in his hand and opened his thin lips. "Yun Zhang, you have been following me for such a long time. Do you think I would not have thought that the Wei family's Gu master would be able to block our flame arrow Gu with water channel Gu? This can't." The Gu master named Yun Zhang pondered for a moment and then gave his answer. Yu Jianyuan smiled slightly when he heard this, as if he had gotten the answer he wanted. He put away his feather fan with a cold look on his face. "This is right. Pass it on and attack with poison. This Wei Qingge is really amazing." The second-level Gu master forcefully activates the third-level Gu worms. "I just don't know if you can withstand another round of attacks." Yu Yunzhang beside him slowly retreated, leaving Yu Jianyuan standing here quietly. Yu Jianyuan slowly stared at Wei Qingge, who was quite embarrassed but still had a condescending look in his eyes. There were a few hints of a smile of unknown meaning on the lips, but it was chilling to watch. What, another round of arrows? Humph. This Yu family is a little too underestimated. They only use these ordinary arrows. That's right. We can stop it this time even without Miss Qingge. Swish, swish, swish. There was another round of arrow rain, but this round of arrow rain was obviously not as fierce as the previous round. It seems that every bow and arrow is just an ordinary bow and arrow. Well, this arrow shouldn't be just an ordinary arrow. Forget it, I'd better step back. Ningchen raised his head and stared at these bows and arrows, as if he wanted to see some clues from this seemingly ordinary rain of arrows. But in the end, he couldn't do what he wanted. Ningchen still maintained his usual caution and stepped aside. However, one person discovered something was wrong. Wait, there seems to be something wrong with this arrow. Bang! The arrow in his palm exploded, blasting out a burst of poisonous mist that enveloped his entire body. The poisonous mist entered the body, and within a moment the man died, and his death was quite miserable. His whole body was convulsing and his orifices were bleeding, which made everyone feel frightened. This arrow is poisonous. Stay away from this arrow, everyone, stay away from this arrow. The arrows contain poisonous mist. These people from the Yu family are really good at plotting. Everyone stepped back hundreds of steps to look at his expressions, and they were all frightened. But there are still some people who are unlucky enough to stay in that poisonous fog. Wei Qingge stood up forcibly, staring at the pale green poisonous mist, looking a little stunned, his red lips parted slightly. Why do the Yu family still have poisonous arrows? And there's a poison sac hidden in the arrow. It's so vicious. Presumably, this is Yu Jianyuan's dirty trick. Thinking of this, Wei Qingge turned his head and looked at the Yu Luan scarf from a distance, like the figure of a graceful gentleman. He clenched his silver teeth tightly, and his pupils seemed to burst with a bit of captivating hatred. And Yu Jianyuan seemed to have noticed Wei Qingda's gaze here, and burst out laughing, causing Yu Yunjing behind him to quickly ask. My lord, why are you laughing? Yu Jianyuan laughed endlessly, losing his image of a handsome gentleman at all. He slapped the guardrail in front of him repeatedly, as if he had seen the funniest thing in the world. Ha 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 ha. Look at Wei Qingda's expression as if he wants to eat me alive, ha 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 ha. Wei Qingda, no matter how much you hate me in your heart, what can you do to me? Ha 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 ha. Come on, one more round. This round, most of Wei Jiaohai will be killed or injured. Yu Jianyuan was still laughing, but there was a bit of snake-like viciousness in his narrowed eyes. Swish, swish, swish. What, here we go again. No, there are too many poisonous arrows this round, it's impossible to dodge. Damn it, even if I become a ghost in my next life, Yu Jianyuan, I won't let you go. When everyone saw the sky full of arrows, they couldn't help but feel despair in their hearts. Wei Qingda raised her head and stared at the dark rain of arrows, her pupils trembling slightly, showing the fear in her heart, and she murmured to herself. I still have more than 60% of my true energy. If someone comes to help me, I might be able to withstand this round of arrows. Thinking of this, Wei Qingda already had some thoughts of death in his heart. Ningchen Yuyu raised his head, looked at the poisonous arrows in the sky from a distance, and was slightly speechless. TSK, the Wei family is a bit too weak. Is this the end of the Wei family? Forget it, let's wait and see again. Suddenly, when the rain of poisonous arrows was only a few feet away from everyone in the Wei family, a powerful shout fell into everyone's ears, making everyone feel extremely at ease. Shu Zi, stop being so arrogant. Then, a curtain like a water tent suddenly rose, blocking out all poisonous arrows and even poisonous mist, creating a safe area. Turn 4, Water Curtain Goo. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1320 words. The water curtain blocks the sky, no matter how vast the arrow rain is, it cannot break the water curtain. This is the water curtain goo of the patriarch. The patriarch is here. We are safe. The patriarch came just in time. Everyone behind the water curtain saw this vast water curtain, and after taking a closer look, they recognized that this was the method of Wei Qingshao, the head of the Wei family. They cheered endlessly, and there was a hint of unconcealable joy on their faces. Some even cried with joy, as if they were rejoicing in their desperate situation. When Wei Qingda saw this water curtain, the death wish in his heart gradually faded away, and there was a bit of relief on his face. Bang! The delicate body suddenly fell to the ground. If she saw her companions dying in front of her, she still died in such a miserable way. It would be impossible if there was no fear in her heart. It's just that she suppressed her fear deep in her heart, pretending to be strong. The moment she saw Wei Qingshao, her strong appearance disappeared, and she seemed to have turned into an ordinary girl from a good family. Father. Wei Qingda raised his head and looked up at the figure standing at the forefront of the crowd. The figure was wearing a green robe that was fluttering in the wind, with wide sleeves that absorbed the wind and stood quietly with hands behind her back. Just standing there quietly made everyone feel infinite peace of mind. Wei Qingxiao's eyes swept across the dense poisonous fog, vaguely revealing the tragic situation inside. Then he looked at the warship in the distance, his expression was slightly cold, and his mouth was filled with cold drinks. I wonder what the Yu family members mean by this. Not only did they attack my Wei family village at night, but they also used such vicious methods. Do you really think that my Wei family has no one? The loud shouts spread far and wide in the silent night sky, and naturally fell into the ears of everyone in the Yu family. It is deafening and enlightening, and the sound is like a loud bell. Wei Qingshao stood here quietly, facing the chain of boats that stretched like a long dragon in the river, with no fear on his face, and his momentum seemed to have the upper hand. Seeing this, the smile on Yu Jianyuan's face gradually disappeared, his brows wrinkled slightly, and he became a little more serious. He quietly touched his chin. TSK, this is not good. Did you go too far? You even lured out the head of the Wei family. That's all, pass it on, withdraw your troops. Understood. Yu Jianyuan flapped his sleeves, and there was a hint of retreat, and Yu Yunzheng behind him also informed the order. Boom. The ship's chain is so huge that even the slightest movement is extremely eye-catching, not to mention the intention to retreat, which cannot be concealed. Seeing this, everyone in the Wei family screamed in surprise. Lord Patriarch, they want to run away. Master Patriarch, we can't just let them go. My brother died in their hands. Yes, Mr. Patriarch, give the order to pursue us. We will follow you to the death. Wei Qingxiao pondered for a moment, thoughts flashing in his eyes, as if he was considering something, and then he waved his hand and came to a conclusion. No need. I am enough to deal with them. Bang. Wei Qingxiao suddenly took a step forward, creating waves of water on the ground, rippling blue waves. Then, Wei Qingxiao's figure appeared hundreds of steps away. Upon closer inspection, there seems to be something in the palm of the hand. Roar. A roar from someone unknown, like thunder from the sky, spread to everyone's ears. Then, Wei Qingxiao opened his palm and saw an evil dragon with a dark green body and gleaming water come out and jump into the river. This is the fourth turn, Water Dragon Gu. Roar. Wei Qingxiao's expression froze slightly, he raised his finger slightly, and the evil dragon jumped out of the water and attacked the boat chain. What kind of monster is this? Fuck, what the hell is this? Help. Naturally, the Yu family Gu masters had never seen this water dragon before. For a moment, most of them were frightened and did not even dare to counterattack. Bang. This water dragon can cut the mast of a warship in half with a casual wave of its claws. How majestic. Fire, poison, and mist flew together, but they couldn't hurt the water dragon in the slightest. Bang. The water dragon sank a warship again. In just a few moments, 30% of the ship's chain was destroyed. Young master, what should I do? Yu Yunzhang looked at countless warships sinking to the bottom of the river under the ravages of water dragons. His face was extremely ugly, and his heart was burning with anxiety. When Yu Jianyuan saw this, he seemed to look away. He smiled slightly and spread his hands. Hey, there's nothing I can do about this situation. It seems that I have gone too far this time. Roar. This roar almost made Yu Jianyuan fall into the ice cave, because the roar was almost in his ears. Yu Jianyuan quickly followed the sound, only to see Wei Qingxiao standing quietly on top of the water dragon's head, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down from a high position. Yu Jianyuan, I will spare your life first this time. But you have to know that I'm giving your father Yu Jiantian some face, otherwise you wouldn't even have a chance to see me. Go back and tell your father Yu Jiantian that our Wei Jiazhai is bound to win this immortal invitation ceremony. Go away. Wei Qingxiao's face was as cold as ice. He shouted coldly and turned away, no longer paying attention to him. Yu Jianyuan did not dare to neglect Wei Qingxiao at all, and hurriedly fled with less than half of the remaining warships. Wei Qingxiao slowly landed on the dock, waved his hand, and the water dragon turned into a pool of river water and returned to the river. He walked quietly in front of the Wei family Gu masters with a smile on his face. Please rest assured, Yu Jianyuan will not dare to offend again next time. We won this battle. 1. Almost all the Wei family Gu masters had some joy of surviving a disaster, even Wei Qingge was no exception. Wei Qingge looked at everyone with joy and smiles on their faces, and unconsciously smiled a little. Qingge, help count the number of casualties and the list of names in this battle afterwards. Also, you should also prepare for today. The summoning immortal ceremony of the year. We must not lose to the Yu family in this year's summoning immortal ceremony. Wei Qingxiao walked slowly, the smile on his face was gone, and he looked more serious. Wei Qingge nodded slightly in agreement, and looked at the poisonous fog again, which still had some residues. Well. I understand. Please, Qingge. As the head of the family, Wei Qingxiao naturally could not stay for long. After comforting everyone, he hurried back to the village. And everyone in the Wei family slowly returned to the village, leaving Wei Qingge alone. Wei Qingge sat quietly on the dock beside the river. Although her true energy had recovered by more than half, she still didn't want to get up. She stared at her reflection on the clear river surface, and was in a trance for a while. Summoning Immortal Ceremony. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1181 words. Swish. A series of footsteps came from the distant woods, which made Wei Chinga look up for a moment. Suddenly, a figure in black stepped out under the moonlight, smiling slightly. Chinga, why are you staying here alone? Wei Chinga smiled gently and lifted the slightly messy hair beside her ear. Nothing, thinking about something. Ningchen walked over and sat next to Wei Chinga, muttering. Really? I just heard you talking to yourself about the Summoning Immortals ceremony? I wonder if you can tell me about this so-called Summoning Immortals ceremony? Wei Chinga heard Yen was slightly startled, turned his head, and ran into Ningchen with a faint smile on his face. When their eyes met, Chinga's heartbeat suddenly accelerated a little. A few attractive blushes also quietly climbed up Chinga's face, which was even more attractive under the moonlight. Chinga seemed to be aware of her nervousness, and quickly turned her head away, looking down at the reflection on the water. Okay. This embarrassment naturally fell into Ning Chen's eyes, and made Ning Chen's eyes flicker. Wei Chinga looked down at the reflection on the water, took a deep breath, calmed down his mood, and talked freely. This ceremony of inviting immortals is our Weijiazhai and the grand ceremony held every year in Yuejia village. At that time, all affairs in the village must stop, and all the Gu masters in the village must respectfully welcome the arrival of the immortal envoy. First, the immortal will send an immortal envoy down the mountain to enter our two villages in turn to check whether our tributes meet the immortal's wishes, and then he will return to the immortal mountain. Of course, only one of the villages is protected by the immortal, and in the past few years, it was Yuejia village that was favored by the immortal. This is also the reason why our Weijia village wants to compete for the favor of the immortal this time. When Ningchen heard this, his eyes flickered with a faint light, and his mind was full of thoughts, but his face remained calm. Wei Chinga cleared his throat when he saw Ningchen had no problem, and continued. The overall strength of the village that is favored by the immortal will be improved. Maybe it's the poisonous insects, maybe it's the cultivation, everything can be the mercy of the immortal. And we live by the Huanglong River, most of the source of Yuanshi depends on the caravans and merchants traveling on the Huanglong River. If Yujiazhai becomes stronger, then our Yuanshi income will decrease, and our overall strength will decline. So, this summoning immortal ceremony is very important to us. Just Ningchen asked casually, and Wei Chinga shook everything about the summoning immortal ceremony. Ningchen nodded slightly, thinking silently, with a flash of thought in his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head, smiled slightly, with a hint of gratitude. I understand, Chinga. Thank you for your explanation. After you said that, I, an outsider, am looking forward to this immortal invitation ceremony. Ha ha ha. Ningchen laughed very heartily, and his laughter seemed to ripple the surface of the river. Wei Chinga still lowered her head, her beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and through the reflection of the water, she saw Ningchen's expression clearly. After Ningchen laughed, he slowly stood up and looked at Wei Chinga beside him. Okay, it's late, Chinga, I'll go first. Wei Chinga just lowered her head and murmured, still not turning her head. Swish. By the way, Chinga. It's cold by the river, don't catch a cold. Suddenly, Ningchen's voice came from a distance and fell into Wei Chinga's ears. Wei Chinga's body froze when he heard it, his face was stunned, and then he smiled silently. Staring at the beautiful reflection in the water, speechless. Ningchen left slowly, and the gentleness on his face disappeared without a trace, and he returned to the calmness of the past. This Wei Chinga. Gu has good fighting power and talent, but her brain is really a little stupid. I just comforted her a little bit, and she let down her guard and explained the summoning immortal ceremony to me. TSK, it probably has something to do with her father. And that Wei Qingxiao, his fighting power is really beyond my expectations. Such fighting power is probably not inferior to Gu Yuebua. It's a pity that he was firmly locked up by this so-called summoning immortal ceremony. Ningchen shook his head lightly, with a rather sarcastic smile. But then again, I still don't understand this summoning immortal ceremony. This immortal must be not a real Gu immortal. Otherwise, if it is a real Gu immortal, why would it care so much about these mortals? But as for what it is, I can't tell clearly, even from the corpses of those Yu family Gu masters, I can't see much clues. But the toughness of the souls of those Yu family Gu masters should be 80% related to this immortal. And the so-called immortal mountain should be on the top of several nearby mountains. Well, all questions will be answered at the immortal invitation ceremony that day. Ningchen smiled coldly and walked slowly into the mountain village. Choose a day, early in the morning. The early sun passed through the mist and fell on the riverside. It was clearly early in the morning, but the village was crowded with people, which was really strange. Ningchen leaned quietly against the window, his eyes lowered, looking down at the crowded streets, and muttered to himself. Today seems to be the so-called enlightenment ceremony. So many people are crowded on the street, it seems that the Wei family Gu master worships this immortal very much. Let me see, who is this so-called immortal master? On the street, people surged, all surging towards the gate of the village. The immortal master seems to be at the door, hurry up. Don't panic, you can't move even if you panic. There are too many people. That's the immortal master. The messenger sent by the immortal. Ningchen walked in the sparsely populated alley, and could still clearly hear the noisy discussions on the street next door through the wall. The more crazy the Wei family Gu master was, the more curious Ningchen was about who this immortal master was. Ningchen continued to walk forward, and it seemed that he could vaguely see the gate of the village. The closer he got to the gate, the more crowded the crowd became, almost suffocating. Ningchen took a step forward, and his figure jumped up and landed on the eaves. Here, the gate of the village could be seen clearly. All of a sudden, there was a thick fog outside the gate, which seemed real and illusory, like a dream, like a fairyland. Wei Qingxiao, who was standing at the forefront of the crowd, saw this and his expression moved, and shouted loudly. Welcome the immortal master to the village. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1261 words. Ningchen narrowed his eyes slightly, as if his sight was going through layers of clouds, and whispered to himself. Who is this so-called immortal master? Suddenly, a figure loomed in the clouds and mist, slowly heading towards the mountain village. Bang! Ningchen looked for fame and went out. To his surprise, Wei Qingxiao, the fourth-level Gu master, knelt down on one knee for this immortal master of unknown origin. Not only Wei Qingxiao, but also other Gu masters in Wei village also had this posture, which was very weird. Ningchen's doubts deepened when he saw this, and at the same time, he quietly escaped and hid in the shadows in the corner. Everyone, there is no need to be polite, get up. A soft drink like a loud bell fell into Ningchen's ears. Ningchen turned around and took a closer look, wanting to see this immortal master clearly. I saw this man with an ordinary appearance, dressed in black, extremely simple. It can even be said that there is no difference from ordinary mortals. Ningchen's eyes darkened slightly when he saw this, and he became more doubtful. If it was the so-called immortal master with fluttering white clothes and handsome appearance, Ningchen wouldn't care much about it. However, this outfit was extremely simple, which actually made Ningchen secretly worry about it. When Wei Qingxiao saw this, his face was filled with smiles, and he asked for help. Master Immortal, how is your mood this year? Ha ha ha. The immortal is in a very good mood, but the specific favor still depends on whether your tribute is up to standard. The immortal master had a slight smile on his face, but it made Wei Qingxiao not dare to neglect him. This is natural, Master Immortal, please rest assured. Come with me. The immortal master followed Wei Qingxiao and gradually disappeared at the end of the street, leaving all the Wei family Gu masters here alone. Is this the immortal master? It's the first time I've seen him. It doesn't feel as special as I thought. Humph. No respect for the immortal master. Ningchen leaned quietly beside the bamboo house, watching the two figures from a distance, with countless thoughts in his heart. This immortal master doesn't have any tyrannical aura about him. It's really weird. No, this immortal master should not be underestimated. I have to follow him and take a look. I have to find out more about this immortal master. Thinking of this, Ningchen's figure slowly escaped. Clan Chief Wei, is this the tribute you prepared for Lord Shangxian? The immortal master looked at the altar in front of him quietly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of displeasure in his words. Master Immortal, calm down, this is really the limit of our Wei village. Wei Qingxiao's expression suddenly changed when he heard this, and he quickly knelt down on the ground, fearing that he would offend the immortal master. Bang! The immortal master slammed his cane on the ground and shouted coldly. Extreme? Humph! What nonsense! If the sacrifice is only of this level, how can you satisfy the immortal? If Master Shangxian gets angry, your entire Wei family will be buried with him. When Wei Qingxiao heard this, his pupils trembled, his body trembled slightly, and he felt great fear in his heart. Then how can the immortal master satisfy the immortal master? After hearing this, the immortal master walked quietly back and forth in the ancestral hall, looking at the girl on the altar from time to time, and said leisurely. Well, I remember you have a daughter, don't you? Is it, I don't know the immortal master? Humph. Don't you understand? Using your daughter as a sacrifice will definitely satisfy the supreme immortal. This. Wei Qingxiao fell into silence after hearing this. He loved his village, and he loved his daughter even more. Now he has to choose one of the two, what should he do? Master Patriarch, please promise Master Immortal. Yes, once the immortal becomes angry, our entire village will be buried with him. Master Patriarch, please do not disobey Master Shangxian. Wei Qingxiao turned around and stared blankly at the Wei family Gu master who came after hearing the news, his lips pursed, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. At this time, Wei Qingga's voice suddenly came from the crowd. Let me go. Are you crazy? Qinggo. Let go of my daughter. When Wei Qingxiao heard Wei Qingga's cry for help, he stood up suddenly and shouted loudly. The Gu master of the Wei family who was holding Wei Qingga was stunned by the roar for a moment and froze on the spot. Father. Wei Qingga stared at Wei Qingxiao blankly, with a few moving tears in his eyes, as if asking for help. Wei Qingxiao felt his heart bleed when he saw this, and took a step forward, with a hint of terrifying murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Wait a minute, let them bring your daughter here, it is my will. Are you going to disobey me? Wei Qingxiao. The immortal master slowly put his hand in front of Wei Qingxiao, and said leisurely, as if he was going to kill Wei Qingxiao. Wei Qingxiao looked at the immortal master like this, as if sparks would spark from the friction in the next second. Master Patriarch, we still want to live. Suddenly, all the Wei family Gu masters knelt down and shouted in unison, how spectacular. Wei Qingxiao fell into silence again, lowered his head, making it difficult to see his expression, and suddenly spoke coldly. Master Immortal, can you guarantee that the immortal master will definitely favor our Wei village this time? Humph, this is natural. The immortal master stood with his hands behind his back upon hearing this, smiling proudly, revealing unparalleled confidence. Then Qingga will be handed over to you. After saying that, Wei Qingxiao turned around and no longer looked at Wei Qingga. Father? Seeing this, Wei Qingga felt even more despair in her heart, and tears flashed beside her beautiful eyes, as if the river of tears had dried up. Seeing that Wei Qingxiao did not respond to her, nor did he turn around, she knew her fate. Every girl who was offered to the immortal has never come back. Thinking of this, Wei Qingga's eyes were sluggish, as if she had lost all her energy and spirit, and let others manipulate her. Ha ha ha. What a good show. Immortal Master. Ningchen leaned quietly in the dark, taking in everything that happened in the ancestral hall, laughing secretly in his heart. In his heart, he no longer paid too much attention to this so-called immortal master. As for Wei Qingxiao and Wei Qingga, they were never within Ningchen's consideration. As night fell, the mountain village also regained some of the atmosphere of fireworks. Okay, follow me. The immortal master turned his head quietly, glanced at Wei Qingga, and continued to walk forward. Wei Qingga's eyes were still very distracted at this moment, and he was very absent-minded, as if he had taken life and death lightly. My father has given up on me, so who can save me? By the way, besides my father, maybe Han Qin can. But he is an outsider in the mountain village, will he really come? Han Chen, come quickly. Save me. Wei Qingge's figure followed the immortal master and disappeared into the dense leaves of the black forest in the mountains. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1256 words. Under the night, there are a few stars. On the bank of the Weijia River, among the mansions. Bang! Wei Qingxiao smashed his fists on the table. The wooden table shattered with a bang, and the wooden thorns also stabbed his palms. Immediately, blood surged and dripped on the ground. But Wei Qingxiao just sat slumped on the chair with a trace of a sad smile on his face. I'm so useless. As a clan leader, my Wei family village is no better than you family village. As a father, I can't even protect my own daughter. As a level 4 Gu master, I am always at the mercy of others. Speaking of this, Wei Qingxiao slowly closed his eyes and quietly raised his head. However, there were 2 clear tears silently sliding down the corners of his eyes. He sighed, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the altar in the corner. There is a portrait of a woman on the mourning platform, which is lifelike. Upon closer inspection, the features and eyes are very similar to that of Wei Qingge, and she is also a complete beauty. Why? Qingxuai, do you think Qingge will forgive me? Wei Qingxiao stared at the portrait blankly, and for the first time, he wanted to ask a dead person. After a long time, Wei Qingxiao smiled heartily. He seemed to understand something. Ha 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 ha. That's right, I'm not qualified to ask for her forgiveness. Who? I believe that under the gate of life and death, Qinggu will definitely scold me for you, right? Ha ha ha. As her father, I naturally have to discipline her. It's a pity that you and I are yin and yang apart. But it's okay. I'll go down and accompany you right away. Let's reunite as a family. Aha. Wei Qingxiao smiled faintly, and a water blade burst out from his palm, and it actually slashed towards his head. And his eyes were extremely dull, as if he had really turned a blind eye to life and death. Bang! With a gulu sound, the head fell to the ground, and his body also lost its support and fell to the ground. Blood spurted out like a fountain along the cut wound. Surprisingly, a few drops of blood actually fell on the corners of the eyes of the woman in the portrait. Looking from a distance, it seems like she is really crying, so weird. In the dark night, the pale light of stars shines on the dense leaves of the dark forest. In the deep forest, a figure in dark robes walked out. Ningchen walked out of the deep forest and looked at the looming mountain ridge in front of him by the starlight. Well, that immortal master has indeed stepped into this mountain. When you look at this mountain during the day, it does seem a bit fairy tale, but when you look at it at night, it just feels so weird. But just being weird doesn't scare me. Immortal master. Let me see what your so-called immortal is, right? Thinking of this, Ningchen felt a cold smile on his lips and slowly stepped into the mountain in front of him. After stepping into the mountain, Ningchen noticed something strange. Ningchen's black eyes looked around, and the electric light surged in them, which was extremely dazzling in the dark night. It seems to penetrate the night. I couldn't see this mountain before I came in, but after I came in I realized there wasn't a single living thing in the mountain. It's so weird. Ningchen sighed softly and strode towards the mountains like a meteor. It is impossible for ordinary people to say that they do not have a little fear in their hearts when facing such a weird ridge. But Ningchen never had any fear in his heart from beginning to end, even if there was no one in the mountain. Ningchen looked calm and walked quietly towards the depths. The night wind blew slowly through Ningchen's hair, but it made him frown. Suddenly, a strong odor spread into his nose through the night wind. The ordinary odor would not bother Ningchen, but Ningchen recognized this odor. This stench is corpse odor, which is the stench that permeates a person long after he or she has died and has completely decomposed. It seems that I am getting closer to this great immortal. Ningchen was not afraid to laugh when he smelled the stench, and there was even more wind under his feet. He continued walking towards the source of the corpse stench. The smell of corpses became stronger and stronger, and he gradually went deeper into the forest. In an instant, Ningchen's footsteps stopped and he stood quietly outside a cave. With a faint smile on his face, he didn't care at all about the almost suffocating corpse smell in the air. Lord Immortal, it seems I have found you. Stepping into it, with the blessing of the electric Gu, Ningchen was able to see everything clearly. However, the scene inside is really a hell. Bones are like a sea, skeletons are like a forest, human hair is like pieces of felt, and human flesh is rotten into mud. What a mountain of corpses and sea of blood, the stench is unpleasant. Ningchen didn't feel strange when he saw this, he just continued to walk deeper, intending to meet this so-called immortal. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped, his eyes were filled with lightning, and his mouth was filled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. It turns out that the true face of the immortal who was enshrined by two copycats is just a soul beast. Ha 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 ha. The sound of laughter echoed in the skull cave, making him look like a devil. At this moment, the Shangxian, the soul beast, also noticed Ningchen, put down the bone in his mouth, and looked at Ningchen with a hint of arrogance. Although Ningchen couldn't see its expression, it had a kind of condescending arrogance. Ningchen laughed even more happily, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ha ha ha. You beast, do you really think you are an immortal? But seeing that you have eaten so many people and lived so peacefully, I guess there must be wild soul poisonous insects living on your body. Roar. Ningchen only responded with a wild beast roar. Obviously, the soul beast didn't understand a word Ningchen said. Ningchen's smile gradually faded when he saw this, and he slowly raised his hand. Sparks kept jumping in his palm. Obviously, even the soul beast without any intelligence felt a little uneasy when facing Ningchen's attack. This soul beast was only a third level in terms of strength, and it had long forgotten how to fight due to such a long stable life. Now, it is nothing but fish to be slaughtered. Walking out of the skull cave, Ningchen stared at his palm thoughtfully and smiled slightly. Soul-devouring goo? It is really a goo tailor-made for the magic goo master. Now that the immortal has eliminated it, the immortal master should not be far away. Ningchen's true essence was agitated, and it activated the wild goo newly obtained from the soul beast. Second turn, soul detection goo. It can detect the souls within a distance of about 200 steps around. Immediately, Ningchen's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he smiled coldly. Immortal Master, I found you. Turn into food for my soul. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1362 words. Deep in the mountains, there is a bamboo house here. In the night, this little light is extremely dazzling in the darkness. Ha-ha-ha. Who? Master Immortal let out a long sigh and looked at Wei Qingde under him with a hint of amusement. Although his eyes were dull, they could not conceal the orgasmic blush on his face. Have you given up the struggle so soon? I thought you, the so-called patriarch's daughter, could have such a strong temper. Looking at it now, it's really boring. But it makes sense. As the daughter of the clan leader, she may have accepted her fate a long time ago. The immortal master slowly sat aside and looked at the disheveled Wei Qingde on the bed with a hint of ridicule. Wei Qingde just lay there quietly, his eyes dull, his clothes torn, revealing a large area of white snow. There were even a few cloudy semen spots hanging on his face, but Wei Qingde just lay there in a daze, not caring about his current posture. The immortal master smiled lightly, as if he noticed something, his expression suddenly changed. Wait a minute. Why was the connection between the soul beast and me cut off? Could it be that someone went into the mountain and killed the spirit beast? It's impossible. The two mountain villages next to the Huanglong River don't have the courage, and passers-by won't go up the mountain to take a look. This is the famous Guishao Mountain in southern Xinjiang. Random thoughts in my mind actually gave rise to some uneasiness for no reason. A strong person who can kill a soul beast is certainly not weak. How can I, a mere mortal, resist such a powerful person? No, this residence is too secretive. Without the corresponding detection goo insect, you will never find it. Yes, he will definitely not find it. As if to comfort himself, the immortal master kept repeating in his mind, he must not be able to find himself. But not only did this not dissipate his uneasiness, it actually made his heart beat faster and faster. There was a thumping sound, and the heart in the chest was beating faster and faster. Bang! In an instant, the immortal master felt his body fly out upside down, his ears were buzzing, and half of his body seemed to be paralyzed, without any consciousness. Pfft! The immortal master's body flew out and hit the wall on the other side of the bamboo house. Bang! When he landed on the ground, he suddenly felt a stinging pain in his chest and lungs, and blood surged up. As soon as his throat became sweet, he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. As a bystander, Wei Qingge saw clearly everything from when the immortal master was knocked away to when he landed on the ground. Seeing the familiar dark blue thunder snake, Wei Qingge felt a little hope in his heart, and his eyes regained some of their sparkle. Hanshin, could it be you? Poof. Did the rib penetrate into the lung? Who exactly is it? The immortal master endured the severe pain in his chest, gritted his teeth and raised his head. Looking through the broken wall, I saw a figure in black clothes. Under the moonlight, a black dress is like ink, fluttering in the wind, and the wind is charming. The dark hair was disheveled, being tossed randomly by the evening breeze, revealing the face beneath it. With sharp eyebrows and heavy eyes, a straight nose and thin lips, he is so handsome and majestic. At this moment, he walked quietly towards the immortal master, with a slight smile on his face, and there were still a few thunder flowers dancing in his palms. If this person wasn't Ningchen, who could he be? Master Immortal, you have allowed me to find you. Upon hearing this, the immortal master's pupils shrank into pinpoints, and he quickly thought about countermeasures. No, he knows me. It seems that he may be here to seek revenge. Could he be Wei Qingge's partner? But I've never seen him before. No, I have to stabilize him first. Thinking of this, the immortal master endured the pain and squeezed out a smile. I wonder what your name is. Why do you want to hurt this poor man? Seeing that Ningchen's expression remained unmoved and he was walking straight towards him, even the immortal master was inevitably panicked. If you came here because of this girl, then I will pay you back. You can talk to me about anything you want. Do you want Yuan Stone, a woman, or something? I will definitely try my best. Don't kill. Bang. Huh. There's no need. Ningchen snorted coldly, turned his fist into a palm, and penetrated his body with a single strike of the knife. How could a mere mortal resist the tremendous power of Ningchen now? Pfft. The immortal master's pupils shrank suddenly, and he lowered his head to look at the palm that penetrated his chest. A few traces of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. His lips pursed, as if he wanted to say something. Upon seeing this, Ningchen smiled coldly and flipped his palms, completely extinguishing his life. However, this is not over yet. Ningchen pulled out his hand and grabbed his head. The true energy in the void was stirring. Come on, let me see what's in your head. See how a mortal like you became the so-called immortal master? Ha ha ha. Second turn, soul-searching goo. In an instant, the memories of countless immortal masters were transmitted into Ningchen's mind through his soul and Ningchen's palm. Ningchen closed his eyes quietly and savored the flood of information. Hanshin, are you here to save me? When Wei Qingge saw Ningchen, his eyes regained their vitality and he quickly sat up, tears welling up in his eyes, as if he was crying with joy. Ningchen did not even turn his head, but just quietly strangled the head of the immortal master, chewing countless information. After a long time, Ningchen suddenly laughed, and laughed very happily. He understood the cause and effect. Ha ha ha. So that's it. Little kid, you gave me a pancake, so this soul beast will be left to you. From now on, this soul beast is yours. I saw an old man with purple hair and purple beard, ragged clothes, holding a pancake in his hand, looking at him with a smile. Really? Will this big monster really obey me? The young immortal master was very excited when he heard this, and his eyes flashed with brilliant colors. Of course it's true. Hope you can use this power well, right? The purple-bearded old man smiled slightly, and this memory ended here. Ningchen quietly strangled the immortal master's body, with a sigh in his eyes. I didn't expect it. This little immortal master is also a means of the Shadow Sect. What is the purpose of the Shadow Sect? Thinking of this, Ningchen frowned and let go of the immortal master's body. The body fell to the ground with a bang, but a faint golden halo flew out of the wound for no reason, which was dazzling. Ningchen raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and raised his hand to stop it, but it sank into his body. At the same time, his self-goo hidden deep in his soul had some movement at this moment. Ningchen closed his eyes, his mind sank, and he saw the pale golden halo just now flowing to the self-goo in the center of his soul. And the moment the self-goo came into contact with the halo, the originally hazy human figure seemed to be a little clearer at this moment. Ningchen was suddenly shocked when he saw this, and had some guesses about this halo. The self-goo is the legendary human goo worm, the legend of human ancestor. The food of the self-goo is not recorded in the legend of human ancestor. Then this halo, could it be human intention? Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,331 words. However, thinking of this, Ning Chen's brows were furrowed a little more. One problem was solved, but a few doubts arose. Human will cannot be generated out of thin air. So, this immortal master is just a tool for the shadow sect to collect human will. But how are these human wills generated? Ning Chen's brows sank, and a faint light flashed in his eyes, speculating the source of human will. Han Chen. Are you here to save me? Wei Qingge stood up blankly, looking at Ning Chen who was standing there in deep thought, and muttered a question. Beautiful eyes flickered, flowing with a few strands of hope. Tearful eyes, as if a life-saving straw. Ning Chen looked at Wei Qingge, whose clothes were torn, leisurely after hearing the words. His eyes were dim. No matter how lovable Wei Qingge looked at the moment, he stood still. Tearful eyes were broken, clothes were torn, a large area of snow white was exposed, infinite scenery, flaws did not cover the merits. With arms around his chest, half sitting and half falling, he looked like duckweed in the rain, which made people feel pity for him. However, seeing Ning Chen's strangely calm eyes, Wei Qingge's heart suddenly jumped. Why does Han Chen look a little different at this time? Ha 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 ha. After a long time, Ning Chen's light laughter ended the silence in the room. This laughter was very brisk, but it sounded like a devil's voice to Wei Qingge's ears. So that's how it is. The immortal master borrowed the soul beast to become a supreme immortal, and used the soul dividing goo to divide the soul essence of the soul beast to the goo masters of Wei and Yu. This method was used to convince the Wei and Yu families, and their faith in the immortal master and the supreme immortal grew stronger and stronger. And this human will was born from the faith of the goo masters of Wei and Yu families. No wonder the soul beast has some human nature. After a while, maybe the soul beast will be promoted. What a pity. All this is a bargain for me. Ha 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 ha. Ningchen laughed up to the sky, laughing so happily. Wei Qingge's body trembled when she heard such laughter, her pupils shrank suddenly, and her body softened and fell backwards. This feeling can't be wrong. Han Chen, he is a magic goo master. Ningchen laughed for a long time, turned his head and looked at Wei Qingge whose body was trembling violently, and slowly raised his hand. Qingge, you are a second-level goo master but you have such strength. I believe the soul is also quite good. Before the voice fell, Ning Chen's palm flashed with a faint light, as if a vortex appeared, stimulating a strong suction force. Wei Qingge was almost terrified when she saw this, and screamed out in horror. Spare my life. Master Han Chen. Please. The voice stopped abruptly, because a wisp of milky white, smoke-like white gas slowly flew out from her head and flew towards Ning Chen's palm. This white gas is Wei Qingge's soul. Wei Qingge's pupils immediately became dilated, and he lost all his spirit. His arms drooped weakly, and he was completely lifeless. The soul flew out slowly and condensed in Ningchen's palm. Then, Ningchen grasped the void, and the soul condensed a little more, as if it had turned into a red jade ball. If you listen closely, you can still hear the screams of Wei Qingge's soul. If you look closely, you may also see the struggle of Wei Qingge's soul. Ha ha ha. Qingge. My name is not Hanchen. Ningchen looked at the red jade-like ball in his palm and laughed. Then he raised his head and swallowed it directly. After swallowing the soul, Ningchen's eyes lit up slightly, and he suddenly felt that he had a few more insights into the waterway. And the soul foundation has become stronger again, with a full 200 human souls. This is the third-level soul path goo worm, the soul-swallowing goo. You can swallow the souls of others and obtain the memories of the goo master before his death. For example, the realm can be rapidly improved through this soul-swallowing goo. But there are also corresponding disadvantages. If the soul foundation is not strong enough, and the soul foundation of the person swallowing is strong, then there may be a possibility of being possessed. Of course, Ning Chen's soul foundation is strong enough, at least it is more than enough to digest a Wei Qingge. Well, this goo worm is really useful. If I swallow the souls of all the goo masters in the entire Weijia village, maybe my water channel realm can reach the master. Ningchen carefully felt the enhancement of the soul's foundation, and couldn't help but chuckled. At the same time, there were a few sighs in his eyes. It's a pity that Wei Qingxiao's strength is really difficult to deal with, otherwise, the entire Weijia village would be my food. As for the soul of the immortal master, well, the soul of a mortal is not worth swallowing, not to mention that his soul may have the means of the people of the Shadow Sect. For the sake of caution, let's stop here. Ningchen looked down at the corpse of the immortal master, with a few cold lights flashing in his eyes, and sneered. The palm of his hand burst into a faint light again, and the soul of the immortal master was condensed in his hand. Turned into a ball full of impurities, like a soil embryo, which was completely different from the ball that Wei Qingge had turned into before. However, Ning Chen did not intend to swallow it, but to completely annihilate his soul. Bang! The root of the finger suddenly exerted force, and the earth-like ball shattered, turning into wisps of powder, and drifted away in the air with the wind. In the early morning, the warm sun shone into the forest with a few strands of warmth. Ningchen slowly stepped out of the deep forest and returned to the Wei family village. However, as soon as he stepped into the Wei family village, he was suddenly shocked. Woo-woo. Master Patriarch, why are you leaving like this? Woo-woo. All he heard was sadness. Ningchen looked closely and saw countless Wei family goo masters wearing mourning clothes and white clothes, with a few traces of tears on their faces. Even countless shops were closed, and the whole village was immediately shrouded in a sense of sadness. And in the middle of the crowd, there was a coffin carried by 4 people. Countless paper money fell to the ground, almost floating on Ningchen's face. Seeing this, Ningchen looked quietly at the portrait hanging on the coffin, and was very surprised. Wei Qingxiao, a dignified 4th-level goo master. Could he die so easily? No, at least we have to see the reactions of other Wei family members before we draw conclusions. Ningchen's eyes hardened, and he randomly found a Wei family goo master. Excuse me, the Wei clan leader really passed away what? I was out last night, so I don't know the situation of Chief Wei. Please let me know. Chief Wei is indeed dead. He committed suicide. Just last night. After that, the man fell into silence for a long time, as if he still found it hard to accept Wei Qingxiao's death. Hearing that, Ningchen closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath. In his heart, he had already confirmed Wei Qingxiao's death. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Ning Chen's crazy laughter almost resounded throughout the Wei family village. Ning Chen's crazy laughter was incompatible with the sadness around him. Wei Qingxiao, since you are dead like this. Ha 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 ha, then no one can control me anymore. The entire Wei family village, everyone, men, women, young and old, will turn into food for my soul. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1362 words. Tisk. Who is this man? What is he laughing at? Humph. He seems to be the distinguished guest of the Patriarch. What an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Ningchen's wild laughter naturally fell into the ears of all the Wei family goo masters. All the Wei family goo masters looked at Ningchen with unkind expressions and discordant tones. What's more, the hatred in his eyes is no longer concealed. They even said that in the next second, they would kill Ningchen. However, how could Ningchen sit still and wait for death? Ningchen's laughter gradually stopped, and a long sword that was 7 feet long and exuded a chill suddenly appeared in his hand. This turn of events has actually made all the Wei family goo masters a little confused. Why does it seem like Hanshin wants to attack us? But this is not over yet. A few dazzling lightning snakes burst out from between Ningchen's fingers, and he squeezed hard. Boom! A deafening thunder resounded throughout the entire Wei family's village, completely waking up all the Wei family's goo masters. Hanshin is going to attack all of us. How dare he? The sound of thunder is endless, and the light of lightning is like the bright sun. The long sword that could be said to be extremely sharp is now covered with a layer of surging thunder snakes. Ningchen quietly looked at the long sword in his hand that was shining with dazzling electric light, smiled slightly, and raised his hand. The thunder snake kept jumping, almost piercing his black eyes. The sword points at everyone, and the mouth is light. You will all become food for my soul. The tone was very calm, as if he was stating something that had already happened. However, such a plain tone made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts for no reason. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Ningchen's figure disappeared from their sight almost instantly, leaving only a few streaks of thunder flowers in place. So fast. Where has he gone? Don't panic, he is just a person. Aha! Ningchen's figure is like a ghost, and every slash with the electric blade in his hand is enough to take away a person's life. Just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering the crowd wantonly. And there is nothing the Wei family Gu master can do against Ningchen. Wait, I saw him. Attention everyone, he is in the southeast. There are still a few reconnaissance Gu masters in this huge Wei family village who are enough to see Ningchen's figure. Ningchen's figure kept moving around, his black eyes scanning the crowd, and seeing that a few of them were aware of him, there were a few cold smiles on his lips. Nice eyes. Bang. A investigating Gu master's pupils suddenly shrank, turning into needlepoints. In his field of vision, Ningchen's figure suddenly disappeared. Attention everyone. Phew. Ningchen sneered and drew out the electric blade that penetrated the Gu master. The stabbing blow just now pierced his heart, and he couldn't die anymore. The flaw has been exposed. This is a bait. Suddenly, Ningchen looked around and saw countless Wei family Gu masters charging towards him. They surrounded Ningchen tightly, cutting off any escape route. However, when Ningchen saw this, he didn't panic in the slightest, he just clenched the electric blade in his hand tighter. The next second, Ningchen's figure was submerged in the attack of countless Gu masters. Dead? I don't know which Gu master was the first to ask the question, which can be regarded as expressing the common doubts in the hearts of everyone present. The fight lasted only a moment, and more than 30% of the Wei family's Gu masters were killed or injured. How can this not frighten them? Aha! A ray of lightning shot out. The stumps of countless Gu masters were chopped off and their bones and flesh were broken into pieces. The electric light continued unabated, and also killed the Wei family Gu master on the side. Ah! My arm. My leg is broken. A few strands of blood splashed onto Ningchen's face, but his already handsome face made everyone look at him with fear. Ningchen looked around and saw that most of the Wei family's Gu masters were already thinking of quitting, and smiled coldly. Want to run? Immediately, his spiritual consciousness penetrated into the empty orifice and saw that there was still about 80% of the true energy in the empty orifice. When Ningchen saw this, he closed his eyes, took a long breath, and smiled quietly in his heart. A killing move powered by nearly 80% of the Huayin true essence. What about the power? In an instant, the electric blade in Ningchen's palm suddenly disappeared and returned to its original appearance. At the same time, the aura was extremely restrained, completely opposite to the wanton killing look just now. Rumble. What's going on? Is it going to rain? It was sunny just now, why are there suddenly dark clouds? Something's not right. Suddenly, the originally clear sky was now filled with black clouds, which was extremely depressing. Ningchen opened his eyes and looked at the countless broken limbs and broken arms on the ground, with blood flowing into rivers, and smiled slightly. The ultimate move, Heavenly Thunder Punishment. At the same time that Ningchen said these words, the true energy in Ningchen's aperture plummeted. There was originally about 80% of the true essence C, but now there is no trace left, and it has almost bottomed out. Second turn, Strong Current Gu. Turn 3, Sky Thunder Gu. Turn 3, Attract Thunder Gu. Boom boom. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Wait a minute, why are the dark clouds getting thicker and thicker? Why is the thunder getting louder and louder? The Wei family Gu masters had never seen such a scene before. Facing such a natural disaster, despite having the advantage in numbers, the Wei family Gu masters also felt a little fear in their hearts. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the lightning pierced through the clouds and hit the ground with a bang. This lightning was not at the same level as the previous killing move of Qingmao Mountain. If the killing move of Qingmao Mountain was just a thunder python, then this killing move was a thunder dragon that could turn the world upside down. The thickness alone was as big as a house. In an instant, the Wei family Gu masters who were close to them had their eyes burned when they saw this killing move. Then they were annihilated in the turbulent flow of lightning. The Gu masters who were far away were also pierced by the current that was led into the ground, and their bodies were burned by electricity, and they could not die anymore. Boom! The thunder covered all the extra sounds. Ningchen stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the lightning dragon, smiling slightly, the electric currents dancing wildly, but he couldn't be hurt at all. After a long time, the thunder and lightning gradually disappeared, the thunder gradually dispersed, and the dark clouds in the sky also disappeared, and the clear sky was restored. This killing move is really terrifying. The thunder and lightning dissipated, Ning Chen looked around, only to see that the Weijia village, which was bustling with people just now, has now turned into a purgatory on earth. The ground collapsed, the pillar pavilion collapsed, and most of the bamboo building fell into the sea of fire. Countless limbs and arms also fell into the sea of fire, stimulating a disgusting smell of meat. Obviously, no one in Weijia village survived. Even if someone survived, Weijia village would not stay. People in later generations can only learn about this Weijia village on the river bank through rumors from others. Ning Chen was not shaken at all when he saw such a tragic situation. Instead, he laughed and slowly raised his hand. Ha 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 ha. In this way, all of them will become food for my soul. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1414 words. Light rain falls and clouds gather. Above the Huanglong River. It was as if the rain curtain in the sky was torn apart by big hands, and the raindrops were scattered on the river. The raindrops hit the surface of the river and splashed with water. It was so noisy. Ningchen walked quietly by the river, leisurely holding an oil paper umbrella, and slowly walked along the Huanglong River. The raindrops fell on the umbrella cover, making a thumping sound, but it did not disturb Ningchen's mood at all. The black eyes were still so plain, but a few thoughts flashed from time to time. My next stop should be the Thunder Mountains. It's a pity that Weijiazhai is still some distance from the Leitzi Mountains. And there have been no merchant ships seen on the river in recent days. It seems like it will still take some time to reach the Thunder Mountains. When Ningchen thought of this, he smiled helplessly, shook his head, and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, he took out a round ball like jade from his pocket. The whole body is vermilion, flawless, and looks like a work of art. Ningchen lowered his head, looked at the jade ball in his hand, and smiled slightly. Then he raised his head, put it into his mouth, and swallowed it into his stomach. As soon as the round ball was in my stomach, all the fatigue from the long journey disappeared. On the contrary, he has sharp eyesight and sharp ears, and his mouth is clear and clear. Ningchen carefully thought about the ball he had just swallowed. Well, the taste of this person's soul is not as good as Wei Qingda's. Presumably this person's cultivation and realm are inferior to Wei Qingda's. Ningchen lowered his head and looked at the countless balls in his pocket. These were the souls of the Wei family's Gu masters. Upon closer inspection, there are actually hundreds of them. A rough count suggests that the number may be no less than 500. And most of the qualities are bright copper and vermilion jade, and only a few are bright silver. Apparently, after Ningchen feasted for several days, he also discovered the differences in the qualities of these souls. The quality of a first-level Gu master's soul is bright copper. The soul quality of a second-level Gu master is Zhu Yu. The quality of the soul of a third-level Gu master is pure silver. And the higher the level, the better the quality and the purer the color. By analogy, the soul of a rank 4 Gu master is of radiant gold quality, while the soul of a rank 5 Gu master is of crystal purple quality. However, Ningchen has never seen the soul of a 4th-level Gu master. Even if there is Wei Qingxiao's body, it can't be extracted with just the 3rd level of soul-swallowing Gu. Unless Ningchen upgrades the soul-swallowing Gu to level 4, but at the moment, I'm afraid it's still early. This soul-swallowing Gu Ningchen has never heard of before, and it is very likely that it is one of the handiworks of the ghost soul demon lord. The soul-swallowing goo can only be explored slowly, otherwise once it is damaged, you will never be able to get another one. But despite this, Ningchen still has no idea of changing his life goo. Not to mention the many risks of replacing the life goo, which will also affect Ningchen's future Thunder Dao practice. Taken together, it does do more harm than good. The more Ningchen thought about it, the more he thought about it. Before he knew it, it was raining heavily. Hey! Brother! It's raining so hard, why are you walking alone by the river? At this time, a rather concerned cry came from the distant river. When Ningchen heard this, he went to look for Fame and saw a group of passenger ships sailing quietly on the river. Like a winding giant dragon entrenched above the river. Next to the huge merchant ship, there are many light boats accompanying it. At this moment, there was a light boat slowly heading towards Ningchen. Taking a closer look, I saw who was riding this boat. He has a tall body, rough complexion, gray beard, and gray hair. He is obviously a middle-aged man. At this moment, he was wearing a bamboo hat, leaning out of the cabin and asking questions hurriedly. Brother, do you want to come and sit on our merchant ship? My lady said, you are walking alone by the river. It's raining so hard. It's not too late to get off the boat when the rain stops. I don't dare to offend our lady. And it's raining so hard now, should we leave or stay, brother? Hearing this, Ningchen had some guesses about the young lady in his mind. But his face remained calm, then he smiled slightly. Okay, it's good to warm yourself up. Step. Ningchen stepped onto the middle-aged man's boat and returned to the merchant ship queue. Ningchen stepped onto the merchant ship, raised his head, and suddenly felt a sense of splendor in his heart. The red walls and blue pillars, the wide and tall sails, and the tight ends are very majestic. They are very different from the ships seen in Weijiazhai before. There are countless cabins, beautiful buildings, closed doors, dark screen windows, and pavilions on the first floor, all showing elegance and splendor. I don't know which family's eldest lady is out doing business. Ningchen sighed softly in his heart and turned to look at the other merchant ships behind the stern. Those merchant ships were naturally not as magnificent as the one at Ningchen's feet, and even their grandeur was far inferior. Upon closer inspection, most of the doors on the merchant ships behind were closed, and the goods inside could be vaguely seen through the window screens. Fine wines from various places, specialties from various places, natural materials and treasures, and even some wild beasts sleeping among them. It seems that the owner of this fleet of merchant ships is not only extremely wealthy, but at least he is rich and well-fed. Ningchen chuckled, feeling a little curious about this eldest lady. Thump thump thump. I'm sorry, sir, it's a bit abrupt to invite you on board to take shelter from the rain in such a hurry. I'm sorry for bothering you. A rather gentle female voice came. The sound was not loud, but it was very gentle. It passed through the layers of rain and fell into Ningchen's ears, making Ningchen seek the sound. However, this sight stirred up a storm in Ningchen's heart. Taking a closer look, I saw a beautiful figure in blue clothes walking towards me. Her black hair is hanging down and draped over her shoulders. It is delicate and black, very soft and beautiful. Her eyebrows are like the light smoke of green willows, her eyes are like the bright moon in the breeze, her skin is like white snow, and her lips are pink and tender. There is no trace of pink on her face, but it is extremely soft. She smiles lightly, pure and flawless. Wearing an emerald green dress, so fresh and elegant. As elegant as an orchid, as beautiful as a lotus, and as gentle as a river. Even a 1,000-year-old demon like Ningchen was slightly stunned by her appearance when he saw this girl. There is no doubt that even from Ningchen's perspective, this girl is a peerless beauty. At this moment, the girl held an umbrella in one hand to cover Ningchen, and the umbrella cover also moved the raindrops aside. She looked at Ningchen silently, then smiled slightly, took out a handkerchief from her arms. This young master, please use. When Ningchen saw this, he came back to his senses, smiled gently at the girl, took the handkerchief. Thank you very much. Ningchen had been standing on the deck just now, and his whole body was already wet from the rain. This handkerchief came just in time. Seeing Ningchen taking the handkerchief, she smiled slightly, as gentle as water. This young master, my name is Zhang Xinxi, and I am the deputy leader of this caravan. I haven't asked you for your name yet. Can you tell me something? Haha, just call me Qingwei. Ningchen arched his hand slightly, laughed, and said his name. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,337 words. Oh, it turns out to be Mr. Qingwei. I see that the young master has a dignified appearance, serious eyes and sharp brows, and does not have the slightest trace of evil spirit. Why are you walking by the Huanglong River? And it's raining so heavily. Zhang Xinxi stared at Ningchen curiously, her beautiful eyes flashing slightly. Except for the gentleness, she was concerned. Ningchen was slightly startled when he heard this, and then smiled softly. It would be great if Miss didn't think I was a demonic Gu master. To be honest, the village where I originally lived was very peaceful, but due to the whims of the demonic Gu master, almost no one in our village was spared. And I just happened to go out and was not in the village, so I managed to survive. Zhang Xinxi looked at Ningchen's smile and thought it was a forced smile. Her pink lips parted slightly, and she murmured in response. A hint of emotion flashed through her beautiful eyes. Oh, that's it. To be able to support myself until now, the young master is considered to have a strong mind. Zhang Xinxi's beautiful eyes were slightly lowered, and suddenly she seemed to have thought of something. She raised her head and smiled, her smile as bright as a flower. Young master, if you don't mind, you can follow me and live in our Zhang family. Although our Zhang family is not as big as the Tai family, Wu family, and merchants, we can still be regarded as the overlord of the mountain. And I have some say in the Zhang family. Believe me, if I speak, the patriarchs will definitely accept you. What's more, Master Qingwei is already quite powerful. Ningchen looked at Zhang Xinxi. She smiled gently, but she couldn't see the slightest bit of deceit. It's obvious that every word she says comes from the bottom of her heart. Ha ha ha. Thank you, miss, but I still have my own destination. If I'm free someday, I'll naturally come visit you. Ningchen smiled softly, but Zhang Xinxi was not discouraged after hearing this, and still smiled lightly. It doesn't matter. As long as the young master is still on this ship and wants to stay in my Zhang family, you can tell me at any time. By the way, I don't know yet, where is the young master's destination? The final destination of our caravan is Cuiyun Mountain. That is where our Zhang family is located. Ningchen's smile gradually faded when he heard this, and he stood with his hands behind his hands, his eyes drifting to the river. I plan to go to the Lesi Mountains next. I wonder if I can go there? Zhang Xinxi's beautiful eyes flashed when she heard this, and she smiled faintly. Just by chance, our caravan happened to pass by the Lesi Mountains. Ningchen also smiled slightly when he heard the words, clasped his hands into fists, and talked eloquently. In that case, I hope Miss Xinxi will take more care of me during the next days on the merchant ship. Ha ha ha. I hope the young master will feel at ease. Shall I? Find this young master a room with the same specifications as mine. Before he finished speaking, a girl about the same age as Zhang Xinxi came to the side. Xiaodai stared at Zhang Xinxi with a faint smile on her face, as if she was wondering if she heard wrongly. Miss, this. Don't worry, if anyone is dissatisfied, tell them it was my decision. And Zhang Xinxi seemed to see the concerns in Xiaodia's heart, and smiled slightly. Understood. Come with me. Xiaodai let out a long sigh, gave Ningchen a complicated look, and slowly walked into the cabin. And Ningchen also followed Xiaodia's steps and walked into the cabin. In the cabin. In the room, the incense candles were swaying, and the smoke was slanting across the room. Amidst the smoke, there was a person sitting quietly at the desk. By candlelight, holding a book. His eyebrows were raised and frowned from time to time, obviously immersed in the book. In front of the desk, there was a Gu master, kneeling on the ground with an extremely impassioned expression. Master, the eldest lady invited a stranger on board the ship and arranged a room for him. And the standards are extremely high, the same as the room the eldest lady lives in. That's a stranger. Master. Please take care of her. Master. The young master he was talking about was the real leader of this merchant ship and one of the young patriarchs of the Zhang family, Zhang Shenhe. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xinhe suddenly smiled and slowly closed the book in his hand. Oh, so that's what happened. I actually know about this, but I don't object to it. That girl from my tribe is just like this by nature, she is a bit too kind-hearted. As a clan brother, I can't forcefully change her nature. With your kind eyes, I believe I don't need to say anything more, right? Or in the worst-case scenario, the so-called Qingyue is indeed a demonic goo master. But even if that's the case, so what? It's nothing more than damaging some goods and killing some people, but if this can make Xinzi open up and realize the dangers of people's hearts, then it can't be called a loss. Zhang Xinhe smiled softly, and the smoke filled the air, but only the laughter could be heard, but his true appearance could not be seen. But anyway, you'd better relax and don't have to worry. Even if you are worried, what's the use of a small first-level goo master like you? After hearing this, the goo master was so dissatisfied that he choked in his mouth, unable to spit out even a single word. After a while, the goo master seemed to realize that his hope was in vain, sighed softly, and exited. When Zhang Xinhe saw the man leaving, he slowly stood up, walked to the window, and murmured. Alas, every time a new person is invited aboard by Xinzi, there are always a few dissatisfied ones. And the strength is not that great. Can we only say that such strength is matched by such courage? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xinhe chuckled, and it was self-evident that he was ridiculing goo masters like him just now. Alas, you are just kind-hearted. I know you are kind-hearted and you can't bear to see the suffering in life. But it's too easy to trust others. Forget it, who told me to be the elder brother? Let me see if this so-called Qingyue is really worthy of your help. Thinking of this, Zhang Xinhe looked into the distance, and he also felt a little suspicious of Ningchen in his heart. In the cabin, Xiaodai took Ningchen deep inside and pushed open a door. Here, this is your room. His tone was very unpleasant, and the reluctance in his eyes almost overflowed. Ningchen didn't pay too much attention, he just thanked her lightly and let her leave. Well, thanks for showing me the way. Xiaodai turned around and left, as if she didn't want to stay for a second longer, and hummed in her mouth. Humph. I really don't know why the lady gave you such a nice room. Although the voice was very soft, it still couldn't escape Ningchen's ears. Of course, Ningchen didn't pay too much attention to her dissatisfaction. After all, she is just a mortal, and he is a level 3 goo master. As long as he wants, he can crush Xiaodai to death with one hand, and he will not be retaliated. Ningchen closed the door, walked slowly to the window, touched the window lattice, and sighed softly. Alas! Fate is so fateful. I was actually allowed to meet Shang Xinzi. It seems that I must go to Merchant City in the future. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1331 words. Ningchen slowly closed his eyes, and Shang Xinzi's face appeared in his mind, and he smiled softly. Hey, if you put such a useful chess piece like Shang Xinzi in front of me, why should I not use it? At this time, Shang Xinzi didn't know that his father was the famous head of the southern Xinjiang Shang family, Shang Yanfei. But this time is just right for me. I must go to Merchant City in the future. No matter what the reason is, whether it is to perfect the goo worms on my body or to earn yuan stone, Merchant City is the place I must pass through. If there is a Shang Xinzi in Merchant City as an internal response, I'm afraid it will be much easier. Ha 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 ha. Ningchen smiled softly, obviously he didn't take Shang Xinzi's kindness to him at all. If I heard someone inviting Ningchen to get on the boat to take shelter from the rain, then Ningchen would be a little confused at most. But after getting on the boat, they discovered that this person was actually a young girl with a very gentle expression. At this time, Ningchen already had some assumptions about this person. I'm afraid this person is Shang Xinzi. However, Ningchen was cautious and suspicious by nature, so he still compiled a rather tragic life experience for himself to determine whether the person in front of him was Shang Xinzi. And her reaction just confirmed her identity. She is the future head of the Shang family, Shang Yanfei's only daughter, Shang Xinzi. Shang Xinzi never saw suffering in the world, and Ningchen's life experience naturally won her concern. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, at least Shang Xinzi is willing to believe it. In the cabin, Shang Xinzi sat quietly by the window, her beautiful eyes were soft, and the breeze slowly turned the pages of the book with her fingers. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door, which made Shang Xinxi frown slightly, but then she relaxed. Miss, I have some questions. It turns out to be Uncle Zhangzhu, please come in. When Shang Xinxi heard such a familiar voice, she smiled slightly and said. Then, a middle-aged Gu master with a gray beard and a body like an iron tower pushed in the door. If Ningchen was present, he would definitely recognize this middle-aged Gu master as the Gu master who welcomed him onto the ship. Miss. Zheng Zhu knelt down on one knee, raised his eyes and looked at Shang Xinxi who was enjoying the tranquility by the window. He pursed his lips and hesitated to speak. Uncle Zheng Zhu, if you have anything to say, just say it. There is no need to hide it between us. Seeing this, Shang Xinxi opened her red lips, sighed softly, closed the page of the book, and looked at Zhang Zhu. Miss, I think that Qingyue is a bit suspicious. Oh. What does Uncle Zhang Zhu think? Seeing Zhang Zhu finally speaking, Shang Xinxi's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and she felt a little curious. Miss, please listen to what I have to say. First of all, he said that his name is Qingyue and you can tell that it is a pseudonym. Obviously the lady trusts him, but he has never trusted the lady. Zheng Zhu looked extremely dissatisfied, but Shang Xinxi smiled lightly when he heard this and raised his hand to signal Zheng Zhu to calm down. Uncle Zheng Zhu, I also know what you are talking about. But maybe Qingyue is his real name? I remember that there was a Gu master village upstream called Weijia village, and the leader of it was Wei Qingxiao. The level 4 Gu master was extremely tyrannical. And a few days ago, Weijiaohai was indeed turned into ruins when I passed by. It seems that it was indeed the work of a demonic Gu master. I think Mr. Qingyue dropped the surname Wei because he wanted to start a new chapter in his life. After all, if it were me, maybe I would change my surname after witnessing the destruction of my family. Shang Xinxi had a gentle smile on his face, which seemed to be able to accommodate all things in the world, but Zhang Zhu was a little at a loss what to say when he saw this. Miss Yu. Uncle Zhang Zhu, even if Qingyue is indeed a pseudonym, then I will understand him. After all, it would be a bit reckless to tell others your real name when you meet someone when you are out and about. Okay, Uncle Zhang Zhu, do you have any other opinions? Shang Xinxi turned to look at Zhang Zhu, smiling softly. When Zhang Zhu heard this, he pondered for a moment, then lowered his head and smiled helplessly. Miss, you told me everything I wanted to ask. Yeah. Then please Uncle Zhang Zhu forgive me. Shang Xinxi also smiled mischievously when he heard this, and Zhang Zhu could only smile lightly when he saw this. How dare I not forgive my eldest lady? In the cabin, another room. Ningchen sat quietly on the bed, eyes closed, legs crossed. It turned out that his mind had already fallen into the void. In the hollow, the crystal-clear water film is already full of cracks, almost breaking at a glance. Among them, the Huayin True Essence Sea, which occupied almost 90% of the height, was constantly crashing into the surrounding water film under the urging of Ningchen. Promoted to the 3rd rank in one fell swoop. When Ningchen saw the cracked water film, he secretly made up his mind and took a deep breath. Ups and downs, rising and falling, rising and falling. I don't know how many times I flushed it, but I just remember that the true energy has only dropped by about 40%. Snap. There was a crisp sound that only Ningchen could hear, but it made Ningchen smile slightly. 3rd high-level transfer, it's done. Wow wow wow. Immediately, the water film was annihilated in the sea of true essence, but a stronger stone film grew out of the true essence overseas. A ray of brighter silver true essence slowly rose from the bottom of the true essence sea. This is the 3rd level high-level silver true essence. However, this is not over yet. Ningchen opened his eyes and turned his 5 fingers. In his palm, there was a goo insect like a bright jade ball. This is the 3rd level silver relic goo that Ningchen bought from the Jia family caravan for tens of thousands of yuancher. And now, he is going to use this silver relic goo. In an instant, the stone membrane that had just been replaced on the empty cavity fell off again, and was replaced by the most solid crystal membrane. A wisp of snow silver true essence as bright as snowflakes slowly rose from the bottom of the true essence sea, making Ningchen's smile even more intense. Third turn peak. Now no matter which force I am in, I will be the object of being wooed. Ningchen sighed, slowly opened his eyes, and smiled slightly. After laughing, he reached out and took out a soul jade from his pocket and put it into his mouth. What a pity. I can't digest so many soul jades at once. I have to digest them slowly, otherwise if I am impatient and try to do it all at once, it may damage my soul. But I'm not in a hurry, take my time. Ningchen quietly played with a soul jade in his hand and smiled gently. Bang! The sound of knocking on the door resounded throughout Ningchen's room, making Ningchen frown. I heard that you are Miss Zhang Xinxi's guest. I think his name is Qingyue? Ha 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 ha. Isn't this just a pretty boy? Legend of the Goo Demon. 1342 words. Ningchen slowly raised his eyes and looked at the visitor, with a hint of mocking smile in his heart. Taking a closer look, he saw that the person who had arrived had a tall and straight body and a look of disdain on his face. The scar that almost ran through his face added a bit of a sinister aura. Tell me, how come you, a pretty boy, can live in a room? I saw that man walking slowly in front of Ningchen, the contempt in his eyes almost overflowing. Seeing that Ningchen still hadn't spoken, the disdain in his eyes grew thicker, and he yelled and cursed. Why don't you speak? Are you fucking mute? Pfft. Suddenly, the man just saw a dark shadow of a fist coming straight towards him from the corner of his eye. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his whole body flew out uncontrollably. Boom! His body hit the cabin wall uncontrollably, and then fell to the ground. Pfft. My chest was churning, and I suddenly felt a fishy sweetness coming from the depths of my throat, and I spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ningchen again at this time, and met Ningchen's eyes, which made him feel cold all over. It also made the disdain in his heart disappear. What kind of eyes are those? Silent as a deep pool, it seems that it can accommodate all things in the world, and all kinds of things can hardly shake his heart. He raised his head in confusion and looked at Ningchen's expression, which was still as calm as before, and he felt great fear in his heart. He doesn't really want to kill me. This is a merchant ship, he must not dare. Yes, he must not dare. Hua hua. He was breathing heavily, and although he tried to comfort himself as much as possible, he still couldn't hide the panic in his heart. At this time, the Goo masters in the other rooms also noticed the situation here, and slowly pushed the door open, looking for the sound. What's going on? It's so noisy. What's going on? You dare to cause trouble on the Zhang family's merchant ship, you are really brave. Ningchen ignored him and slowly walked out of the door and walked in front of the Goo master. He slowly raised his palm, and a few electric sparks seemed to be dancing in it. When such electric sparks fell into his eyes, he was filled with boundless fear and his whole body was shaking like chaff. When Ningchen saw this, there was a faint smile on his face, and he was very sarcastic, and he said leisurely. You're just a small second-level Goo master, how dare you come to trouble me? After saying that, the true essence flashed, and it was the newly promoted Snow Silver True Essence. This breath is Snow Silver True Essence. The peak of the third revolution. He is the peak of the third revolution. I didn't expect it. When did we get a master of the third level on board our ship? I don't know. I remember that the young patriarch has just been promoted to rank 3. Different from other people's amazement, the person in front of Ningchen looked like he had fallen into an ice cave. Why is he at the peak of level 3? If I had known he was at the peak of level 3, I would never have come. It turned out that he was just a second-level Goo master. He heard that there was a new person on the ship. As soon as she boarded the ship, she was accommodated in an A-level room under Zhang Xinxi's arrangement. He was dissatisfied for a moment, so he came to Ningchen, but it made him extremely regretful. Ningchen quietly admired the regret in his eyes and smiled slightly. The smile was very gentle, but it made him feel cold in his heart. Ningchen was not in a hurry to kill him, he just looked at him with a hint of amusement, as if he was waiting for something. At this time, there was a girl's scream. Your Excellency Qingyue. Show mercy. Thump thump thump. Ningchen looked for the voice and saw a beautiful figure in green clothes trotting towards him in a hurry. He stopped in front of Ningchen. His breathing was a little short, but he still spoke hastily. He even ignored Ningchen's cold expression and the increasingly violent thunder in his palm. This servant has offended Your Excellency Qingyue. It is indeed a sin. However, I hope that Your Excellency will calm down and spare his life. Oh. When Ningchen heard this, he raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly, not caring at all. Although he didn't speak a word, the lightning in his palm became more and more dazzling. Shang Xinzi felt even more anxious when he saw this, but he didn't know what to do. What to do? How can I make Qingyue stop? Although Shang Xinzi was in danger, she still had no regrets about inviting Ningchen aboard the ship. Shang Xian's kind eyes reflected the surging electric light in Ningchen's palm. Thousands of thoughts are dancing above the electric light. Suddenly, Ningchen waved his big hand, and the electric light was easily dispersed, and he smiled gently. No matter. Miss Xinzi can invite me on the boat to take shelter from the rain without caring about my identity in the rain. Although I don't need shelter from the rain, Miss Xinzi's move still warms my heart. For Miss Xinzi's sake, I'll let him go for the time being. Shang Xinzi was even more happy when he saw this, and the clouds of worry on his face were blown away. Thank you, Your Excellency Qingyue, for being generous. Ningchen waved his hand after hearing this, as if he didn't care. No, Qing is doing this because the lady invited me to take shelter from the rain. It really makes Qing feel warm in his heart. Besides, Qing is not a murderer who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Of course you won't take other people's lives so easily. Speaking of this, Ningchen slowly lowered his head, seeming to notice something. They just saw that the pocket containing the soul jade was shaking slightly at this moment. It seemed that what Ningchen said just now made them very dissatisfied. When Shang Xinzi heard these words, her beautiful eyes flashed slightly and she bowed. Your Excellency Qingyue, despite this, I still thank you for your kindness on his behalf. Miss Xinzi, please stand up quickly. Qing cannot bear such courtesy. If Miss Xinzi really wants to thank me, then she might as well let me rest peacefully for a while. Ningchen slowly lifted up Shang Xinzi's delicate body, with a smile in his eyes, but more importantly, a bit of exhaustion that could not be concealed. Shang Xinzi naturally saw the exhaustion in his eyes, nodded slightly, and smiled faintly. Yeah, I understand. Then I won't disturb your rest. Afterwards, Shang Xinzi slowly retreated and closed the door. Shang Xinzi walked slowly in the corridor, and suddenly heard a concerned voice. Miss, you have allowed me to find you. I heard that you went to find Qingyue? Are you okay? I have long felt that it was not a wise move for you to arrange a grade A room for Qingyue. It really made others jealous. And it's true that the eldest lady almost got herself involved in order to save that man. The moment Xiaodai saw Shang Xinzi, her face lit up with joy and she hugged her quickly. He looked around Shang Xinzi, worried that there might be any scars. His face was very anxious, and he kept talking. Seeing that Xiaodai was very anxious, Shang Xinzi smiled slightly, and Ningchen's face appeared in his mind for no reason. Qingyue, you are a good person. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1328 words. In the cabin. Young Patriarch, what do you think of this Qingyue? Zhang Xinhe just kept silent when he heard this, and slowly touched his chin, seeming to be thinking about something. Suer's eyes flashed and he looked at the Gu master in front of him. Well. Did you say that yesterday, Zhang Ting was seriously injured with just one punch? It's absolutely true, I was right next to you. Zhang Wenyu nodded heavily, seeming to be still a little frightened by the scene where Ningchen punched Zhang Ting away yesterday. Is it the peak of the third level? Then his talent is really terrifying. If he is really at the peak of the third rank and is still at this age, then he is the one we must win over. Not to mention that you can take the lead in my fight for the position of clan leader, and you can also add a general to my Zhang family. Why not? Zhang Xinhe quietly leaned on the backrest behind him and smiled softly. Completely different from Zhang Xinhe's optimism, Zhang Wenyu actually had some vigilance in his heart. But seeing as he was going to take action if he disagreed with him yesterday, wouldn't he have a bad character? When Zhang Xinhe heard this, he laughed and waved his hands. You are overthinking this. Look at Qing Yu's majestic appearance. He is not much older than me, and at this time he has already reached the peak of the 3rd level. With such a talent, he is definitely a first-class genius. For such a genius to take the initiative to board the ship and be met by me, that's our luck. With such a genius, if he didn't have some arrogance, I would think that the name of this genius is in name only. Don't worry, Yu, it is definitely our luck to meet Qingyue. Yeah. Boom. A deafening crash swept through the minds of everyone on board. The impact was so strong that it almost turned the entire ship over. Zhang Wenyu and Zhang Shenhe, who were negotiating at the moment, also felt the violent impact. Bang! He grabbed the edge of the table with his hands and quickly got up from the ground. His face was very ugly and he looked extremely embarrassed. At this time, the trumpet-shaped goo insect on the table made a report. This is also the communication goo, the sound transmission goo, that is circulating in southern Xinjiang. Young Patriarch. There's a situation. I felt it. Did I hit something? Zhang Shenhe stood up, his eyes were very gloomy, and at the same time, he felt a little uneasy. What could be the thing that can shake the 3rd-level merchant ship goo? The voice came from the sound transmission goo again, reporting the scene in front of Zhang Shenhe. Young Patriarch, the river water in front of our boat seems to be boiling. The white smoke is so thick that I can't see anything clearly. Young Patriarch, do you know what that is? Zhang Xan and Wen Yan frowned even more tightly, murmuring. It looks like the water has been boiled. What flame beast king will live in the river? The more Zhang Shenhe thought about it, the more confused she became, and her brows furrowed even more. Suddenly, a ferocious figure flashed through his mind, as if his heart skipped a beat. Then he grabbed the sound transmission goo and almost roared. Run! That's Lava Crocodile. Or the king of 1,000 beasts. The only flame beast king that can live in the river is the Lava Crocodile. It should still be at the level of the 1,000 beast king, Mountain Lava Crocodile. Above the deck. Zhang Shenhe's roaring voice clearly fell into the ears of everyone present through the sound transmission goo. The faces of everyone who heard this changed greatly, and they were almost pale with horror. What? King of 1,000 beasts, Mountain Lava Crocodile. That's level 3 combat power. Aren't we going to die? Currently, the only ones on board, the young clan leader and Lord Qingyue, should be 3rd-level cultivators, right? The reputation of the King of 1,000 Beasts has already dispelled everyone's fighting spirit without even showing up. Everyone present looked at the billowing smoke in front of them out of the corner of their eyes, fearing that the mountain lava crocodile at the bottom of the river would jump out of the water in the next second. Phew! Suddenly, a heavy breathing sound came from the thick smoke, which did not sound like a human voice. Everyone took a closer look and suddenly saw a dark figure looming above the river. Looking closely at its size, it is no less than the merchant ships below it, and even a little better. A pair of vertical pupils that were as tall as an adult slowly opened, staring unscrupulously at the people on the boat. The crocodile's mouth opened, and the hot breath it exhaled caused everyone to cough. They had never fought before, but their momentum alone was enough to make them lose their will to fight. One of them stared blankly at the huge thing above the river, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his whole body was trembling. He swallowed his saliva to moisten his mouth and murmured to himself. This body shape, can't go wrong. This is, Mountain Lava Crocodile. King of 1,000 Beasts, 3rd rank combat power. His voice was not loud, but it passed through the heavy breathing of the Mountain Lava Crocodile and fell clearly into everyone's ears. This sentence made everyone present completely lose any fighting spirit. While everyone was staring at the Mountain Lava Crocodile, the Mountain Lava Crocodile was also looking at the merchant ship. His vertical pupils scanned slightly, as if he saw that there was no one on the ship who could pose a threat to him. There was a trace of human disdain in his vertical pupils. Roar! Then he roared wildly, swept his giant tail, and sank to the bottom of the water again. Instead, countless lava crocodiles of much smaller size swam up. Although their size was far smaller than that of mountain lava crocodiles, they were as big as houses and should not be underestimated. Ha! This mountain lava crocodile really looks down on people. Seeing that there was no fourth-turn goo master on the boat, it sank to the bottom of the water and let other mud lava crocodiles of the king of beasts come. Ningchen leaned against the window and saw the mountain lava crocodile sink to the bottom of the water, its huge tail sweeping up a large amount of water. He couldn't help but chuckle. After laughing, he lowered his eyes to look at the dark figure at the bottom of the river. Although it was a little vague, it was still vaguely discernible. The black eyes condensed slightly, and a bit of thinking flashed in his eyes. The mountain lava crocodile is only a third-turn combat power, the king of thousand beasts. If I attack head-on, with my means, it won't be a problem to take it down in a short time. In fact, the rest of the mud lava crocodiles are no threat to me at all. But doing so will not help me leave the deepest impression in Shang Xinxi's heart. Although taking the initiative can also leave a deep impression, only the life-saving straw before death is the most unforgettable. When Ningchen thought of this, Shang Xinxi's face appeared in his mind, and he smiled lightly. He casually took out a soul jade that looked like red jade from his pocket. His eyes wandered back and forth between the soul jade and the mud lava crocodile on the river surface, and he smiled slightly. I wonder if the soul of this beast can be refined into a soul jade. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1272 words. There was a moment of silence on the boat, it was very quiet. When you saw countless mud lava crocodiles climbing onto the boat along the stern, you fell into a strange silence. Even though this house-sized mud lava crocodile has already arrived. This mountain lava crocodile looks down on us. Sink to the bottom of the water and let a group of mud lava crocodiles deal with us. I don't know who made a sound to break the silence. After the silence, there was an even more deserted death silence. The dignified Goo Master was looked down upon by a mindless beast? What an insult is this, that a human being, the spirit of all things, can be looked down upon by a beast? Thinking of this, everyone felt a surge of anger in their hearts, but thinking of the terrifying figure at the bottom of the river, there was nothing they could do. Attention everyone, the mud lava crocodile is on board. Leave one Goo Master who is good at using water to keep an eye on the mountain lava crocodile. The rest, regardless of Goo Masters or mortals, all go to fight against the mud lava crocodile. Also, keep our goods as much as possible. At this time, Zhang Xinhe's voice echoed on several merchant ships. These words undoubtedly restored the brightness in the eyes of the silent people, and they also had plans in their hearts. With Zhang Xinhe as the backbone, everyone no longer loses their fighting spirit as easily as before. Damn it, isn't it just a group of crocodiles? I'm going to try this crocodile meat tonight. That is, if I can't even defeat a few crocodiles, I will become a Goo Master. Brothers, let's see who kills the most crocodiles. The least number of people will be invited to drink tonight. Ha 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 ha. Okay. For a moment, all the Goo Masters on the ship were ignited with strong fighting spirit and no longer looked as depressed as before. In the cabin. Hey, now that things have come to a point, I can only use war intent goo to stabilize the situation first. Zhang Xinhe looked at the fighting spirit goo in his palm with a wry smile, and his heart became increasingly bitter. Even if this bunch of mud lava crocodiles are easy to deal with, what should we do with the mountain lava crocodiles? I'm afraid only if I and not Qingwei join forces can there be any chance of survival. Thinking of the terrifying size of the mountain lava crocodile, the faint smile that often hung on Zhang Xinhe's face no longer existed, but instead became filled with sadness. That's all, let's deal with these mud lava crocodiles first. Right now, this is all I can do. With a sigh, Zhang Xinhe stepped out of the door and slowly walked onto the deck. The screen window is dimly lit, looking at each other speechlessly. Shang Xinxi and Xiao Dai were sitting in the room, it was very quiet, but a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Xiao Dai spoke, breaking the dead silence and embarrassment. Miss, do you think Uncle Zhang Zhu will come back well? Xiao Dai raised her head, her lips trembled a little, and her pupils shrank suddenly. It was obvious that she was very scared inside. Of course, she can't be blamed for this. For ordinary people, seeing such a huge creature, it would be very bold not to be frightened away. Hearing this, Shang Xinxi slowly raised his head, with gentle eyes, and smiled slightly. It's okay, Uncle Zhang Zhu is a Goo Master. He will definitely come back safely. Must. What Shang Xinzi never noticed was that her smile was very forced. I don't know whether she is comforting Xiaodai or herself. Bang bang bang. Wait, what? Shoo. Xiaodai was only halfway through her words when Shang Xinzi covered her mouth. However, this small sound also attracted the attention of the mud lava crocodile outside the house. Boom. It slammed the door open and stared directly at the two of them, as if it couldn't wait any longer. It's over, it's over. What should I do, miss? Xiaodia's feet softened and she fell to the ground, her face as pale as a vegetable. Although Shang Xinzi looked ugly, she still managed to stay calm and slowly pulled Xiaodai back. It's too big to get in. If we can get to the window and attract the attention of other Gu masters, we might still have some chance of survival. Waiting here is waiting to die. Even though Shang Xinzi was in danger and seemed to be falling into a crocodile's mouth in the next second, he still remained calm and tried to find a glimmer of life on the edge of death. Boom. Roar. When the mud lava crocodile saw the two retreating, it became even more impatient. It thrust forward again, letting the wood thorns scratch its skin, and wanted to eat these two. Its big mouth is only a few feet away from the two of them. Just push forward a little and you can eat them both. Shang Xinzi's face was very ugly. Looking at the big mouth of the mud lava crocodile, it seemed that he could already see his own end. I'm going to die. Thinking of her miserable appearance, Shang Xinzi slowly closed her eyes and waited quietly for death. Boom. Ouch. The next second, the shrill wail of the mud lava crocodile fell into Shang Xinzi's ears, and she quickly opened her eyes. Ningchen pulled out the long sword stuck on the head of the mud lava crocodile, shook off the blood stains on it, and held up a sword flower. As if aware of Shang Xinzi's gaze, he turned his head and smiled slightly. Miss Xinzi, are you okay? When Shang Xinzi heard this, her nose felt sour, she threw herself into Ningchen's arms and hid her head on his chest. Woo-woo. Ningchen looked at the beauty in his arms, gently put his arms around Shang Xinzi's shoulders, and comforted her softly. Don't cry, Miss Xinzi. However, Ningchen's words not only had no effect, but made Shang Xinzi cry even harder. After a long time, when Shang Xinzi calmed down, she slowly raised her head. But the tear marks and red eyes seemed to have kept her crying. Shang Xinzi seemed to have noticed that she was out of control just now. Lowered her head slightly, her face was a little red, and even a little hot. Sorry, Mr. Qingwei. Just now, I lost control of my emotions and didn't control it well for a while. Ningchen smiled softly when he heard it, waved his big hand, and didn't care. Nothing, you are just an ordinary girl, you can hold on until now, which is enough to surprise me. But I can't stay for long, you and Xiaodai should find a safer place to stay. On this ship, only I can deal with the mountain lava crocodile. After saying that, Ningchen turned around and left, taking a few pieces of clothes with him. However, Ningchen only took a few steps and his figure stopped in place. Ningchen's face froze, as if he noticed the softness in his palm. Looking back, Shang Xinzi smiled slightly, and held Ningchen's hand with her white hand. Mr. Qingwei. Take care. Ningchen was also slightly stunned when he saw this, but then he smiled faintly. Miss Xinzi, don't worry. That beast can't take my life. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1318 words. Thump thump thump. Ningchen slowly stepped onto the deck and looked around, seeing countless Zhang family Gu masters fighting with the mud lava crocodile. Come on, beasts. You evil beast, take my knife. You've only killed 3. I've already killed 5. Yeah, you kid is just waiting to treat me to a drink tonight. Ha 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 ha. Despite the danger, some of them still teased others. Ningchen smiled slightly when he saw this, and walked slowly away, straight past the battlefield between the Gu masters and the mud lava crocodile. Suddenly, a figure in dark clothes came into everyone's sight. Wait, who is that? That seems to be Lord Qingwei. Is he going to deal with that mountain lava crocodile? It's hard to say. Although the mountain lava crocodile had scared away all their courage, Ningchen was indeed at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. He and the young patriarch should be the only ones on this ship who can deal with the lava crocodile. Suddenly, looking at Ningchen's back, everyone inevitably had this thought in their hearts. Your Excellency Qingyue, I am Zhang Xinhe, the leader of this caravan, and Zhang Xinxi's clan brother. I am also at the 3rd level of cultivation, and you are at the peak of the 3rd level. How can you and I work together? We will definitely kill that mountain lava crocodile. Zhang Xinhe took one step and flew to Ningchen's side, chatting eloquently. At the end of the story, there was even more determination in his eyes. Ningchen smiled softly when he saw this, and patted Zhang Xinhe's shoulder lightly. Then he looked down at the looming giant at the bottom of the river, and talked leisurely. Huh? There's no need. I alone am enough. After saying that, he took a step forward, and 2 blue lightning wings sprouted out of his back for no reason. Turn 3, Thunder Wing Gu. As soon as he flapped his wings and flew, he hovered steadily in the air, looking down at the mountain lava crocodile from a high position, and shouted loudly. You evil beast, why don't you come up and die quickly? After saying this, the tyrannical 3rd level peak aura swept across the entire river. The peak of the 3rd revolution, no doubt. Roar. And the mountain lava crocodile in the river seemed to be aware of the threat brought to him by Ningchen. With a low roar, he surged up and stared at Ningchen with a pair of vertical pupils. Suddenly, the crocodile opened its mouth and poured in a huge amount of river water. However, what seemed to be a sun condensed in its throat was about to spurt out. Bang! The crocodile's mouth and throat trembled, and a lava fireball the size of a house flew towards him. The rolling heat wave hit his face, but it didn't shake Ningchen's expression at all. Although such a fireball is large, it can be easily avoided by Ningchen, who has activated the lightning wing gu. Ningchen ducked slightly, but several fireballs came one after another. Obviously, this mountain lava crocodile is also very spiritual and does not want to give Ningchen time to breathe. Ningchen's figure is like a ghost in the sky, changing his body shape in the air, but the rolling lava can't hurt him at all. Bang! Suddenly, the electric wings behind Ningchen flapped, and his body shot out, almost bringing out waves of sound. The electric blade in the palm is ready to go, and the crazy thunder and lightning snake surges wantonly. The strong wind rolled Ningchen's black hair to both sides, revealing his cold as iron expression. Clang! Ningchen's long sword wrapped around the raging thunder snake, and moved forward without any reservation, slashing at the back of the mountain lava crocodile. However, it cut out several pieces of linjia, leaving a white mark. However, the mountain lava crocodile was not injured at all. Not only that, the force of the countershock alone was enough to make Ningchen's jaws hurt and his arms sore. It can be seen that the defensive power of the back of this mountain lava crocodile is very strong. Turn 3, Stone Back Gu. The lava crocodile clan already has a strong back armor, and having this 3rd turn Stone Back Gu is even better. Ordinary level 3 Gu masters really have nothing to do. The defense of this mountain lava crocodile is too outrageous. The slash made by Qingyue just now will leave a crack in even a small mountain. But this mountain lava crocodile is fine. Seeing such a situation, countless Gu masters on the ship were filled with emotion, and at the same time they also had some doubts about Ningchen. Zhang Xinxi stood at the end of the crowd, staring intently at the battlefield between Ningchen and the lava crocodile. The beautiful eyes are shining, and the removal of worries in the heart is encouragement. Brother Qingyue, come on. Zhang Xinxi slowly closed her eyes and put her hands on her chest, as if secretly cheering for Ningchen. The electric blade dances wildly, and the lava flies. Looking from a distance, one can only see a figure flashing with thunder light soaring wantonly around the mountain lava crocodile. Roar! Ningchen's figure appeared in the air again. Looking at the mountain lava crocodile with small wounds all over his body, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. What a beast. Your turtle shell is really strong. But this doesn't mean that Qing can't help you. When Ningchen thought of this, he retracted the electric blade, flapped his electric wings, and flew higher. And the mountain lava crocodile also followed Ningchen's body shape and raised its head, looking up to the sky and roaring. Roar! Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, you beast is still the first person to taste this trick. Ningchen laughed endlessly, put his hands together, and stirred up his true energy. Turn 3, Sky Thunder Gu. Third turn, attracting thunder poison. Second turn, strong electric current poison. It is exactly the same as the poisonous insect of heavenly thunder punishment, but it is completely different from that heavenly thunder punishment. Boom. Ningchen clasped his hands together, and countless tiny thunder snakes were brewing in his palms. Although they were small, their power was even greater than that of the thick thunder snake just now. Countless thunder snakes continued to condense and compress under the compression of his hands. The lightning became more and more dazzling, and the thunder became more and more piercing. Heavenly thunder. Ningchen felt the numbness of his hands, smiled slightly, and aimed at the mountain lava crocodile on the river surface. Boom. Immediately, there was a thick and brilliant thunder like a thunder dragon, like a heavenly punishment, and it blasted directly at the mountain lava crocodile. Roar. The mountain lava crocodile seemed to sense some danger, and roared, trying to dodge, but how could it be too late? Boom. Suddenly, the torrent of thunder followed the mountain lava crocodile's huge mouth and poured into his stomach. After a few breaths, the thunder dissipated. Bang. Wow wow wow. The spirit in the mountain lava crocodile's vertical pupils was lost, and it fell to the surface of the river with a bang, splashing up huge waves. Did Lord Qingwei really defeat the mountain lava crocodile? It seems to be true. Ha 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 ha. This monster is finally dead. On the merchant ship, everyone had different expressions. Some of them were unbelievable that Ningchen defeated the mountain lava crocodile so easily. Of course, more of them were endless joy of surviving the disaster. Shang Xinzi looked at the figure with electric wings vibrating in the air and smiled slightly. Brother Qingyue, I'm glad you're okay. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1223 words. The air is crisp in autumn, and everything is depressed. Ningchen sat quietly by the window and looked at his palms, which were all covered with hideous scars. The originally fair skin is now extremely ferocious. Ningchen gently touched the scar, feeling pain in his heart, but it made him smile slightly. Tiangang Thunder is really an unfinished killing move. After all, it's just an imitation of the killing move from the previous life. It's not perfect, but it's reasonable. But the power is really overwhelming. Even the mountain lava crocodile, which is famous for its defense, can't stop my Tiangang Thunder. It just needs to be improved in the future. Green light emitted from Ningchen's palm, like a fairy's soft hand caressing his palm, smoothing his scars little by little. At this time, a gentle female voice came from outside the door. Brother Qingyue, are you there? I'm here, Xinzi, come in. When Ningchen heard this, he moved his hands and smiled slightly. Afterwards, Shang Xinzi slowly walked into Ningchen's room. Shang Xinzi walked slowly to Ningchen and sat quietly in front of Ningchen. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ningchen's palm, and there was a trace of unbearable flow in her eyes. Sue's fingers gently touched Ningchen's palm, her beautiful eyes slightly raised, and she spoke softly. Does it still hurt? Haha, it still hurts a little. Ningchen laughed dryly when he heard this. Such a gesture fell into Shang Xinzi's eyes, and his heart ached even more. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ningchen, feeling a little angry. You can actually go with the young patriarch. There is no need to force yourself. After hearing this, Ningchen slowly dispersed the green light on his hand and smiled softly. Don't worry about Xinzi, I'm just experimenting with my killing move. And this kind of injury is really nothing. It will heal in a few days. Hearing this, Shang Xinzi just looked at Ningchen silently. Although she didn't say anything, the gentleness in her eyes said everything. Shang Xinzi's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, as if she thought of something. By the way, Brother Qingyue. In 3 days, we will arrive at the Thunder Ci Mountains. Shang Xinzi didn't say the second half of her sentence, but even if she didn't say it, Ningchen could have guessed it. Brother Qingyue is about to disembark. Shang Xinzi thought about it, and there was a bit of reluctance in her eyes, and she wanted to ask to stay. When the words came to my lips, I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Shang Xinzi understood very well that Ningchen and she were not the same person. Ningchen seemed to notice Shang Xinzi's reluctance and comforted him softly. Don't worry, Xinzi, if I have time in the future, I will definitely go to Zhangjia's High as a guest. Brother Qingwei must come. Shang Xinzi slowly raised his head and smiled softly, his smile as bright as a flower. Must. When Ningchen heard this, he nodded slightly and smiled warmly. When Shang Xinzi left, Ningchen was the only one left. Ningchen sat quietly by the window, suddenly raised his head, looked into the distance, and murmured to himself. We're going to the Thunder Mountains in a few days. It seems that our days on the merchant ship are numbered. It seems that I have left a deep enough impression on Shang Xinzi. When the time comes to go to Merchant City, with Shang Xinzi's relationship, I must be like a fish in water. But just in case, let's take some more insurance measures in the next few days. At this time, there was a knock on the door, interrupting Ningchen's meditation. Dong dong dong. Please come in. Zhang Xinhe looked very excited when he stepped inside. Your Excellency Qingyue, we dissected the body of the mountain lava crocodile. We have dissected several goo worms. We believe that you killed the mountain lava crocodile by yourself, so we want you to choose among these goo worms. By the way, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, our caravan would probably be gone. How could we sell the body of the king of thousand beasts? Here are the dissected goo worms. You can take whichever one you like, Your Excellency Qingyue. Zhang Xin had chuckled lightly and placed a handful of goo worms on the table. Spread your hands and let Ningchen choose. As soon as these goo insects emerged, they attracted Ningchen's attention. For goo insects. It seems that several goo insects died under my Tiangang thunder. Ningchen narrowed his eyes slightly and inevitably had some guesses in his heart. With a sweep of his black eyes, he took in these goo insects. Third turn, rock armor goo. Defense against goo is useless to me. Third turn, stone skin goo, defense goo again. Second turn, magma goo. It's not really necessary. Is it possible that none of these goo insects are useful to me? Ningchen looked at these goo insects carefully, and a few thoughts flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Ningchen looked at the last goo insect, but just this look made Ningchen feel curious. Shaped like a hill, what kind of goo insect could this be? Xinhe young patriarch, what kind of goo insect is this? This one. I read in the book that it seems to be a strength goo. What is it called, earth strength goo? When Ningchen heard this name, he was suddenly shocked. Earth power goo? Although this goo worm is not rare, it is not useful for ordinary goo masters. There are roughly 3 schools of strength cultivation, namely the Heaven and Earth Power School, the Beast Power Shadow School, and the Human Power School. Of these 3 schools, the Heaven and Earth Power School is the most powerful, the most distant, but also the rarest. The Heaven and Earth Power School needs to use the power goo as the core, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. It can be said to be borrowing the power of heaven and earth, which is very powerful. This earth power goo is a kind of heaven and earth power goo. Legend has it that in the ancient times, the power goo immortals who practiced the power of heaven and earth could collapse mountains and destroy seas with a wave of their hands. It's a pity that this power goo is too rare, even rarer than the all-out goo, otherwise it would be a good idea to practice this power. But among these goo insects, this earth power goo is the most useful to me. Well, whatever. Let's take this earth power goo first. Ning Chen's mind flashed through thousands of thoughts, and then he grabbed the earth power goo and smiled gently. Whatever, I'll take this earth power goo. This Lord Qingyue is really unique. Zhang Xinhe looked at Ning Chen taking the earth power goo, his expression was a little dazed. After all, if this earth power goo doesn't have the borrowing power goo, it can only increase the strength at most, and it is very limited. Ning Chen quietly looked at the earth power goo in his palm, playing with it carefully, and suddenly smiled gently. Maybe this earth power goo just happens to suit my taste. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1299 words. The mountains and rivers are in depression, and everything is withered and yellow. A huge merchant ship sailed quietly on the Huanglong River. The bow of the ship cut through the waves and moved forward slowly. Ningchen stood quietly at the bow of the boat, raised his eyes and smiled slightly. The stretching mountains in the distance were reflected in the black eyes. Upon closer inspection, countless huge electric arcs danced from time to time on the rolling mountains in the distance. The whole body is blue and the electric arc is jumping. Such conspicuous features can be clearly seen even from several miles away. Lessie Mountains are finally here. Ningchen stood quietly at the bow of the ship, with his hands behind his hands, his clothes flowing in the wind, his dark hair dancing behind him, revealing a faint smile on his lips. At this time, a gentle female voice came from behind Ningchen, causing him to turn around and look. Brother Qingwei. Lessie Mountain will arrive in half an hour. Taking a closer look, he saw Shang Xinzi standing behind Ningchen with his eyebrows downcast and his expression gloomy. Ningchen looked at Shang Xinzi, whose expression was like a thick cloud covering his face, smiled softly, and said lightly. My heart is kind, there is no need to make such a gesture. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever. Even if I don't get off the boat at Lessie Mountain, I will get off the boat somewhere else. In other words, our separation is destined and inevitable. But I prefer to believe that the separation between you and me is for a better encounter next time. Qing is a man who travels around the world. Maybe one day you will be able to see me again somewhere in southern Xinjiang. Perhaps then you won't need to invite me on the boat, but you can hold an umbrella for me. Ningchen stood with his hands behind his back, a slight smile on his face, and talked leisurely. After hearing these remarks, Shang Xinzi no longer made any gestures of tears. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, he raised his head and smiled at Ningchen, nodding heavily, good. The merchant ship slowly docked, and a pedal was extended on the deck for people to go up and down. Move. Look carefully so you don't get hit. Just keep an eye on it. I won't care if it hits you. Move this way. Don't break the goods. As soon as they docked, countless Gu masters or mortals got off the ship with their goods and set up temporary stalls on the shore. Thump thump thump. Ningchen slowly stepped off the boat, tilted his head slightly, and saw the towering Thunder Ci mountain rising into the clouds, flashing arcs of electricity. Seeing this situation, Ningchen smiled slightly and then continued walking forward. Suddenly, a scream came from behind Ningchen. Brother Qingwei. You, take care. Shang Xinzi looked at Ningchen's retreating back, then looked down at the bone hairpin in her palm. I just felt my nose was sore, and the hairpin in my palm became blurry. Take care and be kind. Ningchen smiled slightly when he heard this, turned around and looked at Shang Xinzi with tears in his eyes. Then he turned around and left, leaving a few pieces of his charming clothes behind, and poured into the crowd. The full tears fell slowly like broken beads, and were slowly brushed away from the cheeks. Shang Xinzi looked at the strangely delicate hairpin in her palm again, even though it was very blurry. She curled her jade fingers, rolled the hairpin into her hand, and hugged her into her arms. Ningchen walked quietly among the crowd, his black eyes as calm as water, and a few deep smiles flashed across his face. I'm afraid Shang Xinzi will never forget me, Brother Qingyue, even when he comes to Merchant City. After all, that hairpin was made with all my heart. In this case, I will no longer take care of Shang Xinzi, but I should focus on my own development. Bang. Suddenly, Ningchen's meditation was interrupted. Apparently, he was hit. Ouch. Ningchen's expression was still so cold. He looked around and saw a young man in white clothes. I just saw this young man, dressed in white like snow, with handsome features, but his body was quite thin. Just the collision just now knocked him to the ground. The white clothes were also stained with a few traces of mud, making him look a little embarrassed. At this time, Ningchen looked at the young man in white with great interest and secretly speculated in his heart. However, this commotion cannot be called small even in the market. Soon, a group of young men also dressed in white gathered around him. Although they are all dressed in white, the bronze medal around their waist that represents the Gu master's cultivation is clearly engraved with 1 or 2. Obviously, these teenagers are all Gu masters, but they are only at rank 2 at most. Yunying, what's wrong? Nothing, I bumped into someone. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you just now. The young man known as Yunying was helped by several people to stand up. He bowed, apologized to Ningchen, and prepared to leave. However, Ningchen raised his hand to stop them, smiled slightly. Everyone, walk slowly. I wonder if you are the Lei family Gu master. I am a businessman. I heard that the thunder magnetite in Lei Jiazhai is very precious. I happened to be passing by here and wanted to buy some. The thunder magnetite in the Thunder Ci Mountains is a rare Gu material that is famous almost throughout southern Xinjiang. Because the Leici Mountains are shrouded in thunderstorms all year round, the strange stones born in them became the Leici Oregon. And it is also one of the necessary Gu materials for Gu masters to refine Gu. Therefore, Lei Jiazhai also gradually became stronger through the business of thunder magnetic ore. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry that you are an outsider and don't know much. Forget it, let me tell you. Yunying laughed loudly when he heard this, as if he had heard something funny. First of all, we are not from Lei Jiazhai, we belong to Yunjiazhai next to Lei Jiazhai. Our Yunjiazhai is on that mountain, and that mountain is called Yunshao Mountain. Speaking of this, Yunying also pointed to the high mountain in the distance that reached the clouds. And Lei Jiazhai is on this mountain, and this mountain is the famous Leici Mountain. Ningchen immediately understood a little bit in his heart, and arched his hands. Oh, then I think Yunshao Mountain is not that close to here. Why do you have to run so far to the foot of Lei Jiazhai? Everyone heard this, their expressions were a little gloomy. Alas, this I really have no choice. Please forgive me for not telling you anything. But I can tell you that we came here to buy things from the caravan. Oh. When Ningchen heard this, he immediately understood a little. However, at this time, an inappropriate voice came. Yunying, what are you guys doing there? Hurry up and pick some things you need, and go back to the village after buying them. Okay, young clan leader. After responding, Yunying smiled apologetically at Ningchen. Sorry, brother, we have something important to do, so we won't talk anymore. After that, Yunying and his group left quickly. Ningchen looked at the eye-catching white figures in the crowd with interest, and smiled slightly. It seems that the strength of the Yunjiazhai should not be as good as the Lei Jiazhai. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1345 words. Young Patriarch. Yunying looked at the figure in white clothes fluttering in front of him, and his expression became a little cautious. But seeing this man in fluttering white clothes, with a tall and straight figure, sharp eyebrows, and the corners of his eyes as sharp as arrows. The most eye-catching thing is that the silver medal around his waist is engraved with the word. Obviously, this young man is also a level 3 Gu master. And this young man is the young patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Luotian. When Yun Luotian saw everyone returning, he glanced at them lightly and said lightly. Well, now that you're here, let's go pick out the Gu worms or Gu materials you want. I hope our Yunjiazhai can produce a few new stars in the Thunder Prison trial this year. You can be considered the seed players of our Yunjiazhai this year. Yun Luotian looked at a few people and chuckled for a moment. However, at this time, there was an inappropriate voice, which made the smile on Yun Luotian's face disappear. Young Patriarch, isn't there Yun Yangza? After hearing this, a figure in green clothes appeared in Yun Luotian's heart. Thinking of this, Yun Luotian's face turned as cold as iron and he spoke coldly. Yun Yangza? Humph. He's just a dandy who has only empty qualifications and doesn't seize the time to practice. If he had only worked hard at practice for even half a day, I wouldn't look down on him so much. Yet he only knows how to be spontaneous and have fun all day long. He can't afford to be the leader of our Yunjiazhai. Yun Luotian's loud shouts shocked everyone and made them dare not speak even though they were unwilling to do so. Yun Luotian opened his sleeves, turned away, and spoke softly. Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. Everyone should hurry up and buy the Gu materials you want. After all, we really don't have much time. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled, and they dispersed and rushed to various shops. At this time, Ningchen was standing next to a stall not far away, looking at the products. But in fact, he listened to everything Yun Luotian said. There was a faint light in his eyes, flashing with a thoughtful look. Thunder Prison Trial? Ningchen chewed this word quietly in his heart, as if he wanted to read something from it. However, no matter how much Ningchen guessed, he couldn't figure out what this Thunder Hell trial was. That's all, let's capture a lone Yun family Gu master later and search for his soul. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Ningchen's eyes, and he stopped thinking about it. The teeth of the king of thousand beasts. Excellent goo material. Everyone, take a look, this is the body of the mountain lava crocodile, the king of thousand beasts. After passing this village, there is no such shop. Suddenly, bursts of shouts fell into Ningchen's ears. Ningchen looked for his voice and saw the body of the mountain lava crocodile being dragged behind the merchant ship. Countless people gathered around the corpse and marveled. Oh! This thousand beast king is so big. Nonsense, this is the king of thousand beasts, can it be smaller? Who will be able to kill this thousand beast king? Ningchen just glanced at it and stopped paying too much attention. Suddenly, his peripheral vision swept across the crowd, which made his eyes light up slightly. It seems like this is also a Yun family goo master. But seeing this man, dressed in green clothes. Her blonde hair is dancing wildly, her yellow pupils are shining brightly, her sword-shaped eyebrows are as sharp as a sharp sword, and her face is as bright as a crown jewel. The long sword at the waist is like ice and water, and the edge of the sword is hidden but not exposed. What a handsome and flamboyant young man. He looked at the body of the mountain lava crocodile quietly, with a faint smile on his lips. At this moment, his golden eyes flashed, seeming to notice Ningchen's arrival, and he smiled wildly. Hey, do you know the origin of this lava crocodile? Ningchen was slightly startled when he saw him taking the initiative to talk to him, and then he chuckled lightly. Well, I don't know. I just remember that a distinguished guest on the ship single-handedly killed the lava crocodile. The man nodded slightly when he heard this, looked at the mountain lava crocodile again, and murmured to himself. Really? What a shame. It's a pity that I wasn't there at the time, otherwise I would have torn this mountain lava crocodile into pieces. Ha 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 ha. This man couldn't stop laughing, his laughter was very brisk and arrogant, as if he didn't take this mountain lava crocodile seriously at all. Hearing this, Ningchen secretly kept a close eye on him and looked at the bronze medal on his waist. The word is clearly printed on it. Obviously, he is just a level 2 goo master. Does a second level goo master dare to speak so wildly? Is it possible that he has some secrets? Seeing how confident he was, Ningchen also had some doubts in his heart, so he asked aloud. I think you are only a second level goo master, why are you so confident? Hearing this, the man burst into laughter and gave a light drink. Ha 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 ha. So what? I, the majestic Yun Yangzi, am the #1 genius in Yunshao Mountain. Why worry about not reaching the 3rd level of cultivation in the future? Ningchen looked at the man who was laughing wildly in front of him, and felt a little clear in his heart. It turns out that this person is the so-called Yun Yangzi. The #1 genius in Yunshao Mountain? He sounds really arrogant. But without understanding his strength, you still shouldn't make any hasty conclusions. Ningchen thought so in his heart, and then he slightly cupped his hands and smiled in agreement. So you are the first genius of Yunshao Mountain, Yun Yangzi. How disrespectful. I just don't know why you have the courage to call yourself that. I am a foreign merchant and don't know the local situation. Please tell me one by one. Yun Yangzi glanced with his golden eyes, as if he admired Ningchen's attitude very much, and smiled coldly. Humph. You ask me why I dare to call myself the first genius of Yunshao Mountain? Because I am a top-level talent, 99%. Looking at the entire history of the Yun family village, there has never been a genius with my talent. Not to say that there will be no successors, but it can also be said that there has been no one before. In that case, why can't I be called the first genius of Yunshao Mountain? Ningchen was very surprised when he heard this, and he murmured to himself. What? It's actually 99% of the A grade? Your Excellencies, no. One genius of Yunshao Mountain is truly worthy of the title. Yun Yangzi smiled even more after hearing this, and patted Ningchen's shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Well, I tell you this, you can't understand my title of genius after all. How about this, in a few days, in winter, it will be the Thunder Prison Trial in the Thunder Magnetic Mountain Range. At that time, the 2 major goo master strongholds in the Thunder Magnetic Mountain Range, the rising stars and geniuses of the Lei family and the Yun family will participate. You can stay here for a while, and then you can enjoy this annual Thunder Prison trial. Of course, you don't have to worry about the profit issue. I will naturally make up for your losses in these days. And in the Thunder Prison trial, you will understand. The so-called genius in your mouth is just barely enough to meet me. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,349 words. When Ningchen heard the words, a hint of joy slowly crept up to his eyebrows, and he arched them slightly. Really? Thank you, Mr. Yangza. 99% of the first-class geniuses. To be honest, Qing has been traveling in southern Xinjiang for many years, and this is the first time he has heard of it. Therefore, Qing is looking forward to the Thunder Prison trial. Hearing this, Yunyang's felt that this Ningchen was becoming more pleasing to the eye, and laughed. Oh. Ha 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 ha. Looking forward to the Thunder Prison trial? It's better to say you're looking forward to my personal performance. Yunyang's laughter was so wild that it attracted the attention of everyone in the market. Who is that person? He talks so arrogantly. I don't know. Judging from his attire, he should be a Gu master from the Yun family. I remember, isn't the Yun family slightly weaker than the Lei family? Then I don't know. Humph. What a bullshit first genius. At this time, a harsh sneer suddenly came from the crowd. Immediately, a figure in mysterious clothes flew out, thunder flowers dancing in the palm of his hand. With a sneer, he threw the electric flower in his hand and turned into an electric python and killed Yunyang's. Boom. Ha. The electric python was getting closer and closer to Yunyang's, but Yunyang's pulled out the sword from his waist with his backhand. He raised his sword's edge and slashed out a blade of light, which split the electric python into two and lost any power at all. Yunyang's turned around leisurely, looked at the visitor with his golden eyes somewhat casually, and smiled jokingly. Who do I think it is? It turns out to be Lei Yi. Or, my former subordinates were defeated? Ha 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 ha. With a hint of joking smile on his face, Yunyangza looked at the young man named Lei Yi playfully. The long sword in his hand was raised slightly, and the blade was pointed directly at that person. Ningchen also stood behind Yunyangza with great interest and looked at Lei Yi. But seeing that this person has an ordinary appearance in life, and even more mediocre in his black clothes. The short dark hair is barely visible on the temples, but it looks neat and tidy. He may have an average appearance, but his eyes are sharp and full of energy. When Lei Yi saw that the attack was unsuccessful, he slowly retracted his palm, looked at Yunyangza, he was not upset at all, and smiled slightly. Yunyangza, you can indeed be called the #1 genius in Yunshao Mountain. It is even said that no one in the entire Leitzi Mountains can surpass you in terms of talent. But when it comes to experience, mind, and character, you are far worse than our young patriarch. If we meet in the Thunder Prison trial, I don't think you can defeat the young patriarch. When Lei Yi said this, he shook his head and sighed softly. But when Yunyang's heard this, he didn't put the young patriarch of the Lei family in his eyes at all, and snorted coldly. Humph. I remember your young clan leader's name is Lei Dong? Although I have never fought against him, I can be sure that no matter what, he will definitely not be able to defeat me. Over the years, I have seen many geniuses in the Thunder Prison trial, but they all call me a genius. Speaking of this, Yunyang's golden eyes flashed, and he burst into an arrogant smile. Then, he actually took hold of the long sword in his hand and stepped out with a step, bringing out little particles of light. Aha! Suddenly, Yunyang's figure came to Lei Yi, who was dozens of steps away. The long sword in the palm of my hand seems to be wrapped in a glow, so dazzling. Aha! Yunyang slashed out with his sword, and actually produced wisps of howling sounds, which were the wails of the air. The gleaming golden sword edge continued to magnify in Lei Yi's dark eyes, making the shock in his eyes extremely eye-catching. What? What a madman! How dare he attack me in public? Is he crazy? When Ningchen saw Yunyangza appearing next to Lei Yi, he just smiled slightly. I am impulsive and irritable, letting my mind do things. It seems to be a good move. He crossed his arms across his chest, not intending to interfere in any way. However, just because Ningchen doesn't interfere doesn't mean that others won't interfere. Asshole. The voice arrived before anyone arrived, and a cold and violent shout resounded in everyone's ears. Then, an afterimage in white clothes was seen passing through everyone's eyes. Bang! Just hearing a sound that broke through the air, Yun Yang's figure retreated violently. The surging force stirred up surging smoke and dust. Yun Yang's figure retreated dozens of meters away, holding the sword with both hands. His clothes were stained with some mud and dust, and his face looked a little ugly. Yun Luotian, what do you mean? The smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing Yun Luotian's ice-like expression, drinking coldly. Humph. What do I mean? You dare to attack the Lei family Gu master at the foot of the Lei family village? What did you mean by me? After a loud shout, the market was shocked into silence. Ha 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 ha. Brother Luotian, don't be so angry. After all, Yun Yang's name is indeed as powerful as thunder. At this time, there was a burst of rather light laughter. However, upon hearing this sound, Yun Luotian's expression suddenly changed, and he followed the sound. It turns out to be Brother Lei Dong. I didn't expect to wake you up. When Yun Luotian saw the person coming, he screamed in surprise and was very complimentary. But I saw this man, wearing a dark green military robe, slowly and gracefully blowing in the wind. He stood with his hands behind his back and walked quietly in front of the Lei family Gu masters. He has a dignified appearance, a smile that feels like the spring breeze blowing on his face, and he doesn't have the airs of the young patriarch of the Lei family. Lei Dong leisurely walked in front of Yun Luotian, patted his shoulder, smiled lightly. I can't call it alarming. I just wanted to come down the mountain to see the market, but I saw this scene by accident. I advise Brother Luotian not to be impatient. After all, my Lei family Gu master is kind to everyone and will not be the first to attack. Yun Luotian's eyebrows sank when he heard this, and he naturally heard the hidden meaning behind Lei Dong's words. Your Yun Yangzi took the lead, so don't blame me for educating him. Thinking of this, Yun Luotian had a headache. He quickly explained with a forced smile on his face. Indeed, our Yun family has long admired the reputation of the Lei family's Gu masters in treating others with kindness and justice. Today we came to the market to do some shopping, just to see the Lei family's hospitality. Although the smile on Yun Luotian's face was very forced, there was also a hint of warning. We Yun family Gu masters are also here, I advise you not to act rashly. Lei Dong smiled even more when he saw this, and turned to look at Lei Yi aside. I remember your name was Lei Yi? Very good, you can maintain the dignity of our Lei family. After we go back, go to the clan treasury to get 100 yuan stones. Understood. Lei Yi looked happy when he heard this, thanked him and quickly left. Afterwards, Lei Dong raised his head and looked at Yun Yangzi in the distance with a pale expression. Yun Yangzi. I'm looking forward to your performance in this Thunder Prison trial. Really looking forward to it. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1296 words. But you just openly attacked our Lei family's Gu masters in public, regardless of our Lei family's face. It's really hard for me to handle. Not to mention whether I can accept it, maybe the old man won't be happy after knowing it. Lei Dong changed the topic and walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. His gaze was leisurely, and sometimes he glanced at Yun Yang's in the distance. He was very calm, not even the slightest bit sullen. Yun Yang's chuckled upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed in his golden eyes. Humph. So what? Bang. Pft. Halfway through his words, he was interrupted by Lei Dong. In an instant, the thunderous figure flew away, leaving only a few sparks on the road. Immediately, Yun Yangzi felt a strong blow to his lower abdomen, and his stomach was turbulent for a moment. Suddenly, he half knelt on the ground and spit out a mouthful of sour water. Lei Dong slowly hid his palms back in his sleeves, looked down at Yun Yangzi who was vomiting acid water, and smiled slightly. So, for the sake of the old man's happiness, and for the sake of our Lei family's face, I don't mind giving you a little pain. Yun Yangzi, you are truly a first-class genius. It can be said that they are like young eagles in the nest and young fish in the lotus pond. Once they grow up, they will be like the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to jump. But you have to know that you haven't grown up yet. The eaglet that hasn't grown up can even be bullied by poisonous insects on the cliff. It's a pity that I'm not a poisonous insect on the cliff. But you are an eagle whose wings are not fully fledged. Lei Dong quietly looked down at the rather embarrassed Yun Yangzi, standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes as cold as ice, and he talked leisurely. After saying that, Lei Dong turned around and left slowly, not caring at all how Yun Yangzi and Yun Luotian just looked at Yun Yangzi from the beginning to the end without doing anything to stop him. Why? He didn't dare or want to stop Lei Dong. Ningchen watched all of this quietly, everything was reflected in his black eyes, which made him smile. Ha ha ha. It's really interesting. The heroes of the world are really like the Christian carp crossing the river. Just after coming to Leitzi Mountain for a short time, I met countless young heroes. They all mentioned the Thunder Prison trial without exception. As a result, I am becoming more and more curious about this Thunder Prison cultivation. From the current point of view, going to Lei's house is undoubtedly a better choice. Not to mention that the strength of Lai Jiazhai is higher than that of Yun Jiazhai. Besides, I am majoring in Thunder Dao, but I have all the ideas in my mind but there is no suitable goo insect, and Lai Jiazhai can just meet my needs. With this thought in Ningchen's mind, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the back of the thundering figure in the distance. Smiling slightly, he followed. Yun Yangzi, get up. Yun Luotian slowly walked to Yun Yangzi, glanced slightly, and then left slowly. Yun Yangzi knelt on one knee, his clothes were stained with gray, and his face was extremely ugly. If I weren't worried about the self-destruction of the Tenju body, how could I be inferior to you in cultivation? Yun Yangzi roared in his heart, and then sank into the void. But seeing that the dark red essence in the void was almost overflowing. Different from the 90% of first-class qualifications, this is a 100% qualification. That is, the 10 unique bodies. The secluded forest covers the sky, and wisteria twines around it. A group of people in Lai Jiazhai walked quietly in the forest, and Lei Dong was walking in front of everyone. Lei Yi in the crowd, his eyes flashing with thoughts, finally walked up to Lei Dong and asked bluntly. Young patriarch, why don't you care about Yun Yangzi at all? Isn't he the #1 genius in our Leitzi mountain range? Lei Dong turned around after hearing this, looked at Lei Yi whose face was full of doubts, and smiled softly. Ha 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 ha. Lei Yi, that Yun Yangzi is indeed the #1 genius in our Leitzi mountain range. In terms of qualifications alone, in the entire Thunder Ci Mountains, even if it goes back several hundred years, there is probably no one with qualifications that can surpass him. 99% is the pinnacle of the worldly world. One step further will reach the 10 absolute body. That would mean that heaven would be jealous of him, but he would not be as qualified as he is. The second-generation clan leader of our Lai Jiazhai is the Yanhuang Laizadi. His combat power is extremely powerful. Even among countless clan leaders, there is no one who can match him. It's a pity that he died early when he was only about 40 years old. He died of self-destruction due to the shortcomings of the Tenju body. And I only have 90% of the first-class qualifications. Although I can be called a genius, there is still a gap between me and Yun Yangzi. Yeah. Lei Yi looked at Lei Dong, who was smiling and talking eloquently. His eyes flashed slightly, and he felt as if his hope had failed. Even the young patriarch is not as qualified as Yun Yangzi. Then can I really defeat Yun Yangzi? At this time, an ethereal and clear female voice sounded in his mind. Xiao Lei Yi, don't belittle yourself like this. With the help of my majestic Yulei master, Nan Zhangyue, how difficult is it to defeat a mere Tenju body? Lei Yi was moved when he heard this. He smiled bitterly to himself and looked down at the ring in his hand. In my mind, there is a figure in fluttering blue clothes. Master, may I ask you what level of cultivation you had when you were alive? Nan Zhangyue pondered for a moment, then smiled gently, flicking his sleeves. Ha ha ha. Since Xiao Lei is so uneasy, I won't hide it anymore. I was a rank 15 Gu master when I was alive, specializing in thunder, and I can destroy mountains and rivers in a snap of a finger. People like the Shang family leader, Tai family leader, and even Wu family leader are no match for me. It's a pity that they died in the calamity of ascending to immortality, their bodies dissipated, and only these few residual souls were left. But even so, there are countless geniuses who have died in my hands. Xiao Lei, you just need to believe in Master. I understand, Master. Lei Yi nodded secretly after hearing this, and gained some confidence. Lei Dong saw that Lei Yi was silent for a long time, laughed, and patted his shoulder gently. Ha ha ha. Lei Yi, don't worry about Yun Yangzi. He's just a clown. Instead of thinking about how talented Yun Yangzi is, it's better to practice hard and prepare for the next Leiyu training. Yun Yangzi is just a peak of the second turn, and I'm already in the middle of the third turn, more than a big realm away. With me here, Yun Yangzi will definitely not be able to cause any trouble. Lei Yi raised his head and looked at Lei Dong with a faint smile on his face, his eyes flashed slightly, and he nodded heavily. I understand, young clan leader. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,362 words. On top of Leitzi Mountain. There are many bamboo buildings, scattered in different heights, and the streets are well connected with people. Shops gather together, people flow, and people come and go. Looking from a distance, most of Leitzi Mountain is actually brightly lit, like stars falling high, reflecting the moonlit night. In the mansion, candlelight flickers. Lei Dong leisurely sat in the hall, picked up the teacup, lightly opened his thin lips, and took a sip of fragrant tea. The rich tea rolled into the throat, and a few hints of fragrance bloomed on the tip of the tongue. Sewer Lei Dong's eyes lit up slightly, and he lowered his eyes to look at the teacup. His chuckle was reflected on the clear tea. Ha 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 ha. This Yun family's cuckoo's cry is indeed a good tea. Bang. 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 Suddenly, several figures suddenly fell to their knees and hit their foreheads on the ground, spurting out a stream of blood. Young Patriarch, forgive us for our incompetence. We really don't have a clue about these goo insects. Young Patriarch, we are willing to be punished for this. Upon seeing this, Lei Dong's smile gradually faded, he slowly put down the teacup in his hand, and turned to look at a few people. He leaned back and leaned on the backrest behind him, his eyes slightly narrowed with a hint of thought. These goo masters are already my closest confidants who have the most profound knowledge of Thunder Dao. They don't even have a clue? What should we do? Thinking of this, Lei Dong's heart sank slightly, but he raised his eyes slightly and looked at the several portraits in the hall. Suddenly, Lei Dong's eyes narrowed slightly and he looked at the first portrait, which was the first-generation head of the Lei family. Lei Jitian. Master Patriarch. Your so-called inheritance is too difficult to obtain. But I'm really looking forward to what's in this inheritance. Lei Dong shook his head gently, smiled secretly, stood up slowly. Thump thump thump. Get up. It's quite tiring to study goo worms. You haven't had dinner yet. Why don't I treat you all to a banquet today? Tianyuan Pavilion or Mingyu Building? Lei Dong quickly helped several people up, with a faint smile on his face, without any airs of the young clan leader. Young Patriarch, this. I can't do it. No need, we can just take care of dinner ourselves. Hearing this, everyone ignored the blood flowing from Tungtunger's forehead and quickly rejected it. It seemed that they couldn't stand Lei Dong's enthusiasm. What does this mean? Could it be that you don't give me, the young patriarch, face? When Lei Dong saw this, his face pretended to darken, and his tone also pretended to be a bit unhappy. This. Their silent looks caught Lei Dong's eyes, which made him laugh and fan his sleeves. Okay, don't refuse. 8 o'clock in the evening, Zuaxian Tower. That's it, no one will be late. Whoever is late will be really disrespectful to me. Ha 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 ha. Thump thump thump. Ningchen stepped into the shop, raised his head, and took a closer look, and saw a young female goo master walking towards him. Sir, what would you like to order? Our Zishuan store has the widest supply of goods in the entire Leijiazhai. Whether you want goo insects, goo materials, or information, as long as you have yuan stone, you can buy them all. After hearing the words, Ningchen pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly, cupped his hands. In that case, miss, you might as well take out some third-level Thunder Path goo worms. As the store with the widest supply of goods in Lejiazhai, I wonder if it can open my eyes? When the female Gu master heard this, the smile on her face became even stronger. She bowed slightly, her smile was as bright as a flower. I believe you will not disappoint the guest. Then he slowly reached out and took out a bookworm and handed it to Ningchen. Ningchen took it and penetrated it with his spiritual consciousness, and saw countless Thunder Path Gu insects. Among them, there are many first and second turns, and third turns account for the minority after all. After looking at it carefully for a moment, Ningchen returned the bookworm in his hand and started talking. Take a 3-turn Thunder Gu, a 3-turn Electricity Gu, a 3-turn Power Gu, and a 2-turn Electric Spear Gu. Okay, sir, wait a moment. Afterwards, the girl handed over all 4 Gu insects to Ningchen. Ningchen will only make payment after inspecting the goods and confirming that there is no problem. Very good, how many yuan stones are there in total? A total of 100,000 yuan stones. Ningchen raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and was a little surprised at such a low price. But as long as you think about it for a moment, you will know that there is no problem. First of all, Leitzi Mountain is covered with Thunder Dao traces and is rich in Thunder Dao Gu insects. And the 2 third-level Gu worms are both auxiliary Gu worms. Taken together, 100,000 yuan stones is a very reasonable price. Ningchen stepped out of the shop, raised his eyes slightly, and saw. There was such a huge flow of people, shoulder to shoulder, that it seemed extremely difficult to even find a place to stay. There are many stalls and crowds of people, and the joy is beyond words. Seeing this situation, Ningchen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Lejiazhai is really a large family. The number of people in Yijiazhai and Guyue village is not comparable. But when I think about it, today seems to be the unique Moon Festival in southern Xinjiang. So, I'm afraid all the Lei family's Gu masters have gathered in the village. Without the lone Gu master of the Lei family, it would be difficult for me to search for information. When Ningchen thought of this, his brows slightly frowned, and he fell into a moment of contemplation. Then his eyes flashed slightly, and he smiled faintly. Well, since it's not possible today, let's do it another day. Today, let me study the newly bought Gu insects and develop new killer moves. Thinking like this in his heart, Ningchen stepped forward and joined the crowd. The forest was dark, cicadas and birds were chirping. Which was completely different from the lights of thousands of houses in the mountain village, but it was quiet. Suddenly, a few subtle thunders could be heard in the forest. From a distance, you can see that a few dazzling lightnings can be transmitted between the leaves. Crazy thunder whip. Lei Yi roared wildly, and a few lightnings burst out from his palm. Upon closer inspection, it was very different from ordinary lightning and was extremely condensed. A closer look revealed that a 9-foot-long lightning whip had grown out. Instantly, the crimson true essence in the void suddenly descended. Lei Yi's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a trace of determination, and he waved his arm. In an instant, the lightning whip in his palm was dancing with lightning, and lightning snakes were flying. The fierce whip was like a violent storm, hitting the 2-foot-high granite in front of him. Immediately, the sharp sound of breaking through the air continued, echoing in the mountains and forests. A moment later, the granite in front of him, which was 2 meters high, was shattered by the thunder. If the one just now could be called a boulder, then the one now could be called a shaky stone pillar. This situation fell into Lei Yi's eyes, and naturally he showed a few traces of joy. Ha master, the power of your killing move is really pleasing. It's just that the consumption of true energy is a bit serious. After saying that, Lei Yi suddenly felt that his eyelids were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he fell to the ground without a trace of strength in his body. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,362 words. Lei Yi fell to the ground quietly, his chest rising and falling. Apparently he just consumed too much real energy and passed out. It was nothing serious. Ha ha ha. Immediately, bursts of gentle laughter came from Lei Yi's fingers. Suddenly, a wisp of white smoke seemed to rise from the fingers. What is surprising is that the white smoke actually condensed into a human form in the air. Floating quietly in the air, it makes people look at it and think it is so weird. But when I saw this girl, her blue clothes were fluttering, she looked like an immortal or a god. The long blue hair rises without wind, like water and tide. His blue eyes are as clear as water, yet gentle but 3 points better than water. The skin is bright and clean, the body is ice cold and the bones are jade, and the large clothes cannot hide the graceful figure. It's amazing to look at and sigh that she is a peerless iceberg beauty. This woman is the Jade Thunder Master in Lei Yi's ring, Nan Zhangyue. Nan Zhangyue's beautiful eyes reflected Lei Yi's unconsciousness with her eyes closed, but it made her eyes gentle and rejuvenated, and she smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. What a stupid boy. I asked you to experiment with killing moves, but I didn't tell you to use up all your true energy. Who knew you were such a stubborn kid? When you see this stone, you want to break it. Well. Nan Zhangyue shook her head secretly, but the smile on her face was a little helpless, but her eyes were gentle but not diminished. That's fine, just let you rest for a while. With Master here, you just need to rest peacefully. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, in the quiet mountain forest, except for the sound of Nan Zhangyue talking to herself, there was only the sound of subtle footsteps. Nan Zhangyue looked at the sound, her beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and there was a little bit of surprise in her heart. It's so late, and there are still people on Thunder Mountain? Forget it, let's go back first. I can't be seen by other Gu masters. Otherwise, Xiao Lei wouldn't be able to explain clearly. Immediately, Nan Zhangyue's figure turned into a wisp of smoke again and escaped into the ring. Bang! Ningchen crossed the trees and saw an open space. After taking a closer look, I saw a rather strange-shaped stone pillar and a young man who had fainted on the ground. Ningchen frowned slightly, and there was a hint of thought in his black eyes. I just noticed a few fluctuations of souls in this position. Now, all I see is a young man who fainted on the ground and a strange-shaped stone pillar. And this stone. Ningchen thought of this, crossed Lei Yi, walked slowly to the stone pillar, and picked up a piece of gravel. He gently played with the gravel in his hand, and then with a sudden force from his fingers, he crushed it into stone powder. Wisps of stone powder slipped down between his fingers, making him smile coldly. It's granite. I'm very curious about what methods this young man can use to make such a big piece of granite look like this. Ningchen turned around and narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the sleeping Lei Yi. Forget it, after searching the soul, everything is known. Ningchen sneered, opened his fingers, and there seemed to be a few rays of light flowing in his palms. Second turn, soul-searching Gu. Ningchen's big hand slowly stretched towards Lei Yi's head like a devil's claw. Suddenly, just when Ningchen's palm was only an inch away from Lei Yi's head, he opened his eyes. Bang! Lei Yi stood up suddenly, put his hands on the ground, and whipped out a whip kick. Ningchen was also shocked by Lei Yi's sudden attack, and his chest was firmly swallowed by Lei Yi's whip kick. Ningchen's figure kept retreating, but he did not fall to the ground. On the contrary, Ningchen stepped heavily and stabilized his retreating figure. Ningchen patted the dust on his chest and clothes, and smiled slightly. With such strength and such speed of reaction, you. Not an ordinary Lei family Gu master. Completely different from Ningchen's indifference, Lei Yi felt that the foot that kicked Ningchen seemed to have kicked a solid piece of granite. The force of its backlash was so shocking that his legs were numb and his feet were sore. Lei Yi felt the soreness and numbness in his feet and roared in his heart. Master. What should I do? I have never seen this person before. No, you've seen it before. Nan Zhangyue fanned his sleeves, shouted coldly to stop his panic, and started talking. Today, when you saw Yun Yangzi, the person next to you was him. Just because you can't remember it doesn't mean your master can't remember it. Suddenly, Nan Zhangyue's reminder made Lei Yi's eyes light up slightly, as if he remembered Ningchen's figure. I remembered. But my leg is still numb from the kick just now. I may not be able to survive it. Upon closer inspection, Lei Yi's body was trembling slightly, and Nan Zhangyue snorted coldly when he saw this. Whether you can beat me or not, you won't know until you beat me. Be timid before fighting. Is this how I usually teach you? Could it be that you only want to dominate in your own village? Lei Yi, don't make me regret it. Nan Zhangyue stood with her hands behind her hands, looking at Lei Yi coldly, and then sighed unusually. Go, master is here. The existence of Nanzenjiu seemed to give Lei Yi inexplicable courage. Lei Yi took a deep breath and sighed. Along with this turbid breath, there was also the fear in his heart. Yes. Master is here. Even if it doesn't work, I can run away. Lei Yi roared in his heart, and a 9-foot-long thunder whip sprouted out of his palm again. Second turn, thunder whip gu. Bang. Lei Yi took one step forward, bursting out wisps of lightning, attacking Ningchen at extremely fast speeds. Although the wind was blowing under Lei Yi's feet, he was thinking about countermeasures in his mind. My true energy is less than 60%, maybe 57%. We must fight quickly. I don't know the cultivation level of the person in front of me. Let's take it as a peak of the second rank. His true energy must be more durable than mine. I must win with one blow and win quickly. Then we can only use Master's crazy thunder whip. Lei Yi thought in his heart, a fierce flash flashed in his eyes, and he clenched the thunder whip in his palm again. Juzi, give me a whip. Crazy thunder whip. Immediately, Lei Yi waved his arms, and a thunder snake danced wildly before his eyes again, with lightning radiating in all directions. The electric light surged, as if it was lighting up the entire forest. However, Ningchen didn't panic at all when he saw this situation. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "You can develop a killer move with just a second-level cultivation. You are truly extraordinary." Immediately, a layer of blue neon clothes appeared all over the body, allowing the electric snake to dance wildly, but it could not hurt Ningchen at all. Second turn, thunder clothes gu. Snap. In an instant, Ningchen shook his hand in the void and firmly held the dancing thunder whip. All kinds of thunder snakes were dancing wildly, and all kinds of electric light were surging, but they were all gone. Lei Yi was very surprised. He pulled it with his hand, but he couldn't shake it at all. Crazy thunder whip, an interesting killing move. But it's just interesting. Ningchen looked at the lightning whip still dazzling in the palm of his hand and smiled slightly. Immediately, his smile faded away, and he suddenly exerted force with his fingertips and pulled hard. Snap. Thunder whip gu broke. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1364 words. What? Lei Yi saw the thunder whip in his palm suddenly break, and the electric light dimmed and no longer dazzling, and he was horrified. Is this man a power gu master? He can break my thunder whip gu with just his strength. My strongest killing move has no effect on him. No, I have to run. Thinking like this, Lei Yi no longer had any fighting spirit. The true energy in his empty cavity suddenly moved, and his throat moved, as if something was about to come out of his mouth. Puff. Lei Yi opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of electric arc and excited plasma. Second turn, thunder plasma gu. The thunder plasma was like a big net, and it pounced on Ningchen like a fangs and claws. Ningchen was still unmoved when he saw this, and he casually slapped the large piece of thunder plasma. Lei Yi was not anxious but happy when he saw this, and there were wisps of electric light under his feet, and he turned around and ran away. Suddenly, Ningchen felt half of his body was numb and sore. Although it was not painful, it was very numb and uncomfortable. Ningchen saw Lei Yi running away, and he was not anxious or impatient. Instead, he carefully observed the wisps of plasma left on his arm, and said slowly. It turns out. This goo worm can trap the enemy. It's just a small second-level goo master who has a thunder goo worm that I have never seen before. It seems that I have come to the right place in Lei Ci Mountain. After speaking, Ningchen stepped heavily, stirring up countless dust. The recoil force even dispersed all the plasma around him. Then, Ningchen took a step forward, and lightning was generated under his feet. Suddenly, Ningchen's figure turned into a dark afterimage, and only the residual lightning appeared in the air from time to time. Leaping over trees and branches, with the wind under his feet. Lei Yi quickly fled towards Lei Jiaozhai, and even dared not look back to confirm Ningchen's movements. Bang! 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 The heart in his chest was beating, making his blood boil. But it was not excitement, but fear. Although Lei Yi was running at a high speed, he was communicating with Nan Sungyue at a high speed in his heart. Master, what should I do? I'll temporarily paralyze his movements with the thunder plasma goo, but it can only delay it temporarily. He must have a mobile goo in his hand. Nan Sungyue's expression was still unhurried when he heard this, as if he was thinking about countermeasures. Suddenly, he spoke gently, and also soothed Lei Yi's impetuous heart. Be patient, you can escape to Leijia village for the time being. He is a magic goo master, this is an indisputable fact, but he certainly dare not kill people under the eyes of Leijia village. And now is the Moon Festival in southern Xinjiang, you just need to run to the mountain village and you will be absolutely safe. Don't worry, with Master here, you will be absolutely safe. Okay. Then I will listen to Master. Lei Yi's eyes flashed slightly when he heard this, and the panic in his heart slowly dissipated. In addition to Nan Sungyue's gentle comfort, he also saw thousands of lights. That is Leijia village, only a few hundred steps away. Lei Yi seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw when he saw this. Hope grew stronger and stronger in his eyes, and his feet were even more powerful. Little Lei Yi, be careful. Suddenly, Nan Sungyue in the ring exclaimed. Then, there was a strong wind that came from the side and screamed wildly. It actually made Lei Yi's face hurt. Lei Yi turned his head and saw that he was only 3 souls left in his body and was frightened out of his 7 spirits. He actually saw a whip kick breaking through the air and the wind, attacking and killing. Bang! With a loud noise like a muffled thunder, Lei Yi's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string. His figure passed through the branches and leaves and hit an old pine tree. Puff! Suddenly, Lei Yi felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his whole body was about to fall apart. The blood surged up, his throat felt sweet, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, Lei Yi felt a sharp pain in his lungs, and just breathing caused severe pain. Ah! Master, I feel like my sternum was broken. It seems like my sternum is stuck in my lungs. It hurts so much. Nan Sungyue in the ring saw Lei Yi in such a state, and her gentle face also took on a few gloomy. Her beautiful eyes were gloomy, with a few terrifying murderous intentions, and she said coldly. Disciple, you go to rest first. Leave this to Master. When Lei Yi heard this, he forced a smile at the corner of his mouth, and his lips stammered. Okay. After saying that, Lei Yi closed his eyes and fell into a coma. Ningchen slowly landed on the ground, and walked leisurely towards the unconscious Lei Yi, saying lightly. You kid, you run really fast. You almost escaped. But it's only almost. Ningchen stood quietly in front of Lei Yi, smiled slightly, and stretched out his big hand. In the palm of his hand, a faint light flowed. Ningchen grabbed Lei Yi's head with his big hand and smiled coldly. In the void, the snow-silver essence slightly dropped. However, at this time, Lei Yi suddenly opened his eyes, no longer afraid. This change made Ningchen slightly stunned, but with the experience of the last time, he was not too surprised. Lei Yi stepped heavily, turned over and stood up, turned around and kicked out a sharp wind, kicking Ningchen's chest fiercely. However, how could Ningchen take the same move twice? Ningchen raised his hand slightly and blocked the kick steadily. However, Lei Yi seemed to have changed into a different person, with a calm expression. He used the recoil force to jump to the side, widening the distance between the two. Ningchen slowly stood up, walked with his hands behind his back, and looked at Lei Yi at this moment with interest. Well, I guessed right. Boy, you are really unusual. So, who are you now? Lei Yi looked very calm, his eyes were like torches, and he said leisurely. It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I am his master. My apprentice was broken in your hands, and as a master, I naturally have to ask for an explanation for my apprentice. Who are you? And why did you attack my apprentice? Ningchen laughed when he heard this, but Nan Songyu felt that this smile was extremely mocking. I am a magic goo master, killing a person and searching his soul, isn't it natural? You still want to ask me for a reason? Ha ha ha. Nan Songyu's face became increasingly cold when she heard this, and she was even more frightened in her heart. This guy is really a demon. Nan Songyu was a 5th level goo master when she was alive, and she had seen thousands of magic goo masters. She was very familiar with demons. Ningchen changed the subject at this point, smiling leisurely. But you didn't attack me right away, so no matter how strong you were in your life, you are definitely not as strong as me now. And you dare to appear in front of me, so you must have plans to retreat. Let me guess. You should be thinking of continuously using the thunder poisonous insects and using the lightning to attract the attention of the people in the village. Maybe there are other plans, but the time is enough for me to kill you 100 times. Every time Ning Chen said a word, Nan Songyue's brows darkened. Trouble. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1361 words. Ha 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 ha. Ning Chen stood with his hands behind his back, pacing leisurely, with a faint smile on his face. Nan Songyue's brows became more and more furrowed, and he bit his lips so hard that they almost bled. Little Lei Yi's body is not good, and he just got kicked by this guy. His sternum is about to break. And the lung lobe is pierced by the broken sternum. Now if he delays for a while, little Lei Yi will definitely die. But I can't do anything to this guy now. And he has soul skills in his hands. If he doesn't handle it properly, even I will be killed. Nan Songyue's face became more and more gloomy, and at the same time, there were a few sighs in his heart. Good devil, really a good devil. Meticulous mind, strong strength, endless means, and extraordinary wisdom. If such a person is not suppressed, then he will definitely be a devil that will bring chaos to the entire southern border in the future. It's a pity that I didn't meet this devil earlier. If I met him earlier, I would definitely kill him sooner. Now this devil's wings have gradually grown. Suddenly, the gust of wind on his face interrupted Nan Songyue's sigh. Looking up, he suddenly saw the fist blade was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes, with the power to crush gold and split rocks. Nan Songyue was not in a hurry when he saw this, and his hands turned into palms, and his body twisted slightly. With a palm, he cut off the middle of the fist and removed most of its force. Then, his eyes flashed coldly, and he turned his palm into a fist and punched Ningchen in the chest. Bang! Ningchen took the punch firmly, but smiled faintly. Nan Songyue's heart sank again when she saw this, and she stepped on her feet and quickly retreated. Although her speed was very fast, Ningchen was faster than her. Ningchen flew forward and kicked out, bringing with him a gust of wind. Bang! Nan Songyue's figure flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string. Puff! A sweet and fishy taste surged in Nan Songyue's throat, and she spat out a mouthful of thick blood. Then, blood continued to flow out of her mouth, nose, eyes and ears, and it couldn't be stopped at all. Even so, Nan Songyue still didn't feel any pain. After all, she was just a soul, and she just borrowed Lei Yi's body temporarily. If Lei Yi was there, he would have died of pain. Nan Songyue felt the bright red in his sight and smiled bitterly. If we continue to fight like this, Xiao Lei might die of excessive blood loss. But I just need to hold on for a little longer. Then, Nan Songyue looked at Ningchen who was walking slowly, sighed, and laughed miserably. Devil, you won. How about I use my soul to exchange for my apprentice's life? Ningchen laughed loudly when he heard it, and looked at Nan Songyue with a playful look. Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to delay time by negotiating with me? That's too naive. Ningchen stood quietly in front of Nan Songyue, slowly raised his palm, and there was a faint light flowing on it. Seeing this situation, Nan Songyue showed a few unpredictable smiles, and was secretly happy in his heart. It's done. Then, the scarlet true essence in the empty cavity suddenly dropped. Second turn, attracting thunder poison. Suddenly, countless electric snakes appeared on the surrounding pines, so strange. Thousands of lightning snakes, with electric light surging, rushed towards Ningchen like a starry sky. Ningchen's eyebrows sank slightly when he saw this, and a layer of dark blue clothes appeared around him. Boom! In an instant, Ningchen's figure was wrapped in electric light. For a moment, it was like a star, and it could be clearly seen from a distance of several miles. After a long time, all the lightning snakes dissipated, revealing Ningchen. It turned out that Ningchen at this moment, except for his somewhat torn clothes, had no scars on his body. It turned out that these electric snakes came from the surrounding pines. It was just that they were powerful, but the power was not as amazing as it seemed. Ningchen narrowed his eyes, looked at his palm carefully, and suddenly smiled. Use the lightning-attracting goo to guide the natural lightning contained in the surrounding trees? Interesting, really interesting. Although the power is not enough to hurt me, but with this conspicuous momentum, I believe it won't be long before the Lei family goo master in the village will come to investigate. Nan Songyue's smile became more intense when he saw this, and there was even a trace of appreciation in his eyes. Not bad, you can see the principle of this trick at a glance. You are really a good demon. Ningchen saw that Nan Songyue smiled very calmly, as if he had one himself, and couldn't help but smile leisurely. Your idea is good, the Lei family goo master is coming, I really don't there is no way to kill Lei Yi. But I'll give you a warning. If your attitude is seen by everyone in Lei Jiazhai, I don't need to say much about the consequences. And Lei Yi and I are the only two people who have seen you. Nan Songyue's face suddenly became extremely ugly when he heard it, and he said in a cold voice. What do you mean, are you threatening me? Ningchen saw that Nan Songyue's face was ugly and his tone was a bit impatient, and he couldn't help but laugh softly. Ha 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 ha. You can take it as a threat, of course I prefer to call it advice. I mean to keep your apprentice's mouth shut. If your apprentice doesn't keep his mouth shut, then don't blame me for talking too much after drinking. Ha 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 ha. The smile on Ningchen's lips grew stronger, and he slowly leaned to the side, waiting for the arrival of the Lei family's goo master. But Nan Zhengyue just stared at Ningchen aside, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. Ningchen's threat was obvious, but Nan Zhengyue had to listen. If your disciple dares to tell what happened today, then I will make your existence public. This is a conspiracy, an unsolvable conspiracy. If we don't tell what happened tonight, sooner or later Ningchen will find the opportunity to kill him. And after this experience, Ningchen will definitely be more cautious. If Ningchen tells what happened tonight, he will probably fly away. Before leaving, he will make Nan Zhengyue's existence known to the public. In this way, Nan Zhengyue will be worse off than dead. And Lei Yi would naturally not let his master suffer like this. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Nan Zhengyue's heart, but they finally turned into sighs in her mouth. What a pure devil! The moonlit night is dark and the sky is filled with stars. Lei Dong walked quietly among the dense forest, his eyes flashed with wisps of electricity, and he murmured to himself. I remember that the lightning just now should be around this position. Today is the moon festival, and there are people outside the village. How weird. Suddenly, two figures broke into his eyes. Lei Dong recognized a figure, it was the goo master in Lei family village, Lei Yi. Another figure also looked very familiar to Lei Dong, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Lei Dong was really confused, so he walked slowly to Ningchen, slightly cupped his hand. Your Excellency, have you and I ever met? I've seen it before. Today, by the Huanglong River, Yunyang's. When Ningchen saw this, he also smiled slightly and returned the salute lightly. At the same time, the true essence surged in the void, and the refined snow-silver true essence was revealed. Lei Dong's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this, and he exclaimed in his heart. Third Transformation Peak. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1354 words. Ningchen smiled slightly when he saw Lei Dong's appearance. Today at the foot of the mountain, Pindao also saw the methods of the young patriarch. It's really a combination of kindness and power, maintaining dignity without appearing arrogant and overbearing. You can be called a handsome young man. Lei Dong was a little flattered when he heard this, and quickly returned the salute. What the hell, I'm just a little clever. Your Excellency, you don't reveal your strength at all. Your Excellency, this is truly great wisdom. By the way, haven't you asked your name yet? I hope Dao can come up with something. Lei Dong's face was filled with a smile, his hands were slightly clasped, and his eyes were bright. Upon hearing this, Ningchen waved his hands casually and smiled lightly. I'm just an undisciplined person. It would be best for the young patriarch to call me Qingyue. It turns out to be Your Excellency Qingyue, you can just call me Lei Dong. No need to stick to such complicated etiquette. The smile on Lei Dong's face became thicker. He seemed to have noticed the unconscious Lei Yi beside him, and the smile gradually faded away. Yu Yu asked. Your Excellency Qingyue, Lei Yi in our village, why is he here with you? And today is the Moon Festival in southern Xinjiang. Is it possible that Your Excellency Qingyue doesn't have such customs during the festival? When Ningchen heard this, there was a hint of bitterness on his face. He waved his hand and sighed softly. Well, my poor relatives and friends are separated from me by life and death. Even if I want to spend the holidays, who can I spend the holidays with? As for Lei Yi, that's a little strange. I hope Brother Lei Dong will know that I am also a Thunder Dao Gu master, and I came to this Thunder Magnetic Mountains to further my Thunder Dao practice. So I thought that if I wandered around in the mountains, I might be able to see a few wild Thunder Path Gu worms. However, I saw Lei Yi practicing Gu insects alone in the mountains and forests. And because the noise was so loud, it actually attracted the wild beasts in the mountains. And it's because he has lost his true energy that Rodri is in such a miserable state. If I hadn't met him by chance, Lei Yi would have turned into nourishment for the mountain soil. Ningchen moved away, revealing Lei Yi, who was leaning against a tree and unconscious, talking leisurely. His face was very sad, and there was a bit of unbearableness in his eyes. Nan Zhangyue, who was in the middle of the fight, listened to all Ningchen's remarks just now. Even though she was as gentle as she was furious for a moment, gnashing her teeth in anger. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be spitting out flames, making her want to knock her bones and suck out her marrow. How cunning! Confusing right and wrong and making trouble is just as easy as eating and drinking for this devil. But I can't show up to speak out. I even have to let Xiao Lei Yi follow the devil's wishes. The name Qingyue is most likely a fake name. If I had the chance, I would really kill you with 1,000 knives. At this time, Lei Yi's throat buzzed and he coughed a few times. Then Yu Yu woke up and opened his eyes. Ahem. Master, am I still alive? When Nan Zhangyue heard this, she chuckled, no longer showing half the anger she had just now. Silly boy, Master is here. How could you die? Suddenly, Nan Zhangyue seemed to have thought of something, her smile gradually disappeared, and a chill suddenly arose. But Xiao Lei Yi, you may have to follow what I want to say next. At least I can't tell you what happened just now. Before Nan Zhangyue could finish what he said, Lei Yi couldn't listen anymore and hurriedly asked. Why is that? Now that the young patriarch is here, I just need to tell the young patriarch that if we work together, can't we suppress him? This is a great opportunity. After hearing this, Nan Zhangyue slowly lowered his head, his voice became a bit weaker, and he felt very unconfident. Because, if you tell Lei Dong, then he will tell him the existence of a teacher. After saying this, Nan Zhangyue fell into silence for a long time without saying any words. Lei Yi suddenly smiled when he heard this, as if he had read Nan Zhangyue's thoughts. Master, it turns out that's the reason. It's okay. In order for Master to stay with me, I will definitely comply with Master's wishes. But it's not that I'm weaker than him, it's that I don't want Master to leave. Lei Yi's eyes were bright and shining with gentle light, which made Nan Zhangyue feel extremely at ease. Good disciple. I really saw you right then. Nan Zhangyue's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and she seemed to have all kinds of emotions in her heart. She just smiled lightly. Oh. After hearing Ningchen's remarks, Lei Dong had some thoughts in his eyes. When Ningchen saw this, he remained calm and composed, without any panic, and still smiled lightly. In an instant, Lei Dong turned his head and looked at Lei Yi, as if to penetrate his heart. Lei Yi, is this the case with Your Excellency Qingyue? Indeed. If it weren't for Your Excellency Qingyue, I might have returned to the gate of life and death long ago. When Lei Yi heard this, he was neither humble nor arrogant. He looked at Ningchen from time to time, and the gratitude in his eyes didn't seem to be fake. Although Lei Dong looked calm when he saw this, he was deep in thought in his heart. Qingyue is at the pinnacle of rank 3, there is no need to take action against a rank 2 Gu master, and there is no reason at all. And Lei Yi has no reason to protect Qingyue. In this case, what Qingyue said is indeed true. And as a person at the pinnacle of the 3rd level, he also practices the way of thunder. Maybe you can help me come up with some clues. Lei Dong thought this in his heart, and then smiled at Ningchen. In this case, it is your Excellency Qingyue who saved Lei Yi's life. As the young patriarch, I have to express my gratitude. Well, since Lord Qingyue has no one to celebrate the festival with, it's better to celebrate the Moon Festival with Lei Mao. I had already had a good drink at the Drunken Immortal Tower, and I saw lightning flashing in the forest, so I came to find out. Since everything is fine, Your Excellency Qingyue, why don't you have a few drinks with me? Ha 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 ha. Lei Dong laughed and patted Ningchen's shoulder with his big hand. Ningchen also smiled when he heard this. Since brother Lei Dong kindly invites me, how can I, Qing, refuse? Just have a few drinks. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, the two people's brisk laughter echoed in the mountains and forests, so happy. The top floor of Zuaitian Tower. Ningchen held the wine cup in his hand, suddenly raised his head and drank deeply. The hot and spicy wine gushing down his stomach also made his eyes light up slightly, and he chuckled. Good wine. Ha 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 ha. This is our Lei Jiaohai's famous wine, it will fascinate the immortal. Lei Dong, who was sitting across from him, smiled heartily when he saw this, with a bit of self-confidence on his face. Suddenly, the smile on Lei Dong's face faded, and he slowly took out a few goo insects. I'll tell you the truth, brother Qingyue. I have something to ask for. I just want you to help me take a look at these Thunder Dao goo worms. Let's see if they can form a killing move. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1361 words. When Ningchen heard this, the wine glass he was holding in his hand suddenly froze in the air, and he smiled slightly. What does young patriarch Lei Dong mean by this? You want Pin Dao to do something for you when we first met? Although the Lei family is said to be a big family and a big business, being so strong-willed makes the poor Taoist very restless. Lei Dong laughed when he saw this, not at all annoyed by Ningchen's words. After laughing, he waved his hand to the servants on the side, signaling them to retreat for now. How dare a group of servants disobey Lei Dong's orders and exit the room one after another? For a moment, only Ningchen and Lei Dong were left in the huge room. Ha 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 ha. Your Excellency Qingyue, please don't misunderstand me. Just listen to me for now. Lei Dong smiled slightly, poured wine into the two wine glasses again, and talked eloquently. How long has Your Excellency Qingyue been in our Leizi Mountains? Not long, but I just arrived today along with the caravan. Lei Dong was not surprised when he heard this, and the smile on his face became thicker. I wonder if Your Excellency Qingyue has heard of the Thunder Prison Trial in our Lei Jiaohai? Of course I've heard of this, but I don't know what kind of trial this so-called Thunder Prison Trial is. Upon hearing this, Lei Dong took a long sip of wine, turned his head, glanced at the rolling mountains outside the window, and smiled faintly. Although our Lei Jiaohai is stationed in the Leizi Mountains, it is not the Leizi Mountains at all. Leizi Mountain is just our cottage, but the real route is. That's Leiyu Mountain. Ningchen raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He also took a sip of wine and smiled slightly. Keep talking. Lei Dong also laughed loudly, his eyes suddenly took on a hint of depth, and he continued to talk leisurely. Ha ha ha. To be honest, there has always been a rumor in our Lei family village that our entire Lei Ci mountain range is actually one of the fragments of the ancient blue sky. Although the size is less than 1/10,000th of the ancient blue sky, it is still full of thunder and traces like the ancient blue sky. Then after millions of years of wind and rain, maybe it absorbed the Earth's energy, or maybe it was done by someone powerful. This fragment of the ancient blue sky has turned into our current thunder magnetic mountains. What? Hearing this news, even a 1,000-year-old demon like Ningchen was shocked and speechless for a moment. The entire Thunder Magnetic Mountains are formed from fragments of the ancient blue sky. According to the records in the biography of human ancestors, this ancient blue sky is filled with traces of the path of thunder, and there are countless immortal materials of the path of thunder. It can be said to be a holy place for cultivation for Thunder Dao Gu masters. Now, it's as if the Thunder Magnetic Mountains were transformed into fragments of the ancient blue sky. Then I can even reach heaven in one step with my Thunder Dao training. The dim light in Ningchen's eyes kept flickering, and he had all kinds of considerations in his heart. That's not right. If there were any Thunder Dao immortals, they would have been destroyed in the long river of time, or they might have fallen into the hands of Gu immortals. Besides, this is just a rumor, and the truth or falsehood still needs to be considered. Lei Dong saw that Ningchen was silent for a long time without speaking. He seemed to have read Ningchen's inner thoughts and smiled slightly.